By a stony creek in a valley, a black-clad young man was holding a black beetle with a metallic sheen that looked like a cross between a crab and a Hercules beetle. Holding a dagger in his other hand, the young man swiftly cut the still struggling claws off the beetle, revealing white and tender meat. Almost without hesitation, the young man sucked the meat out of the claws as if he were eating a crab, and swallowed it together with larger pieces of tougher meat. Black beetle killed. No beast soul gained. Eat the flesh of the black beetle to gain 0 to 10 geno points randomly. Black beetle flesh eaten. 0 geno points gained. A strange voice sounded in Han Sen's mind, and some data also appeared. Han Sen, not evolved. Status, none. Lifespan, 200 years. Required for evolution, 100 geno points. Geno points gained, 79. Beast souls gained, none. I have received 0 geno points for more than 30 black beetles in a row. I must have eaten too much black beetle flesh to evolve from it further. 0 points. When will I ever finish the first evolution and gain status? Han Sen looked frustrated. Over 100 years ago, science and technology reached a very high level, and humans finally mastered space teleportation technology. Shockingly, when they tried to be teleported, they found that they were neither sent back to the past nor teleported to the future. They didn't even travel from one planet to another. A completely different world lay at the other end of the space teleport channel. A world that human beings could not have imagined. In this world, all scientific and technological means lost their function. A machine gun in this world was not even as useful as a steel knife. Missiles and nuclear weapons would not explode, same as a heap of scrap iron. No mechanical or electronic equipment would work either. All kinds of horrible creatures inhabited this world. Human beings, who used to stand on top of the food chain because of their wisdom and technology, fell to the bottom. But when people killed certain relatively weak creatures and ate their flesh, they were surprised to find that their own bodies changed considerably and evolved quickly in ways that science could not explain. What made people pleasantly surprised was that in this world, with the evolution of the body, their lifespans also increased, which was amazing news to all mankind. In the following century, more and more people entered this world called God's sanctuary, gradually became familiar with the rules of this world, hunted its creatures, and saw their own bodies evolve. The higher the degree of physical evolution, the longer the life. Theoretically, if you could continue evolving, it could be possible to live forever. In this world, science and technology became completely useless. The only things that could help humans were the most primitive fighting skills. Ancient martial arts, which were almost forgotten in modern society, had an unexpected effect here. All kinds of ancient martial arts had been redeveloped, and after more than 100 years of development, new martial arts schools were formed and became prominent. In addition to ancient martial arts, God's Sanctuary offered another tool to enhance humans, the beast soul. When killing a creature in God's Sanctuary, a person had a chance to obtain the beast soul of the creature. Beast souls had all kinds of forms and appearances. Some could be summoned to fight for men, and some appeared in the form of armor or weapon. In addition, some beast souls could even help humans transform, so they could take the shape of terrifying monsters, magical birds flying between heaven and earth, or insects drilling underground. Neither martial arts nor beast souls had anything to do with Han Sr. Even in modern society, advanced science and technology were in the hands of just a few people. Han Sen completed integrated compulsory education and entered God's sanctuary when he turned 16. What he had learned from school was no more than the beginning-level new martial arts that everyone knew. As for beast souls, they were so expensive that Han Sen couldn't afford even the cheapest. Without martial arts and beast souls, or even advanced man-made alloy weapons, Han Sen was only able to kill some low-level creatures to eat their flesh and evolve, and he was having a difficult time in God's sanctuary. But the more meat of low-level creatures he ate, the less effective evolution he gained. 3 months in God's sanctuary, and he still could not complete a physical evolution. Han Sen had tried to kill some of the more powerful creatures, but even the weakest primitive creature, the copper-toothed beast, almost took his life. He had to rest for nearly a month before returning to God's sanctuary. By this time, Han Sen had eaten all kinds of ordinary creatures around him, and it wouldn't help to eat their flesh anymore. If he didn't risk hunting more advanced creatures, he would never evolve. When he was about to try to kill a copper-toothed beast, Han Sen saw something climbing out from the ripples of the creek. He originally thought it was a black beetle, but immediately noticed something different. All black beetles had black shells, but a bright golden color caught his eye. Han's son gazed at the creature climbing out of the water. It really was a black beetle, but different from the ordinary ones because of its golden body as big as a basketball. It was like a sculpture carved from gold, and its eyes were crystal clear, like gems. It did not even look like a living thing unless observed carefully. Why is this black beetle so strange? Hansen stared at the golden black beetle. Recently, he had killed countless black beetles and knew everything about them. Their vision was poor, but their hearing was very sensitive. As long as he remained still, even in close proximity, a black beetle would not notice his presence. Hansen stared at the strange beetle, and unexpectedly, it climbed toward him. Without hesitation, when the golden black beetle crawled next to Hansen, he held down the golden black beetle's shell with one hand and swiftly cut into its fragile joints with the dagger in his other hand. He made 6 clean cuts vertically and horizontally to remove all 6 claws of the beetle. The golden black beetle struggled and flipped over. Taking this opportunity, Hansen pierced his dagger into a white mark on its belly and turned it sharply. The golden black beetle suddenly stopped moving. Sacred blood creature black beetle killed. Beast soul of sacred blood black beetle gained. Eat the flesh of sacred blood black beetle to gain 0 to 10 geno points randomly. Hansen was stunned by the sudden voice in his head, and he could hardly believe it was true. Sacred blood creature and sacred blood beast soul. Were those even real? The creatures of God's sanctuary were divided into 4 parts: ordinary creatures, primitive creatures, mutant creatures, and sacred blood creatures. Different geno points could be gained by eating flesh of creatures of different types. At that time, there were 4 God's sanctuary phases known to men. With each physical evolution completed, access to the next space would be permitted. The more powerful the geno points used in evolution, the higher the likelihood of surviving in the next space. Sacred blood beast souls were without any doubt the best beast souls. Any sacred blood beast soul could be sold at an enormous price. When Hansen finally realized what had really happened, he was almost trembling. Holding the dagger to pick open the shell of the black beetle, he filled his mouth with meat as tender as jelly. Flesh of black beetle eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. Feeling the flesh turn to energy and hearing the voice in his mind almost brought Hansen to tears. He grabbed a claw and sucked out all meat from it, feeling waves of energy hitting his body and boiling his blood. There was not much difference between eating a sacred blood black beetle and eating a crab. After sucking the meat clean from all 6 claws, Hansen started to cut the meat inside the shell. Flesh of black beetle eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. Flesh of black beetle eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. The strange voice continuously sounded in Hansen's mind and made him feel on top of the world. As Hansen was cutting away, he felt his dagger cut into something hard that made a sound like metal. Hansen stopped. Black beetles and crabs are alike. They look tough, but inside their shells there would be nothing but boneless meat. So how could there be metal? He removed the dagger, pulled aside the meat that had been cut, and saw a corner of black metal. Hansen cut open all the meat surrounding it, and soon the black metal was completely exposed. At first he thought it was metal, but taking it out, he discovered that it was a black crystal the size and shape of a pigeon egg. Hansen took the crystal in his hand and didn't feel anything abnormal. The crystal was just like a beautiful, rounded black pebble. But with a closer look, there seemed to be millions of stars shining in it, creating incredible beauty. Here is the easiest area in God's sanctuary, Hansen thought. Even primitive creatures are hard to find here, let alone sacred blood creatures. How did this sacred blood black beetle suddenly appear? And I've never heard of a sacred blood black beetle before. Black beetles are such low life after all, and this sacred blood black beetle is so outrageously weak. Is its appearance related to the crystal? There was no clue, so he simply ate all the rest of the black beetle meat and was stuffed. He gained a total of 7 sacred geno points. 7 sacred geno points were beyond his wildest dreams. With his background, he needed to risk everything even to kill a primitive creature, let alone a sacred blood creature. The shell of the sacred blood black beetle was also precious material, so Hansen picked up all the claws and stuffed them into his pocket, together with the upper and lower shells. The shell of ordinary black beetles almost had no value, but the shell of a sacred blood black beetle would probably make a soup that could give him 1 or 2 more sacred Geno points. It was the first time Han Sun had eaten a sacred blood creature. Technically, he could max out and get 10 sacred Geno points. He already had 7 from the meat, and the other 3 should be in the shell. If he were to sell the shell, he could probably afford a nice private aircraft in Levo Interstellar Alliance with the money he received. On the way back to Steel Armor Castle, everyone was pointing at him, gloating and laughing, and no one would come near him. Everyone in the sanctuary was looking at him as if he were a monster. Normally, when an ordinary person went to the sanctuary, even if he were poor, if his martial skills were not too bad, he could always find some companions and kill a few primitive creatures together, and he would be nowhere near as miserable as Han Sr. However, in the entire Steel Armor Castle, no one was willing or had the courage to have anything to do with Han Sr. More than 3 months ago, Han Sun had entered God's sanctuary for the first time. The moment he stepped outside Steel Armor Shelter, he saw a giant white wolf unicorn standing with its back towards him around the corner of the rampart. Without hesitation, Han Sun grabbed his dagger and fiercely stabbed the unicorn in the ass. This stab turned Han Sun and Qin Xian together into the biggest laughingstock in Steel Armor Shelter. Yes, the white wolf unicorn was not a beast, but a human like Han Sun himself. She was just transforming using a beast soul. Qin Xian was also the most powerful woman in Steel Armor Shelter. She was likely to finish her first evolution with sacred Geno points and embark on the path of evolution. A new guy stabbing Qin Xian's rear and became the biggest joke in Steel Armor Shelter. Although no one dared to mention this to Qin Xian's face, secretly everyone was laughing their asses off. And Ass Freak became Han Sun's well-known nickname in Steel Armor Shelter. Then Qin Xian declared that whoever spent time with Han Sun would become her enemy. In Steel Armor Shelter, few people could afford to be Qin Xian's enemy. Even if they could afford it, no one would risk antagonizing Qin Xian for the sake of a nobody, an ass freak. That was why Han Sun had such a difficult time, but he didn't really blame Qin Xian. It was his fault in the first place. He was too nervous the first time he came to God's sanctuary. Plus, he had never seen creatures in his previous world or Transformers before, which all led to the unforgivable mistake. Han Sun was already grateful that Qin Xian did not kill him in anger. The only lucky thing was that the teleportation into God's sanctuary was always random, and there were no familiar faces in Steel Armor Shelter, so no one knew his real name. Han Sun returned to his room, made a fire, and started boiling the black beetle claws and shells in a pot. Without tools and know-how, he could only use the most primitive methods to process the shells and extract the Geno essence. The shell of a sacred blood creature would take more than an hour or 2 to cook, so Han Sun covered the lid and took out the black crystal to take a closer look. Still, no clues whatsoever. Suddenly, Han Sun caught a glimpse of the caged green-scaled beast the size of a civet cat in the corner of his room and suddenly had an idea. Like black beetles, this green-scaled beast was an ordinary creature. Han Sun used to prey on them and bring them back to cook and eat to increase his Geno points. But later, green-scaled beasts no longer increased his Geno points, so Han Sun didn't eat the last beast and forgot about it. Surprisingly, it was still alive. He grabbed the moribund green-scaled beast from the cage, hesitated for a moment, and was about to feed the black crystal to the beast. To his surprise, seeing the black crystal, the dying green-scaled beast gathered all its strength to stretch out its tongue, roll the black crystal back into its mouth, and swallow the whole crystal. There is indeed something magical about the black crystal. Han Sun was stunned and found that the green-scaled beast seemed considerably more lively after swallowing the crystal, its foreclaws scratching and head moving to bite Han Sun's hand, which was on its neck. Han Sun threw the green-scaled beast back into the cage and carefully watched it. The beast, which hadn't fed for days, completely recovered its vitality, thrashing and scratching wildly in the cage, just like it had when it was first caught. Han Sun sat across from the cage and watched the movements of the green-scaled beast. He had a guess, and if he was right, he might have obtained something incredible, something more exciting than a sacred blood creature. But Han Sun was afraid he was wrong, so he could only stare at the green-scaled beast anxiously, hoping to see the change that he desired. Han Sun nervously stared intently and did not realize that he was starving until he smelled bone broth from the pot. Looking at the time, he noticed almost 24 hours had passed. Rising to check the black beetle shell in the pot, he saw the golden color of the shell had been boiled off and the broth had become golden. It smelled so good that the hungry young man's mouth watered. About to scoop up a bowl of soup, Hansen suddenly heard iron breaking from the cage of the green-scaled beast. He quickly turned around and saw the green-scaled beast had bitten off an iron bar of the cage and stretched out his head from the inside. Its light green scales had now completely turned a dark green color. Its teeth had become sharp, and the tips of its 4 claws were like iron hooks. The beast was about to come out of the cage. Hansen was pleasantly surprised and pulled out the dagger from his waist. He rushed to the front of the cage and stabbed the dagger into the lower belly of the green-scaled beast. With a turn of the dagger, the green-scaled beast stopped struggling. Primitive creature green-scaled beast killed. No beast soul gained. Eat the flesh of the primitive green-scaled beast to gain 0 to 10 points randomly. The strange voice sounded in Hansen's mind and left him stunned. Primitive green-scaled beast. Primitive creature. So the crystal can really make these creatures evolve. Hansen was overwhelmed with joy and did not know how to react. After a long time, he suddenly cut open the green-scaled beast with the dagger and uncovered the crystal as big as a pigeon egg. Taking no heed of the blood on it, he kissed the crystal twice and then wiped it clean, holding it in his hands like it was a great treasure. The crystal was really the reason the black beetle became a sacred blood creature. If the green-scaled beast had continued to evolve, could it have become a sacred blood creature too? Hansen almost dared not think about it, because it was just too amazing. He was so excited that his hands were trembling while holding the crystal. He bit his tongue and cried out of pain so as to know that it really was not a dream. After remaining excited for quite a while, Hansen carefully put the crystal away, gobbled up the shell broth, and gained another sacred Geno point, bringing his Geno point count to 8. Without tools and means, his primitive method couldn't extract all Geno essence from the shell, but it was good enough that he gained 1 sacred Geno point. Hansen realized that he had gained a sacred blood beast soul of a black beetle when he killed the golden black beetle, and he quickly accessed his profile. Hansen, not evolved. Status, none. Lifespan, 200 years. Requirements for evolution, 100 Geno points. Geno points gained, 79 Geno points. 8 sacred Geno points. Beast soul gained, sacred blood black beetle. Type of sacred blood black beetle's beast soul, armor. What would the armor of sacred blood black beetle's beast soul look like? Before Hansen finished the thought, a golden shadow shot out of thin air, looking exactly like the golden black beetle. The golden black beetle flew to Hansen's chest, turned into a golden liquid, and started to cover his whole body. In the blink of an eye, Hansen's whole body, together with his hair, was all wrapped up. The streamlined gold armor was full of power and impact, and covered his whole body as if it were a suit of Gothic medieval armor instilled with improved aerodynamics. It looked just like a piece of art. The whole suit of armor felt full of power and speed, making Hansen look slender and majestic, as if his whole body were full of explosive power. With shining metallic luster, the armor was gorgeous and had a solid texture. At first glance, it was even somewhat like the gold cloth worn by golden saints. The difference between the gold cloth and the beast soul armor was that the armor covered the head and body completely, with only a few gaps in the joints where different pieces overlapped, just like the black beetle itself, which was the only weakness of the beast soul armor. Hansen moved around in the armor, and there was no feeling of heaviness or clumsiness. Instead, he felt that his body had become a little lighter and full of energy. Indeed, this was armor from a sacred blood beast soul. It is way more gorgeous than the ones from primitive beast souls that I often have seen at Steel Armor Shelter. Hansen felt ecstatic. He used to envy people in armor of primitive beast souls and had never thought he would get a suit of a sacred blood beast soul one day. Yate Group President Zhao Yalong completed the 3rd evolution, entered 4th God Sanctuary, and became the 83rd human in history to enter 4th God Sanctuary. His lifespan has reached 500 years, and he has gained the status of demigod. The prodigy from Rycote Galaxy, Lang, entered 2nd God Sanctuary with 100 mutation Geno points. His lifespan has reached 300 years, and he has gained the status of Evolver. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Hemingway, killed a demigod creature star of the ocean yesterday, and was the first to accomplish this feat. According to authoritative experts, In 10 years, someone will complete the 4th evolution for the first time and advance into 5th God Sanctuary. Han Sun had just teleported from the steel armor shelter, and the news was playing on a virtual screen. Evolver, Surpasser, and Demigod. With the black crystal, I will be able to do all that, and go even farther. Han Sun shook his fist, stepped away from the teleport station, and took the maglev train home. Before he went into the yard, Han Sun heard a harsh female voice. Luo Sulan, do you want to take the old house of the Hans? This house was our parents', and my 2 elder brothers and I each own a part. Now my eldest brother has passed. We won't bully you, since you are a widow, and will leave you his share. But if you want to take everything, we will never agree. That's right. The voice of a middle-aged man chimed in. The old house has always been the inheritance of our parents. All of us have rights to it, and you can't keep it for yourselves. Your family has lived here for more than 20 years, so you have already taken advantage of us in a big way. It is time to divide the inheritance. My brother has said it, a soft-pitched male voice continued. You lived in the old house for more than 20 years. We will not collect the rent, but this old house is our inheritance and has to be divided. A young woman's voice could be heard saying, we have an estimate from a lawyer, and this old house is now worth more than 3 million. We are 3 households, so we should get 1 million each. You can either give each of us 1 million and own this old house outright, or sell the house, and then we all split the money. We are okay with either option you choose. Exactly. Now that our eldest brother is gone, we won't bully his widow and kids. You can give us money or sell the house, as you like. The harsh first voice began again. Brother and sister, there is no need to force me. You know our situation. We don't have 2 million, a woman said sadly. Then put the house up for sale. The harsh woman immediately said, where would we live without a house? Han Xin just graduated and Han Yin is about to go to school, the sad woman said. Sister-in-law, this is not reasonable. How are you the only one with troubles? Your kids Han Sun and Han Yin are only enrolled in integrated compulsory education, while my Han Hao goes to a private school. His tuition gives me gray hair every year. Sister, you are right. We are all having a hard time, and everyone needs money. Why don't we just sell the house? We could all take some, and you could afford Han Yan's education, said the effeminate voice. Anyway, you either give us money or sell the house. Your choice, the young woman said coldly. Outside the house, Han Sun became furious as he listened. He pushed the door open and saw his mother shedding tears while holding his sister, Han Yan. The 5-year-old girl curled up in the arms of her mother, her big eyes full of fear. Next to them, 2 men and 2 women were all smiling indifferently. How dare you come here and ask for the old house? Han Sun pointed to the fierce-looking fat woman and exclaimed in anger. Aunt, you used to be an accountant in the company and brought about tens of millions in bad debts. Did my dad not help you after you begged him? Han Sun, what nonsense. Who caused bad debts? Stop lying. The skinny guy with the effeminate voice cried, pointing to Han Sr. Uncle, you embezzled the company's public funds to invest and lost a few million. Han Sen pointed to the skinny guy. Did you not come to my home and get on your knees to beg my dad for help? And you, uncle, you owed so many gambling debts that you were almost forced to commit suicide. Who helped you? When you were almost beaten to death, who saved your life? Han Sun pointed to the fat, middle-aged man. Starry Group wanted to acquire our family business. If my dad didn't represent all of you and then had a falling out with Starry Group, would he have died in such a shady way? Han Sun clenched his teeth, looking at the 4. But you skipped my dad's funeral and sold the company to Starry Group upon his death. Did you give us any of the money you got from selling the company? Also, who paid for your houses when you got married? Were those houses any cheaper than this old house? Did you take care of your parents for a single day when they were alive? How dare you come here to ask for a share of the old house? Stop it. Your father only did what he wanted to do. The company belonged to my father, and we all have shares. He can't decide for us. And surely, we can spend the money of the company. Uncle Han Lei said brazenly. That's true. Your father was a dictator, and we are only getting our own money back. It does not matter what you say. Give the money or sell the house. Otherwise, we'll see you in court. You will lose the case wherever we go. Aunt Han Yume shouted. It's all your dad's fault. They started to accuse Han Sen's late father. Han Sun was shaking with anger and felt wronged for his father. When his father took over the company, it was only a small business, worth 1 or 2 million. He spent so much effort for the company to bloom and had to look after his family and make up for their mistakes. A few times the company was on the brink of bankruptcy due to liquidity problems, and he even died for the company. After his death, however, his wife and children were bullied by the relatives that he used to help. When Han Sen's father was alive, he always said that they were family and there's no need to argue. And what an irony it has become now. If they truly needed the money and had difficulties, Han Sen would just agree to give it. But all the private aircrafts they piloted here were worth more than $1 million, and they at least got $10 million from selling the company, which all fell into their pockets, and nothing was given to Han Sen's family. It was simply impossible that they didn't even have $1 million. After making a fuss at Han Sen's home, Han Yume and Han Lei gave his family an ultimatum. They had to come up with the money or sell the house in 1 month. Otherwise, they would file a lawsuit. I'm so useless that I can't even keep the house. Luo Sulan held Han Yen, her face covered with tears. Luo Sulan was a gentle lady. When Han Sen's father was still alive, she was treated like a princess. She didn't even know how to sweep the floor, let alone do other chores. Han Sen knew how difficult it was for her to raise his sister and him after his father passed away. Don't worry, Mom. I am here even though Dad isn't. I will not let them take away our house. You take a rest, and I'll consult Uncle Zhang on the matter. Han's son called a friend of his father's, Mr. Zhang. He was the lawyer who used to work in their family business as legal counsel. Hi, Uncle Zhang. This is Son. Is your back any better? I have a legal matter that I want to ask you about. So, Hansen looked a little pale when he hung up. He had confirmed that his relative told the truth. They do have rights to a part of the house. And if they really did go to court, the verdict would be close to what they've asked for, to either pay them money or sell the house. Son, what did Mr. Zhang say? Luo Sulan asked Han's son, looking at him nervously. Don't you worry, Mom. I have checked with Uncle Zhang, and there is a solution. You just make sure Yin is okay, and I'll take care of this. The house will not be taken away by anyone, Han's son said with a smile. That's good. That's great. Luo Sulan breathed a sigh of relief. Having rested at home for a night, Han's son took a train to the teleport station and entered God's sanctuary in the morning. Han's son was teleported to his room at the steel armor shelter. When one was teleported into God's sanctuary, one would appear in a certain room only accessible to him or her. Unless permitted by the owner, others were not able to enter the room. Before finishing the first evolution and entering second God's sanctuary, this was Han Sen's home in God's sanctuary. Now Han Sen had no power or influence. The only solution was to come up with $2 million in a month if he wanted to keep the house. Although he felt it was unfair, without power, there was nothing left to do. $2 million Levo dollars was an enormous amount for a young man who just finished integrated compulsory education. In the past, Han Sen couldn't have earned $2 million in a year, let alone in a month. But now everything was different. In fact, if he had not already cooked the shell of the sacred blood black beetle, the shell alone would be worth $1 or $2 million. Even without the shell, he still had the black crystal that could make creatures evolve. As long as he had that, $2 million was nothing. Looking at the body of the primitive green-scaled beast on the ground, Han's son hesitated for a moment before cutting the body into pieces. He then dried the meat, made it into beef jerky, and carried it with him in his waist pack. He must first catch a creature before he could use the crystal to make it evolve and trade the flesh of the evolved creature for money. Now that Han Sen owned a suit of sacred blood beast soul armor, he could up his game and start to hunt primitive creatures instead of ordinary creatures. Primitive creatures weren't worth much, and he would waste a day's time waiting for an ordinary creature to evolve into a primitive one. To come up with $2 million, Han's son would need to sell at least a mutant creature. Primitive creatures were usually seen a dozen kilometers from steel armor shelter. Han Sen had not dared to go that far before, but now he has had his armor. This time, his goal was no longer a copper-toothed beast, the weakest among all primitive creatures, but the swift mantis often spotted in Zephyr Valley. Although a primitive creature, a swift mantis had a fragile body and could easily be killed by a normal alloy dagger if stabbed in a vulnerable spot. However, a swift mantis was so fast that ordinary people couldn't keep up with it. And its pair of hacksaw-like forelegs could easily split human bones. Once hit by the forelegs, a person would be crippled, if not killed. So few humans would go to hunt this creature. For Han's son, however, the swift mantis was the best option. It was in the end only a primitive creature, and there was no way it could cut open his sacred blood beast soul armor. If he couldn't be hurt by the mantis, surely he could kill it. The most important thing was that with claws and wings cut off, a swift mantis could no longer fight back, but could still live. This way, Han-san could easily take it back, keep it in his room, and use the black crystal to make it evolve into a mutant creature before he sold its flesh. Of course, if he were able to kill a few swift mantises and got lucky, he might even gain a beast soul. The beast soul of a swift mantis was in the shape of a swift, jagged blade, which was a long dagger, a type of weapon Han-san had mastered. Although the swift, jagged blade was only a primitive beast soul weapon, it was the sharpest of all primitive weapons, and could even compare to some mutant beast soul weapons. Because of the danger of hunting swift mantises, few would go to Zephyr Valley, and even fewer had obtained a swift, jagged blade. If the rare weapon were to be sold, it would cost more than 2 million. So, if Han-san could score a beast soul of a swift mantis, there would be no need to sell mutant creature flesh anymore. The closer Han-san got to Zephyr Valley, the fewer people he could see. Around the valley, there was no human activity at all. Han-san did not dare to go too deep, so he found a hidden place and summoned the sacred blood black beetle beast soul to cover himself in the golden armor. Taking a deep breath, he sneaked towards Zephyr Valley. Han-san did not dare to go too fast. The valley was covered with trees and wild grass as tall as a man. As the trees and grass swung with the wind, it was difficult to spot any swift mantis that might be hiding there. Even momentary carelessness could lead to broken bones from a mantis attack. Suddenly, Han-san saw something green, about a foot long, sticking to the grass like a leaf. If he didn't look closely, he would have thought it was part of the grass and would have never imagined it to be a swift mantis that could split a human skull with a single blow. Its pair of sickle-like, jagged forelegs were even longer than its body. Dark green in color, the forelegs were covered in a metal sheen and were nothing like its fragile body. The rigidity of the forelegs was definitely comparable to the most advanced alpha alloy. Han-san was lucky that he found the swift mantis before it saw him. Moving towards it, he calculated the nearest he could get to it before being noticed by the swift mantis. When he was about 6 feet away from the swift mantis, Han-san did not dare to go any farther, fearing he might lose the opportunity to attack by stealth. Tightly holding the dagger in his hand, Han-san rushed out from the grass and cut at the swift mantis' waist in a fast and ruthless strike. But Han-san had still underestimated the speed and responsiveness of the swift mantis. It had noticed his presence the moment he rushed out. All of a sudden, it rose into the air, gliding with wings spread towards Han-san in a truly swift move. Its forelegs had cut him in the head before he could even react. Han-san subconsciously stepped back in shock, yet the mantis' forelegs still hit his head. With a sound of metal clashing, Han-san felt only slight discomfort, as if his head were hit by a stone. And there was not even a scratch on the sacred blood beast soul armor. Filled with ecstasy, Han-san seized the opportunity to cut into the slim waist of the swift mantis in front of him with a fierce stab. The swift mantis was cut into 2 halves, green mantis blood splashing him wet all over. Han-san didn't care at all and listened to the strange voice in his head blissfully. Primitive creature swift mantis killed. No beast soul gained. Eat the swift mantis to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points randomly. Touching his helmet where the swift mantis cut to feel it was still smooth, Han-san thought to himself in excitement. Haha, the armor is everything. With my armor, I could kill whatever I want to kill and no one could ever hurt me. I wouldn't even fear mutant creatures. Han-san suddenly gained courage and stopped hiding. He marched to Zephyr Valley and alerted several swift mantises to attack, but they couldn't hurt him at all by cutting his armor. Han-san took the opportunity to kill them all, each with 1 stab. Primitive creature swift mantis killed. No beast soul gained. Eat the swift mantis to gain 0 to 10 points randomly. Primitive creature swift mantis killed. The voice continuously sounded in his mind, adding to his thrill. He stabbed his way through the valley and killed more 20 mantises in succession. Su Xiaoqiao was on his way to Zephyr Valley as well, quietly mulling over his own bad luck. His parents were the owners of an interstellar conglomerate and were considered both distinguished and aristocrats. He, however, was randomly assigned to Steel Armor Shelter, where he had no friends or even acquaintances. To get an aristocratic title, Su Xiaoqiao could only choose to follow Qin Xian in order to max out on mutant geno points and become an evolver. There were 2 types of titles in Levo Interstellar Alliance. One was distinguished. Once one became a surpasser, one could be certified as distinguished. The other was an aristocratic. If one could evolve with 100 mutant or more advanced genopoints, one could be certified as an aristocrat. Either title involved a lot of benefits in the Alliance, and most importantly, they were a symbol of social status. Today in the Alliance, people were more and more snobby. People from the upper class wouldn't even talk to someone without a title, even when doing business. Advanced titles like Sacred Blood Aristocrat were beyond Su Xiaoqiao's dreams. All he wanted was to gain the title of Ordinary Aristocrat by maxing out on mutant genopoints and completing an evolution. However, to get 100 mutant genopoints was still too difficult for him on his own. He did bring a lot of money to Steel Armor Shelter, but money could only buy ordinary and primitive creature flesh, as very few people would sell mutant creatures. Only people who aimed to max out on sacred genopoints like Qin Xian would sometimes sell the mutant creature flesh they had. However, it wasn't money that she wanted, but loyalty and service. Su Xiaoqiao was now running errands for Qin Xian, exploring the places less known to people and looking for traces of sacred blood and mutant creatures to gather information for her. With the information, she could then gather a team to hunt down these creatures, and the team members would get mutant creature flesh in return. Su Xiaoqiao had been exploring for a month and found no traces of mutant creatures, not to mention sacred blood ones. Running out of supplies, he had to return to Steel Armor Shelter. When he passed Zephyr Valley, he thought there might be mutant creatures around, as the area was so sparsely populated. After he sneaked in the valley, he felt something strange. He didn't see any swift mantises, not even one. A mile into the valley, all he saw were some messy traces on the ground. Someone must have wiped out the swift mantises. Fist Guy or Son of Heaven? No. Although there are signs of fighting, there should be more damage if it were a group of people. Surprised, Su Xiaoqiao sped into the valley, wondering what had happened. As he expected, there were many green blood stains from swift mantises along the way. He followed the blood stains and turned a corner. What he saw stopped him in his tracks, appalled. Next to the piled bodies of swift mantises stood a golden figure. In the sun, the figure looked like a robot in gold cast armor. Brother, you killed all these swift mantises? Su Xiaoqiao saw no one except for the guy in golden armor. The dead mantises were still bleeding, so they couldn't have been dead for long. Su Xiaoqiao couldn't believe that someone was able to kill so many mantises in such a short amount of time. Although the swift mantis was only a primitive creature, considering the sharpness of its forelegs and its speed, even those who had maxed out on primitive genopoints didn't dare to provoke it. After all, there were too many weak spots on human body, and no one wanted to risk losing his life or getting severely injured from a mantis cut. There were at least 3 dozen dead swift mantises on the ground. Even Qin Xian would need some helping hands to achieve this. Su Xiaoqiao wouldn't believe that someone could have done it alone. Want some? 1,000 levo dollars each. Han Sun was just considering what to do with the mantises. He was on a killing spree and forgot the fact that there was no way he could eat so much mantis meat. And even if he could eat them all, only the first few could gain him geno points. 1,000 each? Are you sure? Su Xiaoqiao looked at him, surprised. Although many people were able to hunt primitive creatures, they were in short supply, especially the ones that most people had never eaten, like swift mantis. After all, people's energy was limited, and there was a limit to how many geno points the meat from the same type of creature could offer. Only by eating the flesh of a variety of creatures could one keep collecting geno points. Those who were relatively well off would all be willing to pay for the creatures they hadn't eaten yet in order to be able to quickly max out on their primitive geno points. Therefore, the primitive creatures that were easy to kill could bring a few hundred each, while the ones that were difficult to hunt, such as the swift mantis, could sell for 2,000 or 3,000 each and still be in short supply. Su Xiaoqiao calculated and figured that he could double or triple the price if he could transport these mantis bodies back. Yes, 1,000 levo dollars each. Han Sun nodded. It wasn't that Han Sun did not know what the mantises were worth. Without a car or other tools, there was simply no way he could move all these bodies back on his own. And if he left now, the bodies might be stolen when he returned. Moreover, Han Sun did not want to waste his time and energy on this. He had more important things to do, and he could take some loss of the profits. As the wholesaler, he had to leave some profit to the retailer. Sure, I'll take them all. How many are there? Su Xiaoqiao was on board. The swift mantises could bring him more than money. Primitive creatures like the swift mantis that ordinary people couldn't easily access would make great gifts. No one could refuse such a nice offer, as long as they hadn't maxed out on primitive geno points. A total of 43. I'll give you a discount and charge only 40,000. Han-sun was just casually asking and did not expect this ordinary-looking guy to be so rich that he could buy them all. Su Xiaoqiao took out his wallet and pulled out 10 $10,000 notes. Brother, I'll give you 50,000 for these mantises. The other 50,000 is a down payment for whatever good stuff you may have in the future. I'll always give you a good price and would pay even higher for mutant creature flesh. 100,000 was a small amount for Su Xiaoqiao. It would even cost him as much to buy someone a fancy dinner. This person was so badass that he killed all these mantises on his own, so it was highly likely that he could hunt mutant creatures too. If it was possible to purchase mutant creature flesh from him, a few $100 million was nothing. Couldn't tell you were rich. Han-sun took the money and said bluntly, looking at Xiaoqiao slightly surprised. In all honesty, money is all I have. If you have mutant creature flesh to sell, do let me know. The price is definitely not a problem, Su Xiaoqiao boasted, afraid that he might lose this great opportunity. Great. What's your name and address? I will come and find you if I have something. Han-sun appreciated Xiaoqiao's generosity and thought he might be an ideal buyer for the mutant creature he planned to produce using the black crystal. After all, the black crystal had to remain a secret. Selling the creature to one person was much better than selling it in the market in front of everyone. And he didn't even need to worry about the price since Xiaoqiao was incredibly rich. Brother, my name is Su Xiaoqiao, and that's my real name. My room number at Steel Armor Shelter is 1046. How about you? What's your name and where do you live? Su Xiaoqiao said. $. That's the only thing I care about. Prepare some money, and I'll go to room 1046 once I have something. Han-sun put the money into his pocket, waved goodbye to Xiaoqiao, and left Zephyr Valley. Having been through his father's death, Han-sun did not want to have too many exchanges with others. He just wanted to take care of his mother and sister and do his own thing. Other people or things didn't really affect him. Brother, I'll wait for you. You must come. Remember, the price is definitely not a problem. Su Xiaoqiao shouted at the back of Han-sun while waving his hand. After Han-sun left, Su Xiaoqiao couldn't help but call out, "How could I get these back?" Su Xiaoqiao thought for a while and decided to carry some back in a bag and ask some friends to help him carry the rest. Fortunately, there were almost no humans in Zahir Valley. When Su Xiaoqiao came back with friends, all the bodies were still there. Xiaoqiao, is it true that Dollar killed all these swift mantises? Su Xiaoqiao's friends looked wide-eyed at the pile of mantis bodies. Of course, although I did not see him hunting, there was no one else in Zephyr Valley at the time and the mantises had just died. Who else could it be? Su Xiaoqiao said. I think it must be a gang of people that killed these swift mantises and others must have left him to deal with the bodies. I don't believe one person could kill so many mantises. He must be bragging. He was definitely bragging. None of Su Xiaoqiao's friends believed Han-sun killed the swift mantises alone. Nyoibo Studio. Nyoibo Studio. Note: for English readers easily understanding the meaning of the word, Han-sun didn't go back to Steel Armor Shelter after leaving Zephyr Valley. In a flash, he killed every swift mantis in a frenzy so that there were none left. Well, I'll just go hunt a copper-toothed beast. There are plenty of them near Steel Armor Shelter, and there is a high chance of catching a mutant copper-toothed beast, so it wouldn't seem too suspicious if I were to produce a mutant one using the crystal. Han-sun found a habitat of copper-toothed beasts and wanted to catch one that was alone. Only able to find a small group of copper-toothed beasts, Han-sun went ahead and killed all of them but one, taking advantage of his tough armor. Primitive creature copper-toothed beast killed. No beast soul gained. Eat the flesh of copper-toothed beast to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points randomly. Primitive creature copper-toothed beast killed. Primitive beast soul of copper-toothed beast gained. Eat the flesh of copper-toothed beast to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points randomly. Han-sun's eyes widened in surprise. The 43 swift mantises and thousands of ordinary creatures he had killed didn't render a single beast soul. Now he had killed only 2 copper-toothed beasts and gained a beast soul. To get a beast soul requires pure luck. Han-sun was filled with joy. Although it was common, the beast soul of a copper-toothed beast was quite nice to have. The copper-toothed beast was one of the weakest among all primitive creatures, but its beast soul was popular. Han-sun summoned the new beast soul and a porcupine-like shadow with bronze fangs shifted into a bronze crescent spear in his hand. The crescent spear had a bronzy sheen and a menacing look with its crescent-shaped spearhead. Type of primitive beast soul of copper-toothed beast. Weapon. Han Sun played with the spear for a while, looking quite fierce. He was taught basic spear skills at school. Han Sun was interested in all kinds of weapons, so he learned well. Han Sun put away his spear before he grabbed the living copper-toothed beast and went back. On his way back, he found a lonely spot to remove his armor. Looking like himself again, Han Sun went back to Steel Armor Shelter, carrying the knocked-out and tied-up copper-toothed beast on his shoulder. At the gate of the shelter, a gang of about a dozen people were marching out, all riding on different tall beast soul mounts, headed by a man wearing steel armor and carrying a blood-red sword on his back. The man was riding a triceratops-like beast soul mount, looking mighty and majestic, attracting envious glances from all around. In Steel Armor Shelter, there are 3 outstanding persons who aim to complete evolution by maxing out on sacred geno points. This man, Son of Heaven, was one of them. Han Sun didn't know his real name and identity, but he was definitely a king in Steel Armor Shelter. Carrying the copper-toothed beast, Han Sun stepped aside to let the gang pass. However, Son of Heaven stopped his mount when passing by him. Crack! Son of Heaven looked at Han Sun and slashed him on the shoulder with a leather whip. The copper-toothed beast fell on the ground, and Han Sun's clothes were ripped apart. A wound started to swell on his shoulder and back. Who had the nerve to sell you this primitive creature? Son of Heaven asked in a cold tone, looking down at him condescendingly. In Steel Armor Shelter, everyone knew that Son of Heaven was wooing Qin Xian. Ass Freak, who stabbed Qin Xian in the rear, naturally became his enemy. He was also one of the reasons why Han Sun was miserable. When learning Qin Xian was stabbed, Son of Heaven not only had Han Sun beaten up, but also let everyone know that whoever would dare to do business with Han would become his enemy for life. I hunted it myself. Han Sun stared back coldly, fist clenched but standing still. Not only had Son of Heaven gained a lot of geno points, but he also had collected many beast souls. Since he had help from his gang, Han Sun wouldn't be able to touch the guy even with his best effort. Even with his sacred blood armor, he would be beaten to death before he approached Son of Heaven. God's sanctuary was different from the Alliance in that there was no law at all. Power was everything. Han Sun would only die in vain. Plus, Son of Heaven was said to be of prominent origin in the Alliance. Even if Han Sun were killed by him in the Alliance, Son of Heaven might not be subject to legal sanctions. Han Sun was not afraid of death. But if he died, what about his mother and sister? If I find out that someone dares to sell to you, I'll make sure you both die in pain. Son of Heaven looked around and rode away. As Freak, don't make trouble, or else I don't mind teaching you another lesson. Luo Tianyang smirked at Han Sun before following the gang on a black wildebeest. Luo Tianyang, a henchman and old acquaintance in the alliance of Son of Heaven, was one of those whom he sent to beat Han Sun up. Han Sun watched the gang going away with fire burning in his eyes. He picked up the copper-toothed beast quietly and walked towards Steel Armor Shelter, with everyone watching him with derision. Stronger. I need to become stronger. With scorching anger in his chest, Han Sun knew he was far too weak to fight the gang on his own. The black crystal, however, was his biggest opportunity. Son of Heaven, just get rid of him for good, Luo Tianyang said coldly. Son of Heaven smiled and said, Qin Xian is a stubborn girl. She doesn't like people to intervene in her business. Since she did not kill Han Sun, she might be upset if I did. What an unwise woman, another henchman of Son of Heaven, Peerless Sword, said. It's her honor that you, bro, would chase her while she just puts on airs. If it weren't for you, I would have killed her already. Don't put Qin Xian down. She is quite something in both God's sanctuary and the Alliance. If she becomes mine, it will be a huge advantage to me. Son of Heaven said grimly. End of discussion. We need to get to Sunset Slope before Fist Guy's gang. That sacred blood creature has to be ours. Han Sun returned to his room, tied the copper-toothed beast to a cage, and put the black crystal in front of it. The beast gobbled up the black crystal greedily. After an entire day, Han Sun noticed some changes to the copper-toothed beast. Its fur had been gray-black like a wild boar, and its fangs had been bronze. Now its fur also started to show a bit of bronze luster, and the fangs had become brighter in color. However, this was not a true mutant copper-toothed beast, which ought to look like a bronze statue. Although this one did show some bronze luster, it was still quite different from a mutant one. It seems that the evolution from a primitive creature to a mutant creature is a more complex process than from ordinary to primitive, so it requires more time than one day, Han Sen pondered. After more than 2 days, its bronze color thickened, but the copper-toothed beast still didn't look like it was going to evolve anytime soon. Han Sen had to let the beast evolve at its own pace, and go kill some primitive creatures for money. Plus, he could also use some primitive geno points. Even if one didn't choose to use the primitive geno points to complete evolution, the more primitive geno points one gained, the stronger the body would become. And the same went for ordinary and mutant geno points. If one could max out on ordinary, primitive, and mutant geno points, one's physical conditions would still be far beyond the average level, even without evolution. With the Black Crystal, it wouldn't be difficult for Han Sen to max out on all 4 types of geno points. At the moment, he wanted to max out on the other 3 before he focused on sacred geno points. Han Sen left his room and walked into the shelter, feeling slightly different. Today the streets seemed to be a lot less crowded than usual. What's going on? Han Sen walked past the plaza and found fewer stalls there than usual as well. People there were all whispering something to each other. Han Sen listened for a while and started to figure out what had happened. A few days ago, someone had spotted a new sacred blood creature near the sunset slope. Somehow the 3 gangs in Steel Armor Shelter all found out about it and gathered at the slope, but the outcome was terrible. The sacred blood creature ran free while a lot of men were killed. Today, Qin Xian, Son of Heaven, and Fist Guy had reached an agreement to hunt the sacred blood creature together. They also recruited a lot of lone wolves and smaller groups, forming the largest campaign in Steel Armor Shelter in recent years. The 3 gangs were determined to kill this creature. Han Sen suddenly had an idea, so he turned around and ran out of the city. When there was no one around, he summoned the Black Beetle Beast Soul and covered himself in armor. After running for 2 hours, he came to a stone hill west of Sunset Slope. Having finally climbed to the top of the hill, Han Sen took a look in the direction of Sunset Slope. Among thousands of people fighting and yelling, there was a monster with the head of a cow, the upper body of a human, and the lower body of a horse. It was holding a double-edged golden axe and pushing its way through the crowd. No one could withstand the fierce blow of its axe. Han Sen happened to see the monster swinging the axe at Son of Heaven, who even had his blood-red sword. Son of Heaven did not dare to block the axe. He stepped on his own mount and leaped back a few feet. Roar! The monster's double-edged axe hit the Triceratops-like beast soul mount and split it in 2 halves. That broke Son of Heaven's heart. A mutant beast soul mount was very rare, with the same value as a small interstellar spaceship. How is this sacred blood creature so strong? Han Sen was shocked. The sacred blood creature ran and killed thousands of people in a flash, and no one was able to fight back. Even people as strong as Qin Xian, Son of Heaven, and Fist Guy didn't dare to engage in a frontal attack. Hit by all sorts of alloy arrows and beast soul arrows, the monster still didn't even get a scratch. When it swung the axe, no one could get close. Such a mighty creature corresponded to Han Sen's impression of a sacred blood creature. The sacred blood black beetle he killed was way too weak compared to this monster. It was only a little stronger than an ordinary black beetle and didn't even feel like a sacred blood creature. People were expecting to trap the sacred blood creature, but now a key buffer was lost as the mount of Son of Heaven was killed. The sacred blood creature was charging madly, waving the golden double-edged axe and leaving screams, blood, and limbs behind. It took it only moments to rush out of the siege to the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, it even smugly turned around and stood on its back legs, mooing like a cow before it ran into the mountain. #K. It wants to escape. Son of Heaven furiously summoned a green eagle-shaped beast soul, which turned into a green iron bow in his hand. Then he summoned a fiery beast soul in the shape of a giant 6-winged wasp as his arrow. Seeing the arrow, Qin Xian and Fist Guy exclaimed, "A sacred blood beast soul of a 6-winged wasp." They had joined force with Son of Heaven in hunting the sacred blood 6-winged wasp. Son of Heaven was the one who had launched the final blow. They just didn't expect him to be so lucky to have gained its beast soul. There were less than 10 beast souls known to people in the entire Steel Armor Shelter, and many were left by those who already had evolved and gone to Second God's Sanctuary. Son of Heaven, stop. It's a beast soul that can only be used once. If you fail to kill it, Luo Tianyang wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Son of Heaven had already shot the sacred blood beast soul arrow with a full draw. The arrow turned into a red lightning bolt flying towards the sacred blood creature. Bang! The sacred blood creature felt the imminent danger and turned around. The wasp arrow shot into its chest and exploded, bursting open its flesh. The monster fell to the ground, losing its vitality as its internal organs and blood sprayed out. How dare you kill my mount? There is no way I'd let you live after doing that. Son of Heaven yelled loftily, standing like a king, leaving everyone in shock. While proud to see the crowd being impressed, including Qin Xian, Son of Heaven suddenly saw a green shadow shooting down from the sky into the dying sacred blood creature and ended its life. A golden figure immediately rushed down from the stone hill nearby and approached the sacred blood creature. Lifting the golden double-edged axe to his shoulder, the mysterious figure ran towards the mountain in a flash. Su Xiaoqiao recognized Han Sen's unique golden armor in no time and called out loud. Han Sen was hiding on the stone hill when the sacred blood creature charged in his direction. As he was deciding whether to retreat, he saw Son of Heaven shoot down the sacred blood creature. Anger surged and Han Sen rushed down the stone hill while summoning the bronze crescent spear. He shot the spear at the monster and hit it in the wounded chest, killing the dying creature. Sacred blood bloody slayer killed. Sacred blood beast soul bloody slayer gained. Eat the flesh of bloody slayer to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. The voice in the back of his head brought him intense joy. He had just gained another sacred blood beast soul. His luck was too good to believe. However, Han Sen did not have time to celebrate. The body of the bloody slayer was too large for him to take away, but what he could take away was the giant golden axe. The creatures in God's sanctuary could produce certain treasures through special means. People called these treasures gears. Although gears were just like solid items and could not be summoned like beast souls, they could perform as well as beast souls if they were produced by advanced creatures. The bloody slayer was peerless when holding the golden axe, and the axe could easily break normal beast soul weapons and beast soul mounts, so it proved to be an excellent sacred blood gear. Han Sen's goal was to get the golden axe, and the beast soul of bloody slayer was completely unexpected loot. Watching Han Sen running on the mountain with the golden axe, everyone was stunned. Motherf * #Kerr. Son of Heaven let out a raging roar when he realized what had happened. With a black wildebeest summoned as his mount, he rode madly in Han Sen's direction. Behind him, his gang all raced off on their own mounts to chase Han Sen, roaring and rebuking him. Han Sen did not expect the golden axe to be so terribly heavy. With 8 sacred geno points, he was already a lot stronger than before, yet he could still barely walk with the axe, not to mention run. The bloody slayer made it seem so light. How could I run off with such a heavy weapon? Hansen looked back and could already see Son of Heaven and his gang only half a mile from him. Although it was too heavy to carry, Han Sen would never leave behind such an excellent sacred blood gear. He suddenly thought of his newly gained beast soul of the bloody slayer, took a look at it, and suddenly cheered up. Type of sacred blood bloody slayer's beast soul, shape-shifting. Without thinking, Han Sen summoned the beast soul of bloody slayer, and a majestic shadow galloped out, looking just like the monster, only missing the giant axe. The beast soul ran towards Han Sen and was instantly integrated with him. His body was transformed into a bloody slayer, and the black beetle armor changed its shape accordingly, still fully covering Han Sen's body as a bloody slayer. After all, beast soul armor was not as rigid as man-made ones and could change according to the shape of the body. After shape-shifting, Han Sen felt so energetic that the golden axe was now nothing to him. Running with 4 hoofs, he also became incredibly fast. Han Sen surged up the mountain at full speed and disappeared, far outpacing the gang. Everyone was speechless, as everything happened so fast. Many smirked as they watched Son of Heaven and others who were still chasing Han Sr. *T. Who was that guy? He's got some nerve jumping into the boiling pot. And what loot? In addition to the golden axe, he gained a sacred blood beast soul. Can you imagine how much it must be worth? You think you could buy a sacred blood beast soul just with money? Haha, Son of Heaven must be so mad. A sacred blood beast soul. It would have been his, but was taken away. The arrow he used seemed like a one-off sacred blood beast soul. And what did he get in return for such investment? LOL. I'm just afraid Son of Heaven will lose his mind. Didn't expect there to be a sacred blood beast soul. How lucky that guy is. He could never have killed the monster alone. And a dozen sacred blood creatures may not even render a single beast soul. It just happened that he gained everything with the last hit. Who was that guy indeed? Is there such a person in Steel Armor Shelter? I heard someone call him Doll, but not sure. Doll? Interesting name. After less than an hour, Son of Heaven returned gloomily with his gang. But people already knew it was impossible to find someone on the winding mountain trails. Son of Heaven immediately questioned Su Xiaoqiao when he got back. His exclamation dollar had been a mistake. Su Xiaoqiao had no choice but to tell him everything about how he met Han San, which wasn't very helpful since all he had was a name, Dollar. Son of Heaven didn't fully believe him, but couldn't do much as Su Xiaoqiao was in Qin Xian's gang. He bitterly led his gang back to Steel Armor Shelter and locked down the shelter, swearing to find Dollar and cut him into pieces. Most people did not learn the name Dollar, while Doll became popular. For a while, Doll, Son of Heaven, Sacred Blood Creature, and Sacred Blood Beast Soul became the most popular topics in Steel Armor Shelter. Han San was digging a pit at the foot of the mountain, planning to bury the giant golden axe there. Although he escaped the manhunt of Son of Heaven by shape-shifting into the Bloodslayer, there was a limit to how long he could shape-shift. As one of the most powerful beast soul types, shape-shifting beast souls could directly impart significant changes to a human body, which could be unbearable for those with weak genes. The stronger the creature one wanted to shape-shift into, the more geno points and bodies were needed. In general, for primitive beast souls, the number of minutes the body could withstand the shape-shifting was equal to the number of primitive geno points gained. In addition, one mutant geno point could support 10 minutes of shape-shifting with primitive beast souls, and in turn, 10 primitive geno points could support 1 minute of shape-shifting with mutant beast souls. Now Han San had 8 sacred geno points, which could last him only 8 minutes for shape-shifting as a Bloodslayer. Even counting the ordinary, primitive, and mutant genes he had gained altogether, he could shapeshift for less than 10 minutes. It was enough for escaping, but if he were to fight a gang of people, he could only kill 1 or 2 before his time was up. No one could see a sacred blood beast soul if it wasn't summoned, yet the golden axe could not be turned invisible. The person he mainly had offended was Son of Heaven, yet the campaign was a joint one, and the axe should have been the mutual gain of all 3 gangs. Hence, Han San had pissed off all of them and could only bury the axe in that spot for the time being. If I could sell the giant golden axe, it should easily bring at least 2 million. Han San was still excited after burying the axe. A sacred blood gear was not as valuable as a sacred blood beast soul, but still considered almost priceless. If he could sell it, 2 million would be a small amount. As for the sacred blood beast soul, Han San had not even thought of selling. This was the bedrock of his survival and success in God's sanctuary, and it would be like killing the goose that lays the golden egg if he were to sell it. Returning to Steel Armor Shelter, he saw Luo Tianyang guarding the gate with others. Everyone who tried to enter the shelter was interrogated. Can you even see what beast souls I have? Han San had no fear as he had already buried the golden axe. A young man at the gate stopped him and wanted to do a body search on him, while Luo Tianyang said, "Why waste any time on that scumbag? How is it even possible that he would be Dollar?" #K off. The young man pushed Han San away and turned to search other people. Han San looked at Luo Tianyang with a sneer and went into the shelter. Everyone in the street was talking about what had happened at Sunset Slope. Listening to people calling him Doll, Han San thought, "Damn Su Xiaoqiao. Who told you to call me Doll?" He was happy to know that Son of Heaven was furious and strode back to his room. In another room, Su Xiaoqiao stood in front of Qin Xian, almost in tears. "Xian, you need to believe me. I've told you everything I know. I really did not know Dollar, but only saw him once in Zephyr Valley and bought some swift mantises from him, which I gave to my bros as gifts. Just ask around if you don't believe me. They even helped carry the mantises back from the valley. I am not blaming you. I just want you to contact Dollar. Tell him I am willing to buy his sacred blood beast soul and gear, and ask him how much he wants," Qin Xian said quietly. "But I really do not know where he is," Su Xiaoqiao said sadly. "Then go find him. Don't let anyone know about this, and go look for him secretly. If you manage the task, I'll reward you." Qin Xian showed Su Xiaoqiao out after she gave the order, not waiting for his reply. After he left, Qin Xian frowned to herself. Who could Dollar be? Is he someone in Fist Guy's gang? Or was the whole thing orchestrated by Son of Heaven? If he really is on his own, can I get him on my side? If I can't, it would also be nice to purchase the Sacred Blood Beast soul and gear. Almost at the same time, Fist Guy sent his men to look for Dollar in secret, trying to buy the Sacred Blood Beast soul and gear from him. Although it was a joint action, the only one who suffered a loss was Son of Heaven. If it had not been for his Sacred Blood Wasp arrow, the Bloody Slayer would have run away and there would have been nothing for Qin Xin and Fist Guy. Now they could share some flesh of the Bloody Slayer, so it had gone well for them. However, Son of Heaven lost a mutant beast soul mount and a Sacred Blood Wasp arrow, while being robbed of the Sacred Blood Beast soul and gear. Anyone in his place would have been exasperated. The entire steel armor shelter was looking for Dollar, yet no one connected him to Ass Freak. Son of Heaven also put a price on his head, and even offered to pay a reward for any substantive information. The price was so good that even Han Sun wanted to offer himself for the reward. Primitive green-scaled beast flesh eaten. 1 primitive geno point gained. Han Sun squatted in the bushes, watching a deep pond near him while chewing meat jerky made from the green-scaled beast. Up until this point, he had gained 91 ordinary geno points, 26 primitive geno points, 0 mutant geno points, and 8 sacred geno points. The copper-toothed beast was still slowly evolving, so Han Sun could only go out to hunt some primitive creatures, hoping to gain more primitive geno points. Because the black beetle armor would draw too much attention, he could only go deep into the mountains where nobody goes, fearing that Son of Heaven would know where he was. Fortunately, God's sanctuary was so vast that there were many places where humans had never set foot, so it was rather easy for Han Sun to disappear. While staring at the deep pond, Han Sun suddenly heard a distant voice of a man and immediately tensed up. Soon, Han Sun saw a young man walking towards the pond in ragged clothes. He was covered with cuts and bruises all over and looked extremely tired. "Friend, there are iron-toothed crocodiles in the pool." Han Sun came out of the bushes and cried from afar. He meant well in warning the young man, but was also afraid that he might alert the crocodiles that he wanted to hunt. This young man looked very tired and seriously injured. If he drank from the pond without knowing the crocodiles were there, he could have gotten killed by the iron-toothed crocodiles hiding under the water. The young man saw Han Sun and became ecstatic. "What is this place? And how do I get to Glory Shelter?" he asked, staring at Han Sr. "Glory Shelter?" Han Sun hesitated, looking at the young man strangely. "We are in Teaks Mountains north of Steel Armor Shelter, and I do not know where the Glory Shelter you mentioned is. I have come so far that I'm now in the territory of another shelter," the young man whispered to himself, looked up at Han Sun, and said with an almost commanding tone, "Take me to the shelter." Han Sun frowned, as the tone of the young man wasn't very polite. Quietly he said, "You go south from here. If you don't walk too slowly, you can reach the shelter before dark. I have to hunt, so I can't accompany you." Han Sun was preparing to go back into the grass, not expecting the young man to suddenly hit him in the back. Losing balance and falling to the ground, Han Sun knocked his head on a rock and started to bleed. "What are you doing?" Han Sun covered his wound and stood up, glaring at the young man. "All I want is obedience, not bulls *#T. Take me to the shelter." The young man looked at Han Sun coldly. *#KU. Han Sun summoned his bronze crescent spear and poked it at him. Rubbish basic spear skills taught in integrated compulsory education. Even though my beast souls were all ruined on the way here, scum like you can't compare to me. The young man looked at Han Sun contemptuously, raised one palm, and slashed it at Han Sun's spear. The young man's hands looked nothing like hands of a man, but rather like they were sculpted out of a whole piece of white jade, giving off an incredible sheen. Crack! The beast's soul spear was cut in half by his palm as easily as a steel knife cutting through wood. Hyper Geno Art. With only half of the spear in his hand, Han Sun was horrified. Science and technology were of no use in God's sanctuary, but ancient martial arts played an unexpectedly important role. With all the Geno points gained, humans were able to perform some mythical ancient martial arts in the real world. Nonetheless, it wasn't the so-called chi but the power of genes that powered the ancient martial arts. So, the more Geno points gained, the more effective ancient martial arts would be. The research showed that ancient martial arts could stimulate and bring out the potential of genes, offering extraordinary power to mankind. A new type of martial arts was developed called hyper-Geno arts. Hypergeno arts were deeply rooted in ancient martial arts, full of mysteries that couldn't be explained by science. Their practice methods were mostly monopolized by the upper class. The most advanced hypergeno arts were the least accessible. For those who graduated from a public school of integrated compulsory education like Han's son, hypergeno arts were never an option. Only the advanced schools would teach basic hypergeno arts. If the process of gaining geno points was compared to turning mud into steel, then hypergeno arts could decide whether the steel was to be made into knives and guns or simply left as a piece of metal. Acquiring genes to make the body evolve was merely acquiring the material, while hypergeno arts taught one to use the material effectively. You know a lot for the scum you are. The young man looked at Han's son indifferently. This is your last chance. Lead the way or die. Again, he raised the jade-like palm as if he was an executioner about to perform his duty. If Han's son didn't comply, he would cut his head off. Kiss my ass. Han's son summoned the black beetle armor and covered himself, kicking the young man with a leg sweep. You asked for it. The young man's face darkened, his jade-like palm chopping towards Han Sen's leg. Clank. Han Sen's leg was knocked away, and there was a white mark on the golden armor. The young man was also forced to step back from Han Sen's kick. Surprised, he looked greedily at Han Sen's armor. It didn't break under my jade skin. Must be sacred blood beast soul armor then. A scum like you having such a nice thing is just a gift sent from heaven. Hand over your armor, and I'll spare your life. Han's son turned around and launched another kick in rage. The young man grabbed Han Sen's leg and twisted it, wrestled him down, and came down hard on his back with a knee. Ah! Han's son uttered a scream, feeling his spine about to break. Scum is always scum, even with a sacred blood beast soul. The young man, named Xuanhuan, continuously hit Han's son on the back of head, knocking his head into a rock. He cried ferociously, "Surrender the sacred blood, beast soul. It's not meant for scum like you." Asshole. Han Sen's blood was burning. He suddenly raised his head and butted Xuanhuan's face with his helmet. Blood splashed from Xuanhuan's nose. He covered his nose and backed off. Han Sen regained freedom and immediately summoned the Bloody Slayer. The moment he turned into the monstrous figure, he threw himself at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan kept chopping at Han's son, while Han's son ignored all the attacks from his tough hands and held him down tightly, the cow-shaped head knocking on his head. Who is scum? Who the F*** #K is scum? Han's son knocked madly on Xuanhuan's head over and over again. While Xuanhuan was struggling to kick Han's son, the latter ignored him and rammed his face with the cow head. It didn't take long before Xuanhuan's body went limp. When Han Sen finally calmed down, he was already dead, with his face smashed in like a hunk of meat. With the body of a bloody slayer and sacred blood beast soul armor, even those who practiced hypergeno arts couldn't resist such brutal impact. Han's son let go of the body, and Xuanhuan fell to the floor like a pool of mud. Having dismissed the beast souls, Han's son felt a severe pain. It was hurting so much in a few spots that it felt like his bones were broken. Han's son dreaded to think what could have happened. He was injured so badly, even with the shape-shifting and armor. Xuanhuan's hypergeno art was really quite something. If he had the same beast souls, Han's son wouldn't be a match for him. Looking at the dead body, Han's son hesitated and then searched the body. There was a wallet, with no cash but several crystal credit cards in it, deluxe ones with high credit lines. He also found a memory chip. After some thought, Han's son destroyed the wallet and credit cards and threw them, along with the dead body, into the deep pond, while keeping the memory chip. Several iron-toothed crocodiles emerged from the water and snapped at the dead body. Soon even the bones were gone. Han's son was relieved and turned away. Too injured to keep hunting, Han's son returned to Steel Armor Shelter, enduring the pain. The gang of Son of Heaven were still looking for Dollar, and the bounty had been raised. Unfortunately, no one had any interaction with Han's son, so no one would know Dollar was actually Ass Freak. People were still talking about Dollar on the streets. Han's son went all the way back to his room and checked out the copper-toothed beast, which had turned bronze in most parts. Although the shade was still lighter than a true mutant copper-toothed beast, it probably would take more time for the evolution to complete. Teleporting out of God's sanctuary, Han's son went to see a doctor. Multiple fractures of the bone were diagnosed, and it took the doctor a long time to fix all of them. Fortunately, Han's son still had the 10,000 he earned from Su Xiaoqiao, or else he wouldn't even have been able to afford the medical bills. Back home from the hospital, Han-sun closed the door and inserted the memory chip into a smart gadget, trying to find out Xuanhuan's identity. Able to cross the mountains and swamps to reach Steel Armor Shelter, and having practiced a hyper-geno art that looked very advanced, Xuanhuan would be a formidable opponent if he still had his beast souls with him and had not been injured. The smart gadget displayed the contents of the memory chip, and Han-sun only had to look for a while before he became wild with joy. Hyper-geno arts. It's a tutorial for hyper-geno arts. Han-sun almost laughed out loud. The hologram stored in the chip was a naked woman making odd movements while reciting arcane incantations. With each movement, she would also give some explanation. Although the woman was extremely beautiful, Han-sun was completely attracted to what she was talking about and had no other thoughts. Jade skin. Isn't this the hypo-geno art used by Xuanhuan? Han-sun had seen the power of jade skin when Xuanhuan used it and became even more happy. Having locked himself in the room for 48 hours, Han-sun finally memorized everything in the chip and destroyed it, as it could become a pitfall in the future. After watching the Jadeskin tutorial, Han-sun had a stronger sense that Xuanhuan must have been somebody significant. Han-sun began to practice Jadeskin as he was recovering. He had thought before about buying a tutorial of a hyper-geno art after he had earned some money. However, the ones that could be bought were all cheap, unlike Jadeskin, which he could tell was premium. Knowing that practicing Jadeskin might eventually expose him, Han-sun still decided to begin. If he missed Jadeskin, he might never have the opportunity to practice a premium hyper-geno art. Having practiced for several days, Han-sun felt his body had become cooler, and his body temperature was indeed 35 degrees Fahrenheit lower than normal. It was not a discomfort, but rather a refreshing feeling. Han-sun felt more fit, as if his body cells were full of energy. His body temperature didn't change further as he kept on practicing. Han-sun became more and more fit, and his skin more and more smooth. Han-sun, what have you been up to lately? It's been a while since we met. Let's hang out sometime. The hologram of a smiling, handsome, long-haired man about Han-sun's age popped out from the comlink. Where are we going? Han-sun was delighted to see Zhang Danfeng, the long-haired guy. They grew up together, and he was son of Mr. Zhang, the lawyer. Come out first. Han Hao and Xueshi are also with me, and we are almost there, Zhang Danfeng said. Sure. Han-sun nodded and went out the door. There was a small private jet parked outside, and Zhang Danfeng was waving to him from the driver's seat. Han-sun got in and saw a girl and a guy talking in the back seats. The girl named Xue, she was very pretty and gentle, and the guy was Han Hao, son of Han-sun's fat aunt. Han-sun's aunt was an aggressive woman, so Han Hao inherited her family name. The four young people had all grown up together. However, after Han-sun's father's accident, he could only go to integrated compulsory education, while the rest were in private schools. Han-sun nodded to Han Hao and Xueshi and sat in the co-pilot seat. Han Hao took a look at him and continued to talk to Xueshi, ignoring Han Sr. Xueshi, you should see it. Dollar just waved his hand and turned into a monster with horse legs, a human upper body, and a cow head in golden armor. Son of Heaven and his gang could do nothing but watch him gallop away. Han-sun was somewhat surprised to see Han Hao sputtering on. He did not know Han Hao was also randomly sent to the Steel Armor Shelter. Han Hao was 3 months younger than him, so he should have just had his birthday and gained access to God's sanctuary. For unknown reasons, if those under 16 were teleported, their bodies would suffer irreversible damage. So according to the Alliance laws, one must be 16 years old to be teleported to God's sanctuary, regardless of social status. Hey Frenzy, where are we going? Han-sun asked Zhang Danfeng. Although Zhang Danfeng was a good-looking man, he became crazy whenever he was in a fight, hence the nickname. Zhang Danfeng's face lit up. Starlight Martial Hall. My idol Tang Jinliu is going to be in an exhibition fight held there. He was the chosen last year, and his broadsword skills are so fierce. Zhang Danfeng was full of yearning. In this era where everyone was focused on evolution, stars no longer came from acting, singing, sports, and esports, but from fighting. In God's sanctuary, once every year the martial hall of each shelter would open at the same time, and those in the top 100 could have their names on the martial stele in the martial hall. The champions from each shelter would be eligible to compete among themselves. And the same happened in all 4 phases of God's sanctuary. The top 10 from each phase could have their names on the sacred stele, which was public to everyone in the same phase, and gain the title, the Chosen. and the 10 chosen would become the hottest stars of the year. In recent years, Qin Xian had always been the champion of steel armor shelter, but her name was never on the sacred steel, so she was never among the top 10 of First God's Sanctuary. Ranking number 5 last year, Tang Jinliu was known for his fierce broadsword skills. He was very popular among young people and even more well-liked than the top 4. He was paid as high as 10 million levo dollars for any exhibition match. Knowing his popularity, Han Sun was nevertheless shocked when he saw a full house at Starlight Martial Hall, which could accommodate more than 100,000 people. Many crazy fans were holding signs and calling out Tang Jinliu's name. When he appeared, a girl was so excited that she fainted. If I could have my name on the sacred steel like Tang Jinliu once in my life, then I'd know I've lived. Zhang Danfeng said admiringly. You will frenzy. Han Sun smiled and said, watching the young people around him going crazy for Tang Jinliu's appearance. It's so hard. I have entered God's sanctuary for 3 months already. Although I bought some primitive flesh and a primitive beast soul, it's still difficult for me to hunt any mutant creatures. If I could buy a mutant beast soul, it would be much easier. But even if I had the money, people wouldn't necessarily sell their mutant beast souls. Zhang Danfeng shook his head with a wry smile. Han Sun thought to himself regretfully, the only thing that could be brought from God's sanctuary to the real world was a beast soul, while it can only be used but not traded there. Otherwise, I could produce mutant creatures and would gain some mutant beast souls eventually, which could be really helpful to frenzy. Haha. Then I have better luck than you, Danfeng. I just entered God's sanctuary and have already gained a mutant beast soul. Such a pity you are not in steel armor shelter, or else we could hunt together and I could help you. Han Hao said proudly. You've gained a mutant beast soul already? Tell the truth, did you hunt it or pay for it? Zhang Danfeng cried, staring at Han Hao. Of course I hunted it myself, Han Hao said loudly. Han Sun laughed to himself. Since he was a kid, Han Hao had always raised his voice when he lied. His parents probably bought him the mutant beast soul with an enormous amount of money. The cheapest mutant beast soul would cost millions, and good ones tens of millions. So that's why his relatives were after the old house. It was a huge expense for them. Although the company had earned a lot of money, they had probably spent it all by now. Tang Jinliu was indeed awesome. Although it was just an exhibition fight, his broadsword skills were so swift and fierce that his broadsword almost became invisible. After watching for a while, Han Sun knew that Tang Jinliu must have practiced premium hyper-geno arts and learned his weapon skills from masters, and he was no competition to Tang Jinliu. Tang Jinliu won the fight and summoned a beast soul to perform, shapeshifting into a 3-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus creature and smashing a huge stone with its head, arousing a burst of screaming. Sacred blood beast soul of raging Dementor. I would do anything for a beast soul like this. Zhang Danfeng stared at Tang Jinliu, who turned into a monster with a watering mouth. This is nothing. This beast soul is nothing like the $1 has. Han Hao sputtered about dollar as if it were himself. It would take a showdown to tell. Tang Jinliu was Danfeng's idol, so he was upset to hear that. I don't know how good dollar was, but his sacred blood beast soul was robbed from others, and it was not a chivalric act. Even if he had a great beast soul, he would not be comparable to Jinliu. Han Sun blushed with shame and thought, oh frenzy, you didn't know what a hard time I was having. How could I let go of an opportunity like that? Not to mention Son of Heaven was my enemy. Han Sun was hesitating whether or not to tell them that dollar was himself, but decided not to. It wouldn't do them any good, after all. Rate translation quality. Han Sun kept practicing jade skin and recovering after he returned home. Every 2 days he went to God's sanctuary to check on the copper-toothed beast. It took the beast half a month from the time it swallowed the black crystal to become a mutant creature, but it was still the size of an ordinary copper-toothed beast, while the mutant copper-toothed beasts Han Sun had seen were twice that size. In addition to the size, the one he evolved into wasn't much stronger either, not even close to a true mutant one. Han Sun took out his alloy dagger and slashed the beast on the neck, but caused no damage at all. It was his dagger that chipped. So it is somewhat different from an ordinary one. Han Sun shapeshifted into a bloody slayer and snapped its neck by force. Mutant copper-toothed beast killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its flesh to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points. The sound in his mind overjoyed Han Senator. It might look different than a wild mutant copper-toothed beast, but it was fine as long as it was indeed a mutant creature. Now what was troubling him was how to sell this mutant copper-toothed beast. He really needed the money, or else he could just eat it to gain mutant geno points. It is too dangerous for me to sell it showing up as dollar, now that the entire shelter is looking for him. But it would also be troublesome if I were to sell it using my own true identity. Han Sen still decided to use Dollar's name after some hesitation. Su Xiaoqiao was depressed these days. Qin Xian asked him to find Dollar, but he didn't know Dollar any more than she did, so what was he supposed to do? Early in the morning, Su Xiaoqiao was tripped by something and fell flat on his face. Who is this #cur that placed a stone in front of my room? He's dead if I find out. Even more depressed than before, Xiaoqiao saw that there was something under the stone. He took a closer look and found a note in a bundle. The note said, "Goods worth 50,000 delivered. We are square. If you want more, come to Zephyr Valley tomorrow. Cash only." Although there was no signature, a coin was drawn at the lower left corner, making clear who it was from. Dollar. Su Xiaoqiao was thrilled but didn't make a sound this time. Looking around and seeing no one, he took the bundle and note and closed the door. Su Xiaoqiao carefully opened the bundle and saw a long strip of meat jerky the size of 2 or 3 bites. Su Xiaoqiao chewed up the meat jerky and swallowed. Mutant copper-toothed beast flesh eaten. 1 mutant geno point gained. The voice in his mind surprised Xiaoqiao. Mutant copper-toothed beast flesh. So it was hunted by Dollar? He must have more now that he asked me to bring cash to Zephyr Valley. Thinking of this, he got even more excited that he could bring Qin Xian's message to Dollar and buy mutant flesh from him at the same time. Early in the morning, Su Xiaoqiao set off to Zephyr Valley. He waited from early morning to noon, but didn't see Dollar coming. #T. He must have fooled me. Su Xiaoqiao was so upset that he was preparing to leave, but then heard someone say, "You brought cash." Shocked, Su Xiaoqiao turned around and saw Dollar in golden armor emerging from below the ground. "Brother, did you hide there all morning?" Su Xiaoqiao said, staring at Han Sr. "I've been hiding here since last night. You know what's going on right now, and I have to be careful," Han Sun said casually. "I admire you, Dollar, but you really have nothing to worry about. I'm so grateful you would sell me mutant flesh and would never betray you." Su Xiaoqiao gave Han Sun the thumbs up. It was incredible that he could stay underground for the whole night and the entire morning. It must have been so uncomfortable. Cut the crap. Did you bring the money? Han Sun pulled out another bundle from the pit where he was hiding and placed it in front of Xiaoqiao. Su Xiaoqiao looked inside the bundle, which was full of the same meat jerky he had eaten yesterday. There must have been more than 5 pounds of it. He excitedly asked, "Dollar, did you make all this from the mutant copper-toothed beast?" "Yep. An entire mutant copper-toothed beast is right here. 2 million, and no bargaining," Han Sun said. "Well, 2 million is fine." Su Xiaoqiao handed 2 stacks of 10,000 notes to Han Sun, but doubted whether the entire beast was really there, as there should have been more meat. Han Sun noticed his doubt, took the money, and said, "This meat jerky is made in traditional ways, so it shrank a bit. Rest assured that the whole beast is here." Han Sun made the copper-toothed beast into meat jerky so that no one would wonder why the beast was so tiny. "Of course I trust you." Su Xiaoqiao paused and said, "Dollar, you should know that I work for Qin Xian. She has a message for you. She wants to buy the sacred blood beast soul and golden axe you gained the other day, and she could offer you a good price." "Oh, what is the price?" Han Sun was interested in selling the golden axe, as it was not that portable. He hadn't found a chance to use it, so it was still buried. "You will have to figure this out yourselves. I'm just the messenger," Su Xiaoqiao shrugged and said. "If you meet with Qin Xian, tell her if she really wants to buy it. She can name a price, and you can bring it to me," Han Sun said lightly. It was too risky for her to meet Qin Xian. Han Sun took back the beast soul armor and returned to steel armor shelter. When he was entering the gate, he met an acquaintance. "Son." Han Hao was surprised to see him. "Han Hao, you know ass freak." Han Hao's companions all recognized Han Sun and looked at Han Hao strangely. "No, wrong guy. Let's go." Han Hao paused and looked embarrassed. Without saying hello, he walked past Han Sr. Han Hao hadn't expected Han Sun to be in the same shelter, nor that he was also the infamous ass freak. If word got out that he was Han Sen's cousin, Han Hao couldn't imagine what Son of Heaven and Qin Xian would do to him. Han Sun smiled wryly and did not expose Han Hao's lie. Since Han Hao didn't want anything to do with him, why would he do his cousin any harm? With 2 million on him, Han Sun left God's sanctuary and went back home. He asked Mr. Zhang to help with the legal procedures regarding the old house to avoid any further disputes with his relatives. After that, Han Sen felt a lot more relaxed. Everything would be taken care of and life would only get better. When he earned more money, Han Yin could go to a private school, where she could get a much better education than he did. In some elite schools, she could even learn hyper-geno arts and have a much better start. To enter an elite school, however, her family must be aristocratic. So Han Sen must complete one evolution and gain the title. That would be a piece of cake for me. I could even have the title of Sacred Blood Aristocrat if I want. Han Sen's spirits were high. Brother, you hear? Han Yin, in floral pajamas and holding a doll in her arms, poked her head through the door and searched for Han Sr. Seeing Han Sen sitting on the bed, she ran over and leaned against him with the doll. Naughty girl, why are you still up? Han Sen pinched her little nose. Yin wants to listen to a story. It's been forever since you told me stories, and I've missed you so much since you've been gone. Han Yin looked at Han Sen with watery eyes. Han Sen sighed secretly. Since he graduated and entered God's sanctuary, he had almost no time for his little sister, which he felt so guilty about. I'll tell Yin a story right now. Han Sen sat Han Yin on his lap, opened a story book and read softly. Once upon a time. After Han Sen returned to God's sanctuary, he decided to catch a primitive creature to feed, which, incredibly, would turn to a mutant one in half a month. But Han Sen was more curious to know how long it would take for it to become a sacred blood creature, which is what he needed most. It was still relatively easy to hunt a wild mutant creature, but almost impossible to hunt a sacred blood one. Take the Bloody Slayer, for example. He could never have killed it if it weren't already severely injured by Son of Heaven. The moment Han Sen left his room, he was pulled away by someone. Han Sen turned and saw Han Hao, who pulled him to a remote spot. After confirming there was no one nearby, Han Hao said, "How did you cause such trouble? You haven't even been here long, and you've managed to piss off gangs of both Qin Xian and Son of Heaven." "I didn't mean to," Han Sen said casually. "I do not care. You are on your own for the stupid things you did. You are not allowed to say that I am your cousin or that you know me in front of others. I just started here and have a bright future and will not be destroyed like you were," Han Hao said, glaring at Han Sr. "Sure, I won't tell." Han Sen knew his cousin had been looking down on him since he went to integrated compulsory education, and there was no way he would support him under these circumstances. Of course, he was not obligated to either. "That's settled then. Don't say you know me," Han Hao told Han Sen once again before leaving, fearing that someone might see them together. Han Sen left Steel Armor Shelter and went all the way into the mountains. He didn't plan to hunt copper-toothed beasts anymore, as he had had enough of their meat and would no longer gain primitive geno points from it. It was another primitive creature that he was going after. He could eat several and also bring back a living one to evolve. Han Sen had chosen a place called Barathrum Cave for hunting this time. It was a remote cave in the mountains, where primitive creatures, quartz scorpions, lived. Because it was so dark and narrow in Barathrum Cave, even with lighting equipment, sometimes it was still difficult to see quartz scorpions hidden in rock tunnels. If stung by these scorpions, it would take a mere 3 to 5 minutes before someone who had maxed out on primitive geno points would be poisoned to death. Therefore, few people would choose quartz scorpions as their targets. With black beetle armor, however, Han Sen wasn't risking much, as it was not likely that quartz scorpions could get to him. He chose quartz scorpions because, first, it was easy to hide himself from the public in the cave, and second, a quartz scorpion was only the size of a fist, so it would be easy for him to carry their bodies back, unlike the large prey, which were hard to transport. Third, if he happened to gain the beast soul of a quartz scorpion, he would also make a fortune, as it was a weapon like a military knife which was poisoned and incredibly sharp. As a primitive beast soul, its price was almost as high as a mutant one. At the mouth of the cave, Han Sen made sure he was alone and summoned his armor, entering Barathrum Cave prepared. As modern lighting equipment didn't work in God's sanctuary, Han Sen brought a self-made torch, with which he could only see several feet in front of him. With mica in the rocks reflecting the light, he could hardly see the hidden scorpions. Clank! Han Sen soon felt a hit on his foot. He looked down and saw a deep blue scorpion the size of his fist stinging him on the feet with its tail. Fortunately, Han Sen's feet were also wrapped in armor, and the scorpion tail couldn't hurt him at all. Han Sen stepped on the quartz scorpion and crushed it. Primitive creature quartz scorpion killed. No beast soul gain. Eat the flesh of quartz scorpion to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points. Han Sun picked up the dead scorpion, put it into a prepared bag, and walked further into the cave with the bag on his back. Protected by the black beetle armor, Han Sun killed all quartz scorpions he saw on the way, and there were nearly 100 scorpions in his bag after he had walked for an hour. Georgie Porgy, pudding and pie, kissed the girls and made them cry. When the boys came out to play, Georgie Porgy ran away. Han Sun collected the dead scorpions as he was humming a nursery rhyme. His mother had to work to support their family, and he was the one who took care of Han Yin. That's why he was used to humming nursery rhymes. Dollar. Han Sun heard the other name he had given himself when he was on a spree. Shocked, he peered in the direction where the voice came from. In the cave sat a woman in her 20s leaning against stalagmites, looking at him surprised. Qin Xian, Han Sun exclaimed. Not expecting to see this woman here, Han Sun turned around to run. Since he had stabbed her in the rear, he had had nightmares about it. Don't go. I don't care about the grudge between you and Son of Heaven. And even if I wanted to look for trouble, I wouldn't be able to, Qin Xian quickly said. Han Sun paused and looked back at Qin Xian, whose ankle was swollen and badly bruised. Clearly, she had been stung by a quartz scorpion. It suddenly hit Han Sun that Qin Xian must have so many treasures on her since she had been in steel armor shelter for years and wished to evolve with the maximum sacred geno points. She must have sacred blood beast souls and very many mutant beast souls. At this point she was injured, and it looked quite serious. She had so many geno points that the scorpion poison might not kill her, but her ability to fight surely had suffered, or at least she couldn't move her injured leg. Although I was the one who stabbed her, she hit me back right away and has been ruthless to me ever since. If I could blackmail her right now, that would be some compensation for my suffering these months, Han Sun thought, leering at Qin Xian. As if she could see through him, Qin Xian summoned a beast soul in the shape of a purple butterfly, which turned into a purple dagger in her hand. You know the name of this dagger? Qin Xian asked him with a smile. I don't. Han Sun noticed the gleam of the dagger, but she couldn't have summoned it for its beauty. It must be at least a mutant beast soul, and even possibly a sacred blood beast soul. This dagger is the beast soul of a malicious butterfly, and it is envenomed with strong poison. You decide if your armor could block my dagger. Qin Xian was still smiling. Qin Xian couldn't see Han Sun blushing because his armor blocked his face. You worry too much. We just met and have no hard feelings between us whatsoever. Why would I try to hurt you? The sacred blood armor might not have been able to block the sacred blood dagger. Han Sun would not take the chance. Besides, they weren't really enemies either, as Qin Xian didn't do anything more than make a few threats. It was Son of Heaven and his gang that really bullied him. Qin Xian smiled and took back her dagger. I can't move. If you can take me out of the cave safely, I will pay you a generous reward. How come you came here alone? Han Sun asked, not agreeing straight away. He was curious how Qin Xian was able to come this far when there was no trace of quartz scorpions being hunted on the way. Originally, I wanted to kill a mutant quartz scorpion, but it was more cunning than I thought. It started to attack me, leading other scorpions when my incense was about to burn out, so that I couldn't leave the cave. The primitive scorpions no longer feared me when the incense was gone. I was able to fight them off, but was stung by a mutant quartz scorpion. So now it's even less likely that I can leave here. Qin Xian looked at Han Sun and said, Didn't you barter with Su Xiaoqiao for money? Take me out, and I'll offer you that. You were stung by a mutant quartz scorpion? Han Sun looked at her, horrified. If it was just a sting by a primitive quartz scorpion, I wouldn't have asked for help, Qin Xian said casually. Han Sun now knew it was incense that kept the quartz scorpion's sway from Qin Xian, and she thought that he must have used the same method. What she didn't know was that he had killed all quartz scorpions on the way out. If she had known, she would have walked away herself. Did you not kill the mutant scorpion? Han Sun asked again. Yes, but I did not get a beast soul. No one could get the flesh either, as it's full of scorpions out there, Qin Xian said. I'll take you, not for money but for a mutant beast soul. You are too greedy. Qin Xian glanced at him. Miss Qin, for you, a mutant beast soul is nothing. Is your life not worth it? Han Sun said. All right then. Qin Xian looked at Han Sun earnestly. Amazing. You have a deal, Mississippi. Han Sun walked farther into the cave. What are you doing? Qin Xian frowned. I'll take you out after picking up the corpse of the mutant quartz scorpion you killed. Han Sun continued to go inside. There are so many scorpions there. Don't you need incense? Qin Xian looked at Han San, puzzled. Why do men need incense? Han San came back with a giant blue scorpion about a foot long in his hand. Qin Xian sighed after looking him up and down. I was tricked by you. You have already killed all the court scorpions out there, haven't you? Smart girl. Han San poured the dead scorpions from his bag, which soon piled into a heap. Although Qin Xian had guessed it, she was still surprised to see that Han San had killed so many scorpions. Han San put the corpse of the mutant scorpion in his bag first before he started to fill it with primitive scorpions. There were still a few that wouldn't fit in there, and he didn't waste those but ate all the flesh until he had cleaned them up. Primitive quartz scorpion flesh eaten. For primitive geno points gained. I haven't seen anyone quite like you, willing to eat such disgusting things. Qin Xian had never met someone who had such nice equipment but remained so stingy. Come on. Han San squatted next to Qin Xian, wanting to carry her out on his back. Since there are no scorpions anymore, I could just walk out, Qin Xian said. You have promised me a mutant beast soul and couldn't take that back anyway. Why not enjoy my service with your injured leg? Han San said. You are right. Why not? She bit her bottom lip, got up and carefully climbed onto the back of Han Sr. With the armor, Han San couldn't really enjoy the feeling of her body against his. He walked out, carrying Qin Xian, with his bag in one hand. She only weighed about 100 pounds, which was nothing for Han San, who had already gained quite a lot geno points. They emerged from the cave in no time. Where are you going? Asked Han Sr. Back to the shelter, Qin Xian said. Han San no longer spoke and carried her towards steel armor shelter. After an hour, he let her down. It is not too far away from the shelter now, and people pass by here all the time. Wait for a while, and then ask them to bring you back. Han San extended an empty hand to Qin Xian. Now, my mutant beast soul. I have asked Su Xiaoqiao to send a message. Would you sell me the sacred blood beast soul and gear? Qin Xian didn't hesitate before she handed over a mutant beast soul in the shape of a black cat to Han Sr. What is your offer for the golden double-edged axe? Han San asked. 2 million. That is a piece of sacred blood gear, while 2 million won't even get you a mutant beast soul. Han San frowned. Sacred blood gear is very nice, but you can't take it to the real world, while beast souls could be used outside God's sanctuary. That explains the price. If you would sell a sacred blood beast soul, I'd give you 20 million, explained Qin Xian. A mutant beast soul plus 2 million, Han San said. A mutant beast soul is out of the question. I'll give you 5 million. Flesh of 2 mutant creatures and 2 million. You are asking too much. Final offer, 6 million. After all, you can't take it outside, Qin Xian said. Okay, get the money ready. I will tell Xiaoqiao when and where we trade, Han San said, and left with his bag. You really would not consider selling the sacred blood beast soul? 20 million is just a tentative offer. We could discuss further, Qin Xian said to his back. No way. Han San left without pausing. Qin Xian looked at him, leaving in thought. His armor was tougher than the quartz scorpion sting. It must also be a sacred blood beast soul. Who was he? He doesn't look like a soldier. She had no clue. Han San went back to his original look and returned to the shelter with his bag. There was no one guarding the gate anymore. They had searched for Dollar for so long and found nothing, so they had to give up. Coincidentally, Han San ran into Han Hao and his friends again. Nice to see you again, ass freak. You have a full bag with you. How many mutant creatures did you hunt? A young man ridiculed him. 1. Han San replied calmly. Haha, you are funny. Could you even hunt primitive creatures? It must be full of black beetles there, laughed the young man, leading everyone to burst into laughter. No one believed Han San could get a mutant creature. Han Hao, don't mistake him for anyone. If you knew him, you'd forever have bad luck. A young man patted Han Hao on the shoulder. No way I'd know, ass freak. Han Hao looked embarrassed. Han San ignored them and carried his bag back to his room. He saved the mutant quartz scorpion and was going to sell Xiaoqiao all the rest. Although he could evolve a creature into a mutant one in half a month with the black crystal, he'd rather use the crystal to get sacred blood creatures. In the middle of the night, Han San placed a bag of dead quartz scorpions and a note at the door of Su Xiaoqiao's room before knocking a few times. Then he hid in an alley close by and made sure Xiaoqiao took the bag and note inside. It turned out to be a nice collaboration, and Han San got the 6 million promised by Qin Xian and another 80,000 for the scorpions. He went back to his room with boxes of cash and almost jumped with joy. Even when his father was still alive, he had never seen so much money at once. Han's son left God's sanctuary with the money, since the only thing he wanted to do right now was to share the joy with his mother and sister. Their adversity had finally ended. The 2 million he earned before was all used on solving the issue of the old house, and he could eventually have the 6 million to himself, which was a totally different feeling. Although the money was not even enough for the rich to buy a luxury airplane, for Han's son, it was already the most money he had seen in his life. Mom, Yen, I have something to show you. Han's son pulled them into his room and poured the cash onto his bed. Where did you get so much money? Luo Xuanhuan was first frightened instead of being surprised, fearing that her son might have done something dangerous. Mom, I was lucky to have killed a mutant creature and gained the beast's soul, so I traded it for this money. Han's son did not dare to tell the truth, afraid that Luo Xuanhuan might get worried. He didn't dare to leak anything about the black crystal, as the precious stone may land its innocent possessor in jail. His whole family could be wiped out if word got out. Luo Xuanhuan said ruefully, Son, you should not have sold it. It could be of great help to you, and we could always get by. Mom, no worries. I will have another chance. I've eaten the mutant flesh and gained mutant geno points. In the future, it'll be much easier for me to hunt, and everything will get better. But Luo Xuanhuan still felt bad, as it was not that easy to kill a mutant creature. For ordinary people, it would be great luck to hunt one, just like winning the lottery, so there may never be a second time. Yen is about to start school, and I'm not letting her to go to a public one like I did, Han's son said. Luo Xuanhuan looked at her children with tears in her eyes. It's all my fault. I didn't take good care of you. Mom, you are a great woman, and you were the one who raised us. Let me contribute a little as well. Han's son picked up Han Yen. Yen, let's go out to eat. You can have whatever you want today. Han Yen's face lit up. I want to eat sapphire ice cream. Sure, let's go have sapphire ice cream. Han's son pinched Han Yan's small nose. Sapphire ice cream is too expensive. You don't need to splurge with the money. Save it to buy some meat. Just once, Han's son went out, holding Luo Xuanhuan's hand. Don't tell others you have hunted a mutant creature or you sold a mutant beast soul. I don't want anything bad to happen to you. Luo Xuanhuan urged her son. Since Han Sen's father had the accident, Luo Xuanhuan had changed. She no longer wanted Han's son to be in charge, but just to be safe. Mom, relax. I will not say a thing. You keep the money and decide what to do with it. Han's son went out of the house holding his sister with one hand and his mother with the other. Sapphire ice cream was famous throughout the Alliance and was also very expensive. Even the cheapest type cost more than 10,000. Their neighbors' kids were always having sapphire ice cream, and Han Sen also had tried it a few times when he was younger. However, when Han Yen was born, they were already bankrupt, so they couldn't afford such luxuries anymore. Having the impression that the ice cream was delicious, Han's son could no longer remember what it tasted like. When the three came to Sapphire, all the seats were taken, and there was a long line to buy ice cream. Let's go upstairs. Before Han's son entered the store, he saw through the window that the second floor was almost empty, so he thought the ladies could go upstairs and have a seat while he would stand in line alone. At the stairs, he was stopped by a waiter. I am sorry, you cannot go up, the waiter said. Why? Aren't there any seats upstairs? Han's son frowned. Contemptuous and impatient, the waiter pointed to a notice on the wall. You should have heard about our rule, even if you have never had our ice cream before. Han's son looked at the notice, which said, the distinguished and aristocrats only, and understood what he was referring to. So the second floor was an area exclusively for people with privileges, and ordinary people weren't even allowed to enter. No wonder the second floor had much better decorations, yet was so empty. We don't need to sit down. We'll just wait here, and you go get Yen ice cream, said Luo Xuanhuan, trying to spare Han Sr. I'm going. Han Sen smiled and went to the back of the line. He seemed to be indifferent, but was suddenly possessed by an aspiration. What's so special about the distinguished and aristocrats? Soon I shall have it all and more. The stupid notice will never get in my way again. There still were no empty seats when it was his turn to buy the ice cream, so Han's son had to order takeout. Before leaving, he took another look at the notice. The distinguished and aristocrats only. The next morning, Han's son was on the train going to the teleport station, with many passengers sharing his destination. Most people could not afford a teleport device, so they had to enter God's sanctuary using a public teleport station. Today, the conductor seemed to be in a bad mood. While Han Sun was deep in thought about what to do in God's sanctuary, a violent shake of the train left everyone who was standing falling to the sides. Since he wasn't paying attention, Han Sun also involuntarily staggered a few steps forward and fell on something soft. Subconsciously wanting to seize something to regain his balance, he felt strange because what he was holding on to was even more soft and tender. Then he found that he had bumped into a woman in military uniform, and his hands were on her chest. Bastard. The woman scowled and elbowed him fast and hard. If she were to succeed, Han Sun would have lost half his face. He subconsciously raised an arm to block the hit, felt a strong hit on his arm, and involuntarily stepped back several steps. The woman turned around and viciously stared at Han Senator. She exclaimed with just one look, "You ass." Qin Xian. She didn't finish her sentence, but Han Sun cried in fear. This woman in uniform happened to be the woman from whom he had gotten the nickname Ass Freak. Han Sun did not expect Qin Xian also to be on Roca Planet, and it seemed that she had enlisted in the army. Being in the military was nothing uncommon in the Alliance, as all legitimate residents of the Alliance needed to serve at least 5 years when they turned 20. When Han Sun turned 20, he would also become a soldier, if there were no special reason for him not to serve. Qin Xian recognized Han Sun, but didn't initiate a fight. She just looked at him with a cold and slightly disgusted look. Han Sun thought ruefully, "She must think I'm a pervert now. I don't even blame her. I did stab her in the bottom, and now, if I were her, I'd assume the same. There are so many planets in the Alliance. How is Qin Xian here as well? And what are the chances that I would meet her and did this to her?" Han Sun thought plaintively. There was no way around it. He would have to let the situation play itself out. In the Alliance, wounding others was not allowed. Qin Xian did not want to make a scene, so she just glowered at him and didn't move further. Han Sun had goosebumps from her staring and immediately got off the train once he reached the teleport station. To his surprise, Qin Xian followed behind him. "Dogs can't help from eating sh*t. I thought you were just innocent, while you are by nature a disgusting person," Qin Xian said fiercely. "You saw what happened. It was the train, and so many others also fell. It was just a coincidence," Han Sun said with a wry smile. "Would you believe that if you were me?" Qin Xian said coldly. "What do you want?" Qin Xian had identified him as a bastard, so there was no need to explain. "You really are brazen, showing no remorse for what you did. It must not be the first time you have done something like this." Seeing that Han Sun wasn't going to apologize, Qin Xian raged. "You think I'll just send you to the police? It's not that easy. I can't beat you up here, but in God's sanctuary, it will be a different story. You're going there, right? I'll wait for you." Qin Xian immediately left, and the soldiers saluted her. "Good morning, station master." Han Sun stumbled and couldn't believe what he saw. He almost wanted to cry. All teleport stations belonged to the military system. A garrison was assigned to each station, and the station master was the garrison's chief executive. Han Sun had heard that the old station master was to be transferred, and he couldn't believe that Qin Xian would be the new station master, not even in his wildest dreams. Han Sun had a bad feeling about the whole thing. As the station master, Qin Xian would know his whereabouts very well. And it wasn't even possible for him to use a different teleport station. There are 3 public teleport stations on planet Roca, but the other 2 were too far away, and he couldn't waste 2 days on traveling. Han Sun entered God's sanctuary when Qin Xian went to her office. He decided to wait until she left the shelter before he teleported back home. Han Sun gave Qin Xian no chance to intercept him. Taking some meat jerky made from the mutant scorpion, Han Sun left Steel Armor shelter. "Did I use up my luck when I found the black crystal?" Han Sun thought, depressed. He did not go far before seeing Son of Heaven and his gang standing outside the shelter chatting. Han Sun wasn't interested in meeting up with them and went the other way. However, Luo Tianyang called him from behind. "Ass freak, come here." Reluctantly, Han Sun had to turn around toward Luo Tianyang, perplexed. "I'm calling you. Come here, and you'll get lucky." Luo Tianyang waved to him, smiling maliciously. "There is no need. I'm not strong. I can only deal with ordinary creatures and can't even fight primitive creatures. I am afraid I cannot help you." Han Sun knew it was never good when Luo Tianyang called him. "Cut the crap. Do you want a beating? I said come." Luo Tianyang gazed at Han Sun with his face dark. In addition to Han Sun, Son of Heaven and his gang were also joined by a few thugs they paid to come along. The group left Steel Armor shelter and marched into the mountains. Although they expected nothing good to happen, they still wanted to take the chance for the sake of the generous reward. In the past, if Han Sun had not been blocked by Qin Xin and Son of Heaven, he might also have risked his life for the bounty. Now Han Sun had no reason to take such risks, but it was clear that Son of Heaven and Luo Tianyang wanted to use him as a stepping stone, which made him want to kill them both. Han Sun quietly followed them, guessing what they were about to do. When recruiting people, the gang had said they were hunting a mutant creature, and it was only because there were also many ordinary and primitive creatures that they needed more hands. Han Sun, of course, couldn't take this seriously. To kill a mutant creature, the regular gang was more than enough. The dozen people around Son of Heaven could all kill a mutant creature on their own, let alone Son of Heaven himself. The extra hands were completely unnecessary, according to their story. Luo Tianyang and others casually killed the creatures they encountered along the way, and gave the meat to the hired people casually, which made everyone quite happy. The group had been going for 6 or 7 days, and the gang still had no intention of stopping. On the 8th day, they halted at a mountain pass. Very far from the shelter, there was no human activity. They encountered many different creatures. Son of Heaven and his gang had killed a lot of primitive animals on the way and kept some of the flesh as food. It seems that we are almost there. What on earth are they up to? Han Sun had not heard anything, but judging from the grave look on their faces, this couldn't be a simple operation. They rested for a day at the campsite and crossed the mountain pass the next morning. After hiking a dozen miles, they saw a gap in the canyon so deep and dark that no one could see the bottom. Everyone lit a torch. The gang sent the hired people as the vanguard and followed them into the gap. The hired ones all knew it was time to put their life on the line, so they were dawdling. "Why are you going so slowly, bitches? Do you still want the rest of the money?" Luo Tianyang whipped a few people in the back and shouted. The thugs could only speed up going down. Han Sun was among them. It was not too difficult to walk down, and nothing happened along the way until they reached the bottom. The thugs were relieved and started to talk and laugh again. It was very dark at the bottom of the gap, and the group had to rely on the torches. There was an underground river running through the huge space. Cross the river and go into the cave on the other side. Luo Tianyang pointed his whip to the other side. "Luo, I cannot swim. This river is too wide," said a young man who had been recruited. "Who told you to swim? We have inflatable boats. Just row across." Luo Tianyang opened the parcel on the back of his mount, and there were indeed inflatable boats in there. After they inflated the boats, each one could sit 4 to 5 people. The group started to row the boats across. The speed of the water was not fast, and there was no risk of being rushed downstream. 2 boats soon reached the center of the river. All of a sudden, with a splash, a dark creature emerged from the water with half of its python-like body exposed. Its body was wider than a bucket and covered with shiny black fine scales. Its mouth was so large that it could fit a cow. But it wasn't a cow that was swallowed, rather someone on the boat. The giant body then put its full weight on the boat, which exploded with everyone on it falling into the water. Everyone was shocked and trying to row the boats back. Those who hadn't gone on the boat just dropped their boat and started to run back. With a glint of cold steel, the 2 running the fastest were beheaded by Luo Tianyang and another gang member. Luo Tianyang pointed the knife with blood on it at the rest and cried ruthlessly, "There is but one monster, so whoever reaches the other side can live. And I'll kill anyone who took the money and tries to run away. To live or to die, it is up to you." Everyone was intimidated by Luo Tianyang's vicious act and started to row towards the other side. "Assholes, you just want to feed the monster with humans," Han Sun cursed in his heart. Those who fell into the water before were trying to swim to the other side, but were suddenly pulled into the water by something. It was so dark that no one saw what happened to them, but their fate could be imagined from the thick scent of blood. The hired boys dared not move forward, and Luo Tianyang used his knife again to force them. They didn't want to stay in the river, so they had to row hard. Han Sun lit the surroundings with his torch while rowing the boat. In case the monster came out of the water, he had to summon Sacred Blood Beast soul armor at once to save his life. The monster again collapsed a boat, and everyone on it was screaming. Then what could be heard was only the waves rolling. "Row harder if you want to live." Han Sun yelled at the 2 on the boat with him who were petrified as he was rowing his heart out. #King Heartless Bastards. He swore quietly. The 2 men were revived by Han Sun's shout and started to row desperately. From time to time, there were screams and splashes. Countless men must have been buried in the snake belly. There was no doubt that this giant snake was a sacred blood creature. Aquatic creatures were hard enough to kill, let alone a sacred blood creature. With his normal gang, Son of Heaven didn't even dare to hunt it, but was only trying to fill out the group so that they could safely reach the other side. Han Sun took a look at the other side as he was rowing. After they passed the middle of the river, the torch could light up the other side a little bit. Since Han Sun had started to practice Jade Skin, his body function seemed to get a lot better. Vision was also a lot stronger than before, and he seemed to have gained night vision as well. Now he could clearly see a cave 6 to 9 feet wide on a cliff. Although there was no path, the cave must have been the gang's destination. Han Sun was looking at the cave when he heard a loud splash. His heart sank as he saw the giant snake popping out of water less than 6 feet from their boat, its mouth moving towards the boat and its fangs showing. Without thinking, Han Sun jumped into the water and summoned his armor underwater. Like a fish, he struggled to swim across the river. The whole process of crossing the river was tragic. It wasn't clear whether the black snake was insatiable or just determined to kill humans, but only 2 boats reached the other side, and only 7 people lived. All the others were in the water and most likely dead. The snake didn't show up again. Son of Heaven. Although the snake was a sacred blood creature, it was not intelligent. Now it is full. We should not have too much risk crossing, said Luo Tianyang, smiling. Go over. Son of Heaven gave the order, and the gang went over in 3 boats. As expected, the snake didn't attack anymore, and they all landed safely. Continue. Luo Tianyang whipped the 7 survivors, who were forced to walk inside the cave, trembling. They regretted so much that they had coveted the bounty. What was money good for if they died here? But they did not encounter any other creatures along the way. In half an hour, they reached the end of the cave. At the end of the cave there was a pool, and next to the pool was a gravel nest 30 feet wide. In the middle of the nest there lay 2 eggs the size of ostrich eggs with black patterns. Son of Heaven was overjoyed. Haha, awesome. Eggs of sacred blood creatures, and there are 2 of them. Now my sacred geno points could go over 80. Even so, he did not lose his caution and winked at Luo Tianyang, who was equally excited. The latter understood immediately and forced the survivors to fetch the eggs. Trembling, they walked into the gravel nest and carried out the 2 eggs. However, before they were able to leave the nest, the pool started to bubble and bang. A huge snake head stuck out, the dark red snake eyes staring at the egg thieves. Damn! Throw the eggs over, Son of Heaven shouted to them, but they were dumbfounded by the snake up close and did not reply him. Useless motherf #, curs. Son of Heaven scolded and summoned his red sword, running forward. The gang all summoned their weapons and followed him. Rushing in front of the survivors, Son of Heaven grabbed the eggs and ran towards the mouth of the cave. The snake was originally concerned about its eggs and didn't move. Seeing Son of Heaven running away with them, it went into a rage and left the pool, chasing the gang madly. Block it, cried Son of Heaven, while he kept running without pause. Luo Tianyang was even more ruthless. He grabbed 2 shivering survivors and threw them at the snake. Catching one in the mouth, the snake swallowed him without chewing. The rest of the gang all followed suit, using the survivors as human shields, which temporarily resisted the snake's attack. They took advantage of it and retreated. Son of Heaven ran fast, holding the 2 snake eggs. It took him no time to arrive at the mouth of the cave. When he was excited, a golden fist appeared in front of him and hit him on the face. He hadn't expected someone hiding behind the cave mouth and was unprepared for the attack. Blood spilling and nose crooked, he fell back with his hand covering his face. The 2 snake eggs suddenly flew out from his arms. A golden figure jumped up, caught 1 egg with each hand, and ran toward the river. Son of Heaven fell to the ground, clutching his face. He immediately managed to climb up, saw the unique golden armor, and recognized who it was. After jumping in the water, Han Sun had swiftly swum to the shore in the chaos, and instead of going into the cave, he hid behind a boulder and waited until the gang entered the cave. He then followed them and watched. When he saw Son of Heaven running with the eggs, Han Sun gave him a hard punch and captured the eggs. Han Sin just regretted that his bronze crescent spear had been ruined by Shui Longyan, or he might have been able to kill Son of Heaven with this secret attack. Han Sun reached the river and suddenly saw waves roaring. A huge black-scaled snake appeared from the river. #K. There is another one. Hansen looked back and saw the other snake chasing the gang. Dollar, you are so F*** hashtag Ked. Son of Heaven hated Dollar's guts and gloated that he was stopped by the snake. Hansen quickly had an idea as the snake in the river glared at him. He pushed hard with his right hand secretly, and then threw the snake egg at Son of Heaven. Catch. We will each keep one egg, and let's deal with the snakes together first. Who agreed to that? I will get both eggs and kill you. Thinking Hansen was terrified, Son of Heaven sneered and caught the egg, but the egg broke when it hit him, and the egg was all over him. Son of Heaven was stunned. Roar! The giant snake shrieked and rushed madly towards Son of Heaven, who was covered in egg, leaving Hansen alone. Hansen turned and ran with the remaining snake egg. Jumping on an inflatable boat, he desperately rowed to the other side without looking back. He still had an egg with him, and if both snakes decided to go for him, it would be no fun at all. Dollar, F** hashtag Kayur. Hansen heard cursing from behind, followed by all sorts of human voices and the beast's roar. Hansen went to the other side, jumped onto the shore, and ran out of the big gap. Without a pause, he ran toward the shelter. After running for a while, Hansen started to get uneasy. In case Son of Heaven and his gang escaped, they would definitely go for him, and he could by no means outrun their mounts. Hansen decided to go into the forest and take a detour so that he didn't risk being caught by them. They had been in the shelter for years, and everyone was fit and had plenty of beast souls. Even though they were no match for the snakes, surely some of them could get away. It was best to be careful. That night, Hansen found a corner to take shelter from the wind and got some firewood. Sealing the snake egg with a layer of mud, he put it on the fire and barbecued it. While cooking, Hansen murmured, "Pure life, before you see this dirty world, let me handle the sin and send you back to heaven." Young obsidian dragon killed. No beast soul gained. Eat it to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Having barbecued it for a while, Hansen heard the voice. So it was not a snake. Unfortunately, I didn't gain the beast soul, Hansen thought greedily. Soon the egg was cooked, and Hansen used a stick to get the egg out of the fire. Breaking the burnt mud crust on the outside, he saw the delicious egg white. Hansen took a bite, and the egg was so much better than a chicken egg. Young obsidian dragon eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. Hansen ate the whole egg and was so full he couldn't move. He had gained 5 sacred geno points. Adding the 8 points he already had, Hansen now had 13 sacred geno points. It took Hansen 8 or 9 days to reach Steel Armor Shelter. Son of Heaven and his gang had been back for 2 days already when he arrived. There were only 8 in the gang that returned alive, and everyone was injured. Even some of Son of Heaven's henchmen had died. Son of Heaven wouldn't say what they had done, and Qin Xian and Fist Guy failed to find out. Several hired thugs, however, had come back alive after they had fallen into the water, and through them, Qin Xian and Fist Guy eventually learned what had happened. They still had no idea what had happened after the hired men fell into the water, so just took for granted that the gang was hurt by the obsidian dragons. Their guess was only half right, because the egg thrown by Hansen also contributed a lot to the gang's predicament. After all, they wouldn't have had to fight the dragons if he hadn't done that. Son of Heaven was afraid of being ridiculed and did not tell what happened later, while secretly he launched a new search for Dollar. It is a pity that Son of Heaven and Luo Tianyang didn't die. Hansen learned what had happened and felt relieved. He was afraid that Son of Heaven might suspect something, seeing he had returned alone. Now that there were other survivors, Hansen naturally had nothing to worry about, and caught a primitive copper-toothed beast on his way back to the shelter. If Son of Heaven and his gang came to interrogate him, he could just say he was rushed downstream and got lucky. Hansen was thinking too much, because Son of Heaven did not have the time to ask him and didn't make the connection at all. More than half a month was spent on the expedition. Hansen teleported out of God's sanctuary to see his mother and sister. However, at the gate of the transport station, Qin Xian was standing at the exit, looking at him coldly. "You sure can hide. It's been more than half a month since I saw you. Do you think I'll spare you from the punishment you deserve?" "Miss Qin, what do you want?" Hansen looked at her, depressed. Qin Xian was now the station master, and there was no way to bypass her. "Easy. Take this and come with me." Qin Xian threw a combat suit at Han Sr. "You would not kill me anyway," Hansen thought, taking the combat suit and following her back to the station. They didn't teleport to God's sanctuary, but to the combat room in the station. Han Sun put on the combat suit and entered the room, where Qin Xian stood in a red combat suit with black stripes. A combat suit was not just clothing, but a high-tech product that could function as armor, with inbuilt sensors which recorded all data during fighting, including heart rate, breathing, punch speed, and the impact taken. This allowed the users to understand their physical status and determine their future practice methods. If you win, I will leave you alone for good. Qin Xian curled her finger, indicating Han Sun should attack. You are about to max out on sacred Geno points and have so many beast souls. I just graduated, and you have trained in the army for so long. Why don't you just say you want to kill me? Even if Han Sun could win, he didn't want to expose the fact that he was dollar. And he wasn't confident about the fight. No beast soul allowed. And we are clear if you can still stand after 50 movements, Qin Xian said casually. Deal. Han Sun believed he could endure 50 movements if he focused on defense. Qin Xian had made up her mind to kick Han Sun's ass. The first time, when Han Sun stabbed her in the rear, she could attribute it to his ignorance, while the harassment on the train couldn't be a coincidence. Having identified Han Sun as a freak and bastard, Qin Xian walked up to him with anger in her eyes and said, You start. Bang! Han Sun punched her in the face. Clutching her nose and stepping back, Qin Xian stared at him, not believing what had happened. Han Sun was not like any man she had seen. She let him start, and he just immediately punched her, which was completely beyond her expectations. That's why she was not prepared for it. They were standing close to each other, so she was hit on the nose. In her understanding, in a showdown, the two opponents should go to the middle and take their positions, and men always acted as gentlemen in front of her. Even if they were weaker, they'd still want to show their masculinity. No one was like Han Sun, who threw a punch without a sign, hitting her face, where she wasn't even covered by protective gear. I'm sorry, so sorry have we not started? Hansen repeatedly apologized. He thought he'd let her beat him to let out the anger, and wanted it to end sooner. He didn't expect that he could hit her nose, which soon turned red. We had started, and we'll continue, you bang. Qin Xian had more to say, but he acted hearing continue and hit her on the nose again. She was in so much pain she had to squat on the floor. You said continue, so I thought. Hansen quickly explained. I'll kill you. Qin Xian jumped from the ground. Not caring about the rules anymore, she moved forward and started to beat Han Sun up. Resisting Qin Xian's beating, Han Sun found his fighting skills were much weaker than Qin Xian's, and he couldn't even play defense. He barely got through a dozen punches and was beaten down. Way less than 50. See you next time. Qin Xian turned away, leaving behind Han Sun, who was wounded all over. Han Sun stood up with a wry smile on his face. Wearing a combat suit, he wasn't injured seriously. It was just some pain he would have to put up with. The worst part was he seemed to have enraged Qin Xian even more. After Han Sun left the station to return home, Qin Xian took a shower and was about to delete the video and data of the fight right away. She was the station master and the strongest woman in Steel Armor Sanctuary. There was no way she'd let people see the video of herself being punched in the nose by ass freak. Before deletion, Qin Xian watched it again, and she was momentarily shocked. She thought that the reason she was hit was that Han Sun took advantage when she wasn't prepared. After carefully reviewing it several times, Qin Xian suddenly found that although this was a very important reason, it couldn't fully explain her being hit. Was it? Thought Qin Xian, and repeatedly watched the part when he hit her and compared the data collected by the combat suit. So, his fist fighting skills are really poor, just about the normal level of a compulsory education graduate, but his movements were explosive and unexpected, Qin Xian mumbled as she was checking the data. And there was something about him, like a killer. Before he made a move, I could not predict his intention, and that had left me unguarded. When he threw a punch, there wasn't even the slightest change in his emotions, not even when he was hitting hard. The separation of behaviors and emotions should belong to a good assassin. A fatal blow under ordinary cover. No, he just graduated, and there is no way he is an assassin. Also, his movements were too bad for him to be one. So, this separation was just his innate talent. Qin Xian could only think of this one possibility. What she didn't know was that Han Sun was really poor when he entered God's sanctuary. At the time he offended both Qin Xian and Son of Heaven. No one dared to be with him, and no one dared to trade with him. The new graduate started to hunt creatures using an ordinary alloy dagger, without any experience. Even just ordinary creatures posed great threats to a beginner, Not to mention that they often came in groups, so Han Sun must have taken an individual creature by surprise and killed it. Once surrounded by a group, he could only wait to die. To minimize the danger, he had to ambush and attack, and the most important part was not to alert the creatures, who had more acute senses than men. In the first month, Han Sun was honing these skills. In failure after failure, he learned to hide his emotions and intentions, so that the creatures sensed no danger even when he approached. It was like playing dirty, but it was also the only way for him to survive at that point. Later, he had to keep practicing and improve his skills in order to kill primitive creatures, and gradually they became part of his instinct. Although Han Sen's fighting skills were not even close to advanced, he was no worse than a great assassin in his explosiveness and timing. Like an assassin, his skills were also honed between life and death, and the only difference was that it was the creatures instead of men that he killed. He seems to have great strength, speed, and explosiveness, which indicates that he has fairly high geno points, unless he is practicing hyper-geno arts. Qin Xian looked at some data, but didn't worry too much about it. Han Sen's data was indeed better than average, but data like this can be seen anywhere in the shelter. It was only a bit unexpected that it belonged to Han Sr. Talented but vulgar and despicable. I'll just teach him a lesson next time, thought Qin Xian bitterly. Because of Han Sen's sneak attacks, she labeled him as despicable again. It was indeed hard for most people to imagine that Han Sun had integrated the sneak attack skills into his practice and instinct. The reason why Han Sun could hit Son of Heaven in the face was his sneak attack skills. Or else someone like him could never hit Son of Heaven, who had great geno points and hyper-geno arts. Sneak attack didn't sound good, but it was practical. When he got home, Han Sun had dinner with his mother and Han Yan. The next day, he did not go to God's sanctuary but took the train to a martial hall. Han Sun had only learned basic martial arts in the past, and those were designed for people who had no geno points. As one started to gain geno points in God's sanctuary, one became stronger in general. With the practice of hyper-geno arts, the body had become even more unique, and this difference allowed people like him to practice certain martial arts that normal people could not practice. These martial arts can be learned at martial halls as well as at advanced colleges, and martial masters who worked at martial halls taught these for a living. Unlike in ancient times, these martial masters did not rely on their inherited fame, nor did they want to leave legacies. Their only goal was to make profit. So, the more money a student spent, the better martial arts were taught. Martial arts all had certain requirements for physical conditioning. If the requirements were not met, it wouldn't be possible to practice. In the past, Han Sun had no money and no significant enhancement in his physical conditioning. Now with 13 sacred geno points and lots of other geno points, he had become stronger. The practice of jade skin had also helped. Now his physical condition was among the best in his peer group. Ares Martial Hall was famous on Roka Planet. The tuition there was very expensive, but the martial arts taught were very good. The owner of the martial hall was a veteran and was famous back in the days when he was serving. After getting severely injured in a battle, he went back to Roka to open Ares Martial Hall. Everyone called the veteran Old Devil. As long as you paid enough, he would teach you anything, and you could indeed learn some really good skills. Young man, want to learn something? We have elementary classes, intermediate classes, advanced classes, and special classes here. You can learn fist fighting, weapon skills, and even hyper-geno arts here. For an elementary class, you could choose to learn a martial art that I define as elementary for $10,000. For an intermediate class, you could choose a martial art that I define as intermediate for $100,000. Advanced classes are each for $1 million, and special classes are each for $10 million. At these prices, I could guarantee a good learning outcome. Fellow, you look like you have a bright future ahead of you. Do you want to sign up for all special classes? All 12 martial arts for only $50 million. Old Devil looked at Han Sun with a greedy smile, like a dragon looking at gold. I would like to sign up for an advanced class to learn Ghost Haunt. Han Sun came here for a reason. His dad had learned from Old Devil and told him Old Devil has a great martial art called Ghost Haunt. Unfortunately, his dad's physical condition hadn't reached the required level for Ghost Haunt, so he couldn't learn it. He always had regretted that and asked Han Sun to learn Ghost Haunt when he grew up. Han Sun also heard from his father that Ghost Haunt was especially effective on women. Han Sun had once again offended Qin Xian, and it didn't look like she would let it go easily. Not willing to be bullied by her, he thought of his father's words about Old Devil and Ghost Haunt and wanted to take The opportunity. After all, 1,000,000 was a piece of cake for him right now. Although Ghost Hunt is among the most advanced, its requirements were even higher than those of special classes. You must at least max out on mutant geno points to stand a chance. How fit are you? Old Devil looked at Han's son in surprise. No one had chosen Ghost Hunt in a while because of its high entry barrier. You can test me to see if I can meet the standards. Hansen was not sure whether he would pass either. Technically, with 13 sacred geno points, he should be more fit than those who had maxed out on mutant geno points. 10,000 test fee for a physical fitness test. Old Devil placed a card reader in front of Han Sr. Han's son took out his credit card and paid 10,000, and Old Devil was quite pleased by his generosity. After scanning and testing in a dozen instruments, the test result was out, which slightly surprised Old Devil. Your physical fitness is very good. You must have almost maxed out on ordinary, primitive, and mutant geno points. Can I learn Ghost Hunt? Han's son gave no reply, as his mutant geno points were less than 10, and sacred geno points and jade skin would explain his fitness. Yes, 1,000,000. Old Devil did not ask further, placing the card reader once again in front of Han Sr. While a bit upset about spending his hard-earned money, Hansen paid for it. Young man, you have great things lined up for you. Come with me. You'll have to memorize Ghost Hunt first. Old Devil showed Han's son into a screening room, turned on the hologram, and left him alone in the room. It was Old Devil himself practicing Ghost Hunt in the hologram. Hansen looked for a while, and his eyes widened. He thought to himself, wow, so that's what you mean by especially effective on women, Dad. Ghost Hunt should really be called skin to skin, as all movements were aimed at one thing, which was to stick on the opponent. Wrapping, blocking, and winding, all sorts of movements allowed the body to act like a snake to tightly trap the limbs of the opponent, so that there was no way for the opponent to attack. If the opponent was a woman, with the practice of Ghost Hunt, one would be able to feel her up. If it was a normal woman, she would feel overwhelmed in just a few movements. If I were to use Ghost Hunt to fight Qin Xian, she would consider me even more of a pervert. Hansen suddenly regretted picking this martial art to learn. However, the tuition was non-refundable. Well, I'll just learn it first and see. Hansen calmed down and started to carefully watch and memorize Ghost Hunt. With a closer look, Hansen found that the martial art was not so nasty as it had seemed at first. There were indeed a lot of advanced skills, especially in wrestling and close combat. Many were very practical and could save a life at critical moments. It did indeed have high requirements for fitness, especially for flexibility. Even for those who had maxed out on mutant geno points, it would be somewhat difficult to meet the requirements. The reason Han's son was able to pass, in addition to his sacred geno points, was jade skin training, which had greatly enhanced his flexibility. The teaching method of Old Devil was straightforward. You could learn the movements from his pre-recorded hologram, and then he would correct you where you made mistakes and remind you where you should be more careful. He could be reached via comlink, and his replies were detailed. Although he charged a lot, he was very engaged in teaching. With a strong body, Han's son was able to start practicing Ghost Hunt in half a month. But only to get started was not enough. Martial arts that required close combat like this were the most dangerous. If not a master, one could be easily killed in the actual battle. Han's son would never hunt creatures or fight with others in God's sanctuary using Ghost Hunt before he mastered it. Qin Xian, if you leave me alone, I'll let it go. If you insist on giving me a hard time, I will have to use you to practice Ghost Hunt, thought Han Sr. When he came to the teleport station, Hansen still did not want to see Qin Xian. Looking around from time to time, he didn't see her until he entered God's sanctuary. In his room at Steel Armor Shelter, the primitive copper-toothed beast had become a mutant creature. Han's son decided to let it keep evolving into a sacred blood creature. At the gate of the shelter, the gang of Son of Heaven was gone. It had been half a month since Han's son left God's sanctuary, so Dollar was never spotted. They weren't very patient, so they just left. In fact, Son of Heaven had been aware that it was useless to guard the gate, as they didn't know what Dollar really looked like. So even if he did walk in front of them, they wouldn't be able to recognize him. Han's son left the shelter and went into the mountains, ready to find a remote place to hunt. After entering the deep forests, human footprints became scarce. Han's son summoned his armor when he was alone and went further into the mountains. Hansen no longer bothered to hunt ordinary creatures. He would just chase them away or ignore them, and was only interested in hunting rare primitive creatures for food. Now Han's son had maxed out on ordinary geno points, and had over 80 primitive geno points, so he didn't really need commonly seen primitive creatures. Now what he really needed was mutant and sacred blood geno points. Han-san wanted to complete his evolution with all 4 types of geno points maxed out. It would be really slow if he used only the black crystal to do this. For primitive creatures, I don't even need to do the hunting. The mutant beast soul I got from Xuanhuan was a pet. It should be able to kill some primitive creatures if summoned. Han-san looked at the beast soul in the shape of a black cat that he got from blackmail. Type of beast soul of mutant three-eyed cat. Pet. Han-san summoned the mutant three-eyed cat, and a little black kitty the size of his palm appeared. It was rubbing at the foot of Han-san, looking just like a normal pet cat with its tiny body and wide eyes. Could such a little thing kill those creatures? Han-san picked it up to take a look, not convinced that a cute thing like this possessed great strength. But then he thought, size didn't necessarily matter. Since it was a mutant beast soul, it must be able to hunt primitive creatures. Seeing some primitive triangular-scaled beast wandering nearby, he ordered the cat, "Go kill the triangular-scaled beast." The little guy meowed and got up its nerve to streak toward the triangular-scaled beast, biting it on the tail. The triangular-scaled beast hesitated and looked back at the cat. Throwing up its tail, the triangular-scaled beast then whipped the cat away like a basketball. The mutant three-eyed cat screamed and ran behind Han-san's feet, shivering. She tricked me. No wonder she didn't even blink when she gave me this. It's a useless beast soul. Han-san stared at the cat hidden behind him with widened eyes. Han-san tried a few times more, and the cat was indeed of no use. Not even able to beat the weakest primitive creature, a copper-toothed beast. Chased around and running. It was not like a mutant beast soul at all. Suddenly, Han-san thought of the type of beast soul. According to his knowledge, the beast souls that can be summoned to fight on their own were normally either fighters or mounts, while he knew nothing about pet beast souls. What the heck is a pet beast soul? It's not just for fun, right? I was really tricked by Xuanhuan. What am I going to do with it? Han-san's heart sank, and he killed the copper-toothed beast that was chasing the cat. When he was about to take the cat back, it started to meow around the body of the copper-toothed beast with its mouth watering. Go ahead. Han-san looked at the mutant three-eyed cat curiously. Normal fighter beast souls and mount beast souls didn't have to eat, and they could just recover in a vacuum once injured. Receiving the approval from Han-san, the cat rushed to the corpse and started gnawing, but it was clear that its teeth and claws were not sharp enough to break down the skin. Depressed, Han-san peeled the skin off, sliced the meat with a dagger, and fed it to the cat. And this little thing sure could eat. The copper-toothed beast was at least twice its size, and it managed to eat all the flesh. Lying on the ground with a full belly, the cat could barely move, and Han-san was almost worried about it. Helplessly shaking his head, Han-san took the cat back and decided to research the use of a pet beast soul on Skynet when he got back home. Mutant creatures were not so easy to find. Han-san had been in the mountains for more than half a month and did not encounter any mutant creatures. He did find quite a few primitive creatures new to him, and now had more than 90 primitive geno points. Hunting alone in the mountains was quite boring, so Han-san would summon the cat to play with and feed for fun when he was resting. The protection from the black beetle armor allowed him to practice ghost hunt even when hunting primitive creatures. Although he was still not skilled at it, he noticed the strengths of this martial art, especially in wrestling. It was very easy to use, and would incapacitate the creatures in a short time. However, close combat can be dangerous, and there were a few times when he used the wrong movement and could have been killed by the creatures. For over a month in the mountains, he had not found a single mutant creature, while he made a lot of progress in using ghost hunt. Later, Han-san no longer needed to rely on his armor when hunting primitive creatures. One of his biggest gains was that he finally maxed out on primitive geno points. Thinking of the fact that he was struggling for ordinary geno points just a few months ago, he was suddenly in a great mood and started to make a fire and barbecue some meat. Help! Help! Han-san was sharing the barbecue with the mutant three-eyed cat he named Meowth when he saw a guy in ragged clothes running toward him, crying for help. He quickly got up and looked over there. With just one look, Han-san abandoned the meat on the ground, took back Meowth, and started to run. "Buddy, please help me. I'll give you money, however much you want," cried the man while running. "You can keep your money." Han-san did not turn his head and ran desperately. You first needed to be alive to spend money, and there were at least 100 Mamo beasts chasing him. Although Mamo beasts were only primitive creatures, they each weighed more than a dozen tons and had the toughest skin. If hit or trampled by one, his internal organs would probably be shattered even with his armor on, not to mention there were so many of them. Even if Qin Xian, Son of Heaven, and Fist Guy were all here, they'd have run under such circumstances. Buddy, not so fast. Give me a hand, and I will thank you. Behind Han's son, the man was out of breath. I'm in danger as well. Just pray. After running for a while, Hansen saw a cliff ahead of him with green vines hanging, grabbed a vine, and started climbing up. The benefits of the gained Geno points and practice of Ghost Hunt were showing. Han's son was in the air with just a bit of climbing and jumped on a large stone platform extending from the cliff. Seeing Han's son climbing up, the man also ran over and wanted to follow him. The man was either too weak or too tired, so he slipped down after a few tries. Buddy, help. With the Mamo beast less than 30 feet from him, the man was about to cry out. Hang on. Han's son grabbed the vine the man was holding onto and started pulling hard. Overjoyed, the man climbed with all force, leveraging Hansen's strength. When he was 30 feet from the ground, he heard Mamo beasts running into the cliff. Han's son and the man felt as if even the mountains were trembling. With pulling and climbing, the man was finally on the platform. Once on the platform, the man lied down as if he were paralyzed, while breathing heavily, unable to speak. Friend, what on earth did you do to them? Hansen looked down at the Mamo beasts running into one another. They wouldn't even leave after they got up, roaring at the platform. But they couldn't climb up as they were even bulkier than elephants. Do not mention it. Worst luck ever. The man calmed down, fished out a packet of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and offered one to Han's son. You saved my life, and I, Lin Beifeng, will always remember. I will show my gratitude after returning to the shelter. Best with cash. Hansen looked at the cigarette and knew the man must be rich. A packet of Schwarzwald cigarettes cost more than 10,000, and there was no need to be modest with such a wealthy guy. Buddy, what's your name? Lin Beifeng threw a lighter at Han Sr. Han Sr. Hansen caught the lighter and lit the cigarette. Made from the tobacco produced from Schwarzwald, the cigarettes were harmless to the body and especially refreshing. For those who were risking their lives in God's sanctuary, the Schwarzwald cigarettes were definitely heaven sent. Son, trust me, when we are back at the shelter, you can have as much money as you want. Problems that can be solved by money are no problems for me. They chatted for a while, and Hansen understood what had happened. Lin Beifeng was not only rich, but super rich. He was also lucky to be assigned to a shelter where he had very close acquaintances. So he bought a whole lot of mutant beast souls, armor, weapons, mounts, fighters, etc. He also hired a group of people to hunt with him, wanting to hunt a sacred blood creature. With his great luck, they indeed caught a sacred blood creature, but what happened after was not so lucky. The people he hired either died or escaped, and he just went running into the mountains. After all sorts of danger, he had managed to survive, but lost almost all the beast souls he bought. If it was not for Han's son, he would have been killed by the Mamo beasts. Son, how far is our glory shelter from here? Asked Lin Beifeng. It's your glory shelter. Hansen laughed. Lin Beifeng was shocked. Son, are you joking? I came from Steel Armor Shelter, and it takes 2 weeks to return there. #*T. I'm really in the range of another shelter. Lin Beifeng was very depressed. He had friends in Glory Shelter, and it was easy for him to buy flesh and beast souls. But it was likely that no one knew him at a different shelter, so even with money it would be hard to buy advanced flesh and beast souls. Hey, what did you do to the Mamo beasts? They are being so persistent. Hansen looked down again, and the Mamo beasts were still there, roaring and standing on their hind legs, trying to climb onto the stone platform. I was walking and got hungry, so I saw a young Mamo beast grazing, and said Lin Beifeng bitterly. It was unfortunate. It seems that we are trapped here for some time, so before they leave, let's be nice to each other. Hansen laughed. Right, let's do that. Lin Beifeng smiled agreeably and approached Han's son. Son, I'm so thirsty. Can I drink from your water bag? 10,000 per cup, Hansen said, narrowing his eyes. **T. What happened to being nice? Cried Lin Beifeng. You are paying, I'm selling. Isn't that nice? But your water is too expensive. It is even more expensive than water from Planet Snowspring. And 10,000 can buy a few bottles of that. It can't be water from Planet Snowspring that you have. Lin Beifeng glanced at Hansen's water bag and said. Although this is only water from a pool, we do not know how long we'll be trapped here. Water is life at this point, and we'll die within a week without water. And you think it's not worth it? Hansen smiled. It's worth it, but my wallet was lost on the way. Could you give it to me on credit, and I'll pay you double when we arrive at the shelter, Lin Beifeng said. We don't know each other, and you still owe me the life-saving fee. And now you want to get water on credit. You are making this so hard for me. Hansen looked indecisive. Triple no? Quadruple. Hansen took out his own cup and poured Lin Beifeng a cup of water. Lin Beifeng drank the water in a gulp and gave the empty cup back 3 times for more water. That's it for today. I don't have much water and need to save. We still don't know when the Mamo beasts will leave. Hansen put the water bag away when Lin Beifeng asked the 4th time. Son, you are so strong, so brave and so impressive that you are able to hunt alone deep in the mountains. What do you want? Hansen rolled his eyes. Lin Beifeng approached Hansen and said, Son, my beast soul was completely destroyed on the way here. Now I feel so insecure with no beast soul on me. Do you have extra beast souls to sell? Speaking of beast souls, Hansen had killed quite a few primitive beasts in recent days and had gained no beast soul. He might have used up his luck on the 2 sacred blood beast souls he got. No beast soul. Would you like some primitive meat jerky? Yes, of course. 10,000 per piece. Son, this is such a small piece. Trapped on the stone platform for 8 days, they still didn't feel like the Mamo beasts would ever leave. We cannot wait any longer. We must find a way out, Hansen told Lin Beifeng solemnly. We still have some food and water. Let's wait. And maybe the herd is about to retreat. Lin Beifeng had a lingering fear about the Mamo beasts. We still have water and food, as well as physical strength. When we have used up everything, we would stand no chance, Hansen said. But how is it even possible with such a herd? Lin Beifeng said bitterly. So we will have to climb up. Hansen pointed to the cliff above. Lin Beifeng looked at the cliff standing straight into the clouds and suddenly shuddered. Are we capable of doing this? We have to. It beats waiting to die, and we don't have to climb over. If we could climb up a bit and find somewhere to stand, we could just walk around and go down on the other side of the cliff, Hansen said. Son, I agree, Lin Beifeng quickly said. Great. We will start to climb now using the vines. Hansen grabbed a vine, made sure it was tough enough, and began climbing. Son, you are so fit. You must have maxed out on mutant geno points. Lin Beifeng stopped climbing as he felt his arms hurting too much, while Hansen was still climbing briskly. Hang in there. There is a rock sticking out up there, and we can go there and rest. Hansen looked down at Lin Beifeng. Son, I can't. Shall we just go back down? You stay here. I will go up first, and then pull you up with the vine. Hansen started to climb with all 4s, and he was so fast it looked like he was walking on the ground, which stunned Lin Beifeng. It took a little while for Hansen to reach the rock and use the vine to pull Lin Beifeng up. The rock was the size of a table. The 2 huddled on the rock and looked around. The cliff was so steep and there was no way to climb if it wasn't for the vines, which only covered a part of the cliff. Son, let's stay here for 2 days, and maybe the Mamo beasts will leave if they don't see us. The cliff is so steep and I'm not as fit as you. I really can't go up, Lin Beifeng said anxiously. Well, you just rest here, and I'll go see if there is a way out. If there is, I'll come back for you. If not, then we could just wait for the Mamo beasts to leave, Hansen said, and got up to climb. Son, you will not abandon me. Lin Beifeng grabbed Hansen's clothes like a little girl. Don't worry. How can I abandon you when you owe me so much money? Hansen patted Lin Beifeng on the shoulder and climbed away. Because he had practiced ghost haunt, Hansen was particularly good at climbing. As he was much stronger now, it wasn't too hard for him either. Hansen climbed for a few hundred feet and still saw nothing but the cliff. The vines continued to go up, and he was wondering where their roots were. Hansen felt a little tired and was thinking about going down. But with another look, he felt like there was a rock sticking out above him. I'll climb up to the rock above and have a look. If there is no way out, I'll just go down to eat and drink. Maybe we could outrun the Mamo beasts, Hansen decided, and kept climbing. The stone was farther and larger than Hansen had imagined. It was half the size of a basketball court. When he got on the stone, Hansen's eyes suddenly widened. On the stone was a nest made with tree limbs and vines. It looked like a huge swallow's nest, almost taking up a better half of the stone. An egg at least 3 feet tall lay in the nest. Wow, such a big egg. How big would the creature that laid it be? Hansen shuddered. The creature was not here now, but he dared not think what would happen if it came back. Being big did not necessarily mean it was advanced. Mamo beasts were huge, but merely primitive creatures. However, the ability to make a nest and lay an egg on the cliff proved the creature was no average creature. It could very likely be a sacred blood creature. If the egg belonged to a sacred blood creature, Han-sun would not want to miss it. After some hesitation, Han-sun approached the egg and cut a hole in the eggshell with the tip of his dagger. Fishing out a straw from his pocket, he stuck it in the hole and started sucking. Suddenly, the sweet juice filled Han-sen's mouth. Sacred blood creature Stormbirds, egg eaten. No sacred geno point gained. Although no sacred blood geno point was gained, the fact that the egg was indeed a sacred blood creature left Han-sun in joy. It was such a huge egg, with at most only 10 sacred geno points, that he was not surprised that he hadn't gained a point with just a mouthful. And he already had some sacred geno points and couldn't have all 10 points, so he could only get 6 or 7 if he was lucky. But sacred geno points were so hard to get that even just a few more would help. Han-sen was desperately sucking the liquid with the straw that he used to drink from his water bag when he was hiding from the creatures that he didn't have to move. It was unexpectedly handy as well for sucking the egg juice. The egg was so big that when Han-sen finally heard the cue that he was gaining 1 sacred geno point, he was so full that he could drink no more. Han-sun pulled out the straw and then sealed the hole with mud. Putting the straw back, he descended using the vine. "Son, what took you so long? Is there a way out?" Seeing Han-sun coming from above, Lin Beifong, who had been worried sick, asked immediately in a low voice so as not to alert the Mamo beasts below. "No, it is as steep as a mirror, and we have nowhere to go." Han-sun shook his head. "Then we have no option but to wait for the herd to leave," Lin Beifong said disappointedly. "It's all right. We still have some food and water left." Han-sun was really taking his time now as he couldn't finish drinking the raw egg anytime soon, and he wouldn't leave before that. They huddled on the stone to spend the night, and the next morning Han-sun climbed up to eat more egg. He made sure there was no creature in the nest before he went up and broke the seal to drink from the egg. "Son, why are you climbing up again?" Lin Beifong wondered when Han-sun came down. "There are sacred blood creatures above, and I was having a feast up there. Do you want to go together?" Han-sun laughed. "You can keep it." Lin Beifong glanced at him and didn't believe a word he said. Even if there really were sacred blood creatures, Han-sun was more likely to be their food. Han-sun climbed up every day to steal some egg juice and never met a sacred blood creature returning to the nest. Han-sun thought the egg's parents might have been hunted already. But to be safe, every time he finished drinking from the egg, he would return to where Lin Beifong was instead of staying inside the nest. Lin Beifong just assumed that Han-sun was going up to find a way. When they had waited for 2 or 3 days, Lin Beifong looked down, and with the fog he wasn't sure if the Mamo beasts had left. "Son, how about we go down a bit and check if they have left?" Lin Beifong couldn't handle the heat during the day and coldness at night on the cliff anymore. "Let's wait for 2 more days to be safe. If they see us now and guard the place for another week, we will run out of food." Han-sen's geno points were higher, so he had heard the Mamo beasts leaving the previous night. But he didn't want to go now, as he hadn't finished the egg. Lin Beifong felt that made sense, so he held on. However, after 2 days, Lin Beifong still saw Han-sun making his daily climb. The vines only covered a small part, and if Han-sun was just exploring the way, he should have done that already, so why did he keep climbing? "What is it?" Lin Beifong wondered, yet he still did not believe there could be sacred blood creatures. "Son, why is it that you climb every day?" Lin Beifong could not help but ask. "I told you, there are sacred blood creatures, and I'm going up to eat," replied Han Sr. "Would you take me with you?" Lin Beifong did not believe Han-sen's words, but was very curious. "Okay." Hansen smiled, grabbed a vine, and started climbing. Lin Beifong followed him up, but he was so weak that he stopped halfway and asked, "Son, I've got to stop. Where are you going?" "We are almost there. Wait here, and I'll pull you up." Han-sun climbed up like a gecko. In a short while, Lin Beifong saw a vine thrown from above. Tying himself to the vine, he borrowed Han-sen's strength and climbed. When he reached the stone, Lin Beifong was stunned by the size of the egg. "My God, such a big egg. Is it sacred blood?" "Yes, this is a sacred blood creature's egg." Han-sun nodded. "Gee, it really is a sacred blood egg. Son, you are amazing." Lin Beifong was pleasantly surprised. He smashed the egg with a fist and wanted to drink. Stretching his tongue out and waiting, Lin Beifeng saw no egg juice flowing out and smashed a few times more, making a big hole in the eggshell. Where is the egg juice? Lin Beifeng looked blankly inside the hollow eggshell. I drank it. Han Sun blinked. You drank it? Lin Beifeng looked at Han Sr. A few days ago, I told you that and invited you to join me. I thought you didn't want to come. Han Sun spread out his hands. Lin Beifeng regretted so much that he was ready to kill himself right then. Son, I had no way of knowing you were telling the truth. Who could have imagined a sacred blood egg on the cliff? If I knew, I would have come, even if I had broken all my limbs. Beifeng, don't worry. I'll inform you next time I find a sacred blood egg. Han Sun smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Son, next time such good things happen, you must remember to let me know. Money is not a problem, and I promise I will never say no to you again. Lin Beifeng was upset. I promise. Han Sun made such an effort to bring him up just to hear these words from him. People like Lin Beifeng made great customers. Lin Beifeng sighed for a while, smashed the eggshell, and carried it with him. He wanted to see if he could boil some sacred Geno points from it. Not in 100 years, Han Sun chuckled to himself. When they got to the bottom of the cliff, the Mamo beasts had left already, so the two went back to steel armor shelter. When they were about to arrive, Han Sun smiled and said to Lin Beifeng, Beifeng, my reputation is not that great here, so I won't go in with you. I'll see you around. Lin Beifeng quickly said, Son, what do you take me for? We have been through death together, and I'll kill whoever is disrespectful to you. It's fine. I have to go and want no trouble. Just enter alone. Han Sun would not believe someone as glib as him, so he waved goodbye and entered the shelter first. The Stormbird egg added 5 more sacred Geno points to Han Sun, which were fewer than he had expected, but it was a surprise in itself, so it was still great. Now Han Sun had 18 sacred Geno points. It was a shame that he didn't get a beast soul from it, but it was quite normal, since killing 10 creatures wouldn't even guarantee a beast soul. Han Sun just got lucky previously. Han Sun happily returned to his room and was teleported out of God's sanctuary. Before he left the station, a slim figure blocked his way. Station Master. Such a coincidence. Han Sun groaned inwardly. He had totally forgot about his discord with Qin Xian. Come with me, Qin Xian said coldly, walking toward the combat room. She was upset that Han Sun had been able to hit her last time and wanted to kick his ass before she could let it go. I'll just fight her. She's just a woman after all, Han Sun whispered to himself. Han Sun knew that Qin Xian would not leave him alone no matter how he restrained himself, so he would no longer do that. He had almost mastered Ghost Taunt, and it would be great for him to practice it on her. When Han Sun stood in front of Qin Xian in a combat suit, she didn't spare any effort and kicked him with a leg sweep. For Han Sun, who was good at sneak attacks, as long as he had no chance to sneak up, he was doomed to lose. Hence Qin Xian hit first and didn't give Han Sun any chance. But she had still committed a great mistake. She still didn't take Han Sun seriously enough and did not regard him as an opponent. All she wanted to do was to kick his ass. That's why she didn't use even half her strength. In her mind, he was still the ignorant-ass freak, a rookie who could be bullied by anyone in the shelter. Qin Xian did not really want to harm Han Sun, so she wasn't hitting hard. But what she didn't know was that Han Sun now had 18 sacred Geno points and was practicing Jade Skin. Although not as fit as her, the gap between them was not so big either. Seeing her leg sweep, Han Sun moved to a spot where Qin Xian couldn't reach and twisted her leg with his arms. She immediately lost balance and fell to the ground. Han Sun immediately pressed himself against her and locked her limbs down. Qin Xian hadn't expected such nifty moves from him, and when she realized her mistake, she was trapped and couldn't wriggle free. Feeling anger and shame, she struggled and failed because of the clever techniques of Ghost Taunt. If she struggled with all her strength, her arms would be dislocated or even broken. Trapped by Han Sun, she blushed and still couldn't believe Han Sun had taken her with the first move. She wanted to teach him a lesson, and everything went wrong. Station Master, did I win? Han Sun was secretly pleased. I did not expect old devil's teaching to work. I even beat Qin Xian. You will never win. Qin Xian raged and refused to throw in the towel. If it was anyone else, it might be fine. But for this despicable-ass freak, she would not bow her head. Qin Xian roared and shape-shifted into a golden lion taller than a man. Han Sun was thrown off her instantaneously, and the lion swooped down at him. Foul. We have agreed not to use any beast souls, Han Sun quickly shouted. Qin Xian paused as her lion paw was about to hit him. She did promise last time that she wouldn't use beast souls, but under the circumstances, she had completely forgotten about it. All right, no beast souls. Qin Xian secretly blushed, took back her beast soul, and launched an attack with her fist. Han Sun still hadn't completely mastered Ghost Haunt, and his fitness and experience fell short compared to Qin Xian. Although he resisted over 20 movements from her, he was still beat. Qin Xian did not say anything and turned away. In fact, she felt ashamed because if she hadn't used her beast soul, she couldn't have gotten rid of Han Senator, so she had already lost at that moment. I'm still not strong enough. My Geno points and fighting skills were not even close to hers. Han Sun knew that he couldn't have caught up with the best in steel armor shelter in such a short amount of time, while he was still a little disappointed that he couldn't even take 30 movements from her. Qin Xian was still blushing after a shower. She was truly abashed that she was put in such a tough situation by Ass Freak. Something is wrong. Although his wrestling skills were not bad, he couldn't have locked me down without great fitness. How did he gain so many Geno points? Thought Qin Xian suddenly. She quickly called out the data collected in Han Sun's combat suit. Qin Xian clenched her lips and cursed bitterly. That bastard, he must have maxed out on his mutant Geno points already. He was just playing weak to make me underestimate him. Ass Freak, I'll never make peace with you. From then on, every time Han Sun passed the teleport station, Qin Xian would always call him into the combat room. Han Sun was glad to oblige. Wrestling skills such as Ghost Haunt really need much practice, and with a training partner as good as Qin Xian, he could not really hone his techniques. Some pain was nothing compared to his gain. If it was not for Qin Xian, Han Sun could only practice when risking his life, which was far more dangerous than his fights with her. Of course, Han Sun was careful so that she didn't notice he was using her. Each time he would get on her nerves on purpose so that she would keep calling him to the combat room. Qin Xian picked on Han Sun many times, but still didn't get over it. Every time she saw his smiling face, she would get mad and have an urge to beat him up. It almost became a habit of hers. The copper-toothed beast fed by Han Sun had become purple in color and bigger in size 2 months after it had become a mutant creature. Whether I could keep rising in the world all depends on you. Please become a sacred creature soon. Han Sun looked at the purple color of its skin and thought it was about time. Judging from the situation, it would take about 3 months for a mutant creature to evolve into a sacred blood creature. This period was neither too long nor too short. It was almost impossible for most people to hunt a sacred blood creature in just 3 months. Even Qin Xian might not have been able to hunt a sacred blood creature for a year. Now with this black crystal, Han Sun could have an entire sacred blood creature to his own every 3 months, which was simply incredible. Just give me enough time, and I could easily evolve with all 4 types of Geno points maxed out. By then I will gain the title of Sacred Blood Aristocrat for sure. Han Sun was getting excited. He did not see Qin Xian at the teleport station on his way home. She could be either tired of this game or simply busy. Outside the station, he saw a girl standing at the roadside and stopped walking. It was Xueshi, the girl who grew up with Zhang Danfeng in him. Xueshi was from a single-parent family, and her mother had raised her by working at Han Sen's father's company. With no one to babysit her, her mother had often brought her to work, and she had always played with Zhang Danfeng and Han Sr. Later, Han Sun heard that Xueshi's father was still alive and found her mother in her. After his dad's incident, Han Sun didn't have the energy to learn more about her family, but he did hear that she was an illegitimate daughter and her father only took her back after his wife passed away. Son, Xueshi also saw Han Sun and exclaimed, "Why are you here?" asked Han Sun puzzled. "Son, I'm over 16 and can enter God's sanctuary now," Xueshi chuckled and said. So fast, Han Sun was startled. In his mind, Xueshi was a little girl, and now she could even enter God's sanctuary. "I'm only a few months younger than you. Don't think of me as a child," Xueshi said discontentedly. Indeed, how time flies. Han Sun looked at her well-developed body and smiled. She was no longer a little girl. Xueshi blushed as Han Xin looked at her. When she was about to say something, there was a roar of an engine, and they saw a well-dressed young man coming down from a private aircraft parked on the roadside. The young man was about 20 years old, and that private aircraft alone was worth more than 10 million. "Sister, I said earlier to use our private teleport equipment. It's just inevitable that we should meet some annoying people at a teleport station. The young people did not even look at Han-san and went straight to Xueshi. Brother, he is my childhood friend, Xueshi quickly explained. Well, we should go back. The young man ignored her explanation, took her hand, and led her on the aircraft. Son, I'll come back, Xueshi said to Han-san softly before she went. The young people returned to warn Han-san. People like you aren't worthy to be her friend. Leave her alone or you'll be sorry. Are you talking to me? Han-san glanced at him. You don't believe what I said. The young man suddenly stepped forward and quickly hit Han-san's lower abdomen with a knee. He was very close to Han-san, and he was incredibly fast. His knee suddenly came toward Han Sr. Han-san looked calm, but secretly sneered. Nothing is better for wrestling than ghost haunt. Even Qin Xian dares not let me get close now. Leaning to one side, Han-san avoided his knee and stuck a leg behind his leg on the ground. Han-san also clamped the young man's neck and pulled hard. Bang! The young man suddenly lost his balance and fell to the floor. Lying on the ground, he looked at Han-san in shock and forgot to get up. He didn't expect his hit would be in vain and couldn't believe he was pulled down by Han Sr. Son, what happened? Seeing things going wrong, Xueshi ran down from the aircraft and quickly helped the young man up. Nothing, just a ritual between men. It is late and I need to go. Let's eat together sometime. Han-san smiled, waved goodbye, and went to the train station. Brother, you all right? Xueshi asked the young man. Interesting, really interesting. The young man watched Han-san leaving with a strange smile. Seeing the young man smiling, Xueshi was suddenly anxious. Brother, don't pick on him. He didn't mean it. He could make me fall even when he didn't mean it. If he meant it, then would I, Fang Jingqi, be killed? He said with his eyes narrowed. Brother, that's not what I meant. Xueshi panicked and did not know how to explain. No worries, sister. As he said, it was a ritual between men and I shall return the favor. Fang Jingqi stared frantically in the direction where Han-san went. In a few days, please invite him to dinner at home. What? Xueshi looked at Fang Jingqi and could not believe her own ears. Han-san didn't go far to hunt these days. He was on his own, so unless he went somewhere no one would go, it wasn't likely he could find mutant or sacred blood creatures before the gangs of Qin Xian, Son of Heaven, or Fist Guy did. Han-san went on the Skynet and logged into a forum called Polar Night, whose members were people from different planets currently struggling in God's sanctuary. Here, people from the same shelter could exchange information and needs. Although the Alliance had a similar official site, it was much easier for people to go on Polar Night because all you needed was a username. On the official site, you'd need to register with your real identity. Not wanting anyone to know his identity, Han-san went to the section of steel armor shelter where there were a lot of posts, roughly 1,000 or more per day. He went through the postings, most of which were buying or selling information, and then there was some recruiting information. For example, the rich would spend money to hire some people from the same shelter to protect or help the child. Recently, Han-san's luck had been poor. Not only couldn't he find any mutual creatures or sacred blood creatures, he also failed to gain any beast souls. So, he decided to work for money. Han-san browsed for a while and saw a job posting that paid well. He was surprised to see it was Lin Beifeng who posted it. Han-san hadn't seen him since the last time they met. It was unexpected that he had also posted in steel armor shelter. Lin Beifeng was not only recruiting good men, but also making offers for beast souls and mutant creature flesh. He wanted all the good things and was willing to pay for them. People who answered his thread were mainly just onlookers. After all, the demands for mutant creature flesh and beast souls were so high that no one would sell easily. Han-san browsed a while and turned to other threads, and soon he found a satisfactory job. There were several young people who had just entered God's sanctuary hiring a skilled hunter to help them kill primitive creatures. The requirement was to be able to deal with 10 primitive creatures and protect them at the same time, alone. In a word, this was a babysitting job, watching these rookies fight primitive creatures and save them when they encountered danger. This job was not difficult, but quite troublesome. Generally speaking, the experienced would not take such a job, but these young men were paying well, 10,000 to protect them each day, and one contract was for at least half a month. Han-san sent a text message to the number they had left and didn't leave voicemail or send an image of himself. He didn't want his personal information to leak out, and that was why he had chosen Polar Night. He could have gone to the official site, where everything was regulated and protected by law, but he would need to sign the contract with his real identity. After a while, he received a reply, which said they had to see how well he could fight before deciding to hire him. Han Sun had no problem with that and agreed to meet at a certain time and place in steel armor shelter. After agreeing to meet, Han Sun did not close the window, but continued to browse the trading section. After his bronze crescent spear was destroyed, he had wanted to hunt himself a weapon beast soul, but he had had no luck with a beast soul at all. Han Sun wasn't trying to buy a weapon beast soul, but a man-made alloy bow and arrow. Alpha alloy weapons could now easily kill primitive beasts, but not mutant creatures. They were not cheap either, and normally even more expensive than primitive beast souls. Han Sun could use most of the weapons, but he had worked hard on archery since he had planned to hunt alone at a distance before he entered God's sanctuary. But he overlooked something. He couldn't afford any good bow and arrows, and without those, he couldn't even pierce the skin of any creature. Now he had earned some money, and it would be possible for him to purchase an alloy bow and arrows. And he wanted to start hunting with archery. It was, after all, both a safe and powerful way of hunting. The most important thing was that, in God's sanctuary, only the one who launched the last hit had the chance to gain the beast soul. And archery must be among the top 3 methods when it came to the potential windfall. Archery required special training, so most people preferred swords and knives. There weren't many posts about selling a bow and arrows. Han Sun was trying to save money, so he wanted to buy some second-hand goods. The alpha alloy bows all cost more than $1 million, which was too expensive for him. The silver lining was that due to the unpopularity of archery, there were not many competing buyers either. Han Sun noticed a post from 7 days ago written by someone who was about to go to the second god sanctuary and planned to sell all his belongings. All the stuff was sold except for an alloy bow and 6 alloy arrows. A bow from the Black Vader series and arrows from the Saber series. Han Sun had practiced archery for a while and carefully studied all types of bows and arrows. To make weapons, the alloy didn't necessarily need to be the stiffest, because if it was too stiff, the edge could chip. However, stiff alloy didn't wear out easily. Bows and arrows were no exceptions. There were 3 types alloy used in a Black Vader bow. 2 were mixed to make the bow itself in order to guarantee its flexibility and stiffness at the same time. And the alloy used in making the string was even more special, its manufacturing methods, monopolized by a few interstellar metal production companies. The Black Vader series was a classic series of alloy bows, and the prices were overwhelming. The cheapest one, Wanderer's Bow, cost $2 million, with no arrows or quiver included in the price. The bow for sale in the post was Doomsday in the Black Vader series, which cost $6,680,000 in the store. Its farthest range could reach 2,400 feet. Using this bow, saber arrows could pierce steel armor and the skin of most primitive creatures from more than 900 feet away. However, one would need to have a 7.0 strength rating to draw the string of Doomsday. Normally, only those who had maxed out on mutant geno points could reach a 7.0 strength rating, and this requirement was only to draw the string. Unless you could kill with only 1 shot every time, so that you didn't need a second draw, you would need a rating of more than 8.0 to use the bow. Generally, if one had maxed out on original, primitive, and mutant geno points, one strength rating would reach 10.0, but many would choose to complete evolution and go to second god sanctuary before their rating reached 8.0. No wonder no one would buy this bow. Those with the ability to use the bow wouldn't care about such a small amount of money and try to save with a second-hand weapon. Those who couldn't use it wouldn't bother to buy it either. Han Sun sent the poster a message and offered $1 million for the bow and arrows, which altogether would probably cost more than $7 million at a store. He had only kept 2 out of the $6 million he earned from selling the golden axe and gave the rest to his mother. Having spent $1 million learning Ghost Haunt, he wasn't sure if he could purchase the bow and arrows with just $1 million. The poster didn't reply. He was either offline or didn't want to dignify his offer with a response. Han Sun waited for more than half an hour and almost lost hope. He checked other posts and found nothing. Well, some cheap stuff will have to do for now. Maybe I can get an arrow beast soul in a few days. Hansen comforted himself and went into the shower. When he was back in front of the screen, he found the poster had sent a message to him, which only contained a web page of a well-known trading site, where the price was marked as $1 million. Hansen almost jumped with joy and paid for the items after confirmation. Soon the item was shipped and would reach planet Roka the next day. God's sanctuary could be used as a transfer station for transporting goods produced in the Alliance. So many transactions between different planets were completed this way, and it was also much faster than interstellar spaceship. The next morning, Han Sun got a package from a robot postman. After signing for it, he couldn't wait to open it. The black and purple metal bow had a bow string like a silver line. Holding the bow in his hands, Han Sun immediately felt powerful. The bow was also carefully kept and looked almost like new except for a small scratch. 6 brand new saber alloy arrows were gleaming with a cold shine. To Han Sun's surprise, they even came with a matching quiver. It was used, but there was no damage. A bow in my hand, the world is mine. I won't have to risk approaching it the next time I steal a sacred blood creature from Son of Heaven. Han Sun stroked the bow and laughed. With no shooting range nearby, Han Sun could only try to draw the string a few times. It was indeed quite heavy. Even with his strength, he could only draw a dozen times before his arms started to ache. Not bad. Han Sun was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't tested his strength recently, but his rating must be more than 8.0 now, or else he couldn't have used this bow so well. Han Sun went to a weapon shop nearby and bought 20 thunder arrows and 20 skyfall arrows. The quiver that could hold 50 arrows still looked a little empty, even with the arrows in it. Although these arrows had impressive names, they were in fact cheap. Each thunder arrow only cost 1,000, and only the arrowhead was made of alloy. It was too stiff and would chip easily on bones or shells. Skyfall arrows were even cheaper, 100 each. They looked like saber arrows, but didn't function that well. Han Sun only bought Skyfall arrows to practice with, as thunder arrows were too easy to break and the 6 saber arrows were too expensive to be used for practicing. Han Sun played with his new bow, Doomsday, for quite a while and fell in love with it. When it was almost time for him to meet his young clients, Han Sun took his bow and arrows and entered God's sanctuary. When he arrived where they were supposed to meet, he saw dozens of people surrounding several young men in biological armor and realized that he wasn't the only candidate. Walking around to earn 10,000 easy dollars per day seemed to be a great deal for many. After all, a primitive creature was only worth several hundred, and it also took energy to hunt and move the dead creature around. Han Sun frowned at the crowd and was ready to turn away. He just wanted to find an easy job to earn some money. With such competition, he'd rather look for another job. When he was ready to leave, Han Hao and a few people came together. It looked like they were also coming for the young men. Well, asked Freak himself here, looking sharp with the bow and arrows. Did you come to protect the masters as well? A young man next to Han Hao ridiculed him, with a tone of exaggeration. His remark got the attention of the crowd, as Ass Freak was well known in steel armor shelter. People suddenly started to heckle Han Sr. Ass Freak, who do you think you are? Ass Freak, can you even beat the original creatures? It's more likely that the young masters will need to protect him. Ass Freak was so infamous that a torrent of scornful abuse was lavished on him. The young men who were paying came to them, and one of them with harsh, angular features curiously looked at Han Sun and said, "You are the legendary Ass Freak." Yes, Han Sun answered casually. He did not think it was a bad thing, because in the entire steel armor shelter, he was the only one who had ever stabbed Qin Xian in the butt. This was a kind of achievement in a sense. The young man was obviously curious about Han Senator. Suddenly he said, "You are also here for the job?" Han Sen nodded. "If you don't like the idea, I can go right now." "No. If you do not have any questions, we can sign the contract right here," the young man quickly said. A roar went up in the crowd as they heard the young man's decision. Even the young man's friends looked surprised. They pulled the young man to the side and said, "Yuan, that's Ass Freak. What are you going to do with him?" "That's right, Yuan. If we are in danger, he will probably run even faster than us. It's just a waste of money. I've hired him, and you can choose the rest." The young man named Yuan insisted and signed a contract with Han Sr. The others didn't say much after that, and selected several more candidates who looked experienced. Han Hao showed them his mutant beast soul weapon and was chosen. The two coming with Han Hao showed some skill and got the job as well. Ass Freak, you got lucky thanks to your young master's kindness and curiosity, Lu Feng, one of the two, said when walking past Han Sr. "My luck has always been good," Han Sun said faintly. The clients had selected 10 experienced men to protect them in hunting primitive creatures. With such a team, they could even hunt primitive creatures by herd. Those who had been hired were in a good mood and tried to flatter the clients all the time. They clearly understood the background of these young men who were paying them. The clients actually had very good fighting skills, and they must have graduated from posh schools. Although they had just entered God's sanctuary, their fitness and skills were much better than Han Sen's when he had just arrived. They were only lacking the experience of hunting. When the clients were hunting primitive creatures, Han Sen was just practicing archery on the side. Initially, he had chosen to practice archery because it was less demanding than other weapons. He was unlikely to be able to learn advanced techniques of sword or knife fighting in the public education system, while all he needed for archery was accuracy. Han Sen was still getting to know the performance and characteristics of Doomsday, so he had selected some of the trees nearby as his targets to practice on. Freak, you are just taking up space. Why are you shooting in vain and ignoring our clients? Lu Feng was confused by Han Sen's behavior and looked at his shots contemptuously. You can't even shoot something within 60 feet. Han Sen did not look at Lu Feng or reply to him. He was just trying the arrow and did not focus on one target, and that was why his shots looked messy. Just let him be. It was just a charity act. Our clients didn't expect him to help at all. Other hired hands laughed. That is true. Just be grateful, Freak. Lu Feng spit and joined the rest. Do not say you know me. Han Hao found a chance to whisper to Han Sen and went back to laugh with his friends. The clients were making incredible progress. In the beginning, they needed some assistance, while they soon became better and could hunt some rather vicious primitive creatures one-on-one. Indeed, posh schools had great teaching outcomes. Those who were in integrated compulsory education wouldn't dare to hunt primitive creatures alone with no previous experience. It went so well that everyone lost their vigilance. When the clients were hunting 3 primitive spotted beasts, one of the beasts played dead and attacked a young client when he approached it. Han Hao and others didn't expect this, and the spotted beast was too close to the client for them to rescue him. In an instant, the claws of the spotted beast were on the delicate neck of the young man. The young client was horrified, regretting that he wasn't wearing his alloy helmet. But it was too late for that. Everyone watching screamed in horror. Whoosh! An arrow flew by the client's face and hit the spotted beast in the left eye. The beast whimpered and fell to the ground. Han Hao and the rest swarmed to the spotted beast and cut its corpse into pieces. Freak, why did you shoot the arrow? You almost hurt Qing. Lu Feng turned around and scolded Han Sr. Other people all followed him, criticizing Han Senator. They were secretly ashamed, but instead of self-reflection, they chose to blame Han Senator in their view. Han Sen just shot the beast by pure luck, because Freak could never be so good at anything. Get lost, Yuan suddenly shouted with a dark face. Did you hear that, Freak? Yuan just asked you to go, cried Lu Feng. I'm letting you go. Yuan stared at Lu Feng coldly. I paid you to protect us, and what did you do when Qing was in danger? Nothing. And you even tried to blame the only person who did his job. All of you, get lost, and I don't want to see you again. Yuan, you can let us go, but according to our contract, this is a breach. You will have to pay us the rest of the money, sneered Lu Feng. Just go. Yuan threw a few stacks of money at them and didn't look at them again. Lu Feng and the rest picked up the money. Although they were angry, they didn't dare to harm the clients because they knew who these young clients were. They gazed at Han Sen and said, Misters, we are far from the shelter, so please be careful, as you are trusting someone unreliable. He is 100 times more reliable than you, Yuan replied. The hired ones didn't dare to express their anger in front of Yuan, so they just left. Your arrow was so powerful, commended Qing after the rest were chased away. He didn't want to call Han Sen Freak, but awkwardly discovered that he didn't know his name. His rating must have reached 7.0 to use Doomsday. Of course it was powerful, said Yuan. 7.0? But they said that he. Qing and the other clients looked at Han Sen and his bow, unconvinced. After all, the story of Freak was so well known that even they knew about it. I mean at least 7.0. He shot so many arrows in practice, and if his strength hadn't reached 8.0, it would certainly not be so easy for him, Yuan said, looking at Han Sr. 8.0. They were even more surprised and kept looking at Han Sen as if they hadn't seen him before. Anyone with an 8.0 rating would be rather advanced in First God's Sanctuary, so they couldn't believe Freak would be so strong. Let me try your bow. One client still didn't believe Yuan's words. Han Sen smiled and handed Doomsday to him. The young client held it with both hands and tried to pull the string, but the string didn't even move. He tried a few times more and still failed to draw the string. Although they graduated from top schools and had practiced hyper-geno arts as kids, their bodies hadn't been modified by geno points, so their strength could reach 3.5 at best, which was far below the requirement to use Doomsday. You are so weak. Let me. Another client could not stand to watch and grabbed the bow. He too had failed after a few tries. Everyone gave it a shot except for Yuan, and none could draw the string. Only then had they felt impressed by Han Sr. Archery was practiced by very few people and required a lot of effort. So most people didn't know much about bows and arrows, let alone how good Doomsday was. For example, Han Hao and his friends had no idea that Han Sen's bow was worth millions, or they wouldn't have ridiculed him like that. The clients stopped underestimating Han's son, not least because Han's son also had saved Qing's life. They asked his name and called him son from then on. After all, God's sanctuary was a world where only the strong were respected, and Han Sen's archery and strength were truly impressive. Son, would you show us real archery skills? Qing proposed. All the other clients looked at Han's son with great anticipation. My archery skills are just ordinary, Hansen laughed. Don't be modest. When one is being too modest, one is actually proud, Qing said. Okay, I will try to shoot then. Hansen also itched to exercise his skills. Since he received Doomsday, he hadn't tested its limits yet. The clients were overjoyed. Hansen looked around and walked to a hillside. He aimed at something and slowly drew a saber arrow. As he drew the string, blue and swollen veins popped on his arms. The arrow left the string in the blink of an eye and disappeared in the woods. Did he miss? Qing and others didn't hear any prey being hit and thought he had missed. It is too far away. The woods must be at least 400 yards from here. It is understandable to miss, said Qing. Come on, let's go and find out, Han's son said and walked down the hill into the woods. The clients followed with suspicion. 100 meters into the woods, they saw a spotted beast nailed on a tree with an arrow through its head. No wonder we did not hear a thing. The arrow directly destroyed the nerves of the spotted beast, and it didn't even have time to shriek. Everyone was so impressed. It was at least 400 yards from where Han's son had been standing, and the beast was killed with just one shot. Han Sen's archery must be among the best in First God's sanctuary. After that, all the clients worshipped Hansen and did everything he said. Han's son protected them for half a month and received 150,000 in cash. The clients wanted to sign a long-term contract with Han's son, but he declined. He was only short of money at the moment. In the long run, he still needed to focus on his own evolution. Han's son returned to Steel Armor Shelter alone and was stopped by those who had been chased away by Yuan at the gate. These men were led by Lu Feng, and Han Hao was also among them. As freak, you have really pissed me off. How can you make it up to me? Asked Lu Feng, cracking his knuckles while slowly approaching Han Sr. A crowd of spectators started to gather. They were used to seeing Han's son getting bullied. How do you want me to compensate you? Said Han's son calmly, watching Lu Feng approaching him. Let me kick your ass, Lu Feng said, throwing a punch at Han Sen's face. Lu Feng's punch was fierce and fast. If Han's son was hit, his nose would be smashed. When everyone was thinking that he would suffer, Han's son leaned his body and dodged the punch. Meanwhile, he tripped Lu Feng with his leg and made him fall on his face. Lu Feng fell so hard that his nose was bleeding and his eyes were watering. Burning with anger, he drew his alpha alloy broadsword from the sheath and slashed it toward Han Sr. Little scum. How dare you resist? I'll kill you. Han Hao had mixed feelings watching this. Although he despised Han's son was still his cousin, and Han Hao felt terrible watching him being bullied and perhaps getting killed. But if he helped Han's son and people knew him to be the cousin of Ass Freak, how could he stay at Steel Armor Shelter? Having hesitated for a while, Han Hao turned his face to the side, deliberately avoid seeing Han. Senator Han Hao thought that he would immediately hear Han Sen's screams, but the screams he heard were not from Han's son, but from Lu Feng. Han Hao quickly turned to see what had happened and couldn't believe his own eyes. Lu Feng's alpha alloy broadsword was now in Han Sen's hand, and Lu Feng himself was pinned to the ground with his arm twisted behind himself, screaming while too scared to struggle. Han Hao did not see how it happened, but others all saw clearly. They were so surprised that they stood there with their mouths wide open. When Lu Feng slashed his broadsword at Han's son, everyone thought Ass Freak was doomed. But as soon as Lu Feng wielded the alpha alloy broadsword, Han's son grabbed his hand and twisted, bringing Lu Feng to his knees. Han's son then knocked his back with a knee and held him down to the floor. No one could believe that ass freak would have such fine movements, and were all in a daze. There was no sound except for Lu Feng's screams. What are you doing? Kill this bastard. Ouch! Lu Feng shouted to the onlookers while screaming. Crack! His arm was broken by Han San before he could even finish the sentence. Covered in cold sweat, Lu Feng was deathly pale. Lu Feng's friends saw this and rushed to Han San, raising their weapons. Han San was still holding Lu Feng's alpha alloy broadsword in his hand and used it to block the first alloy weapon swung at him. To his surprise, the weapon was cut in half by Lu Feng's broadsword instantaneously. This dumbass had a really nice alpha alloy broadsword. It's at least worth 1 or 2 million, Han San thought, and decided not to give it back. In a short while, all the other weapons were cut off by Han San, and their owners were scared off. No one dared to attack Han San anymore. Han Hao was stunned, almost thinking he was in a dream. Lu Feng had a strength rating of 6.7 and a nice weapon, so he enjoyed quite a lot of attention in steel armor shelter. Although Han Hao had a mutant beast soul weapon, he knew he could not match Lu Feng. All of a sudden, Lu Feng became the one lying on the floor without his weapon, while Han San became the winner. The change was so drastic that Han Hao couldn't process it. Hadn't he been isolated by both Qin Xian and Son of Heaven since he entered the shelter? Didn't he fail to hunt even a primitive creature? Didn't he? Han Hao looked at Han San blankly, with a variety of complex emotions entangled in his mind. Han San did not continue the fight with the rest, but went back to take Lu Feng's sheath away, hung the sheath on his own belt, and returned his new broadsword to his new sheath. The next time you want compensation, just come to me, said Han San as he strode toward the gate of steel armor shelter. The onlookers all looked at him as if it was the first time they saw him. Stop! Someone approached riding a beast soul mount when Han San was about to enter the gate. It was Luo Tianyang, son of Heaven's henchman. Luo, ass freak broke my arm and seized my broadsword. You have to avenge me, shouted Lu Feng in delight at the sight of Luo Tianyang. Douchebag. Luo Tianyang first glanced at Lu Feng and then at Han Sr. I was wondering who was so daring to hurt my guy. So it was you, scum. Luo Tianyang took out his alloy whip and whacked it at Han Sr. Han San paused and wielded his broadsword at the whip. When the two weapons collided, Han San and Luo Tianyang both shuddered. Luo Tianyang suddenly shouted, How come you have such strength? Luo Tianyang's own strength rating had reached 9.6. Although with this whack he did not use all his strength, Han San must have had at least an 8.0 rating to be able to block his whip, which he could not believe. This person must die. Luo Tianyang suddenly had an urge to kill Han San and was about to raise his whip again. When he looked at Han San, however, he stopped and his whole body became tense. Han San had put away the broadsword and held Doomsday in his hands. Drawing the string to the fullest, he pointed the arrowhead at Luo Tianyang. Although Luo Tianyang did not recognize Doomsday, thanks to his rich experience of fighting, he could smell danger from Han San and his bow and stayed completely still. The two were into a deadlock. Luo Tianyang did not dare to move, and Han San did not have the confidence to kill Luo Tianyang with only one shot. Even time seemed to stand still. The onlookers were completely shocked. When Han San beat Lu Feng and his friends, they simply couldn't believe it, and now he was even well matched with Luo Tianyang. Luo Tianyang was one of Son of Heaven's henchmen. His strength rating was near 10.0, and even he didn't dare to move with Han San's arrow pointed at him. Anyone with a strength rating of more than 9.0 would be among the top 100 in steel armor shelter, where there were more than 100,000 people. That someone like this could be scared by Han San was an overwhelming fact to all. No one knew how Han San could gain such strength when isolated by both Qin Xian and Son of Heaven. Han San, put down your bow, said Qin Xian, leading her gang, who were all riding beast soul mounts. Han San put away his bow and arrow. His strength was still weaker than Luo Tianyang, and Han San was not sure if he could shoot his opponent when Luo had his guard up. Keeping the posture was consuming his energy very fast, and the deadlock was not good for Han Sr. Miss Qin, I'll kill this bastard for you, said Luo Tianyang, whipping at Han San, who had already disarmed himself. Han San seemed to be prepared for this, and was about to block the whip with Doomsday. Before he acted, a beast soul bronze sword was thrown over and hit the whip. The strength of the throw was so fierce that the whip fell from Luo Tianyang's hand. I will discipline my guy, and you can mind your own business. Qin Xian looked at Luo Tianyang coldly and summoned back her sword before she rode into the shelter. Follow me. Qin Xian turned back and commanded Han Sr. Han Sen quickly caught up with her and followed her gang into the shelter. The entire steel armor shelter was suddenly in an uproar. Ass Freak beat Lu Feng and his friends, was well matched against Luo Tianyang, and was, most importantly, declared by Qin Xian to be her guy. All the news had driven everyone mad. No one understood what had happened. It was all guesswork. Did they develop a love affair from the stab? I have to learn from Ass Freak and stab a beautiful and capable woman in the ass. Maybe I can become rich and powerful. Qin Xian looks so serious, but she is actually a flirt. Rumors spread across the entire steel armor shelter, and Han Sen was once again put under the spotlight. However, Han Sen's strength was not really the focus. People cared more about whether he was Qin Xian's boy toy. Even Qin Xian's gang would look at Han Sen weirdly. You know archery? Asked Qin Xian after she called Han Sen to a hall. I used to practice, Han Sen shrugged. You can use Doomsday, so you must have worked hard on it, said Qin Xian matter-of-factly. You can join Bullseye and follow me in the future. No, Han Sen refused. Qin Xian bit her lips and said snappily, You just offended Luo Tianyang. Without my protection, do you suppose he'd let you live? Thank you for your kindness, but I will deal with it myself, Han Sen said indifferently. You should have known who I am. My men are more or less related to the military, and Bullseye belongs to me. Follow me and you will gain great advantages when applying for military schools. Qin Xian suppressed her anger and said to Han Sr. I never wanted to go to a military school. Han Sen knew that he could apply to a military school for further education after he finished integrated compulsory education. However, all military schools had high requirements of fitness. If one's fitness index was below 10 before the first evolution, one had no chance at military schools. For Han Sen, to reach 10 in the fitness index was not hard, but he wasn't interested in going to school at all. He'd rather put more effort into hunting. Exasperated, Qin Xian said, Without education from military school and an aristocratic title, you could only be an ordinary soldier when you are of age to serve. Only through a military school can you become something in the army. At least by then you wouldn't have been sacrificed. Let's talk about this another time. I have to go now, and thank you so much for all your help. I'll buy you dinner sometime, said Han Sen, ready to go back. He knew that what Qin Xian said made sense, but he had his own plan. He wanted to get an aristocratic title before he turned 20 and went to serve, because aristocrats had certain privileges in the army and would not be sent to the front. Stop. Have I excused you? Qin Xian stared at Han Sen fiercely. Station master, please, that's not my thing, said Han Sen bitterly. It's fine if you don't want to go. Qin Xian suddenly smiled at Han Sen and said, If you do not go, each time you enter the teleport station, I will fight you. Looking at her evil smile, Han Sen's heart sank. He knew that Qin Xian hadn't tried her best at all when fighting with him in the past, because he was no match for her at the moment. Judging from her expression, he knew if he declined, he would really have a hard time in the future. I'll just join Bullseye then, Han Sen said, depressed. Qin Xian snapped at Han Sen. Do you have any idea how many people in Steel Armor Shelter want to join my gang? And you just acted like I've asked you to take poison. Freedom is priceless, and to lose my freedom is exactly like taking poison, Han Sen sighed. Then you could die a slow death. Even if you died and became a ghost, you'd still be my ghost, Qin Xian pouted and said. Han Sen knew that Qin Xian had made up her mind, and he accepted the offer unwillingly. Feeling dejected, he left the hall. Qin Xian watched him go and was very pleased by his upset look for some strange reason. She couldn't help but smile. Station master, why do you have to recruit such a person to our steel armor gang? He's not worthy of being a member of Bullseye. A woman of the same age as Qin Xian came out from a side door and asked after Han Sen had left. Monli, trust me, although this guy can be a bastard sometimes, he does have great potential in some aspects, Qin Xian told young Monli seriously. Qin Xian had witnessed what a fast learner and diligent student Han Sen was. Repeatedly defeated by her, he didn't go down but grew stronger and stronger. Now even she had to take him seriously. Such progress and mentality were truly amazing. Qin Xian's opinions of Han Sen had improved a great deal, or else she wouldn't have defended him in front of everyone. Han Sen returned to his room and teleported back home before Qin Xian had the chance to leave God's sanctuary. He was not the least interested in going to a military school. Before, It would have been a great option for him, because he could learn hyper-geno arts there. Now, with Jade Skin, he didn't have to waste his time in a military school at all. It would be much wiser for him to spend time hunting and increasing his geno points. As for Bullseye, Han's son had even less interest in joining. Although, as a member of Bullseye, he could gain assistance from Qin Xian's information network to improve his chance of finding mutant and sacred blood creatures, he would also have to share the meat hunted with the rest of her team. Han's son decided to go hunting alone after some preparation. If Qin Xian didn't see him for a while, she would probably forget about the whole thing. Han's son had wanted to buy an alpha alloy dagger with the 150,000 he had earned, but now he had the broadsword he seized from Lu Feng, so the other was no longer necessary. The broadsword was made of a special alloy with Z metal, which made it very stiff. Its edge could easily cut primitive creatures open, so weapons made from this kind of alloy had always been expensive. Nice! Han's son touched the edge and his finger was cut immediately. Looking at the shiny edge, Han's son loved the weapon so much he couldn't put it down. It's worth the price, he thought to himself. The Han family had an alloy business before, and although it was a small factory, they had unique formulas. Their products might not be as good as this broadsword, but could also cut open the skin of some primitive creatures. So the business was quite profitable. If it was not for those terrible family members, their company could surely be among the top 3 on planet Roka. But now the company had been bought by Starry Group. Han's son was too young back then, and to this day, he still didn't quite understand why Starry Group had to acquire their company. He knew his father's death must have had something to do with Starry Group, but he had no ability to find out the truth, so he had to lay low. Son, today I have something important at work. Can you take Yin to school? Luo Solon knocked on the door and asked Han Sr. School has started already? I did not know that. No worries, Mom. I'll take her, Han's son quickly said. School started a few days ago, and you were in God's sanctuary, so I didn't want to bother you, said Luo Solon. Which school is it? Asked Han Sr. It is St. Paul, and I used the money you left to pay the tuition. Luo Solon felt slightly uneasy, as she had spent almost all the money on Yan's school. Great. St. Paul is the best on planet Roka except for the posh schools. Hansen was very happy. He didn't have an aristocratic title for the moment and couldn't send Yin to a posh school, but a good private school is still much better than integrated compulsory education. After chatting with his mother, Hansen took Han Yin on a maglev train to school. The entrance of St. Paul was almost blocked by private aircrafts, and some of them were deluxe. Almost all rich people without an aristocratic title would send their children to St. Paul, and almost all students here were from affluent families. Walking his sister to school, Hansen saw a middle-aged fat guy getting off an aircraft with a flirtatious woman on his side and an 8-year-old boy in his arms. He paused, as the middle-aged fat guy happened to be his uncle, Han Lei. What are you doing here? Han Lei was surprised to see Han's son here. Taking Yin to school, replied Han Sr. Yin is coming to St. Paul. Han Lei looked at Han's son and Han Yin, unconvinced. Since a few days ago, Han's son said, ready to walk Han Yin into the school gate. Han Lei thought for a while and ran in front of Han's senator. He grabbed Han Sen's wrist and raged, I knew it. My elder brother managed the company for so many years, he must have embezzled lots of money. You were just lying to me about not being able to come up with 2 million, while you are now spending millions to send Yin to St. Paul. I'm telling you, this money belonged to the whole family, just like the house. We must split it, or I'll. Or what? What can you do about it? Hansen looked at Han Lei coldly. He was completely disappointed in his relatives and wouldn't give them a cent more. Boy, watch it. I'm your uncle. Han Lei flinched with Han's son watching him, but he didn't plan to let Han's son walk free. Uncle, Han's son smiled dismissively. Well, please go home and review the legal documents we signed and see if you have the right to anything we own. From now on, do not think you can take a penny from us ever again. The reason why Hansen gave them 2 million so promptly was to draw a line between his relatives and his real family. To get the 2 million, his relatives all signed a document prepared by Mr. Zhang, which made it impossible for them to take anything from Hansen's family in the future. That is fraud. I'll go find your mom right away. How dare you hide money from us? Cried Han Lei angrily. Uncle, don't even think about it. I have the right to kill a trespasser. Hansen looked at Han Lei gloomily. Little brat, how dare? Han Lei threw a punch at Hansen furiously. With a blank expression, Han's son grabbed Han Lei's arm and threw Han Lei over his own shoulder. Han Lei shouted out in pain. Uncle, if you want to die, welcome to our house. Han Sen stared at Han Lei coldly. Han Lei opened his eyes wide. As if he didn't know Han Senator, the look on Han Sen's face had terrified him. Han Lei was an evolver, although just by maxing out on primitive geno points. He didn't really do much in Second God Sanctuary, but he was still an evolver. It was abnormal that Han's son, who hadn't evolved at all, could give him a shoulder throw easily. His nephew suddenly looked like a different person. Han Sen suddenly smiled and pulled Han Lei up. I'm sure my aunt doesn't know about this woman and child. I think I should talk to her, Han's son whispered, while Han Lei was still shocked by his sudden change. You think my wife will believe you? Han Lei said madly. That doesn't matter, as long as she believes this. Han Sen showed Han Lei the comlink on his wrist. He turned the video camera on the moment he saw Han Lei. You? Shocked, Han Lei reached to grab the comlink. Han Sen only moved slightly to make Han Lei fall again. Uncle, we can negotiate a price, and I can sell you this. Han Sen smiled and was about to pull him up again. Han Lei grinned and suddenly reached to twist Han Sen's hand, ready to break it and seize his comlink. Han Sen flipped his hand and held Han Lei's hand down, making him kneel on the floor and howl like a pig. Uncle, it seems that you have no intention to negotiate. I'll have to show it to my aunt then. Han Sen released Han Lei's hand and turned to leave. Wait. Han Lei quickly stopped Han Sen and gritted his teeth. 10,000. I'll give you 10,000, and you delete it. Han Sen turned away. 200,000, or I'll go to my aunt. Okay, said Han Lei, limping over to take hold of Han Sr. Thanks then, cash or bank transfer? Han Sen asked with a faint smile. Han Lei unwillingly transferred 200,000 to Han Sen. Well, now can you delete it? Of course I will delete it, but only when I'm in a good mood, Han Sen said, and walked away. Brat, you lied to me. Han Lei became furious and raised his fist. However, he froze at the sight of Han Sen, as his nephew's movements had really left a strong impression. Uncle, I received your money, so I will certainly delete it, but I did not say when I will do it. So you'd better keep me in a good mood. Han Sen patted Han Lei on the shoulder and stopped smiling. He whispered, Also, do not let me see you in my home again, otherwise I will kill you. Han Lei shuddered, and for some reason, he knew Han Sen meant it. *T. The brat has become so evil. Han Lei cursed as Han Sen moved away. Ashamed that he was terrified by a boy, Han Lei was still nervous deep down and changed his mind about going to Han Sen's home. After sending Yin to school, Han Sen was in a great mood. On his way back, he saw a physical test center and went in, wanting to know his current physical fitness level. In the unevolved test hall of the physical test center, Zhao Basan looked at a level displayed on the virtual screen and was secretly feeling proud of himself. In order to get a level in the test, an unevolved person must reach more than 10.0 in at least 100 items, including strength, speed, quickness, leaping ability, muscle toughness, bone strength, and organ function. With A-level fitness, one was also very likely to be admitted into a military school, as long as one didn't make a huge mistake during the entrance exam. In his fantasy, Zhao Basan had already graduated from a military school with stellar scores and become a captain of an interstellar warship, directing battles in the space and receiving respect and worship after all his victories. I didn't do that well in the live combat test. If I had done better, I might be assessed at A level. Maybe I'll try again. Zhao Basan went back, but found the test hall he had used was occupied. Zhao Basan thought the testing process was quite short, so he decided he might as well wait there. But after he had waited for quite a while, the person inside still hadn't come out. So slow. This person inside must be stupid? If I had gone to a different hall, I would have finished by now. Zhao Basan was quite upset, but not willing to give up. Zhao Basan gave it some thought and paid to observe the test. Suddenly, the holographic image was projected in front of him. I wonder how dumb this person could be to take so long. Zhao Basan looked to the golden figure in the holographic image. That person in the image was about to take the final test, the robot channel. The robot channel was the last part of the entire test. In the 300-foot-long one-way channel, one had to beat a combat robot with biochemical alloy shell every 6 feet, and the performance of combat robots was stronger and stronger toward the end. As an unevolved, being able to cross the 180-foot line was pass, 210-foot line was good, 240-foot line was excellent, 270-foot line was advanced, and going all the way was super. Zhao Basan had earned a good score himself, but he might be able to pass the 240-foot line if he put in more effort. This is weird. How come it took him so long? Zhao Basan felt strange, as all the tests before this one should have taken the same amount of time. What he didn't know was that Han's son actually took each test twice, the first time without beast souls and the second time with beast souls, so as to know his abilities under different circumstances. That's why it took Han's son so long. In fact, Han's son had already been through the robot channel twice. This time, he summoned Black Beetle armor and Bloody Slayer at the same time and wanted to try the robot channel one last time under his best conditions. When Zhao Basan saw clearly the golden figure, he was amazed by how great the Bloody Slayer and Black Beetle beast souls looked. *T. This guy wants to use beast souls to take the robot channel test. Well, even so he could hardly go all the way, unless. While Zhao Basan was still thinking, the majestic golden figure had rushed toward the robot channel. Boom! What happened next rendered Zhao Basan speechless. The golden figure ignored all combat robots trying to block him and forcefully went through with his strong body. The combat robot, which was much heavier than the man, was knocked away immediately. The golden figure was like an armored vehicle, brutally hitting his way through the combat robots. Even the robots' biochemical alloy shells were smashed. Nothing could stop that figure. 30 feet, 60 feet, 90 feet, 180 feet, 210 feet, 240 feet. Zhao Baoshan knew that the performance of the combat robots placed behind the 240-foot line was beyond the ability of average, unevolved persons. But they were smashed by the golden figure as if they were a pile of clunkers. The robot channel that was viewed as a cruel test by most unevolved became an easy path for the golden figure. Unmatched strength. All combat robots in the channel, including the last one, were knocked away within seconds. Zhao Basan opened his mouth and didn't recover from shock for a long time. When he looked at the virtual screen, it already changed to SSS level. OMG, who is this fierce fellow? Zhao Basan saw the door of the test hall open and the person in the hall was gone. Zhao Basan immediately chased him out, but the center was so crowded and he had no idea who that person was. The video. Zhao Basan ran back to the hall, paid to play the recorded video, and made a copy. Having watched the video a few times, he regretted that he didn't see the golden figure's performance before the last test. Zhao Basan suddenly had an idea. He logged into his account and uploaded this copy to the official forum and named it 788-foot, Robot Channel Conquered. In the beginning, Zhao Basan's video didn't attract much attention. After all, there were so many videos online about the robot channel test. 7.88 seconds was also considered a gimmick, as those who could pass the test within 10 seconds would be among the very best of the unevolved. Even stars like Tang Jinliu could finish the test in just under 10 seconds and couldn't improve any further. If someone really finished it within 7.88 seconds, he or she would surely be a star. Therefore, it would be impossible for it to be uploaded by an unknown account. Almost everyone who saw the title would choose to skip the video, and it could soon be lost in the massive number of videos. Only a few who were bored would play the video. However, those who had seen the video were all impressed by the brutal method used to pass the test and chose to forward the link to their friends. Coincidentally, someone from Steel Armor Shelter also watched the video and recognized the man in the video as Dollar from Steel Armor Shelter. Immediately after he finished watching the video, he posted a new thread titled SSS Level, Dollar Conquered Robot Channel in 7 feet 88 inches to the section of Steel Armor Shelter. That Dollar who robbed Son of Heaven of the Beast Soul. Is the title for real? Is Dollar's real identity exposed? The name Dollar was so well known in Steel Armor Shelter that the post soon got a lot of attention, and many watched the video with a skeptical attitude, which turned into admiration when they finished watching. Dollar is my idol. This is how real men should pass the test. Haha, the combat robots were all crushed. His beast soul was stolen from Son of Heaven, and he is nothing without beast souls. Dollar is invincible. Idol. The video was watched so much in Steel Armor Shelter that the administrator soon noticed it and put it on the front page. At this point, this video became viral in the entire alliance, and almost all unevolved now knew about Dollar. It must be fake. No way. Did you not see it's an official video? This is not possible. The robots in the beginning were not that strong, but it was so incredible that he knocked away the ones close to the end as well. No way, this looks too fake. It is definitely modified. If it's not, I'll eat s asterisk hashtag T. Who is this man? One of the chosen? This is Dollar from Steel Armor Shelter. What Dollar? I have not heard of him. That is because you are ignorant. Dollar brought honor to the entire Steel Armor Shelter. Many people in the shelter were telling the story all over the Skynet of Dollar robbing the beast soul from Son of Heaven. Jinliu, come and look at this. A good-looking young man waved to Tang Jinliu, who was training. Lin Feng, what is it? Tang Jinliu approached the young man while wiping his face with a towel. Taking a look at the video the young man was watching, he commented, 7.88 seconds, robot channel conquered. This is crap. It took me 10 seconds. How can anyone finish it in 7.88 seconds? Tang Jinliu played with his hair casually. Just watch this. Lin Feng played the video. No way. This can't be. Who is this guy? Where is he from? No idea. But according to my analysis, he must have maxed out on all Geno points except for Sacred Geno points. He also has practiced advanced Hyper Geno arts. His armor and shape-shifting beast souls were all sacred blood. Lin Feng paused the holographic video and continued to analyze. His shape-shifting beast soul is fast, and enough with the analysis. I just want to know who he is. Finally, all the top guys have gone to Second God Sanctuary, and I now have a chance to rank second among the chosen. And now here's this guy. Tang Jinliu gritted his teeth. Find out who he is. I'll have him killed before he can ruin my chances. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. First, this video is from the official physical test center, so there is no way you could find out his identity. Second, someone with this fitness level must be from a prominent family or even have something to do with the military. You think you dare to have someone like that killed? Ahem, I was just expressing my anger. Don't take me seriously. Tang Jinliu was embarrassed. Who could he be? Lin Feng frowned, staring at the golden figure in the video. There were many who shared Lin Feng's question and wondered about the background of Dollar. Due to the limited information available, no one had any clue. Some people also tried to ask Zhao Basan, the poster of the video. However, Zhao Basan had no idea who that man was. So, all people knew was that Dollar took the test on planet Roka. But interplanetary travel was so convenient that many people were even working on a different planet from where they lived. Hence, no one knew whether Dollar was passing by or lived there. Plus, there were 12 billion people on Roka, so it was impossible to locate a single individual anyway. While everyone was discussing who Dollar was, Han Sen was practicing archery alone in a waste factory near his home, avoiding entering God's sanctuary in case Qin Xian would send him to Bullseye. If I had not used Beast Souls, my strength would only have been rated 9.1 due to the lack of mutant Geno points. If I could max out on mutant Geno points, my rating would reach 12, secretly calculated Han Sen while he was resting. The improvement in physical fitness levels got more and more difficult as he became stronger. Han Sen had checked the data. Those who had maxed out on all 4 types of Geno points could have a rating at 15. If they were also practicing Hyper Geno arts, then their number might reach 17 or 18, which was the limit for the unevolved. For individual indicators such as speed, there was the same limit. An average person would be considered a genius with a rating of 15. Some indicators could be further improved to 17 or 18 with the practice of Hyper Geno arts. Maxing out on all 4 types of Geno points was incredibly difficult, and there might not even be anyone who could achieve this in several years in a shelter. At that time, Qin Xian was the only one who had any chance of maxing out on all 4 types of Geno points. As Han Sen was thinking, suddenly his comlink rang. He took a look, and it was a strange number. Han Sen hesitated and took the call. The holographic image of Qin Xian popped out. She looked at Han Sen coldly and said, "If I do not see you in front of me in an hour, then you better pray I will never see you again." Qin Xian hung up immediately, and her holographic image also disappeared. How did she know my number? I have not told her. Han Sen helplessly got up and went to the teleport station. Qin Xian was the station master, so there was no way he could avoid her. I am a dignified man, and I fear nothing. Han Sen came to the teleport station and cheered himself up. Come here. Qin Xian spat out as she saw him coming. Station master, I was busy with some family business, and Han Sen forced a smile and tried to explain when he saw Qin Xian's grim face. Busy playing archery every day in the waste factory? Qin Xian didn't even blink. Station master, stalking is not a good idea. I understand what you want, but our age difference is more than 3 years. Even if I'm willing, my mom. Han Sen joked. Qin Xian, who was walking ahead, was pissed off but didn't turn back. Entering the combat room, she threw a combat suit and some protective gear in front of Han Sen and said sharply, "Put it on." Han Sen suddenly felt something was very wrong. Qin Xian had never given him protective gear before, and this was certainly a red flag. Han Sen wanted to run, but Qin Xian had already anticipated his thought and locked the door of the combat room before he even moved. "Station master, don't do this. We must talk this out. I never thought age was an issue. I'll bring you home, right? Don't come close." Han Sen kept backing off while Qin Xian gritted her teeth and approached him. "Damn you." Qin Xian raised her fist and threw a punch at Han Sr. She was really mad this time. She had finally persuaded Yang Manli to let Han Sen join Bullseye, but Han Sen had completely disappeared in recent days. Han Sen felt a lot more pressure than usual, and his arms went numb after blocking 2 punches from her. When Qin Xian was ready to beat him senseless, the holographic image of Yang Manli popped up from the comlink in the combat room. "Station Master, Starry Group sent someone to discuss killing the sacred blood creature," Yang Manli said. "Okay, take them to the conference room, and I'll be right there." Qin Xian stopped and fiercely stared at Han Sr. "Station Master, we are cooperating with Starry Group?" asked Han Sr. "You didn't know? Son of Heaven is the son of the CEO of Starry Group," replied Qin Xian. "Think about it. Why do you harm by asking you to join Bullseye? No need to think. How could I ever go against your will? I'll join Bullseye right away, and you don't have to stalk me anymore," Han Sen said bitterly. "Good to see that you've come to your senses. Your family is not rich. What are you going to do if you don't go to military school?" said Qin Xian before leaving the combat room. She didn't forget to arrange for a guard to accompany Han Sen to report to Yang Manli. The reason for Han Sen's sudden change of heart was that he learned Son of Heaven was the son of Starry Group CEO. Since Qin Xian was collaborating with Son of Heaven, maybe he could find out the facts of Starry Group's acquisition of their family business as a member of Qin Xian's steel armor. "Gang." The guard took Han Sen to the front of an office. Han Sen knocked on the door and found that the woman who had been in the holographic image just then was sitting behind the desk, looking at him seriously. "Station Master asked me to report to you," Han Sen said politely. "Fill this out." Yang Manli showed no expression and passed a sheet to Han Sr. Han Sen took it and saw it was just a basic information form. He filled it out and gave it back. "You can go back. Show up at the training camp of Bullseye tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. Remember, I don't like people who are not punctual. And this is your last chance." Yang Manli's impression of Han Sen was terrible, especially after his absence from Bullseye. Han Sen could tell that Yang Manli did not like him. When he was ready to go, Yang Manli answered a comlink call, and Qin Xian's holographic image popped out. "Manli, come to my office right now." Qin Xian saw Han Sen there and said, "Bring him with you." Han Sen followed Yang Manli to Qin Xian's office and saw Qin Xian watching a video from the Skynet. "Manli, come see this video." Qin Xian replayed it. Standing on the side, Han Sen secretly thought, "This is the video of me taking the physical test. Someone paid to record this. People must have found out that I'm dollar." There were so many halls in the test center, and it cost money to watch others taking the test. He thought no one would care about a nobody like himself and did not expect this to happen. If Son of Heaven knew dollar was Han Sen, he would be in a lot of trouble. Starry Group was powerful in the alliance, and there was no way Han Sen could compete with them. "Dollar? You know who he is." Yang Manli was somewhat surprised to see the golden figure in the video. No, the video only covered the robot channel, and he was wearing Beast Soul armor the entire time. Couldn't tell who he is. Qin Xian's words suddenly sent Han Sen from hell back to heaven. He secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "I have to be more careful. This time I got lucky. Next time there may really be a leak," Han Sen secretly warned himself. "Excellent." Yang Manli only said one word after watching it. "Son of Heaven told me about this video. After watching this, we can be certain that Dollar's armor is a sacred blood beast soul, and he must be from a prominent family because he is definitely practicing an advanced hypergeno art. Another clue was that he took the test on planet Roka. We must find him. He can be of great value to us," Qin Xian said. Yang Manli thought about it and said, "There are no prominent families on Roka. Maybe he was just passing by and has left by now." "I agree. Let's give it a shot." "He's worth it," said Qin Xian. Han Sen was frightened that Qin Xian and Yang Manli might find out the truth. Han Sen cleared his throat and said, Dollar was just relying on his sacred blood beast souls. He had no real skills. There's no need to look for him. Yang Manli gave Han Sen a hard look and said, "What do you know? The ability to get the beast souls is enough proof of his ability. Also, those beast souls can be of great use to Bullseye." "What ability?" Han Sen thought. "It's just pure luck." Manli is right. His armor brings amazing defense, and Bloody Slayer has strengthened his physical strength and speed. Coupled with his practice of advanced hypergeno arts, he must be able to contain most sacred blood creatures, and that's very useful to us, said Qin Xian. "If we have him in our gang, we won't have to collaborate with Son of Heaven and Fist Guy anymore to hunt sacred blood creatures," Yang Manli said with great hope. "Wow, you just wanted me to risk my life as your tank. How vicious," thought Han Sen, drinking from a cup to cover up his fear. "Agreed. So, do your best to find him." Qin Xian nodded. "But since he's from a prominent family, even if we find him, he may not be willing to join us," Yang Manli sighed. Qin Xian blinked and joked, "I know you like a strong man like him. Try to seduce him." Ahem. Han Sen choked on the water he was drinking. Yang Manli gave Han Sen a fierce glare, and Han Sen quickly took another sip from his cup. "I don't mind seducing him. I'm only afraid he isn't man enough." Ahem. This time, Han Sen choked so hard that he was almost in tears. Yang Manli looked at Han Sen with disgust. Fortunately, Dollar won't be a scum like him. "Hey!" yelled Han. Senator Yang Manli shut the office door and completely ignored him. "Station Master, your minion is too arrogant. I'm your guy and she shouldn't talk to me like that," Han Sen said with anger. "Transfer me to another team. I don't want to be in Bullseye where she is the leader." Han Sen was a little worried that Yang Manli would see that he was Dollar if he stayed close to her for a long time. Qin Xian patted Han Sen on the shoulder. "You were a scum, but you can change. Follow Manli's lead. Although you may never be like Dollar, you could stop being a scum. There is still hope." Sending Han Sen out, she did not give him a chance to speak again. Han Sen left the teleport station, went back home, and checked out the video on the Skynet. He then found out that the video had more than 100 million hits. Han Sen made sure that he couldn't be identified from the video and felt relieved. Seeing the compliments under the video, he was quite pleased with himself. Looks great indeed. The next morning, Han Sen entered God's sanctuary and saw the copper-toothed beast had become purple all over except for the tip of its tail. He was happy to know it was about to become a sacred blood creature in a day or two. Watching the beast over and over again, Han Sen left for the Bullseye training camp. When Han Sen arrived, he met an acquaintance. Su Xiaoqiao. Han Sen was surprised to see Su Xiaoqiao, who was wiping the bows and arrows at the shooting range. "As freak, how do you know me?" Su Xiaoqiao was also surprised. "How do I not know you? Everyone was calling Dollar Doll because of you." Han Sen smiled, while secretly hating Xiaoqiao. Thanks to him, Han Sen had such a strange nickname. Su Xiaoqiao was very proud. "If it wasn't for me, Dollar wouldn't be as popular as he is now." "Good job." Han Sen gave him a thumbs up, while thinking, "You little bastard. Brother, why did you choose to enter Bullseye?" Su Xiaoqiao asked Han Sr. "Because you can stand away from the creatures to reduce risks. Safety first," laughed Han Sr. "Great minds think alike." Su Xiaoqiao felt like he finally met someone who understood him. "The only good thing about Bullseye is safety. I wouldn't come here in a million years if it wasn't for this. The team leader Manli looks great, but she is a sadist. You know what we call her behind her back? Nazi." Su Xiaoqiao and Han Sen suddenly shuddered as they were talking. They turned back and saw Manli standing near them. She must have heard everything they said. Han Sen and Su Xiaoqiao were petrified. Su Xiaoqiao quickly put on a smile. "Manli, I was just teasing the new guy. In fact, you are so charming that. Use a 7.0 practice bow. You each have to shoot 1,000 arrows. Don't leave until you are finished," said Yang Manli coldly, and turned away. "My God. 7.0 practice bow, 1,000 arrows? Why doesn't she just kill me?" Su Xiaoqiao's smile collapsed. "She won't be here anyway. She wouldn't even know how many arrows we shoot," said Han Sr. "Brother, you are too naive. Of course Nazi has thought of this. There are people who are in charge of counting arrows. You can't shoot standing over the line. Nor can you miss the target," Su Xiaoqiao said in desperation. "We will take our time then. She didn't say when we have to finish." Han Sen patted Su Xiaoqiao on the shoulder. With a strength rating of 9.1, 1,000 arrows with a 7.0 practice bow could be a difficult task, but it wasn't the end of the world. However, For Su Xiaoqiao, who only had a strength rating of 7, it was different. If he was going to shoot continuously, 100 arrows could kill him. The two took the practice bow and started. Standing next to Su Xiaoqiao, Han Sun was shooting at a slow pace. The other members of the Bullseye team were all gloating at them. Several Bullseye members carried a few bundles of practice arrows, and one of them said to Su Xiaoqiao, "Xiaoqiao, keep practicing. We will hunt the sacred blood creature tomorrow." Another sacred blood creature found? When? Why didn't I know? Su Xiaoqiao said with wide eyes. Son of Heaven's gang found it. They couldn't hunt it by themselves, so they asked us to help. We will leave in the morning to hunt, but you won't be able to make it. 1,000 arrows will take you at least 3 days, the team member said with a grin. Enough said. Xiaoqiao, go practice, yelled an angry young man, the deputy head of Bullseye. After the other members had left, Su Xiaoqiao begged the angry man. Hong Tao, please ask Manli to let me go tomorrow. I will double my practice time when I come back. You think this is a farmer's market where you can bargain? Manli said shoot 1,000 arrows, so you can't miss even one. Lu Hongtao gave Han Sun a hard look and said, and you don't think you can get away with anything here just because you know Qin Xian. This is just a small lesson. Don't let me catch you or you will regret it. Lu, you know we meant well. Please help us out. Su Xiaoqiao passed a pile of cash to Lu Hongtao. Lu Hongtao threw the money on the floor and rebuked Su Xiaoqiao. You think you can bribe me? Rules are rules. You can't go anywhere unless you finish shooting 1,000 arrows. Lu Hongtao turned away after his speech. Han Sun was a bit surprised and asked Su Xiaoqiao, are the rules really so strict at Bullseye? Strict my ass. Lu always takes money from us. Su Xiaoqiao gritted his teeth and said, why didn't he this time? Han Sun was confused. Su Xiaoqiao looked at Han Sun and whispered, you better be careful now. I think Manli is very upset with you, and Lu likes Manli a lot. He must be deliberately messing with you, or else you were supposed to still go hunting even when punished. Han Sun suddenly realized why Lu Hongtao had looked at him with disgust and hatred. This is my fault. But no worries, we can still go tomorrow. Han Sun patted Su Xiaoqiao on the shoulder. What if we can't finish 1,000 arrows? Su Xiaoqiao sighed and suddenly thought of something. Brother, are you sleeping with Qin Xian? If it's true, just talk to her and we can definitely go. Even if I am sleeping with Qin Xian, I wouldn't bother her with this. Moreover, there is really nothing going on, explained Han Sr. In our gang, Manli would only listen to Qin Xian. So, unless she helps us, we won't be able to go tomorrow. Su Xiaoqiao held Han Sen's hand. Brother, dignity is worthless, but the sacred blood creature is priceless. If you really have something going on with Qin Xian, you need to beg her and let her do whatever she wants with you. You need to focus on the big picture. Han Sun sighed. Unfortunately, there is really nothing. Then we are doomed. We will practice while others go hunting, Su Xiaoqiao said dejectedly. You don't have to be so frustrated. Even though I am not sleeping with Qin Xian, we can still go hunting tomorrow. Han Sun laughed. What do you have in mind? Su Xiaoqiao watched Han Sun helplessly. Just finish shooting these arrows today. Han Sun pointed to the bundles of arrows. Su Xiaoqiao said weakly, brother, we each have 1,000 arrows to shoot while standing 450 feet away from the target, and those that miss the target will not be counted. We need at least 3 days to do that. Not necessarily. Han Sun tried the practice bow, which was much lighter than Doomsday. A 7.0 practice bow means that you use the bow to practice rapid shooting with a strength rating at 7.0. For Doomsday, you only draw the string with a strength rating at 7.0. He picked up an arrow and shot it toward the target. Instantly, it ended up on the bullseye. Han Sun didn't pause, but kept shooting. While he didn't hit the bullseye each time, all his arrows were on the target. Su Xiaoqiao had thought it was impossible to finish practicing today. Yet Han Sun had shot 36 arrows in a short while and didn't seem to need a break. Brother, great job. 10 arrows in a row with a 7.0 bow, praised Su Xiaoqiao. Any archer knows that rapid shooting consumes a lot of energy, and a normal archer can only shoot 12 arrows in a row, while those who shoot 24 arrows in a row must be a lot stronger than what the bow requires. Han Sun just smiled and said to Su Xiaoqiao, don't just stand there. Let's finish the 2,000 arrows and go hunt the sacred blood creature. Ignorant. Lu Hongtao, who was supervising them, said with contempt. Being able to shoot 36 arrows was impressive, but 1,000 arrows was not so easy. Even if Han Sun had a strength rating over 8.0 or 9.0, he couldn't keep shooting at this pace. His arms and fingers would be wasted, so there was no way he could join the hunting tomorrow anyway. Hansen also knew that shooting for a long time required more than just strength. However, he discovered that his muscles were incredibly tough and resilient. After shooting 24 arrows, his muscles got slightly sore. But as he shook out his arms, he felt fine again. Even if he used his muscles for a long time, his body would stay cool and strong. Hansen knew it wasn't because of his geno points, but his practice of jade skin. 1,000 arrows with the 7.0 practice bow was not hard for him. He had enough strength and endurance to do the task. Hansen kept shooting, while the man counting arrows was thunderstruck at the sight of 24 arrows thickly dotting the target. "This guy is out of this world," he whispered. "Who are you talking about?" Someone heard his whisper and asked. "Ass freak. He shot 24 arrows and didn't even pause," the man counting the arrows said. "Ass freak? For real? Come and see if you don't believe me." Soon a few Bullseye members came to watch Hansen shooting. After watching for a while, everyone was stunned. "Wow, all 3 targets we are full. That was all him." "Yeah, Xiao only shot 12 arrows and hasn't even filled 1 target." "No way. That must be a 4.0 practice bow. You can't even tell the difference between a 4.0 bow and a 7.0 practice bow? They look nothing alike." The man counting rolled his eyes. More and more Bullseye members came around. Lu Hongtao could not help but stand up, staring at Hansen, who was still shooting. More arrows. Hansen hadn't had such fun with archery in a long time. When he was practicing alone, he could only shoot the few arrows he owned, and then stop to collect the arrows from the target himself. Now he could shoot as many as he wanted, and as long as he wanted. "Buddy, great job. This is the second bundle." Su Xiaoqiao untied another bundle of practice arrows, grabbed a bunch of arrows, and stuck them in Hansen's quiver. "Just started warming up." Hansen smiled and shot another arrow. "Brother, if you shoot all the arrows and we can go hunting tomorrow, I will do anything for you. I'll even do your laundry," cried out Su Xiaoqiao. "Forget about laundry. How about cash?" laughed Han Sr. "Talking about money would hurt our friendship," replied Su Xiaoqiao. Hansen paused every 50 arrows and used only his right hand to draw the string, instead of using both hands in turn. "What is the noise outside?" Yang Manli heard it getting more and more noisy outside her office as she was reviewing the data of the sacred blood creature sent from Son of Heaven. Yang Manli asked twice, but no one answered. She frowned and went to find out. Almost the entire Bullseye team was at the shooting range, cheering from time to time. Yang Manli took out a telescope. Most of high-tech products lost their function in God's sanctuary, but primary instruments like the telescope still worked. Yang Manli, starting to feel skeptical, put down the telescope and went to the shooting range. "Ass freak, a real man. He's been going at this pace for so long. His endurance is invincible. I think 1,000 arrows was too light a punishment for him. He can probably finish before dinner." The Bullseye team saw Yang Manli coming over and quickly ran back to training. They were not afraid of Lu Hongtao, but terrified by Yang Manli. Those arrows were all shot by him. Yang Manli asked Lu Hongtao, "Except for target 9 and target 10. Lu Hongtao felt somewhat reluctant to answer her. "I see." Yang Manli did not say anything and turned back to the office. Lu Hongtao did not know what Yang Manli was thinking and quickly asked, "Manli, the punishment is too mild and it would set a bad example. Should we add another 1,000 to their punishment?" "No." Yang Manli left. Back in the office, Yang Manli took out Hansen's profile and reviewed it. Great endurance, good geno point counts, strength rating is probably at 9.0. Integrated compulsory education graduate with excellent scores. Yang Manli carefully read the profile, pondered for a moment and muttered, "I'll give him a chance, even just for the station master." Hansen stopped after 500 arrows and rested for 2 hours before he resumed shooting. Although he could continue, he was afraid to scare everyone, so he took a break. By midnight, Hansen and Su Xiaoqiao had shot 2,000 arrows. Hansen had become famous in Bullseye, and all members had changed their view of him. Anyone who could shoot 1,000 arrows in a day deserved respect. "Son, I'm not easily impressed, but you are amazing." Although most of the arrows were shot by Hansen, Su Xiaoqiao was also sore and tired. He put his arm around Hansen's neck and gave Hansen a thumbs up. "Don't mention it." "Do you know what kind of sacred blood creature we are going to kill tomorrow?" asked Hansen. "I'm so handsome that Manli's assistant couldn't resist my charm and told me everything," Su Xiaoqiao said triumphantly. "So what is it?" Han-sun didn't care for his bragging. It seems to be a flying creature. There aren't many archers in Son of Heaven's gang, so they want our help, replied Su Xiaoqiao. Hansen frowned. A sacred blood creature that can fly. That's tough. Sacred blood creatures were strong enough. If they had the ability to fly, it would be even harder to hunt them. After all, the range of the best alloy bows was only about half a mile, and only a few people in First Gods Sanctuary could even draw the string of those bows. If the sacred blood creature flew too high, arrows wouldn't do it much harm. Also, the skin of sacred blood creature was so stiff that even the tip of saber arrows couldn't cut through. Han-sun knew that Bullseye must have beast soul bows and arrows, and there must be alloy arrows better than saber arrows as well. But he didn't think that Yang Monli would give him access to those. If he couldn't even pierce the skin of the sacred blood creature, even if this opportunity was heaven sent, he had no means to grasp it. Seems that I should buy a Z-steel arrow, Han-sun pondered. Z-steel was not steel, but a kind of metal humans discovered 50 years ago. Its characteristics were similar to steel, but its toughness were far beyond steel. The toughness of an alloy arrow could be greatly improved by adding just a little Z-steel. And all alpha alloy had Z-steel added. Doomsday and the broadsword Han-sun seized from Lu Feng had Z-steel in them, but the content was quite low. The broadsword contained 0.3% Z-steel, while Doomsday contained 0.4% Z-steel in its body and 0.5% Z-steel in its string. If a weapon contained more than 10% Z-steel, it could cut through the bones of mutant creatures. And if a weapon contained more than 60% Z-steel, it would be as strong as the bones of sacred blood creatures. However, Z-steel was extremely rare and therefore, its price was quite high. The Alliance also had strict control over its production, so any alloy with more than 1% Z-steel would be hard to find. Although the tip of saber arrows contained a little Z-steel, it would not exceed 0.1%. Hence, to hunt a sacred blood creature with saber arrows was next to impossible, even if he could shoot the arrows directly into a wound. Han-sun's ideal arrow was the Z-steel arrow, which was 1% Z-steel. However, it was so expensive that even with all the money he had at the moment, which was around $300,000, he could only afford one arrow with about 0.6% of Z-steel. Han-sun went home at night and logged into Polar Night Forum. If he couldn't find the right second-hand goods, he would have to buy a new one at the store. In Polar Night Forum, there was a post that claimed to sell weapons with 1.2% Z-steel. Han-sun noticed that the post was from an owner whose store had no license or legal permit. On the webpage of the store, there were only holographic images of the products and a comlink number. Han-sun took a closer look and saw that there were holographic images of weapons in the making, which proved that the weapons were all handmade. After reviewing the images, Han-sun dialed the number on the webpage. Someone answered, but didn't allow video chat. Han-sun could only hear his voice. "How can I help you?" the owner asked in a low male voice. "I saw on the forum that you sell weapons. Do you have arrows with higher percentage of Z-steel?" Han-sun did not expect that the content of Z-steel could really reach 1.2%. He'd be happy if it reached 0.8%. "I have 2 arrows made by myself. 1.2% Z-steel. 300,000 each," replied the man. "I want one. Where can I check it out?" asked Han Sr. "I'll tell you the address." The man gave him an address and hung up. Han-sun followed the address to a red light district. Although it was already the middle of the night, the streets were still crowded. Han-sun waited for a while at the agreed spot and saw someone waving at him across the street. Han-sun warily walked over to him. "You want to buy an arrow?" asked a guy in sunglasses and hoodie. Han-sun could only tell he was a middle-aged man. "Yes," Han-sun nodded. The man took out a box and placed it in front of Han Senator. He opened it up, and there was a black steel arrow inside. "Can I test it?" asked Han Sr. "Suit yourself," replied the man casually. Han-sun took the arrow out and tested its balance. If an arrow wasn't balanced, it didn't matter what material it was made from. Excellent. Han-sun found this arrow had better balance than saber arrows. If the bow was strong enough, this arrow would always maintain stability. The man nodded and did not say anything. Han-sun pulled out his broadsword and asked the man, "Can I test it with my own weapon?" Without his permission, Han-sun didn't dare to test it that way. But technically speaking, if the arrow contained more than 0.7% Z-steel, his broadsword wouldn't even leave a mark on it. The man looked at the broadsword in Han-sun's hands and again said, "Suit yourself." With his permission, Taking the arrow in one hand and the broadsword in the other, Han Sen fiercely slashed the broadsword at the arrow. Clang! Han Sen checked the arrow and was pleased to see there were no mark on the arrow, while his broadsword was chipped. Although he wasn't sure if the Z-Steel content reached 1.2%, he knew it was great stuff. Great stuff. I'll take it. Hansen took out the $300,000 he had brought with him and paid the man. Of course, it was made from the bearing steel of old interstellar warships. Hence, the Z-Steel content is a standard 1.2%. Also, the machine-made weapons are no match for my products. Let me know if you need something in the future, the man said and disappeared in the back lane. Han Sen returned home and tested the arrow more thoroughly. It was truly great, similar to the name-brand arrows, and only 1/10 of the price. I was really lucky to find a true craftsman. Han Sen hadn't had high hopes because a lot of sellers of handmade weapons only produced mediocre products. For weapons like arrows that required a lot of skills to make, it was even less likely to find good ones from independent sellers. Han Sen was very satisfied with this arrow. Just the tip of the arrow showed incredible craftsmanship, as it must have been manually polished to be so sharp. Han Sen had briefly learned weapon making at school, but his work was not the high caliber of this weapon maker. It is a good arrow, but unfortunately I can only afford one. If I don't hit the target, there won't be a second chance. Han Sen checked his bank account and found he had less than $100,000 left. I wish I could buy something with it tomorrow. Han Sen slept for a while and teleported to God's sanctuary early in the morning. In Qin Xian Steel Armor Gang, Bullseye was the smallest team. Few people among civilians were interested in archery, so most Bullseye members had military background and could enter military schools if their scores qualified. When they entered God's sanctuary, they would report with the military force into the shelter they were assigned. Qin Xian Steel Armor Gang was the military force in Steel Armor Shelter. The Alliance didn't have much power over God's sanctuary, but it still maintained some control. In each shelter, the largest gang typically had military background. Qin Xian led her people to the agreed place, and Son of Heaven's gang was already there. Compared to Steel Armor Gang, Son of Heaven's gang seemed rather unorganized. Luo Tanyang gave Han Sen, who was in the crowd, a cold stare, and judging by his look, Han Sen knew their business was not finished. After the two sides joined, Son of Heaven's gang led the way, marching into the mountains. Bullseye's place was at the end of the line, and Han Sen and Su Xiaoqiao were walking behind everyone else. Son, I think we should each bring a shield to protect ourselves, Su Xiaoqiao said. You're rich. Just buy a suit of Z-Steel armor, said Han Sr. Z-Steel is so heavy and not as portable as B-Soul armors. And even primitive B-Soul armors are tougher than Z-Steel armor, unless the Z-Steel content exceeds 10%. You know we could only find weapons with at most 1% Z-Steel. So Beast Soul armors are in general much better. Su Xiaoqiao continued to say, how nice if I could have the same Beast Soul armor as dollars. That's the only Sacred Blood Beast Soul armor I've seen in Steel Armor Shelter. I wonder what Beast Soul it was. From its look, I think it must be a fierce and mighty Beast Soul. Another Bullseye member jumped in. That goes without saying. It must be a from phenomenal Sacred Blood creature. Others agreed. Han Sen chuckled silently and wondered what they would say had they known the armor was from the weakest creature, Black Beetle. The two gangs had marched more than half a month before they reached a mountain Han Sen had never been to. On the way, Han Sen had truly understood there was strength in numbers. No creatures could block their path with the rain of arrows from the archers and the charge of the cavalry. Of course, the scouts would inform them if there were herds of strong creatures ahead of them, and they would take a detour. At the destination, Bullseye hit on a cliff and was ready to shoot the Sacred Blood creature drawn out by Luo Tianyang's team. The rest went under the cliff and was ready to chase the creature. In addition to Bullseye, Son of Heaven and his henchmen also stayed on the cliff. Han Sen knew they must also be good at archery because he had witnessed Son of God almost killing the bloody slayer with an arrow before he snatched its beast soul. Son of Heaven looked at Han Sen coldly as he had heard rumors about Han Sen being Qin Xian's boy toy, which annoyed him. Son of Heaven, where are the arrows you've agreed to offer? Asked Yang Monli. It was Bullseye that Son of Heaven really needed this time. As normal arrows wouldn't harm a Sacred Blood creature at all, and Z-Steel arrows were too expensive, Son of Heaven had agreed to provide Bullseye with the arrows needed this time. Son of Heaven smiled and waved his hand. His henchman then carried a box down from the back of a mount. They opened the box, and it was filled with starlight arrows, each worth more than 1,000,000. It was made by Starry Group with 1% Z-Steel. Monley, here are 100 starlight arrows we agreed on. Would you distribute them among your best archers? Son of Heaven smiled. Young Monley turned around and started calling out names. She had good arrows herself, so did Lu Hongtao. Hence, she planned to pick 5 other members of Bullseye out to use the starlight arrows. Soon she had 4 people picked out, and with some thought, she looked at Han Sun. And you? Han Sun was slightly surprised, as he did not expect Yang Monley to choose himself. But this was a good thing, and Han Sun quickly stepped up and stood together with the other 4. While Yang Monley was preparing to distribute the arrows among the 5, Son of Heaven suddenly said grimly, Monley, are you sure about the archers? What is the problem? Yang Monley looked to Son of Heaven. How is someone like him qualified to use the starlight arrows? Asked Son of Heaven coldly, pointing to Han Sr. I chose him, and that's why he's qualified, replied Yang Monley. Son of Heaven looked at Han Sun disgustedly and said to Yang Monley, I am not questioning your decision, but this person just will not do. Please replace him. Yang Monley frowned, but she knew this campaign was dominated by Son of Heaven, since he had provided everything. Bullseye was just here to help, so she couldn't refuse him. Xuanhuan, come here. Yang Monley had to let Han Sun return to the team and called out another name. Son of Heaven continued to stare at Han Sun coldly. Son, you are really unlucky. You had the opportunity to get 20 starlight arrows and kill the sacred blood creature. Now it's all gone, said Su Xiaoqiao with regret. Han Sun shrugged. Although it was a shame he didn't get the 20 starlight arrows, he had an even stronger arrow in his quiver. He still had a chance. The archers each took position on the cliff and prepared their bows and arrows, waiting for the sacred blood creature to fly out from below. Han Sun and Su Xiaoqiao found a comfortable spot, and Son of Heaven suddenly walked over and said, What are you useless scums doing here? Go away. Then, Son of Heaven's henchman shoved Han Sun and Su Xiaoqiao aside. Su Xiaoqiao fiercely stared at them with anger. Han Sun tugged on his arm and said, It doesn't matter. Let's go over there. They are pushing too far, said Su Xiaoqiao bitterly. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Just wait until you see Son of Heaven's face when we kill the sacred blood creature, smiled Han Sun while walking to the other side with Su Xiaoqiao. It's not that easy. This cliff is wide and Son of Heaven's men are waiting on the other side. If the sacred blood creature went to their side, it would be too far from us. Even if it were only 300 feet from us, we couldn't even injure it without starlight arrows. Basically, we are just a decoy, a distraction. Su Xiaoqiao smiled wryly. You have money. Why didn't you buy a few starlight arrows? Han Sun looked at Xiaoqiao puzzled. He remembered Su Xiaoqiao to be very rich. 1,000,000 should be nothing for him. What do I need those for? It's outrageously expensive, and you may not even be able to recover it. 1,000,000 each, and you probably need to shoot 7 or 8 before you could hit something. No guarantee of killing anything either. I'd rather spend the money purchasing mutant creature meat. Then Su Xiaoqiao lowered his voice and said, Now Z-Steel is extremely overvalued. As the young master of Starry Group, Son of Heaven owns mines and factories of Z-Steel. So, he doesn't need to spend much on these arrows, as the cost of each arrow is at most 10,000. Such huge profits. Han Sun was surprised. Well, now Z-Steel mines have been monopolized by a few groups. Also, the manufacturing technologies are not ready for producing alpha alloy with more than 5% Z-Steel. For some reason, the alpha alloy will become as brittle as glass if Z-Steel content exceeds 5%. Su Xiaoqiao explained to the Han Sr. While the two were chatting, they suddenly heard a howling like dragon under the cliff. Grabbing their bows, they looked down from the cliff. Such a gigantic lizard. Su Xiaoqiao saw the creature under the cliff and let out a cry. Han Sin also saw what the sacred blood creature looked like. A huge lizard covered in purple scales, flying out from the deep valley with a pair of feathered wings. The sacred blood creature was closer to where Han Sun was, but still about 250 feet away. With the order of Yang Monley, everyone started shooting down at the sacred blood creature that was trying to fly up from the valley. The arrows rained on it, but couldn't even hurt the feathers on its wings, let alone the scales on its body. Even the starlight arrows could only leave some sparks before they fell. As the tips of the arrows were turned, its features remained intact. Han Sun had already put his arrow with 1.2% Z-Steel on the bow, but did not shoot it out. This was the only arrow he had, and it would be useless if he didn't have the best angle. Its feathers and scales were too tough. Our arrows are useless unless we could shoot it in the eyes. Su Xiaoqiao also shot a few arrows, which were completely wasted. As Su Xiaoqiao was talking, Son of Heaven had summoned his eagle beast soul bow and a beast soul arrow in the shape of a wolf tooth. Aiming at a wing of the sacred blood creature, Son of Heaven made his shot. Han Sun saw that the beast soul arrow Son of Heaven used this time was much inferior to the sacred blood six-winged wasp arrow he used last time, so it must either be a mutant or primitive beast soul. The beast soul arrow flew across the sky like a black lightning bolt, cut through the purple feathers and nailed on the wing of the creature, making the creature utter a roar. Yang Manli also summoned a white pigeon-like beast soul bow, along with a blue swordfish-like beast soul arrow. As she made the shot, the arrow also pierced the purple feathers and blood started to flow down the arrow. Neither Son of Heaven's arrow nor Manli's arrow was one use this time. After the arrows hit the target, they summoned them back to their hands. This means infinite arrows. Beast soul arrows are so much better than Z-steel arrows in this sense. Han Sun was green with envy, wishing he could grab the beast soul arrow from Son of Heaven's hands. It must be a mutant beast soul, or else it wouldn't have penetrated the wing of a sacred blood creature so easily. Son of Heaven and Yang Manli both knew the wings were the weakest part of the creature and aimed again at its wings. The creature took another 2 shots and flew away from the cliff. Son of Heaven's beast soul bow was obviously stronger than Doomsday. When he made a shot 600 feet away from the creature, the arrow still went through its wing. Everyone was desperately shooting at the creature, while the injuries they made were still not fatal. The creature escaped and flew away. Go after it. Its wings were hurt, so it can't go far. Son of Heaven gave the order, and those who had beast soul mounts all summoned their mounts and chased after the creature. Han Sun and others who had no mounts could only follow by running and were soon left behind. After all, those with 2 legs could never outrun those with 4. In a while, they could no longer see the mounts and suddenly heard the thud of hooves. It was Qin Xian and others who were attacking in the valley. Up! Qin Xian called to Han Sun when her mount passed by him. Considering her mount could take a second person and Han Sun was a good archer with Doomsday. Han Sun was delighted and quickly leapt on the mount. He thought his chance had gone, but now Qin Xian would take him, so he had a second chance. Qin Xian followed the hoof prints and went ahead. Sitting behind her, Han Sun had to put his arms around her to keep himself on the mount. She was in beast soul armor, so he couldn't really feel a thing. In addition to the hoof prints, there were also traces of blood on the ground, which must be from the sacred blood creature's wounds, proof that they were in the right direction. After 8 hours of chasing, Qin Xian finally saw Son of Heaven, Yang Manli, and others ahead of them. Son of Heaven stopped in front of a mountain and looked up at the top of the mountain. Qin Xian and Han Sun approached. The mountain was like a sword plugged into the ground, standing at least half a mile high, and the sacred blood creature was crouching on the mountain top, howling from time to time. This mountain is too high. Even the beast soul arrows couldn't possibly hurt the creature. Seeing Qin Xian, Yang Manli said. Son of Heaven also looked to Qin Xian and saw Han Sun sitting behind Qin Xian with arms around her waist. Suddenly, he had an urge to kill Han Sr. We must try to climb up to kill it as soon as possible, or we can chase it down. With the self-healing ability of a sacred blood creature, its wounds will heal in a few hours, and we could no longer kill it by then, said Qin Xian, staring at the mountaintop. Then we will climb up and kill it. Son of Heaven put away his mount. This mountain is too steep. If we were attacked halfway, we would die, Yang Manli objected. We could send a few people up and we will watch here. If it attacked, we would shoot it dead, Son of Heaven said calmly. Who should go up? Qin Xian looked at Son of Heaven and frowned. Obviously, whoever going up will be in great danger and no one would not want to take the risk. Only Manli and I could threaten it with arrows. And we need you, Qin Xian, to stay and give orders. The rest should all go up. We've come too far to give up. Whoever goes up can have a bigger share of its meat, so it is fair, right? Son of Heaven's gaze swept across the faces of the men in front of him and turned cold when it met Han Sr. Son of Heaven's proposal was a risky one, but it was indeed their best chance to kill the sacred blood creature. The creature was now lying on the mountain top bleeding, its wings hardly moving. If they missed this opportunity, they might never be able to kill it. Finally, Qin Xian agreed with Son of Heaven, but but she decided to go up the mountain, leaving Son of Heaven and Yang Manli, the only two mutant beast soul arrow owners, at the foot of the mount. Xian, no need to go up yourself. Just give orders from down here, Son of Heaven advised. There are no orders to be given. Since I have no mutant beast soul arrow, I might as well go up. Qin Xian started climbing as she spoke. The crowd was divided into 7 groups, and each group was climbing toward the mountaintop from a different direction. Han Sun immediately followed Qin Xian. He noticed Son of Heaven's cold stare at him, and knew Son of Heaven was about to stab him in the back. Probably it would be Han Sun himself instead of the sacred blood creature who got shot at first. Hence Han Sun had made up his mind to follow Qin Xian everywhere, so that Son of Heaven had no chance to play dirty. Indeed, Han Sun was right. Son of Heaven had the idea of shooting Han Sun dead from the moment he proposed everyone to climb up. On the slope, Han Sun would have nowhere to hide and thus be doomed. But now Han Sun was always following Qin Xian. If Son of Heaven made any move, Qin Xian would save Han Sun for sure. However, Son of Heaven didn't give up just for this. Instead, he now had an even stronger desire to kill Han Senator. All he needed was a moment when Qin Xian went away from Han Sr. Although the slope was steep, the groups were all equipped with a full set of climbing tools, and they soon climbed halfway. The sacred blood creature was severely hurt. When it noticed the climbers, all it could do was howling at them as it was unable to go down and attack or fly away. As Qin Xian and others approached the top of the mountain, the creature tried to fly away by flapping its blood-stained wings, while it immediately fell. All groups were overjoyed and started to shoot at it with arrows. Although they couldn't harm the creature, it was infuriated. Suddenly, the sacred blood creature flapped its injured wings and pounced on the closest man. His blood sprayed everywhere, which scared people off. Everyone started to climb down. It would be hard to go down the mountain, but luckily they had secured ropes on the slope when they were climbing up. Everyone just ended up using the ropes to slide down. Seeing the sacred blood creature being lured down and madly chasing after the climbers, Son of Heaven and Yang Manli quickly raised their bows and continuously shot their arrows at the creature. Son of Heaven shot 2 arrows and both missed. He was more interested in shooting at Han Sun than the creature. However, Han Sun was sly and kept following Qin Xian, giving him no chance to make an insidious attack. Coward, Son of Heaven secretly cursed and again shot at the sacred blood creature. At this point, everyone knew that the sacred blood creature was a spent bullet. It had bled too much and could hardly fly. If it came down now, it wouldn't be able to fly back up. Despite the casualties, they were going to kill this sacred blood creature. Not able to find a chance to kill Han Sun, Son of Heaven had to take it out on the sacred blood creature. Arrow after arrow, the sacred blood creature was in more pain and howled harshly. Flapping its bleeding wings, the creature wanted to return to the mountain top, but it was hurt too badly to fly. With its desperate flapping, it was still falling. Suddenly, it flew to the slope and gripped on a stone with its claws as its fingers cut 4 holes in the stone as if it were butter. The sacred blood creature gripped harder and started to climb up the mountain. We cannot let it climb up. Qin Xian summoned her beast soul and shape-shifted into a golden lion, climbing up using the holes left by the creature. Han Sun was anxious. If Qin Xian went away, he would become the target of Son of Heaven. Han Sun reached out to grab the lion's tail and was suddenly dragged up. Qin Xian gave him a fierce gaze, but he pretended not having seen it and still held on to her tail. Qin Xian had no time to beat Han Sun up and just chased after the creature at full speed. Seeing the sacred blood creature going out of his shooting range, Son of Heaven put away his bow and arrows and suddenly shape-shifted into a black ape more than 9 feet tall. Son of Heaven quickly ran to the slope and started climbing at a speed much faster than the other climbers. It was as if he were running on the ground. "Let go," cried Qin Xian. She couldn't keep up with the sacred blood creature as Han Sun was tugging at her tail. Han Sun quickly let go of her tail. Son of Heaven was in a rush to kill the sacred blood creature, so he had no time to harm Han Sr. Son of Heaven is a real asshole. He has such a strong mutant beast soul, yet he still sent us up and put us in danger. Han Sun felt jealous as he saw the ape climbing up at an incredible speed. He did have the Bloody Slayer, but its strengths were its galloping speed on the ground and the dexterity of its human hands. For mountains as steep as this one, the Bloody Slayer could never climb up with its 4 hoofs. Son of Heaven soon went ahead of Qin Xian the Golden Lion and was directly behind the sacred blood creature. The creature that was already on the mountain top clawed at Son of Heaven as it saw him. Hansen found a place that was not so steep and held Doomsday in both hands while watching the fight on the mountaintop. Pulling out a Skyfall arrow from his quiver, he shot it at the sacred blood creature. He barely hurt the sacred blood creature with his arrows, and 2 were shot at Son of Heaven, who was fighting the sacred blood creature. Of course, Skyfall arrows wouldn't hurt Son of Heaven either. It was so badly made that it wouldn't even pierce the skin of mutant creatures. Hansen was just warming up. After all, he only had 1 Z-steel arrow and wanted to make sure he would succeed with it. Damn it. Do not shoot if you don't know how to use your bow. Put away your useless arrows, growled Son of Heaven, who had been shot twice by Han Sr. Qin Xian rushed to the top and started to attack the sacred blood creature. Others also climbed back to the top and started shooting at the creature. Although the sacred blood creature was dying, it was still powerful. Howling on the mountaintop, it forced everyone back. Neither Son of Heaven nor Qin Xian could approach it. Suddenly, Son of Heaven shape-shifted back into his own body. He had only shape-shifted for an hour, although he could have shape-shifted longer than that with his Geno points. As Hansen was wondering what Son of Heaven was trying to do, he saw Son of Heaven summoning his red beast soul sword and slashing it at a bloody wing of the creature. Qin Xian also shape-shifted back into herself, summoned her malicious butterfly dagger, and stabbed it at the creature. Several others on the mountaintop also used their own weapons to attack the sacred blood creature. The creature was injured heavily, and Son of Heaven made a foot-long wound on its wing. The creature was bathed in its own blood. Qin Xian took the chance to stab her dagger into the creature's wound, and its blood suddenly turned black as it was poisoned by the dagger. Attack harder. It is almost dead, yelled someone. And then everyone stepped up their game. Hansen saw clearly from where he was standing that the henchmen of Son of Heaven did have incredible skills. They moved around on the slope as though they were walking on flat ground. If they hadn't been there to distract the creature, Son of Heaven and Qin Xian would not have succeeded so easily. Seeing that the sacred blood creature was almost gone, Han's son grabbed Doomsday and stared at the creature, looking for a chance to make the shot. If he made the last attack before the creature died, he would have an opportunity to gain its beast soul. Although the chance was very slim, an opportunity was still better than nothing. Son of Heaven took the risk and climbed up himself for the last attack as well. Whoever made the last hit could keep the beast soul for him or herself. That was a default rule in the shelter. The reason was that only those who made the last attack would know if they had gained the beast's soul or not, and no one would know if they were lying. Crack! Son of Heaven's sword was slashed into the neck of the creature and made a cut so deep its bones were exposed. More blood started to gush out. The creature once again suffered a fatal hit and went mad. It gathered all its strength and swept its wings across the crowd, forcing everyone to back off. Trembling, it flew up again toward a different mountain. Everyone knew from how bad it was bleeding that it was going to die very soon. Son of Heaven quickly summoned his own mutant beast soul bow and arrow, shooting at the creature in the sky. The arrow penetrated its wing. The sacred blood creature couldn't take it anymore and started to fall with its wings helplessly flapping. It was falling too fast, and it was too late for others to shoot at it. Son of Heaven was overjoyed, as even if the sacred blood creature fell and died, he was still the one who attacked last and had a chance at its beast soul. Suddenly, an alloy arrow was shot from the slope and disappeared in the creature's wounded neck. Son of Heaven suddenly raged, and everyone else was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the sacred blood creature had fallen at the foot of the mountain and died. Sacred blood creature purple-winged dragon killed. Sacred blood beast soul of purple-winged dragon gained. Eat the flesh of purple-winged dragon to gain 0 to 10 sacred blood Geno points randomly. The voice sounded in Hansen's mind. Hansen almost shed tears for happiness. However, he managed to fake disappointment, helplessness, and frustration. Everyone on the mountaintop was looking at him, especially Son of Heaven. If he could kill with his sight, Hansen must have died 1,000,000 deaths. Although there was the default rule, Hansen made up his mind not to admit he had gained the beast soul, or Son of Heaven would definitely kill him. People who saw his disappointed look did not entirely buy it, but did feel better somehow. After everyone had come down from the mountain, Son of Heaven seized Hansen's collar and asked, "Have you got the beast soul?" No. Hansen insisted that he had gained nothing. Son of Heaven was skeptical and tried to beat Hansen up, but Qin Xian stopped him. Son of Heaven, my guy broke no rules. He said he didn't get it. And even if he did, you have no right to ask him to hand it over to you, said Qin Xian, her face grim. Han Sun was in her gang. If he was beat up by Son of Heaven, she would have no authority in the future. Son of Heaven stared at Han Sen for a long time before he walked toward the dead body of the purple-winged dragon, pulled out Han Sen's arrow, and snapped it into two halves. After wrapping up the dead body of the purple-winged dragon, everyone returned to Steel Armor Sanctuary, and Qin Xian called Han Sen into her office. Did you get the beast's soul? Qin Xian stared at Han Sr. Station Master, I really did not get the beast's soul. Had I known this, I would never have shot the arrow, said Han Sun wryly. Qin Xian didn't believe him. Stop acting. If you have gained the beast's soul, I will not take advantage of you either. If you want to sell it, I'm willing to pay. I can even pay you up front. Station Master, I'd be a fool if I don't want to earn the money. I really did not get the beast's soul. If I could show you, I would. Han Sun looked depressed. Qin Xian felt Han Sen's emotions were authentic. She frowned and said to him, forget about it then. Do not go anywhere alone and stay in Bullseye these days. Son of Heaven might try to kill you. I will behave, Han Sun nodded. Back to Bullseye, Su Xiaoqiao put his arm around Han Sen's neck and asked, Son, I heard that you made the last attack. Did you get the beast's soul? I wish, but unfortunately, I don't even own a primitive beast soul, let alone a sacred blood one. Han Sun shrugged and said, right? Beast souls are very hard to come by. We can't all be as lucky as Dollar. Su Xiaoqiao sighed and said. He did not have too much doubt. After all, the probability of gaining a beast soul was too low. Recently, you must be careful not to leave the shelter. Although you did not get the beast soul, Son of Heaven wouldn't let you off the hook easily, said Su Xiaoqiao. I know. Han Sun patted Su Xiaoqiao on the shoulder, thinking, he seems a nice guy. Back in his room, Han Sun could not help but smiled and started to review his new beast soul. Type of sacred blood purple-winged dragon's beast soul, flying. The introduction was brief, but reminded Han Sun of so much he had heard about this type of beast soul. A flying beast soul meant the beast soul could turn into wings that could give its owner the ability to fly like a bird. Flying across the sky without the need for tools such as aircrafts was certainly a dream coming true. The most important part was that with the ability to fly, one's survival would become so much easier in God's sanctuary. A flying beast soul also allowed one to go where ordinary people couldn't reach. Flying beast souls were super expensive, even more so than the shape-shifting beast soul of the same level. Also, flying beast souls were so rare in God's sanctuary that you might not even be able to buy one even if you had the money. Amazing. A sacred blood flying beast soul. I wonder how many of these exist in the entire first God sanctuary. Han Sun was so excited that he almost jumped up. Primitive flying beast souls had a low speed and didn't allow the users to go very high. It could only bring people 10 feet above the ground. Mutant flying beast souls were better, but still slow and clumsy. Sacred blood flying beast souls were much better than the others. But Han Sun had never seen even mutant flying beast souls in Steel Armor Sanctuary. Of course, this had something to do with the fact that there were less flying creatures near Steel Armor Shelter. The room was too small for Han Sun to summon the wings. When he calmed down from excitement, his eye fell on the copper-toothed beast that had turned completely purple and shiny as if it had been polished. Sacred blood. The copper-toothed beast has evolved into a sacred blood creature. Han Sun was filled with unspeakable joy, staring at the beast. For 3 months, Han Sun had been anxious about the result, but now he knew it for sure. Every 3 months, he could have a creature evolved into a sacred blood creature. If the words got out, everyone would go crazy. Like today, it was so hard for such a huge group of people to hunt a purple-winged dragon. And after it was killed, every member in the group would share its meat. Son of Heaven's gang would have a bigger share, and Qin Xian's gang would have the rest. After everyone got their own part, how many geno points can a small part of the entire body offer? Hunting that cost a lot of resources and effort like this one would happen at most once per month, and the success rate would be at most 50%. Yet Han Sun could have the meat of an entire sacred blood creature all to himself every 3 months. Son of Heaven and Qin Xian were both several years older than Han Sun, but they still hadn't evolved to enter Second God Sanctuary, which meant maxing out on sacred geno points took a lot of time and effort. Behind Son of Heaven was Starry Group, and behind Qin Xian was the military. Even they were not able to max out on sacred Geno points within 10 years. It might take them 15 years or even longer if they had bad luck. Now with the black crystal, Hansen only needed at most 5 years to evolve with max sacred Geno points. Hansen's first reaction was not to kill the copper-toothed beast and eat its meat, but to go to the square to buy a living primitive creature. He did not want to waste any time before he started to feed the next sacred blood creature. Also, he didn't dare to go out hunting, fearing Son of Heaven's revenge. Taking the primitive creature he had bought back to his room, Hansen didn't hesitate before he killed the sacred blood copper-toothed beast. It was far less strong than a wild sacred blood creature and was easily slaughtered. Sacred blood copper-toothed beast killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 1 to 10 sacred Geno points randomly. Although there was no beast soul gained, Hansen was still over the moon. He quickly set up a pot and was ready to make a stew. Meat of copper-toothed beast eaten. 1 sacred Geno point gained. Meat of copper-toothed beast eaten. 1 sacred Geno point gained. 2 days later, Hansen finished a big pot of copper-toothed beast meat and even sucked the bones clean. He threw the bones into the fire so that there was nothing left. A total of 7 sacred Geno points was added to his former 18 points. Now Hansen had 25 sacred Geno points and his fitness had been further improved. He felt as though he had endless strength. Looking at the primitive shrieky beast he kept in the cage now, Hansen couldn't help but smacked his lips. Shrieky beasts were relatively small and had no hair, so he could just throw it in the pot entirely when it finished evolving. That was why Hansen had chosen a shrieky beast to evolve. Yesterday, Qin Xian had divided the meat of the purple-winged dragon among her gang. All she had was a smaller half of the body, so all each person would get was just a slice, about 1,000th of the body, which wouldn't be of much use at all. Hence, like most people, Hansen chose to get $200,000 as the reward instead of the slice of meat. Hansen was still short of cash. It cost money for his family to live better, and he also needed money to buy some necessities. When checking his bank account, he found that he still only had less than $300,000. 300,000, a Z-steel arrow would cost that much. Hansen put on a wry smile. He had collected the parts after his Z-steel arrow was broken by Son of Heaven and wanted to see if he could pay the seller to repair it. I have to get myself a beast soul arrow. Z-steel arrows were expensive and not as convenient. If I had a beast soul arrow, I wouldn't have to buy new arrows or pick up the arrow after I made the shot, though Hansen, wondering where to find a beast soul arrow. He wasn't interested in primitive beast soul arrows, which were barely better than a Z-steel arrow but much more expensive. What Hansen wanted was a mutant beast soul arrow like the ones used by Son of Heaven and Yang Manli. After some thinking, Hansen was ready to ask Yang Manli from which creature she had gained her mutant beast soul arrow. Maybe he could go hunting it and try his luck as well. Yang Manli seems to dislike me. I'm afraid she will not tell me. Forget it, I haven't been back home for days. I'll go back and search on the Skynet for information about where the arrow beast soul are generally found near here. Hansen teleported out of God's sanctuary. When he returned home, his mother was still in second God's sanctuary and Han Yin was at school. After taking a bath, he started searching the Skynet. There were many former members of Steel Armor Sanctuary that had written about their experience. Although most was useless to Hansen, he did manage to find one useful article. When Hansen was going to read carefully, he suddenly heard the doorbell. Looking through the monitor, he found standing at the door were Xueshi and her brother Fang Jingqi. Why is he here? Hansen knew Fang Jingqi didn't like him, and they also had some conflicts before, so he did not expect to see Fang Jingqi here. Opening the door, Hansen said with a smile, you have not come to my house for many years." Xueshi looked a bit uneasy and whispered, "If this isn't a good time, we will just leave." Although she tried to pull Fang Jingqi away, Fang Jingqi stood still and smiled at Hansen. "It's always a good time for friends, isn't it?" Indeed. Hansen already understood that Fang Jingqi was looking for trouble. Letting Fang Jingqi and Xueshi in, Hansen handed them 2 bottles of water. "Sorry, there is only water." "Doesn't matter." Fang Jingqi did not touch the water and asked, "Son, which shelter are you in?" "Steel Armor Shelter," replied Han Sr. "Son, you are also in Steel Armor Shelter? How come Han Hao never mentioned it?" Xueshi was slightly startled. Han-san said indifferently, "Maybe we have never run into each other." Xueshi clearly didn't buy it, but she didn't continue to ask. Fang Jingqi said, "It so happens that a classmate of mine is also there." His name is Fist Guy. Have you heard of him? One of the three major leaders. It'd be hard not to hear about him, said Hans Sr. Awesome. Fong Jingqi smiled at Hans San. Last time you treated me with a ritual, so today I have a gift for you. Not sure if you are interested. I don't like gifts. Your visit has already made me a happy man. Looking at Xuexi's upset face, Hans San shook his head and said, he didn't want to cause any trouble and put her in a difficult place. A mutant beast soul. Are you still not interested? Asked Fong Jingqi slowly. A mutant beast soul. Hans San looked at him, slightly surprised. He immediately understood why Fong Jingqi had mentioned Fist Guy. Fong Jingqi looked at Hans San with faint smile. Let's go to the combat pit and have a fight. Regardless of the outcome, I will let Fist Guy give you a mutant beast soul. Son, what do you think about this gift? If it was up to Hans San, he would definitely accept it. However, he knew she wouldn't want him to fight her brother, so he just said, I can't accept the mutant beast soul. If you haven't eaten, I'll cook us dinner. Fong Jingqi thought Hans San did not believe him, so he picked up the comlink and dialed a number. Suddenly, the holographic image of a hunk popped up. The hunk smiled at Fong Jingqi and said, Jingqi, it's been so long since we saw each other. Fist Guy, I need your help. I have a friend in Steel Armor Shelter and want you to take care of him. Would you give him a mutant beast soul? Asked Fong Jingqi with a smile. If others asked me for this, I would tell them to #K off. Since it's you asking, just send your friend to me in the shelter. And remember you owe me one, replied Fist Guy. After hanging up, Fong Jingqi looked at Hans San and asked, Now, are you willing to accept my gift? Hans San knew Fong Jingqi had misunderstood him. He smiled back at Fong Jingqi. Let's not to go to the combat pit. Would you play a small game with me here at home? Xueshi shot Hans San a look of disapproval, but this time Hans San did not respond to her. Hans San knew a guy like Fong Jingqi would not give up unless he was defeated. What game? Frowned Fong Jingqi. Have you ever played Red Hands? Hans San asked with a faint smile. Fong Jingqi turned down the corners of his mouth. Of course, but that's such an easy game. Red Hands was a game played between two players. One player, the slap P, placed their hands palm down, hovering above the other players, the slapper, hands. The slapper hovered their hands below the slap P's, palms up. The two players' hands should be touching each other. The slapper was on offense and attempted to bring his hands over to slap the backsides of his opponent's hands. This must be done with sufficient speed because the slappee's goal was to pull their hands away and out of the area where the hands overlap to avoid the slap. If the slapper missed the hands of the slappee during the slap, then the roles must switch. If our hands touch, it would be easy. How about we play with our hands not touching? Hans San was still smiling. No problem, laughed Fong Jingqi. Red Hands mainly tested one's reflexes, and Fong Jingqi was confident that his reflexes were superior to Hans San's. Also, Fong Jingqi was glad that the rule of this game was that as long as the slapper was able to hit the slappee, their roles would never change. Fong Jingqi wanted to take advantage of this rule and slap Hans San so hard on the hands that he couldn't raise his arm. So, as long as the slapper's hand moved, it would be counted as a slap, and he could not take it back. Hans San first set the rules down. Okay, I will let you slap first. Fong Jingqi was very confident and reached out his arms. Hans San did not reach his arms out, but smiled at Fong Jingqi. Jingqi, you said there would be a mutant beast soul. Fong Jingqi was not stupid. Although he did not care about a mutant beast soul, he didn't want Hans San to take advantage of him either. He said, a mutant beast soul is for a fight in the combat pit. Since we are now playing Red Hands, let's consider it a prize. You could win it if you could slap me. Jingqi, this is not fun, and I don't want to take advantage of you either. Hans San pondered and said, forget about the beast soul. Let's change the prize to $10,000. Every time you are able to slap me, I will pay you $10,000 and vice versa. What do you think? The mutant beast soul pet Meowth that Hans San got from Qin Xian was useless and ate a lot. Hans San had thus learned a lesson and asked for cash as he didn't know what beast soul it would be. Fair and square. I'm beginning to like you. But 10,000 is too little. How about 100,000? Fong Jingqi looked at Hans Sr. Hans San shook his head. We are all friends. Losing too much might hurt our relationship. Xueshi quickly said, right. It's just a game. No need to bet too much money. 10,000 is already too much. Since you are afraid to lose, then we will stick with 10,000. Fong Jingqi shrugged. Hans San did not say anything, but kept smiling at Fang Jingqi. Now in his eyes, Fang Jingqi was not a person, but a walking ATM. Fang Jingqi came to him just when he was worried about money. All he needed to do was accept. If the opponent wasn't too much stronger than him, Han Sen believed that he could win most people at playing red hands. His understanding of his opponents and timing were among the very best. Before he got the black crystal, that was how he made his living. Fang Jingqi, who thought the game was only about reflexes, wouldn't be his match at all. I'll let you be the slapper first. Fang Jingqi again reached out his hands. He didn't think Han Sen stood a chance. Judging from Han Sen's age, he was in God's sanctuary less than 1 year, so he couldn't have gained many Geno points. In addition, the situation of his family wouldn't allow him to buy the meat of advanced creatures either. Fang Jingqi himself had already been in God's sanctuary for several years and had gained many Geno points. So, his fitness and reflexes must be far better than Han Sen, and Han Sen wasn't likely to be able to hit him. Alright. Han Sen reached his hands under Fang Jingqi's hands and kept a little distance from them. Han Sen kept his hands still and then asked, "Can I start?" Yi. Han Sen's hand slapped on the back of Fang Jingqi's hands before Fang Jingqi could finish his reply. 10,000, Han Sen said. "She, write it down." "Write it down." Fang Jingqi gritted his teeth and said to Xueshi. Xueshi quickly opened the holographic note board on her comlink and drew a line. Again, Fang Jingqi reached his hands out. "Can I start?" Han Sen asked again. Fang Jingqi just nodded, staring at Han Sen's hands wholeheartedly without blinking. With the lesson learned, Fang Jingqi swore he would not be tricked by Han Sen again. Han Sen didn't rush this time and turned to speak to Xueshi. "She? Do you want to hear a funny story?" "Now." Xueshi was surprised. Han Sen nodded and started. A lovely puppy was traveling in the desert. It had brought enough water and food, but still died after 2 days. Can you guess why it was? Was there a sandstorm? No, the weather was fine. Because it was lost. There was plenty of water and food, so it would not die even if it got lost, Han Sen said. "I cannot guess. Why did it die?" Xueshi didn't want to guess anymore, because she was nervous about the result of red hands. Because that cute puppy could not find a utility pole in the desert, so its bladder exploded, laughed Han Sr. Xueshi blushed. "Son, that's so corny." "Vulgar," Fang Jingqi said with his face grim, and suddenly felt a pain on the back of his hands. Snap! Fang Jingqi regretted his own carelessness as his face turned red. He also blamed his loss on Han Sen's slyness. If Han Sen didn't tell Xueshi the vulgar story, he would not have been distracted and gave Han Sen the opportunity. "Another 10,000, said Han Sen to Xueshi. Again, Fang Jingqi reached his hands out. When Han Sen was ready, he said to Xueshi, "Another lovely puppy was traveling in the desert with plenty of water and food. It found a utility pole, but it still died. Can you guess why?" "Why?" Xueshi thought about it seriously but did not think of an answer. "I was asking you." Han Sen ignored Fang Jingqi and turned to look at Xueshi. "I don't know the answer," Xueshi said. "All right, I'll tell you. It is because there was a sign on the pole that said, 'No peeing zone.' Then the puppy's bladder exploded again." Xueshi burst out laughing. Fang Jingqi knew that it was Han Sen's trick to get him distracted, but he couldn't stand Han Sen ignoring him and said to Han Sen, "Would you rather tell stories than—" Snap! Han Sen's hands once again slapped him on the back of his hands, which had turned red after 3 slaps. However, Fang Jingqi's face was redder than his hands. "Come again." Fang Jingqi gritted his teeth and stretched out his arms again. Han Sen put his hands back and continued his story. Another lovely puppy was traveling in the desert with plenty of water and food, and it found a utility pole with no sign on it. But it still died. Can you guess why? Fang Jingqi was focused on Han Sen's wrists. Neither talking to nor looking at Han Senator, he would give Han Sen no chance to distract him this time. After Han Sen told Xueshi the answer, Fang Jingqi was still staring at Han Sen's wrists. "Little brat, you will learn your lesson when it's my turn to be the slapper," thought Fang Jingqi. Seeing Fang Jingqi was still focused, Han Sen sighed and said, "Jingqi, you are so calm. I've been the king of red hands for 2 decades, and no one could escape my storytelling yet. You are indeed impressive. Cut the crap," Fang Jingqi said, and suddenly changed his expression. It was too late. His hand was once again slapped hard by Han Sr. Fang Jingqi bristled with anger. He hadn't expected to be tricked by Han Sen again. Again, Fang Jingqi clenched his teeth and squeezed the word out, making Xuanhuan anxious on the side. Han Sen put his hands in position and didn't tell a story this time. He said to Fang Jingqi with a faint smile, "Did you think I won just because you were distracted?" Fang Jingqi ignored Han Sen, as if he couldn't hear anything Han Sen was saying. "I won't move even if the sky collapsed," thought Fang Jingqi, determined to win this round and kick Han Sen's ass. When he became the slapper, he'd be the one telling Xuanhuan stories and hitting Han Sen on the hands. Having noticed Fang Jingqi was still focused, Han Sen sighed and said, "Jingqi, you are indeed a genius in playing red hands. I will now focus and use up to 30% of my skills to deal with you." Seeing Han Sen putting on airs, Xuanhuan laughed out loud. Fang Jingqi was still staring at Han Sen's wrists. "Attention! I will use the secret skill of Red Hands King." Han Sen suddenly roared. "Well, I'll keep still and see what tricks you have," Fang Jingqi sneered in thought. Snap! Fang Jingqi couldn't escape when Han Sen made the move, although he was paying full attention this time. Again, Fang Jingqi refused to concede defeat and wondered why he didn't dodge the slap. It must be some tricks used by Han Sr. Let's call it a day. As the king of red hands, I don't want to bully you. Han Sen looked up and sighed. You think I cannot afford to pay? Next round. Fang Jingqi wanted to slap Han Sen in the face so bad, but he wasn't a sore loser. Don't blame me then. Han Sen stretched out his hands. Snap. Again. Snap. Again. Snap. 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 Fang Jingqi went berserk, not accepting the truth that he simply couldn't move his hands away fast enough. Han Sen was nothing but cunning. How could he lose when he was paying attention? However, Fang Jingqi could not avoid the slap no matter how hard he tried. Snap. 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 Crisp sounds kept ringing in the living room. Xuanhuan was shocked. She didn't expect Fang Jingqi to lose, let alone to lose in such a miserable manner. She had been worried about Han Sen, but found that she really should be worried about her brother. When Fang Jingqi left Han Sen's home, his hands were swollen like trotters, and his face was pale from anger and shame. Jingqi, come to play red hands when you have time. Han Sen waved goodbye to Fang Jingqi with a stack of cash in hand. Fang Jingqi almost fell from the aircraft when he heard Han Sr., I'll be damned if I ever play red hands with you again. Han Sen had more comments, but the aircraft made a loud noise and went away at full speed. 1,000,000 easily earned. Should have agreed with him and made the bet 100,000 each round. Han Sen licked his lips and took the money back to his room. Han Sen returned to his room and continued to read the article he had found on the Skynet. It was a post written by a Steel Armor Shelter member from a long time ago. He was once chased by a creature and had to run into Dark Swamp. Han Sen knew about Dark Swamp. It was more than 200 miles in the southwest of Steel Armor Shelter and had lots of poisonous creatures in it. Almost no one would choose to go there. Even the big gangs did not dare to set foot in Dark Swamp. According to the poster, he was in a critical situation and had to escape into Dark Swamp. Fortunately, he eventually passed through Dark Swamp and got out. It had taken him nearly 6 months to go through the swamp, as one could easily sink into the mud. He also had to constantly change his route to avoid all sorts of dangerous creatures. It was indeed a miracle that he could come out. The poster shared a lot of his experience in the Dark Swamp. Once he had walked into a forest where the trees were sparse, but very tall and thick, whose trunks would take several people to wrap their arms around. The soil under the trees was covered with a variety of beautiful flowers. As the poster thought he had walked out of the swamp, he found that it was only a strange area in the swamp. Hanging from the trees were a lot of huge hornets' nests, and even the smallest among them were the size of a queen-size bed. Each hornet flying from the nests were the size of a bat. He had killed a hornet, so he learned from the voice in his mind that the name of the hornet was Black Stinger, a type of primitive creature. And he was lucky to get its beast soul, which was in the shape of a sharp and poisonous arrow. The beast soul arrow was later purchased by someone with a high price. Although he didn't dare to go into the forest but chose to walk around it, he saw from afar a hornet's nest as big as a house hanging on an especially tall tree. The black stinger flying from that nest was in a red color. He guessed that those red hornets should be mutant black stingers. He had also posted the pictures of the black stinger beast soul that he had taken before he sold it. Indeed, it was a black arrow with an arrowhead the size of a mouse, glowing with a dark luster. You'd know it was poisonous from the look of it. That would be great to have, thought Han Senator. If it was before, he wouldn't dare to think about going to Dark Swamp, but now he had beast soul wings so he could fly into the swamp. In case of any danger, he also had his armor and bloody slayer, so this trip shouldn't be too risky. According to the poster, the poisonous creatures lurking in the mud were the most dangerous ones, and there were not many flying creatures there. He himself had only seen a few primitive carrion birds. I still don't know where the forest is in the swamp. It would take too much time to search for it after I got in the swamp, thought Han-san, who then put the trip on hold and dialed the blacksmith's number and asked him to meet. When they were both at the agreed place, Han-san showed the blacksmith the broken arrow and asked him if he could repair it. The blacksmith said indifferently, "Nope. You could weld the parts together with any welding machine, but the toughness and stability wouldn't be the same. The arrow is wasted. Do you recycle the material? It has 1.2% Z steel, which is worth something, right?" asked Han Sr. $5,000, the blacksmith said. "I bought the arrow for 300,000, and the Z steel is only worth 5,000, asked Han-san with his eyes wide. "Or you can keep it," the blacksmith simply said. "Fine, 5,000 it is." Han-san secretly vowed to gain himself a beast soul arrow, as Z steel was not economical at all. He had already known from Su Xiaoqiao that the manufacturing cost of Z steel was in fact not high, and it was only expensive because of the monopoly. Han-san gave the arrow parts to the blacksmith, who gave him a 5,000 bill in return. Han-san put away the money and asked, "Do you have better Z steel arrows?" When he shot the arrow at the purple-winged dragon, the arrow only went 3 or 4 inches deep, and the dragon still died from falling. If they were on the flat ground, he could by no means kill the dragon, so Han-san was not satisfied with this arrow. "No, I have a dagger with 5% Z-steel though. You want it?" replied the blacksmith. "How much?" Han-san knew that 5% Z-steel was the limit of the contemporary technology. Alpha alloy would become as brittle as glass if the percentage of Z-steel was higher than that. 300,000, said the blacksmith. 300,000 for an arrow with 1.2% Z-steel, and the same price for a dagger with 5% Z-steel. Han-san looked at the blacksmith, puzzled. It was much more difficult to make the arrow than the dagger, the blacksmith explained. "Deal." Han-san handed over the money after inquiring about the size of the dagger. The blacksmith's price was high, but much more reasonable than the prices in regular stores, where a dagger with 5% Z-steel would easily cost a few millions. Also, blacksmith's craft was excellent, as this arrow was a lot better than starlight arrows. "I don't have it on me. Come with me," the blacksmith said and went into the alley. Han-san followed him through a few blocks and then into a dilapidated underground warehouse, where Han-san saw a lot of manufacturing machinery and equipment, including a large punching machine, which could crush a small aircraft. Through the warehouse, the blacksmith showed Han-san into a room. This room looked like an armory, and Han-san was dazzled. A variety of weapons were neatly arranged inside, their shining blades exuding a thirst for blood. The blacksmith grabbed an 8-inch dagger and threw it to Han-san. "This is the one. Take it and leave." Han-san's eyes were attracted to the knife on the north wall of the room. The style of the knife was ordinary, but it was the only weapon on the north wall, while the other 3 walls were fully covered with different weapons. "How much is that knife?" asked Han-san curiously. 100 million, the blacksmith said coldly, pushing Han-san out. 100 million? What material did you use to make that? Han-san could not help but ask. 75% Z-steel, the blacksmith said. "Next time you need to buy something, come here directly." 75% Z-steel? He must be exaggerating. With the current technology, we can't even produce alloy with more than 5% Z-steel. Han-san whispered to himself. He didn't say anything though, since he wouldn't buy it anyway. Back home, Han-san carefully reviewed the dagger. Pulling it out from the wooden sheath, Han-san suddenly felt a cold breeze. The dagger was 8 inches long, its blade green with ripple patterns. The angle of the blade was very small, about just 20 degrees. The edge of the blade was as thin as onion skin with double blood grooves. The handle was made of high-tech materials with ergonomic design, so it had a comfortable grip. Han-san drew the alpha alloy broadsword out and slashed the dagger at the broadsword to test the hardness and toughness of the dagger. Alloy with 5% Z-steel should be much stronger than this broadsword, so it shouldn't chip. Crack! The broadsword was chopped into halves by the dagger, and half of the blade fell to the ground. My God! Han-san was taken aback. He then remembered that the blacksmith had said, this dagger was made from the cutting blade of a manufacturing machine, so it was meant to cut alloy. Checking the blade of the dagger, Han-san found absolutely no damage. #T. My broadsword. Han Sen suddenly realized that he had destroyed a weapon that could be sold for $1 million in the store and let out a scream. He had thought that the dagger might leave a mark on the broadsword, but didn't expect the dagger to be so sharp that it could cut off the broadsword. While banging his head with his hands in frustration, he heard the ringtone from his comlink and saw Zhang Danfeng's number on the screen. He answered the call. "Son, come to Twilight. I have a gift for you," said Zhang Danfeng excitedly. "What gift?" asked Han Sr. "You'll know when you get here." "See ya," replied Zhang Danfeng, keeping Han's son in suspense. Han's son changed his outfit and went to Twilight Tavern, which was a restaurant Zhang Danfeng often took him to. The dishes served here were delicious and the decoration was outstanding. When he arrived at the reserved private room, Han's son was surprised to see Han Hao there as well. Han Hao saw him and looked very uncomfortable. Han Hao forced a smile and said hello. Han's son smiled back at him and was then pulled aside by Zhang Danfeng. Being a private person, Han Sen thought it was quite all right if Han Hao didn't want to have any contact with him, and he had no hard feeling about it. Zhang Danfeng did not pay attention to any of these and asked Han's son to sit on the sofa. Zhang summoned a white saber-toothed tiger beast soul, which turned into a sharp knife in his hands. Showing a few tricks with the knife, he asked proudly, "Son, what do you think of my newly gained mutant beast soul?" One word, awesome. Han Sen gave him a thumbs up. Han's son had wanted a mutant beast soul weapon for a while, but he had no luck with beast souls recently. "Old friend, now I have a new knife, so I want to give my old weapon to you, if you don't mind." Zhang Danfeng slipped Han's son an alpha alloy broadsword. Han's son was a bit surprised to see the broadsword, which was of the same style as the one he just cut off. This broadsword, Han Xin was touched. Zhang Danfeng was such a dear friend that he would just give away a weapon worth $1 million to him. Before Han's son had time to say something, the door of the private room was pushed open and a fat woman draped in jewels squeezed herself in. "Son, I saw you when you came up here. You said you had important things to do when I asked you to go Mr. Who's banquet. So, this is what you call important? What do you expect to gain from hanging out with these lads?" Mr. Who has invited his son's friends, who are all young leaders on planet Roka. You should make friends with them to succeed in the future. Han Yume threw a rampage at Han Hao, taking him out. By the time Han Hao wanted to explain, he had been pulled out the room. "Stop it. The young master of Sunwood Mining, Lin Beifeng, is also here at the banquet. I heard that he is also in steel armor shelter now. If you two can bond, you would do so great in the shelter," said Han Yume. Han Hao was a little depressed. He had come here to make things right with Han's son and use his connections to enter Qin Xian's steel armor gang. Han Yume's words had rendered that impossible. Han Hao thought that Han's son was definitely sleeping with Qin Xian to get where he was. Or else how could he confront Luo Tianyang and be recruited into Bullseye? Although Han Hao was disgusted by a gigolo like his cousin, he wanted to use Han Sen's connections to enter steel armor gang himself. That was why he didn't show up at the banquet and came to Zhang Danfeng's gathering instead. Surprisingly, Mr. Who's banquet was also held in this building, and Han Yume happened to see him. Hence he had no time to mend his relationship with Han Sr. Never mind, the young master of Sunwood Mining, Lin Beifeng, happens to be in my shelter, and now he has come to planet Roka for the banquet. This is indeed a great opportunity. I heard he is an upstart and spends money like water. It would be great if I could cozy up to him, thought Han Hao, as he straightened his clothing and followed Han Yume to the banquet hall. Your aunt is outrageous. Zhang Danfeng was upset. It does not matter. They are strangers to me, said Hansen casually. He then asked curiously, who is this Lin Beifeng she was talking about? Hansen also knew a guy named Lin Beifeng who had traveled through the mountains and ended up in steel armor shelter. Han's son had even saved his life. Just one lucky dude. Zhang Danfeng started to tell Han's son about Sunwood Mining. Sunwood Mining used to be a small company with several mines, and later they bought a garbage planet to deposit their waste, where they ended up finding a lot of precious minerals. Within 20 years, by selling the rare minerals they discovered on that planet, Sunwood Mining had become a prominent interplanetary mining group, the boss of which was Lin Beifeng's father. Lin Beifeng had just entered God's sanctuary and was already known for his generosity. Many were trying to make friends with him for that. Such good luck, Han's son sighed. Such is life. He must have outperformed billions of other sperms to be who he is. Zhang Danfeng smiled and said. But Sunwood Mining has no facility here on planet Roka. What is he doing here? In the banquet hall of the same building, The social elite were chatting and drinking, many of whom had already entered Second God's sanctuary in their 30s. However, the focus of the banquet was a 16-year-old teenager. If Han's son were here, he would recognize the teenager was Lin Beifeng, who he had saved. Lin Beifeng was entertaining all guests gracefully. From his good manners, no one would think he was nouveau riche, and several socialites were attracted by him. Han Yumei and Han Hao had wanted to speak with Lin Beifeng, but they found no chance as there were too many people who were more powerful than them at the banquet, and everyone wanted to talk to Lin Beifeng. Naturally, they didn't dare to offend these people by cutting in. The banquet was over. When Lin Beifeng was stepping outside the building, they finally found an opportunity and wanted to approach him. At the time, Han's son and Zhang Danfeng also happened to come over. When they saw Han Hao, Zhang Danfeng wanted to greet him, so Han's son had to follow. Before Zhang Danfeng could finish his sentence, Han Yumei pushed him and Han's son aside and said harshly, "You two stay away from my son. Especially you, Han's son. You are already notorious in steel armor shelter, so do not implicate your cousin. Don't even say you know him, or I will come after your family." Han Yumei then walked toward Lin Beifeng with Han Hao. Zhang Danfeng was stunned and asked Han's son, "What? You and Han Hao are in the same shelter?" Hansen nodded. "Let's go to a quiet place, and I'll explain to you." Having heard Han Yumei's words, Hansen knew that Han Hao had told her about what had happened in steel armor shelter. Han Yumei and Han Hao finally managed to approach Lin Beifeng. As Lin Beifeng happened to be looking in their direction, Han Yumei said hurriedly, "Mr. Lin, this is my son Han Hao. He's in the same shelter as you." Lin Beifeng acted as if he hadn't heard her and directly went past her and her son. Han Yumei was dumbfounded and watched Lin Beifeng leaving. Lin Beifeng walked faster and faster toward Han's son and Zhang Danfeng, who were just leaving. He grabbed Han Sen's arm and cried, "Son, I have finally found you. Brother, I've missed you." Lin Beifeng then gave Han's son a big hug. Both Han Yumei and Han Hao were shocked. They had no idea how Lin Beifeng would know Han's son and call him brother. Han's son pushed Lin Beifeng away and frowned. "Why are you here?" Lin Beifeng wasn't offended at all and quickly offered cigarettes to Han's son and Zhang Danfeng. He said excitedly, "I came to look for you. I heard you live on planet Roca, so I came here. But I don't have your address, and it took me days to ask about it. Now I've met you. You must look out for me in the future." Hansen saw everyone was looking this way and said to Lin Beifeng, "Let's not talk here. We can catch up later." Han's son and Zhang Danfeng went out, and Lin Beifeng quickly followed them. "Son, my aircraft was parked outside. Let me give you a ride." Han Yumei and Han Hao watched Lin Beifeng cheerfully following Han's son around and couldn't believe him to be the elegant young master they saw at the banquet. Han Hao, it was indeed Han's son who was talking to Mr. Lin. Han Yumei still couldn't believe her eyes and asked Han Hao after they were out of the building. Han Hao clenched his teeth and said, "Yes, it's him." "Why on earth did Mr. Lin know him and respect him like that?" asked Han Yumei. "Well, there is nothing remarkable about him. He's just a gigolo, using a woman's connections, putting his cousin down." Han Hao was green with envy. "What? Didn't you say that he offended a powerful lady in steel armor shelter and was having a hard time?" asked Han Yumei. "If he weren't Qin Xian's boy toy, how would Mr. Lin know someone like him?" Han Hao then bitterly recounted Han Sen's experience, adding his imagination here and there. No wonder he could come up with $2 million. A gigolo. I've always known he was a scourge, a disgrace to our name. Our ancestors would be so mad had they known," said Han Yumei viciously. Filled with jealousy and hatred, the mother and son left the building. Seeing Lin Beifeng opening the door of the aircraft for Han's son and Zhang Danfeng, their faces darkened further. Han's son made some brief explanation to Zhang Danfeng after he parted with Lin Beifeng. Han's son understated everything and didn't say much about Han Hao, as he knew Zhang Danfeng wouldn't let Han Hao off easily had he told Zhang Danfeng what had really happened. Zhang Danfeng thought they were always good brothers and friends because they grew up together and certainly would not accept what Han Hao had done. Walking on the way to the Maglev train station, Han's son was wondering what he should take with him to Dark Swamp. There were almost no human activities there, so he would definitely return with lots of prey. Even if it weren't for the beast soul arrow, Han's son would still want to go there. He now had sacred blood beast soul wings, and the swamp that might be dangerous to others was easy for him. Hansen suddenly heard a glitch sound, and all the lights started flashing. Surprised, He looked up and saw a meteor-like fireball quickly falling from the sky toward his direction. Warning! Warning! Unidentified flying object detected. Bang! After the alarm of the planet's defense system sounded for a few times, the fireball hit a tall building followed by an explosion. It turned dark as the electricity was out. Even the earth seemed to have shaken a bit. Han-sun looked up to the collapsed building and saw a strange spherical aircraft crashed into the building with half of its body sticking out, surrounded by burning flames and thick smoke. People were screaming, crying, and running around. This area was a school district, and the building hit was a school's main building. Those running from the building were mostly students about 10 years old. Because it was a public school in the integrated compulsory education system, it was not equipped with a good security system. After the explosion, there was no immediate response. The electricity had been cut off for some reason, and the automatic fire protection system was also paralyzed. In the dark, people could only see the fire at the impact site. Henson saw the appearance of the aircraft and suddenly clenched his fists. He had seen aircrafts like this one before. A spherical aircraft was beyond current human technologies and could only be produced by the only enemy of mankind in the interstellar era, Shuras. Shura was the name given to them by mankind, and their true name could only be described in their own language. Shuras looked like men except that their males had one horn on their head and their females had two. Both Shura males and females wore masks from childhood. Their masks and horns symbolized their identity. Human beings had fought them for centuries in the space. In the beginning, because both Shura's physique and technology were superior, men kept losing in the battles against them. About 200 years ago, mankind discovered God's sanctuary and started to gain geno points in this other world, so humans' physique had been greatly improved. Gradually, humans were able to hold the line and face off Shuras. Planet Roka was a commercial planet and was nowhere near the war zone. Han-sun felt incredible to see a Shura aircraft here. He grew up on planet Roka and had only seen Shuras and Shura aircrafts on the news and Skynet. When Han-sun was staring at the aircraft, he saw a 7-year-old girl who was hung on the collapsed building with her clothes caught on a steel bar sticking out from the building. She tried to climb back into the building by grabbing the steel bar, but she was not strong enough. Struggling, her clothes caught on the steel bar were about to tear. Face covered in tears and hands covered with dust and blood, she was almost desperate. Even if she could get inside the building, there was fire anywhere and there was no way she could survive. The little girl gradually lost her strength and her clothes was slowly tearing. From such a height, even an adult who had max mutant geno points would fall to death, not to mention a kid. Bam! Next to the little girl, the door of the Shura aircraft suddenly opened and out came a Shura with a single golden horn on his head and a white mask that covered all his face but his eyes. The Shura was in a broken suit of alloy armor and bleeding dark green blood all over. The blood of Shura was different from that of human and was as green as bile, which was another way to tell if someone was Shura. Han-sun was shocked by the look of this Shura. The decors and materials of the Shura masks had a lot of meanings behind them, but Han-sun didn't really know much about that. However, just by the look of his golden horn, Han-sun knew this Shura was not ordinary. Shura's horns were their most prominent symbol of identity. Their horns were in 4 colors: black, white, gold, and purple. The black-horned were civilians, the white-horned were elites, the golden-horned were aristocrats, and the purple-horned were royalties. From this random aircraft had walked out a Shura aristocrat, which surprised Han Sr. The Shura held in his hands a black katana. The Shuras all had great physiques. Any adult Shura could match a human evolver in a hand-to-hand fight. Stronger Shuras could even reach the level of surpassers. The Shura came out from the aircraft and saw a little girl crying. With a cruel gleam in his eyes, he raised his katana and slashed it toward the little girl's head. Han-sun summoned the Black Beetle, Bloody Slayer, and Purple Winged Dragon all at once, and turned himself into a giant winged centaur covered in golden armor, and even his wings were covered in golden armor. Boom! The huge wings brought him to the middle of the building almost instantaneously. Taking the girl with one hand, Han-sun grabbed the blade of the Shura's katana with his other hand. Blood suddenly flowed out along the blade. Fang Mingquan had been very depressed recently. As a reporter, he had been in charge of a program about God's sanctuary on Skynet. Although it was not super popular, the program was gaining momentum and he was considered a minor celebrity. Because of a decision made by the management, he was transferred to a remote planet Roca. His job was so-called new market development, which actually meant that he was pushed out because he was in the way of others. As Fong Mingquan understood, now his program belonged to a recent graduate who was related to a board member. Knowing nothing, the kid had screwed the show up and many loyal audience were asking to transfer Fong Mingquan back, which didn't change anything. Fong Mingquan knew clearly that he could never go back. Planet Roca had very few resources and was far away from the economic center, so there was really no breaking news to be covered. For the few months he had been here, Fong Mingquan were wasting his time doing interviews of minor celebrities who thought too highly of themselves, which completely disgusted him. How can I leave this *T-hole? Fong Mingquan was wandering aimlessly in the street, holding a small metal jug and sipping liquor from it from time to time. Although he was upset, Fong Mingquan still kept looking around out of professional habits. Suddenly, darkness fell, and there was a huge explosion and fires. As a good journalist, Fong Mingquan turned on his recording device. A Shura aircraft. Fong Mingquan saw the aircraft, and his heart started pounding. He hurried off to the nearest high-rise as he kept shooting with the recording device. Soon, Fong Mingquan noticed the little girl as well. When he saw the golden horn Shura coming out the aircraft, he was thrilled and worried at the same time. He was thrilled because this was a great opportunity for him. A Shura aircraft falling on planet Roca was such a rare incident. Plus the Shura in it was an aristocrat. This was the golden ticket for him to become a more famous reporter. But at the same time, Fong Mingquan was also worried about the fate of the little girl. As a professional journalist, regardless of his urge to yell help, Fong Mingquan stayed quiet and just recorded and uploaded everything faithfully. However, when seeing the Shura slashing his katana at her, Fong Mingquan saw her frightened little face and could not help but cried, "Someone save her." But no one could respond to that. The rescue team had not arrived, and even if someone had an aircraft, it would be hard to park it on such height. Boom! A pair of golden wings cut into the frame, and a majestic figure took the little girl into his arm, his other hand catching the blade of the Shura. Blood dropped down from the katana, and Fong Mingquan felt as if his heart had stopped. Someone rescued the child? Fong Mingquan burst out a cry. Han Sun was shocked when he caught the blade of the katana. His sacred blood armor couldn't even block the sharp katana, and his palm was still cut. Although the cut wasn't deep, he realized this Shura was a tough opponent. Han Sun flew back several yards flapping his wings, holding the little girl in one arm. He suddenly felt a chill from behind and quickly turned around. The Shura was raising his katana and was about cut it at Han Sr. Han Sun gritted his teeth and span around in the air, barely escaping the Shura's attack. The Shura jumped up and stepped on the wall, throwing himself at Han Sr. Does he have some genes from a flea? Han Sun thought and flew to a building nearby, broke a window, and put the little girl inside. Han Sun took a look inside the room and found it to be a classroom with dozens of children inside, shivering in the corner. Damn! Before Han Sun could figure out a solution, the Shura was already in his face with the katana in hand, hatching it down at Han Sr. Han Sun could dodge this attack, but when he was ready to move, he suddenly froze. Behind him was the classroom full of children. If he dodged, the Shura would enter the classroom. The Shura was on a human planet, and there was no way he could survive here with so many enemies around him. He would choose to kill as many as he could before he were to die. By no means would Han Sun let him enter the classroom. Facing the katana, Han Sun only leaned to his side to protect his vital organs, while throwing a punch toward the Shura's face. The Shura was slightly surprised, as he did not expect Han Sun to stay where he was. Although the Shura didn't put all his strength into this attack, his katana still cut through the sacred blood armor into Han Sun's shoulder, making a squeaking sound when its blade met the bone. At the same time, Han Sun's fist also hit the Shura in the face, forcing him to bend his body backwards. The material of the Shura's mask was made of extreme tough material and did not crack at Han Sun's punch. The Shura caught the alloy framework in the wall with his toes and swung back to reach for the katana stuck in Han Sun's shoulder. Not wanting to give his katana back, Han Sun blocked his palm with one hand and punched at the Shura's throat with the other hand. The Shura returned a punch at Han Sun's chest, and soon it became a fist fight. In a short while, Han Sun started spitting up blood. Why didn't he dodge? Since he could fly, he could have dodged the attacks, wondered Fong Mingquan. Sharing his thought were the audience watching Fong Mingquan's webcasting. Fong Mingquan's new program didn't have much popularity yet, but there were still some old fans who had followed him here. Seeing the webcasting was on, many of them had chosen to watch. When they saw the Shura was to kill the little girl, they were all praying that someone could save her. And when Han-sen showed up, they were all thrilled. However, what they didn't understand was why Han-sen didn't choose to dodge the katana and thus lost his advantage. He could have dodged as he could fly. Fong Mingquan suddenly realized something and focused the lens behind Han's senator. Everyone suddenly saw that the room was a classroom with dozens of shivering children in it. Fong Mingquan and the audience had thus realized why Han's son didn't dodge. If he had dodged, the Shura would have entered the classroom and caused unimaginable damage. Although the Shura was stopped outside the classroom, Han's son had been severely injured in the shoulder and were still bleeding, which rendered him the losing side. But this was an adult Shura with a golden horn. Even if he hadn't practiced any skills yet, his physique would be as strong as an evolver, if not stronger. It's Dollar. The audience recognized him and left many comments under, reminding more people that it was Dollar. Fong Mingquan had long recognized Dollar. After all, he was working in journalism. The video of Han's son passing the robot channel was such a hit that he had watched it as well. Because he had watched the video, he knew that Han's son was still unevolved while his opponent could at least reach the level of an evolver, so this was not a fair fight. So were the audience aware of this. This is not good. Dollar has not become an evolver yet. Could he stop the Golden Horn Shura? Dollar, hold on. Damn, why am I not there? I would love to help him kill the Shura. Bang! Han's son took another hit in the face. Although he was armored, his head was still ringing and his eyes even went blind for a second. Feeling a churning in the chest, he spilled up another mouthful of blood. Han's son was very clear that he was far weaker than the Shura even after he had shape-shifted into the Bloodslayer. If the Shura hadn't already been hurt badly, Han's son probably couldn't last this long at all. Fortunately, he had been practicing Jadeskin for a long time and had gained lots of Geno points, which allowed him to fight until now. Bang bang. Each time Han-sen's punched at the Shura, he could only force the Shura to bend backward, while when the Shura punched at him, he would definitely bleed. But Han-sen knew that he could not step back. Seeing the malice in the Shura's eyes, Han-sen knew he had been eyeing the children in the classroom. Using his majestic body to block the window, Han's son was hit in the head several times. He suddenly lost control of his body and leaned his shoulder toward the Shura, which allowed the Shura to pull out his katana from Han-sen's shoulder. Blood was splashing as the black blade was pulled out. Die! The Shura scowled as he hacked at Han's son, both hands on the katana and eyes bloodshot. It was a gut-wrenching scene for Fong Mingquan and the audience to watch. The tender-hearted ones could not even bear to watch. Step back. You have tried. No one will blame you. Some even said, as they could not bear to see Han's son killed by the Shura. But with a gleam in his eye, Han's son moved forward instead of backward when the katana fell and threw himself at the Shura. Although the katana had hit Han's son on the head, as the distance was shortened and the Shura's body had bounced off in the middle of his hacking, the speed of the katana was not high, and it only broke Han-sen's helmet and left a shallow wound on Han-sen's scalp. Without a pause, Han-sen flapped his wings and moved behind the Shura. He locked the Shura with his own body in the air so that the Shura could make no moves. Ghost Haunt had worked wonders. Han's son was able to lock down the Shura, who had much greater strength than himself. As he knew his shape-shifting time was almost up and his body would probably suffer permanent damage if he went over the time limit, Han's son tumbled upside down with the Shura locked between his arms and jumped, speeding up toward the ground with his wings moving. You are crazy, cried the Shura, with horror in his voice. At this moment, everyone seeing this was stunned and the comments online had stopped. Fong Mingquan's lens followed the golden meteor falling rapidly toward the ground. Because other buildings had blocked the view, the golden meteor disappeared at the 6th floor of the building. All that could be heard was a bang, followed by silence. After a long time, a new comment appeared, $? Then there was a burst of comments, which were posted so fast that the words became a blur. Not in the mood to check the comments, Fong Mingquan desperately ran to the spot that Han's son was falling to. He could vow that this was the fastest he had ever run in his life. When Fong Mingquan got there was already a crowd. The Shura was on the floor with his limbs twisted, and there were even spiders cracking on the pavement made of high-tech materials. But he did not find the majestic golden figure here. $. Did not die. Where did he go? As the comments were posted under the webcasting, Fong Mingquan looked around and asked people nearby, and no one had seen Dollar. The spot was in an alley, and no one was here before they fell. Fong Mingquan didn't find Dollar and stopped looking. He returned to his studio in excitement and started to edit the footage he took. My future's on this video. Fong Mingquan stayed up all night editing the footage. This was definitely an exclusive headliner. With the webcasting last night, word would get out and the edited video was sure to go viral. It was the desire for success and the admiration for Dollar that drove him to edit the video so fast. Fong Mingquan thought that this must be his best work since he first became a journalist many years ago. On the Skynet, Fong Mingquan saw a lot of messages asking him about the webcasting yesterday. At that time, power was out and no monitoring camera was working. There were some individuals who tried to film the incident, but their work was either from a bad angle or too blurred and could not be compared to his professional work. Fong Mingquan took a deep breath, named the video The One and Only, Dollar Our Angel, and then clicked Upload. After uploading it, Fong Mingquan didn't look at the screen anymore, but sat down and lit a cigarette. He kept smoking and remained silent. Fong Mingquan did not even dare to look at his watch, as he was afraid to know the time, which was the most important thing in journalism. He knew very well that when the video was uploaded, his comlink would ring, but how successful his video was would depend on how long it took for the comlink to ring. If it takes half an hour, then it means it's phenomenal. If it takes 1 hour, then it's probably just so. If it takes more than 1.5 hours. Fong Mingquan heard a ringtone when he was still counting. Fong Mingquan suddenly rose to his feet and stared at his comlink on the desk. A familiar number was flashing on its screen. 8 minutes and 43 seconds. Fong Mingquan clenched his fists and teeth excitedly, crumpling the cigarette case in his hand. Fong Mingquan only started to relax after 3 minutes. Ignoring the ringing comlink, he lay on the couch and watched it ring as he smoked. He enjoyed this feeling, for only at times like this did he feel alive. The One and Only, Dollar Our Angel, didn't have voiceover and was less than 3 minutes long. It started with the little girl when she was about to fall. Her frightened face with tears, her widened eyes, and her blood-stained little hands grabbed people's attention from the beginning. The next moment, when people were still worried about the danger facing the little girl, out from the aircraft walked not her savior, but death itself. When the Shura wielded his katana at the little girl, no one could sustain their anger and despair. Suddenly, a golden figure appeared in the scene. The huge golden wings looked like they belonged to an angel. When the little girl was taken into his strong arm covered in golden armor and the katana was stopped by him, everyone was overjoyed, their eyes welling up with tears. The following scenes were carefully edited. The Shura and Han Sun exchanged some blows, and Han Sun broke a window so he could carry the girl into a room. The Shura was attacking Han Sun frantically, but the latter did not dodge or run back. Fong Mingquan inserted the scene of dozens of students shivering in the classroom here so that everyone would understand why Han Sun had chosen to stay there. Fong Mingquan refined the fighting scenes and highlighted Han Sun's selflessness and bravery. He also edited out the less impressive scenes. While in fact Han Sun was miserable and much weaker than the Shura, in the video it looked like it was just a tough luck loss. The final scene was the suicidal fall. The entire video was very smooth. With the passionate background music added by Fong Mingquan, all the viewers wanted to fight the Shura themselves, even if it meant risking their lives. And the female viewers were covered in tears after watching the video. This video really went viral. In just a few hours, the entire alliance knew about it, and the hits had climbed up to a few 100 million. A strong and cruel Shura aristocrat, a golden angel, and the little faces that were full of fear all formed a story that moved every viewer in less than 3 minutes. Dollar's name was famous now in the entire alliance, as this video was far more popular than the video of Robot Channel, which did have its limitations. Men and women, young and old, everyone was spellbound by this video, and Dollar had become a bigger hit than the 10 chosen this year. This kid has some guts, just like me when I was his age. #K Shuras. Poor children, they are lucky because there's an angel guarding them. Dollar, you are my one and only. Dollar, you are my angel. More people were concerned about Dollar's life and death because the video did not include the result and ended with a bang from the fall. Everyone was concerned whether Dollar and the Shura had both died, but Fong Mingquan did not plan to publish that, as other reporters must have written about it already, and it would not make a difference whether he wrote about it. In the meantime, the hero was also watching this video edited by Fong Mingquan. That's really me. Hansen couldn't believe he looked so good. The way the video was edited made him blush a little. At that time, he was only doing what he could to help the children out. Although the fall in the end looked tragic, he was in fact able to kick the Shura off him and fly away when they were about to hit the ground. It was not quite as risky as it looked. The Shura was already badly injured and had died from the fall. Hansen knew that he just got lucky. If the Shura hadn't already suffered severe injuries, Hansen would probably have fled or died. Moving his body around, it still hurt so much that Hansen had a hard time breathing. He didn't dare to go to the hospital, but luckily it wasn't too bad, for none of his vital organ was hurt. Having taken some medicine, he was recovering slowly but steadily. Hansen had gained something from it as well. The katana belonging to the Shura was taken home by Hansen, which was so much better than the weapons made by human. Shuras were much more advanced in making alloy weapons than human. Hansen had heard since a long time ago that Shura's katanas were awesome. Even the Blackhorn Shuras used better katanas than Z-steel weapons. Now what Hansen had was a katana from a golden horn Shura, which should be the best of the best. There was simply no product of the same level as this katana. Hansen wielded the katana and felt that it was frighteningly sharp as it felt as if it could break the air. Hansen no longer dared to try the katana out with any weapon, for he knew the katana was probably even sharper than his Z-steel dagger. The video was so widespread that Hansen was also worried that people might recognize the katana and thus himself to be Dollar. So he had decided to make some changes to the katana, which were mainly to change its color. He spray painted the katana in a golden color so it looked as if it were made of brass. He also ordered a cheap but flamboyant sheath on the Skynet so no one could tell it was a Shura katana when it was in the sheath. In fact, Hansen did not intend to use it in front of others. These were just precautions he took. Hansen had also wanted to replace the hilt of the katana to make it even less recognizable, but was unable to remove the hilt. However, he found a bead embedded in the hilt and took it out. To his surprise, the bead was hollow. Inside the bead, there turned out to be a small memory chip. Hansen inserted the chip into his device, trying to figure out what was stored there. What he didn't expect was that there was a Shura's martial art recorded in the chip, which was called Bladestorm. The description said it was the top secret of a Shura aristocratic family. Can a human learn Shura's martial arts? Wondered Han Senator after reviewing Bladestorm. He was convinced that he could learn it as long as his physical fitness level was high enough. Hansen started to try and practice Bladestorm and didn't encounter too much obstruction, which meant his physique had reached the prerequisite of Bladestorm. Bladestorm sounded like weapon skills, but it could also be used without any weapon. The key was to fully explore the potentials of one's body in order to launch swift and powerful strikes. If one became skilled in Bladestorm, one could launch those strikes with any part of one's body. Hansen hadn't recovered at the moment anyway, so he didn't go back to God's sanctuary and stayed home practicing Bladestorm. Lin Beifong was the only one who called daily to check when he would go back to Steel Armor Shelter and start to hunt. Qin Xian thought he was just hiding from Son of Heaven, so she didn't call. Hansen checked his ringing comlink, and it was Lin Beifong again. He hesitated before picking up. Son, how come you are still not in God's sanctuary? I've been waiting for you, lamented Lin Beifong. Hansen didn't even turn the video chat on because he was depressed enough just by listening to Lin's voice. I will not hide from you. The truth is that I am recently preparing for a big campaign, Hansen said mysteriously. What kind of campaign do you have in mind? Count me in, said Lin Beifong eagerly. I won't disclose the details now, but at least we'll be able to hunt mutant creatures. Hansen was telling the truth. He was planning to go into Dark Swamp as soon as he recovered. He couldn't guarantee sacred blood creatures, but there would surely be mutant creatures. Son, you must count me in, said Lin Beifong hurriedly. I'm working with others on this, so the team members are fixed and I cannot add anyone in. Hansen kept Lin Beifong in suspense before he continued. But I'm short of money recently, and if you can provide me with some Z-Steel arrows with 5% Z-Steel, I will send you part of my share of the praise, and it won't be less than an entire mutant creature. Excellent. I'll send you those arrows right now, replied Lin Beifong without demur. Hang on. I'm busy at the moment. Just have the arrows ready, and I'll contact you when I'm ready, said Han Sr. It's a deal then. Don't eat your own words. Lin Beifong still felt insecure. You can rest assured that you will get your share. Han Sun had been concerned where he could get some nice arrows. Now that Lin Beifeng was willing to sponsor him, he was all set. It was mutually beneficial as well. He would give Lin some mutant creature meat when he came back. In the worst-case scenario, if he couldn't hunt anything, he could still evolve any creature into a mutant one using the black crystal in a few days and pay Lin with that. Han Sun rested at home for a dozen days before he fully recovered. While he was resting, he did nothing other than practicing Jade Skin and Bladestorm. Eventually, he could start to use Bladestorm. Before Han Sun teleported to God's Sanctuary, Qin Xian called to ask him to go to the teleport station. Qin Xian was taking care of some business when he came in, so Han Sun had to sit aside and wait. After dealing with everything on hand, Qin Xian looked at Han Sun and said, "I plan to recommend you to Blackhawk Military Academy." Recommend me to Blackhawk Military Academy. Han Sun wasn't sure what she meant, as one could apply to military schools oneself and take the exam, no recommendation needed. Qin Xian knew what he was thinking and went on. Blackhawk Military Academy has special quotas every year for those specialized in archery. But even the specially recruited students must pass the entrance exam and fulfill certain requirements. You are good at archery, so it's alright if you are lacking in fitness. That's why I plan to recommend you. Entering military school at an early stage and going through formal training will do you good. Han Sun was wondering what to say to decline Qin Xian. On the one hand, he wasn't really interested in going to military schools. On the other hand, he had to leave Planet Roka if he was admitted to Blackhawk, and he couldn't leave his mother and sister behind. But Han Sun found Qin Xian was very enthusiastic to get him into a military school. If he didn't give her a reasonable explanation, she probably wouldn't let go of the matter. Also, she meant well, so Han Sun also felt obliged to give her an explanation. Station Master, you are too kind, but I already have an ideal military school in mind, and I'm afraid I have to let you down. Han Sun frowned. Oh? Which military school do you have in mind? Asked Qin Xian curiously, surprised by his sudden motivation. I want to apply to Roka Military School, replied Han Sun, sticking out his chest. Qin Xian and Yang Manli both looked at him as if he were an idiot. Yang Manli said grimly, Blackhawk is in top 50 in the Alliance, and you are comparing it to Roka Military School, which is not even among top 1,000. Qin Xian advised, Han Sun, you should really think about it. Roka Military School is no match to Blackhawk, whether in faculty or facilities. You can't even practice operating warframes and warships in Roka Military School, and you won't have good coaches in martial arts. If you graduate from Roka Military School, you won't have a bright future in the army. Why would you want to do that? Han Sun smiled wryly. He could not tell Qin Xian that he would like to enter Roka Military School just because it was close to home. Yang Manli said, you were not qualified to be recommended by the station master, but she broke the rules for you because she saw something in you. You need to think carefully. Ready to reply her, Han Sun heard a knock on the door. Station master, your data analysis is ready. Great, send it over. Qin Xian turned on a smart device and a video was displayed. Han Sun took a look and was slightly surprised, as the video was his fight with the golden horned Shura. It was not, however, the edited version, but Fang Mingquan's original footage. A comprehensive data analysis was made and each movement of Dollar and the Shura was accompanied with detailed real-time combat stats including the agility, punching speed, critical strike, and damage. There was also the scene of the dead Shura in the end. When the display was over, Qin Xian asked Yang Manli, what do you think of Dollar? Stupid, was Yang Manli's reply. Han Sun, who was secretly proud and ready for Yang Manli's compliments, almost choked on his own saliva. Please explain. Qin Xian did not seem to be surprised. Yang Manli said, Dollar's strength and speed are very good. Although we do not know his exact fitness rating, he is definitely among the top in First God Sanctuary when he shapeshifts. However, his strength and speed are still much weaker than the Shura. We could even estimate that he would have died 1,000,000 times if the Shura weren't badly injured already. Qin Xian nodded, agreeing with Yang Manli. Yang Manli continued, Dollar's wings look like advanced flying beast soul. Judging from his speed, it's very likely a sacred blood beast soul. With such a flying beast soul, a fleet-footed shape-shifting beast soul, and great speed, he is the ideal archer. He should shoot arrows from afar instead of engaging himself in a stupid fist fight. Qin Xian smiled. You are right. But it was an emergency, and it looked like Dollar wasn't good at archery. He has never used bow and arrows before and has always been fighting head-on, the complete opposite of this one. Yang Monli knew Qin Xian was referring to Han Sun and said, "If Dollar can become an archer, he will be the best archer in First God's Sanctuary. His moving and flying speed will help him maintain his distance from the enemy, and his strength will allow him to shoot fast and powerful arrows. That's why he would be perfect." Yang Monli did not mention Han Sun at all. Apparently, she doesn't think Han Sun could even be compared to Dollar. Moreover, Yang Monli might think Dollar's way of fighting was somewhat stupid, but it didn't change the fact that he was a respectable man, unlike Han Sun, who was a coward with some talent. Qin Xian sighed. Unfortunately, there was a blackout in the area because of the damage caused by the Shura aircraft, so we didn't get anything that can reveal the identity of Dollar. Although we have Dollar's blood sample, everyone's genes are changing rapidly these days as they gain geno points. So, by comparing the DNA in the sample and in our database, it's almost impossible to find out who he is. He has appeared on planet Roka twice. Maybe it's not a coincidence. Yang Monli thought about it and suggested, "I have checked the population on planet Roka, and there isn't anyone that fits the profile. Roka is just a fifth-tier commercial planet. It's highly unlikely that someone like Dollar lives there, even less likely than winning the lottery." Qin Xian shook her head. Han Sun was secretly relieved that the two did not associate the unambitious Han Sun with Dollar at all. He was afraid that the wings might remind them of the purple-winged dragon, but his caution proved to be unnecessary. The beast's soul wings didn't look the same as the dragon's wings, and they were also covered in the black beetle armor, so it was difficult to associate the two together. Qin Xian asked Han Sun to give Blackhawk more thoughts, as he would benefit a lot from such experience. Han Sun left Qin Xian's office thinking to himself, "Qin Xian is really kind, but how can I leave Mother and Yin now? Before I turn 20 when I have to serve, I need to constantly go home and take care of them. In the meantime, I must earn enough money so that when I'm off to the army, they could live a good life without care." After he got home, Han Sun contacted Lin Beifeng and asked him to send the Z-Steel arrows over. He wanted to go to Dark Swamp as soon as tomorrow. After all, improving his own physique was his priority. Yang Monli was right about the fact that the beast souls he owned now would make him a great archer. And right now, what he lacked most was a good beast soul arrow. "Son, I have 10 sniper arrows with 5% Z-Steel. Please take them." Lin Beifeng put a box of 10 sniper arrows in front of Han Sr. "I'll take 2, and I'll give them back to you if I'm able to retrieve them," Han Sun said. "Take them all. You can give me a bigger share of mutant creature meat in return. It would be even better if there is sacred blood meat." Lin Beifeng smiled and said, "Don't be greedy. All I can spare is probably 1 mutant creature. You can take the rest of the arrows back." Han Sun took out 2 arrows and pushed the rest back in front of Lin Beifeng. "Son, just take them all. You can give them back after. These arrows are nothing to me. Don't you know what business my family does?" Lin Beifeng insisted, offering Han Sun the arrows again. "Your family owns Z-Steel mines." Han Sun looked at Lin Beifeng, surprised. Lin Beifeng shook his head. "We do not have Z-Steel mines, but we do have some collaboration with groups that produce Z-Steel alloy. We have a mine of a rare mineral, which is a must to increase the percentage of Z-Steel to 7 or above. This mineral is very expensive and those groups are always in demand of it, so they sell me Z-Steel weapons at production cost. These didn't cost me much, and feel free to let me know if you need anything in the future." "You rock." Han Sun gave Lin a thumbs up. Lin Beifeng shook his head and said, "In fact, Z-Steel alloy is great for large-scale military use, but too heavy for individuals. For example, Z-Steel armor has great defense, but its weight affects one's speed and endurance. Compared with beast souls, it's not that practical. If future technology can raise the Z-Steel content to more than 50%, the weight can be reduced a lot. Son, would you talk to your friends and let me join you? I could provide them with Z-Steel supplies," Lin Beifeng asked. "Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do." Han Sun smiled at Lin Beifeng. "In fact, you are so rich that you can set up your own team and march into the mountains. Mutant creatures would be easy to come by then." Lin Beifeng smiled wryly. "I have tried, but it is not as easy in steel armor shelter as in my previous shelter. Qin Xian's military force is stable and no one could challenge that. Those who can be bought with money are in Son of Heaven's gang already. Although I am rich, I don't dare to provoke a monster like Starry Group. The rest of talents are all controlled by Fist Guy. So, there is no talented freelancer at all. I basically have nowhere to spend my money." Han Sun nodded. He also felt deeply about this. When he was isolated by both Son of Heaven and Qin Xian, he almost had no way to survive in steel armor shelter. Han Sun teleported into steel armor shelter and sneaked out in the middle of the night, so that Son of Heaven's gang wouldn't notice him. Carrying his supplies, Han Sun picked up the paths less trodden and marched toward Dark Swamp. Others saw the swamp as hell, but it was paradise to Han Sun, who had the beast soul of purple-winged dragon. Without any surprise or risk on the way, Han Sun successfully entered Dark Swamp. He saw no one near the swamp, let alone in the swamp. Han Sun took no risk and found a spot with absolutely nobody there before he summoned the black beetle and purple-winged dragon beast soul. Wearing his purple wings and golden armor, Han Sun checked his equipment again and flew toward Dark Swamp. The environment of Dark Swamp was similar to the poster's description. There were indeed very few flying creatures. Occasionally he saw a few carrion birds, for which he didn't even use arrows. If any bird dared to get close, he would cut them into two halves with the Shura katana. There were many poisonous beasts and insects in the swamp. Having flown less than a day, Han Sun saw a mutant creature. It was a scary-looking three-footed toad the size of a truck crouching in the mud, covered in lumps and exuding green gas. Han Sun was not interested in it at all. Even if he killed this thing, it was too huge for him to carry its meat out, and it would take him months to finish eating the meat, which was not worth it for a few mutant geno points. This is indeed a paradise. After flying for more than 2 hours, Han Sun saw another mutant creature. Surrounded by a group of black and white snakes, a blood-red snake king was swimming in the reeds. Han Sun did not approach it, but hovered in the air, flapping his enormous wings. The snakes did not notice his presence at all. Pulling out a sniper arrow from the quiver, Han Sun put a thread into the hole on the knocked the arrow, and aimed at the foot-long snake king. Suddenly, Han Sun narrowed his eyes, and the sniper arrow flew across like a lightning bolt. The blood-red snake king was just opening its mouth, about to swallow a mouse-like creature. Just when it opened its mouth, a black shadow disappeared there and went into its stomach, piercing its belly. The snake king suddenly twisted its body in agony, hissing desperately. The black and white snakes surrounding it all went crazy, but could not find where the enemy was. The snake king bleeded heavily through its pierced belly and stopped struggling after a while. Mutant ghost-toothed snake king killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. The wonderful voice sounded in Han Sun's mind. He excitedly pulled the thread and dragged the body of the ghost-toothed snake king up in the air. That thread was not much thicker than a hair, but as a high-tech product, it was very strong and could bear more than a ton. This ghost-toothed snake king weighed just dozens of pounds, and he easily pulled it up. Han Sun found a safe spot, picked up some branches, and made a fire. Boiling a pot of water, he threw some pieces of snake king meat into the water and cooked slowly. The snake was not too big. After thoroughly boiled, there were only about 2 bowls of soup left. Han Sun poured them out from the pot and gobbled the meat up. Ghost-toothed snake king meat eaten. 1 mutant geno point gained. After drinking the soup, Han Sun got another mutant geno point. Han Sun dried the rest of the snake meat and made it into meat jerkies to bring along with him. Although the snake wasn't too large, he couldn't finish it at once, so it became his field rations. Meow. Meowth was gnawing at a piece of snake meat jerkies, which wasn't quite enough for the cat, as the cat meowed at Han Sun again after finishing it, rubbing its fluffy body against him. Han Sun took Meowth back. Its insatiable appetite would make it gorge on an entire snake. Continuing to fly inside the swamp, looking at the various poisonous beasts and insects below, Han Sun felt more and more excited. The place was full of treasures. It was usually easy to find mutant creatures where human could not reach. Han Sun had seen 3 mutant creatures in 2 days. Aside from the Snake King, the other 2 creatures were both too large, so he didn't hunt them. Except for the necessary rest time, Han Sun kept traveling. His destination was the forest where mutant black stingers lived. Another 2 days had passed, and Han Sun didn't have good luck. All he saw was a mutant creature that looked like a crocodile, but that guy was more than 10 yards long and very strong. Han Sun didn't bother and flew past it. On the 5th day since Han Sun entered Dark Swamp, he finally got lucky. In a not-so-large lake, the water was so clear that the bottom of the lake can be seen in the sun. The lake was only about 3 to 6 feet deep. In the lake, Han Sun saw groups of big silver fish, each about a foot long, with a jagged dorsal fin stretching from head to tail. And among the groups of silver fish, there were occasionally 1 or 2 golden fish of the same size, flashing their golden scales in the sun. Han Sun was so excited that he almost jumped up. There were 7 or 8 golden fish in the lake, and they were all mutant creatures. Haha, Dark Swamp is truly my paradise. Han Sun took Doomsday off his back, knocked a sniper arrow, and shot it at a golden fish in the water. The sniper arrow was shot into the water on the back of the golden fish. With a clank, the arrow slipped aside, leaving only a white mark on the golden scale, which wasn't even pierced. Han Sun quickly pulled the sniper arrow back with the thread he attached to it. The golden fish that was under attack madly scurried in the lake. Failing to find the enemy, it knocked several silver fish dead. The jagged dorsal fin on its back was so sharp that it could probably cut steel. Han Sun frowned as he didn't expect that even arrows with 5% Z-steel couldn't pierce the scales of the golden fish. Considering the size of the golden fish, Han Sun could certainly eat an entire fish per day. With so many fish here, it was the perfect opportunity to increase his mutant geno points. I need a good arrow, a beast soul arrow. Han Sun was upset. If he had a beast soul arrow now, he could shoot all these golden fish dead in a short while. Han Sun hovered above the lake and carefully observed these golden fish. After a while, his eyes lit up. He flew away to cut off a long branch and stirred it in the water. The alarmed silver and golden fish started to swim in all directions swiftly. Han Sun was thrilled. Because their dorsal fin was too stiff, these fish could hardly bend their bodies. Therefore, although their speed was high, they could hardly change their directions or jump. Han Sun was thrilled as he could now approach the lake and didn't need to worry about being attacked by the fish. Z-steel arrows could not hurt the fish, but he had a katana that was sharper than Z-steel arrows. If he was close enough to a fish, he could probably kill it with the katana. The katana was, after all, 4 feet long and considered a short weapon. Hence Han Sun cut off a 6 feet long branch as thick as his arm and fixed the Shura katana to one end of the branch, making a long spear. Han Sun hovered closely to the surface of the lake and observed for a long time. When a golden fish swam up to the surface, Han Sun swiftly poked the katana down like how a fisherman would spear a fish. The katana cut through the scales of the golden fish into its body. Han Sun was overjoyed. He pulled the katana back and flew back up in the sky. After all, the katana was fixed on a branch. If he continued to fight with the golden fish, the brittle branch might break, and he didn't want the katana to fall into the lake. The injured golden fish scurried madly in the water, hurting numerous silver fish in its way. Soon, it lost its strength and floated to the surface upside down. Mutant sawfish killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. Han Sun took out the dead fish and was so happy that he almost moaned out loud. He decided to strike while the iron is hot and used the same method to hunt 3 more mutant sawfish before the sun went down. Haha, for mutant creatures in one day. This is my blessed land. Han Sun found a safe place by the lake and cut off all the meat from the mutant sawfish. He cooked some and used salt to preserve the rest. Mutant sawfish meat eaten. 1 mutant geno point gained. Mutant sawfish meat eaten. 1 mutant geno point gained. Delicious fish in his mouth and wonderful news in his ear. Han Sun felt over the moon. Meow. Meowth was circling around the fire rapidly. In the fire, there were pieces of jelly-like sawfish meat. When heated up, the oil oozed from the fish, sizzling with a strong and fresh fragrance, making one's mouth water even from afar. Han Sun threw a large piece of cooked sawfish to Meowth and took one for himself. The fatty fish almost melted in his mouth, making him want to swallow his tongue. Sawfish, as a mutant creature, had way more tasty meat than ordinary fish. Even fish like groupers were a far cry from it. Even just barbecued plainly with just some salt and pepper, the sawfish didn't have a fishy smell at all. It was purely sweet and delicious. If this could be brought outside God's sanctuary, it would probably become the king of all fish. The ordinary dish wouldn't even have any market. 1 mutant sawfish could probably be sold at tens of millions. Such a shame. Han Sun threw another piece of sawfish at Meowth. Mutant creatures could not be brought away from God's sanctuary. Also, he didn't have the energy to take all the sawfish he had hunted out of Dark Swamp. There were more sawfish in the lake than he had imagined. He had killed 15 these days. After eating several, his mutant geno points could no longer increase from eating sawfish. Since he couldn't bring it all out, he decided to feed it to Meowth. My mutant geno points are 31 now. Such a fruitful trip. Dark Swamp is too dangerous for ordinary people, so there live so many mutant creatures. Probably I could even max out on my mutant geno points on this trip. Han's son was in a great mood and rewarded Meowth another piece of fish. The rest of the sawfish meat was made into jerkies by Han's senator before he left. He took another look inside the lake to check if there was any fish that he had missed. Seeing another mutant golden sawfish, Han's son killed it in the same way. Mutant sawfish killed. Beast soul of mutant sawfish gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. It took Han's son several seconds before he realized what had happened. He almost jumped up. It had been a long time since he had gained any beast soul, and he suddenly gained one now. A mutant one. Han's son could not wait to see which type the sawfish beast soul was. If it was an arrow, he would be so satisfied. Type of mutant sawfish beast soul, spear. Han's son was slightly disappointed, but overall excited. Although it was not a beast soul arrow, spear was still a popular type of weapon, especially a mutant beast soul spear. Summoning the mutant sawfish beast soul, Han's son suddenly had a gold spear in his hands. The spearhead was an inch long with sharpened cutting edge on both sides. The spear was frightening even by its look. Han's son wielded the spear and felt that it was heavy but easy to use. The sharp spearhead had cut down a thick tree with just a casual slash, as if he were cutting tofu. Whoever pisses me off in the future will have to deal with this spear. Han's son tried the spear for a while, and didn't put it away until he had sweat on his forehead. A mutant beast soul weapon had already made his trip to Dark Swamp a success. This spear was enough to make an ordinary household rich. After all, beast soul weapons did not need to be repaired and was easy to carry. Unless it was destroyed completely, it would recover on its own, unlike Z-steel weapons that needed fixing if chipped. Although he had gained a lot, Han's son still hadn't reached his main goal, which was to gain a much-needed mutant beast soul arrow. So, he carried the rest of the jerkies and flew into the Dark Swamp again. The poster was only trying to escape and couldn't tell the directions. Hence it was difficult to find the forest he mentioned. Fortunately, Han's son had the ability to fly, so he could see far from the sky. In the next 2 days, Han's son was not so lucky. He did not encounter mutant creatures, but ran into swarms of poisonous insects several times. Watching countless insects moving under him like flood and leaving nothing alive behind them, Han's son could not help but shuddered. If he couldn't fly and were attacked by these insects, it wouldn't even matter if he was fit or not. Swarms of ants could kill an elephant, let alone these poisonous insects. Even someone with max sacred geno points could hardly survive. Finally, Han's son found some clean water. After replenishing his water supply, he made a pot of fish soup and added some snake king meat in it. It didn't take long before the fragrance spread everywhere. Han's son wasn't afraid of attracting poisonous beasts as he had been wearing the black beetle armor since he entered Dark Swamp. When the soup was almost ready, Han's son was preparing to enjoy it with Meowth. Suddenly, he heard a bird call followed by a whistle. A huge black bird flied down from the sky, its wings a few dozen feet long and claws sharp as metal hooks. Han's son was shocked. Damn, didn't the poster say there were no advanced flying creatures in Dark Swamp? Judging from its look, this bird is at least a mutant creature. Han's son stepped back and saw the huge bird landing by the fire. When it stood on the ground, it was taller than an elephant head. Its gleaming dark bird eyes gave it a regal look. After the bird landed, a black-clad young man jumped down from the back of the bird and looked at the meat in the pot. Boy, I'll buy your meat. He walked swaggeringly over and threw a piece of raw meat that looked like a cow leg on the ground and said, "It's your lucky day, kid. This is the thigh of a mutant poisonous clawed beast." Finishing the sentence, the black-clad young man reached for the fragrant fish and snake meat in the pot. "I won't trade with you," Han's son frowned. The black-clad young man was fast and had already gobbled up a piece of fish. When he was about to ridicule Han's son by pointing out the fact that he was offering Han's son some mutant creature meat, he heard the voice telling him that he had gained 1 mutant geno point. His eyes suddenly widened. How could this be? It was just 1 piece of meat, and it added 1 mutant geno point. So, there must be an entire mutant creature in the pot. Lu Weinan was sick of eating the meat of poisonous clawed beasts these days. Relying on his mutant iron-feathered bird beast soul, he flew into Dark Swamp to hunt mutant creatures and only killed this 1 poisonous clawed beast in days. This beast was larger than a cow, and he had been eating its meat for more than half a month and still had a thigh left. He had only gained 5 mutant geno points from it so far. Just now, he had gained 1 mutant geno point already by eating just a piece of meat from the pot. He suddenly understood why Han Sen didn't want to trade. Although both were mutant creatures, the thigh he had was worth much less than what was in Han Sen's pot. Lu Weinan looked at the pot of meat eagerly, and then his eye fell on Han Senator, a knife in hand. He blew a whistle. The iron-feathered bird beat its wings and hovered over his head. Do you want to trade, or let me beat you up before I eat your stuff? Lu Weinan was ready to dine and dash. There was no one in Dark Swamp, and no one would even know if he killed Han Senator since he had the iron-feathered bird mount. No one would be his match here. #K off, Han Sen said quietly. You asked for this. Humiliated, Lu Weinan yelled and hacked his knife at Han Senator. Although he had gained the beast soul of mutant iron-feathered bird, he apparently didn't have the same luck in beast soul weapons. His knife was one with 5% Z-steel. Han Sen was wearing sacred blood armor, so he was not afraid of such weapon. He didn't even shape-shift into the Bloody Slayer, but just summoned his mutant sawfish spear and wielded it at Lu's knife. Crack! The sawfish spear cut the knife off as if it were made of tofu and continued to stab at Lu. #T, thought Lu Weinan. He twisted his feet like a snake and barely escaped Han Sen's attack. Without a pause, Lu Weinan quickly ran back with strange but smooth body positions. Han Sen missed several stabs in a row, and Lu swiftly jumped on the back of his bird mount and rose in the air. How dare you challenge me? I'll just kill you, said Lu Weinan triumphantly, taking his bow and arrow to shoot at Han Sen, who was on the ground. Wings suddenly grew from Han Sen's back, and he rose in the air higher and faster than the iron-feathered bird. Damn, Lu Weinan was dumbfounded. How could he know this guy could also fly and even had wings instead of a mount? Subconsciously, Lu Weinan ordered the iron-feathered bird to go higher. Even if what Han Sen had were mutant beast soul wings, he wouldn't be able to fly too fast or too high. The iron-feathered bird should be able to get rid of him. But soon Lu Weinan found himself completely wrong. His enemy could fly not only very high, but also very fast, catching up with him in the blink of an eye. Who was this monster? His wings couldn't be sacred blood, right? Lu Weinan almost burst into tears. He didn't expect his enemy to be so strong. With his wings and his golden armor and spear, Han Sen looked more like an angel than a human. Having caught up with Lu Weinan, Han Sen poked the spear at him. All Lu wanted to do was to knock his own head on a wall. Why on earth did he try to escape on the back of the iron-feathered bird? Now he couldn't even use his body positions. Sitting on the bird, he had nowhere to hide. If he moved around, he would fall. Whoosh! The spear was poked into Lu Weinan's, but, leaving a long wound. Lu's soft armor didn't stop the spearhead at all. Brother, calm down. This is just a misunderstanding, Lu Weinan shouted hurriedly. Han Sen ignored him and stabbed at him again, making a symmetrical wound on the other side of his butt. Blood started to ooze from the wounds. Big brother, uncle, I was wrong. Stop poking, or I will die. I surrender, Lu Weinan screamed while begging for mercy. Han Sen ignored him and kept poking. Lu Weinan saw the horrifying and shining gold spear and cried, Big brother, please slow down. We are both men. It will do you no good if you kill me. You see I have a flying mount, which will be of some use to you if you need me to run some errands for you. Ouch! Lu Weinan was stabbed again, and his face had turned pale. He was bleeding too much, and he would die before long. He looked down at himself and saw he was wearing black all over. Lu reached into his clothes and ripped off his white underwear stained with blood. Waving his underwear in one hand, he cried, Big brother, don't poke. I surrender. We can have a discussion. Isn't it true that we have a policy in the Alliance to offer good treatment to the captives? Han Sen was silent all the time. Lu Weinan thought Han Sen couldn't hear him because the wind was too loud and flying. That's why he thought of the universal way of surrender, to wave a white flag. Han Sen saw Lu Weinan waving his ripped underwear and almost laughed out loud. Fly back. He held his laughter back and ordered. Lu Weinan was suddenly overjoyed and quickly ordered the mutant iron-feathered bird to go back where he met Han Sr. When they were back to the place where the fire was made, the pot of meat was still there. Lu Weinan fell to the ground and screamed as he pulled the wounds on his buttocks. So, tell me, how are you going to compensate me for my loss? Han Sen smiled, and looked at Lu Weinan, who was covering his ass with both hands. Lu Weinan's face suddenly went stiff. "Big brother, I'll give you whatever you want, except for this iron-feathered bird. You can take your pick." He summoned several beast souls and said bitterly, "These are all I have. Please forgive me." Han Sen checked the 7 or 8 beast souls summoned by Lu Weinan, and there was even a mutant beast soul. He knew Lu was definitely holding back. But since Lu had summoned a mutant beast soul, it meant that he would like to give away the mutant beast soul for his life. At the same time, he was using this beast soul to decline Han Sen's asking for the iron-feathered bird before Han Sen even asked. He was depending on the bird to survive here and wouldn't give it up for the world. That mutant beast soul. "And you, before I leave Dark Swamp, you have to follow my command." Han Sen thought this kid could be of some use. Also, Han Sen didn't want him to wander alone. If Lu found the forest first and killed the mutant black stingers, Han Sen's ultimate purpose of this trip would be defeated. Lu Weinan agreed, but remained alert when he transferred the mutant beast soul to Han Sen, worried that Han Sen would kill him once having the beast soul. Fortunately, Han Sen did not attempt to kill him after receiving the mutant beast soul. He returned to the fire and used a cup to take out some soup. To Lu's surprise, Han Sen only took some soup and none of the meat. Although there would be some geno points in the soup, most geno points would remain in the meat. Why would Han Sen only drink the soup? While Lu Weinan was puzzled, he saw Han Sen had summoned a black cat and put all the meat in the pot into a bowl in front of the cat. The black cat meowed and rushed to the bowl, starting to gobble. Lu Weinan's mouth twitched. He just realized that the meat he just tried to snatch and paid a huge price for turned out to be cat food. Where did this guy come from? Feeding mutant creature meat to a cat. What kind of people would do that? Lu Weinan now really wanted to bang his own head on the wall. He just risked his life fighting for cat food. Thinking of the cat, he was shocked. Among all the beast souls known to men, only a beast soul pet needed to be fed, while mounts and other types didn't. Han Sen's cat was of course not an ordinary animal. It must be a beast soul pet. Now not many could keep a beast soul pet. A beast soul pet didn't have any ability to fight in the beginning and had to be fed the meat of different creatures to grow. When it had grown to a certain stage, it would transform once, and after the transformation, it would have fighting ability. But it took too much creature meat for a beast soul pet to grow until its transformation. There were people who tried to feed ordinary and primitive beast soul pets, but their fighting ability wasn't strong after the transformation. As for mutant beast soul pets, almost no one would try to feed them, as they would need a lot of mutant creature meat to transform, the amount of which was enough to make several individuals reach max mutant geno points. Who would feed that to a pet? Thinking of this, Lu Weinan thought Han Sen was an impressive person indeed. He thought to himself, this is someone who could afford feeding a mutant beast soul pet. He must be the successor to some powerful family to have received such attention and training. "Big brother, what's your name?" Lu Weinan asked with a smile, wanting to find out about Han Sen's background. "You do not know me." Han Sen was somewhat surprised to hear the question. He felt odd as Lu Weinan didn't find out from his armor that he was Dollar. Even after seeing his wings, Lu still didn't recognize him, which meant Lu really didn't know about Dollar. "We have seen each other before." Lu Weinan looked at Han Sen puzzled, misunderstanding Han Sen's reply. "No." Han Sen continued to drink his soup. Lu Weinan suddenly understood that Han Sen was saying that he should have recognized Han Sen, which meant Han Sen was someone famous, which convinced Lu that Han Sen was from a prominent family, or else he wouldn't have made such an arrogant remark. Lu suddenly looked at Han Sen more eagerly. Han Sen just thought that Dollar was so viral on the Skynet, so most people should have heard of him. "When did you come to Dark Swamp?" Han Sen looked at Lu Weinan and asked. Lu Weinan became very enthusiastic and told Han Sen everything he knew. Han Sen finally knew why Lu Weinan had not heard about Dollar. This young man had never teleported back since he entered God's sanctuary a year ago. It looked like he had done pretty well for himself too. Han Sen looked at Lu, surprised. He could not believe that Lu Weinan would be so capable. Lu Weinan knew what Han Sen was thinking from his looks. He blushed and quickly said, "We the Lus specialize in practicing body positions. There is no one that could compare with us in this field. Although I my humble self have no special capabilities, I would love to carry the torch. Since I entered God's sanctuary, I've been pushing my limits until I reached the threshold transcendence." Be concise. Han Sen gave him a cold stare. Ahem, the truth is, We the Lus have great skills of escaping that were handed down in the family, and we knew how to run from danger. Lu Weinan cleared his throat and said. Hensen now remembered that Lu Weinan's body positions were strange indeed. If Lu Weinan hadn't fled into the sky using his bird mount and lost his advantages, Hansen wasn't sure whether he was able to hurt Lu. For the month you have stayed in Dark Swamp, have you seen a forest where the trees are very tall but sparse, and under the trees there were flowers? Asked Han Sr. Lu Weinan thought about it, and then shook his head. I have not seen such a place. I don't think there are tall trees in Dark Swamp. Not knowing if Lu Weinan had told the truth, Han Sun did not ask again. He rested for a while, and hit the road again with Lu after dawn. Lu Weinan's wounds on the butts had not recovered yet. Luckily, he had a flying mount, so he was fine. Every time when it was time to eat, Lu Weinan would stare at Han Sun feeding Meowth with dried fish piece after piece, and sigh secretly, feeling himself inferior to a cat. Maybe luck had finally come. At the end of the day, when Lu was complaining that they hadn't seen a single mutant creature the whole day, Han Sun spotted a black hornet the size of a fist in the grass. Black Stinger. Han Sun was surprised and quickly made a gesture to Lu Weinan to remain silent and watch the hornet from here. Watch the poisonous hornet. Do not disturb it, and do not let it leave your sight. Han Sun said and flew into the sky to look around, as it was often foggy in Dark Swamp. He saw no tall trees or hornet nests in 20 miles. It seems that the Black Stinger's nest is not near. Follow it, and we may be able to find its nest, thought Han Sun as he flew to Lu Weinan's side and gestured him to quietly follow the Black Stinger. Lu Weinan guessed what Han Sun wanted to do, and the two silently followed the Black Stinger. Fortunately, they could both fly, so it wasn't so hard to keep up with the Black Stinger. Following the Black Stinger, they flew dozens of miles and started to see more and more Black Stingers. Before long, Hansen suddenly saw a huge tree standing in the swamp. Under its canopy hung a huge black hornet nest the size of a hot air balloon. Swarms of Black Stingers flew in and out the nest, and there were at least tens of thousands of them, filling Han Sun and Lu Weinan with dread. Big brother, you do not mean to kill all these hornets, do you? Looks like they are all primitive creatures. There are so many of them, and they can fly. It'd be hard for us to get out safely. Lu Weinan swallowed and said. Han Sun was happy to see the towering old trees and the flowers on the ground. He thought, the poster did not lie. There is indeed such a place. After watching for a while, Han Sun said to Lu Weinan, let's go farther. Lu Weinan had to follow Han Senator. They didn't dare to approach the nests, so they flied high in the sky. The flower field was dozens of miles long, and there were tall trees everywhere. There was a huge hornet nest on almost every tree. No one knew how many Black Stingers there were in this area. It was scary just to think about it. Soon after, Hansen saw a giant tree that was more than twice as tall as the others. The hornet nest on this giant tree was the size of a castle, and there were scarlet Black Stingers the size of a pigeon flying in and out from time to time. Lu Weinan looked at the nest eagerly and said, are those scarlet hornets all mutant creatures? How many of them must there be? Han Sun was also a bit dumbfounded. The poster said he had seen one. Although Han Sun had guessed there should be more than one, he didn't predict that there would be a whole nest of them. There must be a beast soul among so many mutant Black Stingers. Han Sun was excited, realizing it was difficult to handle so many mutant Black Stingers at the same time. The needle of the mutant Black Stinger was blood red and at least 2 inches long. It looked very sharp as well. No one could resist the poison on it if stinged. After all, they were mutant creatures. Han Sun didn't want to depend on his sacred blood armor completely. Once the armor was pierced, he would be risking his life. The only fortunate fact was that the closest primitive hornet nest was a mile away, so the primitive Black Stingers didn't dare to get too close to this area. Comrade Lu, it's time to test your loyalty. Han Sun patted Lu Weinan on the shoulder. Lu Weinan suddenly changed his expression. Big brother, you do not want me to lure the mutant Black Stingers away, right? I will die. Do not be so pessimistic. Well, you do not really need to go there yourself. Just use your iron-feathered bird to attract their attention, and I'll use that opportunity to ruin their nest. When the mutant hornets run wild and scatter around, we could just kill some of the single ones. Han Sun said with a smile. Han Sun said before Lu Weinan could say anything. Do a good job, and I will give you 2 mutant hornets when the plan goes through. Think about it, boy. In order to keep Lu Weinan in line, Han Sun promised him the reward first. Lu Weinan suddenly swallowed the reply he had, patted his chest, and said, "It's my honor to risk everything for you. Tell me what to do, big brother." 2 mutant hornets could gain him quite a few mutant geno points. "Very good. I am seeing great things in you. You are responsible for directing your iron-feathered bird to poke at the nest and attract most hornets away. But don't let the bird fly too high. If the hornets couldn't follow, they would return to the nest. Try to keep them away as long as possible, and I'll take care of the rest," Han Sen said. Lu Weinan looked surprisedly at Han Sen. "Even if I can get most of the hornets away from the nest, there are certainly some remaining inside. Are you going to be fine walking over like this?" Lu Weinan did not expect that Han Sen would risk approaching the nest himself, which was far more dangerous than his part. He wasn't in direct danger by using the iron-feathered bird to lure hornets away. If things got bad, he could also take the beast's soul bird back. The fortress-like hornet nest was connected to the tree trunk, and it wouldn't be easy to take down. "I have a plan. Just buy me some time, and do not let those hornets come back too fast," Han Sen said calmly. As long as the majority of mutant black stingers were lured away, he wasn't afraid of a dozen that might still be in the nest. "Will do." Lu Weinan hid behind a boulder with Han Sen and commanded his iron-feathered bird to seize a large stone with its claws and flew above the nest. Bang! The iron-feathered bird dropped the stone at the nest, and the 3-foot-long stone made a big hole in the nest. With a buzzing sound, mutant black stingers rushed out from the nest madly toward the iron-feathered bird like a scarlet cloud. Lu Weinan quickly commanded the iron-feathered bird to lead the mutant black stingers away. Han Sen was watching the nest closely all the time and saw almost no mutant black stingers around the nest. When the mutant black stingers were led dozens of yards away, Han Sen suddenly summoned the beast souls of the purple-winged dragon and bloody slayer. With the mutant sawfish spear in hand, he flew toward the nest, looking like a winged centaur warrior from the myth. Almost just in the blink of an eye, Han Sen threw himself at the nest, breaking the nest badly. Swinging the spear into a storm, he tore the nest apart as if it were made of paper. Some mutant black stingers were trying to attack him, but were all killed with the spear in a short while. None could stop him. There was a mutant black stinger that approached him, and its sting didn't even pierce his armor, leaving only a small white mark on it. Lu Weinan was shocked. He knew Han Sen was strong, but didn't realize Han Sen had such great shape-shifting beast soul. When the better half of the huge hornet nest had been destroyed by Han Sen, a hornet twice the size of a mutant one flew out, its whole body transparent as red crystal. The moment this biggest hornet flew out, all the mutant hornets that were lured away by the bird all flew back to the nest, as if they could feel something. "Be careful. The hornets are all back. That may be their queen," Lu Weinan roared. Lu Weinan's heart was trembling. The swarm was only about 600 feet from Han Senator with the speed of the hornets. They could make it back in seconds. In addition, the queen hornet, which could be sacred blood, was eyeing Han Senator. His situation was critical. Looking at the queen hornet flying over, Han Sen narrowed his eyes, stepped back, and threw the mutant sawfish spear at it. The queen was too fast and dodged the spear at a short distance. When Lu Weinan was lamenting the loss, Han Sen's majestic golden figure had rushed to face the queen, hacking a gleaming katana at the queen hornet. That katana was so swift that even the sacred blood queen hornet couldn't dodge it and was cut into halves by Han Sr. Sacred blood black stinger killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. With that wonderful voice, Han Sen rocketed into the sky without any pause. The swarm chased Han Sen into the sky, but could not to catch up with him or fly any higher than half a mile above the ground. Han Sen turned beautifully and made a big circle before he returned to the side of Lu Weinan. Lu Weinan was very impressed. From destroying the hornet nest to killing the queen to getting rid of the swarm, Han Sen's movements were so smooth and clean that he felt like he was watching an action movie. Awesome, really awesome. Lu Weinan gave Han Sen a thumbs up. He was sincere. Just my routine. Han Sen laughed, but kept his eyes on the swarm. He didn't have the time to get the body of the queen hornet out, but it was fine. The nest was destroyed and the queen was killed. These hornets would go through a chaotic phase, which would be Han Sen's best opportunity. Sure enough, after suffering major blows, the swarm was a mess. Many mutant black stingers had left the swarm. You continue to harass the swarm with your iron-feathered bird, and I will go hunt the single black stingers. Han Sun flapped his wings and approached a mutant black stinger flying away from the swarm. Although his shape-shifting time was up, Han Sun was still able to use Bladestorm with the Shura Katana to kill the mutant black stinger. Just now he was only able to kill the Sacred Blood black stinger with one blow because he used the strength of Bladestorm to cut on its fragile waist. Mutant black stinger killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. Although he hadn't gained a beast soul yet, Han Sun was not worried at all as there were at least thousands of mutant black stingers here, and he would surely get a beast soul sooner or later. Taking the dead black stingers back, Han Sun directly gave them to Lu Weinan. He didn't want to bother preparing the body. As the black stingers were poisonous, only parts of the body were edible and the rest had to be removed. Although it was nothing difficult, it was quite troublesome. Han Sun continued to fly out to kill more single black stingers. With the collaboration with Lu, Han Sun hunted more than 20 black stingers in a day. The only pity was that Han Sun still did not get a beast soul. Han Sun was not in a hurry. The iron-feathered bird was constantly harassing the hornets, which made it difficult for them to rebuild their nest. The two men had enough time to hunt. For several days, Han Sun had been hunting mutant black stingers. On the fourth day, he finally heard the voice saying, "Mutant black stinger killed. Beast soul of mutant black stinger gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly." Finally, Han Sun thawed in ecstasy, though not showing it on his face or summoning the black stinger beast soul. He did not want others to see Dollar shooting arrows, and thus connect Han Sun with Dollar. These mutant black stingers are quite enough. We could not carry more anyway. On the fifth day, Han Sun had hunted nearly 80 mutant black stingers. Han Sun gave Lu Weinan the 2 mutant black stingers he had promised. Lu used the bird to lure the swarm away several times and had done a good job. Han Sun was quite satisfied. Great. Lu Weinan nodded, regretting not having asked for more mutant black stingers. Han Sun had dozens of them, and all he got was 2. But even so, it had been a great trip, much better than his own gain in Dark Swamp. Use the iron-feathered bird to drive the hornets away one more time, and I will go get the body of the queen, said Han Sr. Lu Weinan quickly nodded, and Han Sun retrieved the 2 parts of the queen hornet. Lu enviously watched Han Sun putting the body away. Not knowing if the queen hornet was sacred blood, he was still coveting it. Henson quickly prepared the queen hornet's meat, took out the poisonous and inedible parts, and made a pot of broth. Eating it up, Han Sun heard the voice 4 times. Sacred blood black stinger meat eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. Sacred blood black stinger meat eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. The queen black stinger had contributed for more sacred geno points. This is the end of our collaboration. You take care. Han Sun took his own mutant black stingers and got up to leave. These days he ate a lot of mutant black stingers and now had 47 mutant geno points. With 4 more sacred geno points from the queen, his sacred geno points were now 29. It had been a fruitful trip, and now he needed to prepare the dead mutant black stingers he had and trade them for cash. Brother, can we continue to collaborate? I'll follow your lead. No question asked. Lu Weinan quickly got up and said. He had tasted sweetness from this collaboration and trusted Han Sun as well. He would never suffer losses from working with such a person. Looking at Lu Weinan, Han Sun pondered and said, I do not have much time to hunt together. If I'm recruiting people to join me, I will tie a piece of cloth with my name on it to the crooked tree on the west side of Steel Armor Shelter. If you are interested in participating, just go to Zephyr Valley and wait for me. Brother, you have not told me what your name is. Lu Weinan quickly asked. Go back and go on the Skynet. You will find out. Han Sun smiled, took his own package, and flew away. Han Sun returned to Steel Armor Shelter, expecting trouble from Qin Xian as he had disappeared for so many days. However, he did not see Qin Xian at all. Not just Qin Xian, there was almost no one on the streets. The entire Steel Armor Shelter seemed empty. Finally seeing a man hurrying through the street, Han Sun quickly stepped forward and asked, Friend, what's happening? Where is everyone? It's you, ass freak. The man recognized Han Sun at first glance. Han Sun rubbed his own nose. Friend, can you tell me where everyone went? The man was very easygoing. He smiled and said to Han Sun, Where can they go? To the martial ring, of course. This year's martial arts contest has already begun. People are talking about it in God's sanctuary and on all the planets in the Alliance. You don't know about it. Ahem, I have been sick recently, and almost missed such a great event. Can I still register now? Han-sun asked. Haha, you must be hiding from Son of Heaven, the man smiled. Hurry, you can still make it. Thanks so much for the information. Han-sun thanked the man and trotted back to his own room. Putting away the package full of mutant black stingers, he hurried to the martial ring in the shelter. There was no doubt that the martial ring was the most magnificent building in the shelter. It looked like the Colosseum in Rome and could accommodate at least 100,000 audience. What was different from the Colosseum was that it was built with metal, which made it look like a steel monster. Han-sun ran to a gate of the martial ring. There was a gate every 60 feet around the round martial ring, and each one of them could be used to access the ring. Now, almost everyone in Steel Armor Shelter was already in the martial ring. Han-sun picked a gate at random and placed his palm on the metal gate, where a string of numbers suddenly appeared. 88888. Han-sun was surprised, and then realized this must be his code, as he should be the 88,888th person to enter the martial ring. The martial arts contest was also arranged according to these codes. Only those entering the martial ring for the first time would be assigned this number. So the next time he came in, there wouldn't be a second number. As the metal gate opened, Han-sun went through a path that felt like a tunnel. When he came out, he was in a venue larger than where the Olympics were hosted. The stands were full of people. Above the ring floated a huge crystal stele full of groups of codes. There were 100 codes in each group, which meant these 100 people were arranged in the same match. Han-sun had learned at school that the martial arts contest in each shelter operated automatically, and humans couldn't interfere in it. The preliminary round was conducted in groups of 100 people, and only the last one who stayed on stage was qualified to go to the next round. This was indeed a strict selection. Since so many people had registered, the match had only come to group 50-something on the third day of the preliminary round, so Han-sun probably wouldn't have to do anything until tomorrow. Han-sun looked around, searching for Qin Xian and others. Before he could find Qin Xian, he ran into Son of Heaven's gang. Don't let me see you in my group, or you will be dead. Luo Tianyang stared at Han-sun coldly. The last time they met, he was frightened by Han-sun, which was a disgrace to him. Son of Heaven also looked at Han-sun gloomily. Although he did not say it, Han-sun knew from his look that he would try to kill Han-sun at all costs if they were in the same match. I'm afraid I have to let you down. I do not intend to participate in the martial arts contest, Han-sun shrugged and said. Han-sun will certainly participate, but in Dollar's name, so that he could show his real strength. You are unworthy to be called a man. Shame on you, Luo Tianyang said contemptuously, setting the whole gang in an uproar. Son of Heaven ignored Han-sun and walked past him. While he was walking, he smiled and said, Qin Xian, you have improved again. It seems that this year you will still be the champion. You are flattering me. Don't forget that Dollar is also in Steel Armor Shelter, Qin Xian said casually. Han-sun turned and saw Qin Xian, Yang Monli, and other major members of the Steel Armor gang. Yang Monli was frowning at him. After talking to Qin Xian, Son of Heaven led his gang away. Qin Xian gave Han-sun a look, while Yang Manli said coldly, Originally, I thought you were just timid, but I did not expect you to be such a coward. You don't have a man's dignity and backbone. After she finished, Yang Monli went away with Qin Xian without looking back. When Lu Hongtao passed by Han-sun, he patted Han-sun on the shoulder and smiled. Han-sun, you did the right thing. A man can take temporary setbacks. Step back to enjoy a better view, right? There is no need risking your life. But anyone could see Lu Hongtao's disdain and contempt. It was all written in his face. Other members of Steel Armor Gang were also somewhat disgusted by Han's senator. Those who were able to enter the core of Steel Armor Gang were either military school students or recently enlisted soldiers. They certainly despised such cowardice. Han-sun did not explain anything. Everyone thought he didn't want to participate because he was afraid of Luo Tianyang, which worked in his favor. No one would then question why he did not participate or why he wasn't there when Dollar appeared. I do not care how others see me. The most important thing is that my family and I can have a stable life, Han-sun thought to himself. Starry Group was so powerful that he didn't have the resources to counter them at the moment. If Son of Heaven knew he was Dollar now and tried to harm him in the alliance, even he wasn't afraid. What would happen to his mother and sister? I need to be more powerful. Han-sun came out of the martial ring, looking down. There was no point of staying, as it wouldn't be his turn today anyway. After he teleported to the teleport station on planet Roka, Qin Xian stopped him there and called him to her office. You are afraid of Son of Heaven. Qin Xian stared at him. Her eyes were like daggers that could pierce his thoughts. Yes. Han Sen nodded. He had to be afraid. Hearing Han Sen's answer, Qin Xian didn't show disappointment, but continued to ask, because of your family. Surprised, Han Sen looked to Qin Xian. She smiled and said, listen to me, go apply to Black Hawk. If you could be admitted, I guarantee that Son of Heaven would not dare to touch your family. How can you guarantee that? Han Sen stared at her. Every time we fought, I recorded and observed your combat data. I could tell you for sure that you have the talent to be a great sniper or archer. Your timing and prediction of your opponent are outstanding, Qin Xian said. Han Sen did not speak. These words of praise were not what he wanted to hear. In the army, in addition to being the station master, I am also responsible for organizing a special squad. I think you are someone I need. As long as you join the squad, your family can get protection from the military. I can tell you for certain that if you become a member of the squad, Son of Heaven cannot use any unlawful means to hurt your family, said Qin Xian. However, the prerequisite is that you have to be admitted to Black Hawk. Only then would I be able to nominate you to join the squad. Han Sen did not answer Qin Xian immediately, but pondered for a moment. He looked at her and asked, is it possible for you to tell me the nature of this squad? No. Qin Xian answered without the slightest hesitation. Give me a little time. I need to think about it, Han Sen said. Sure, I still have time. Think about it. Qin Xian smiled and seemed very confident. Han Sen left the teleport station, returned home, and rested for a day. He went back to God's sanctuary the next afternoon. Han Sen deliberately circled around Steel Armor Shelter before he put on his Sacred Blood armor and went in the shelter, attracting a lot of people's attention. Wow, that's Dollar himself. Haha, Dollar made his appearance. Dollar, my angel, is here. Among all the people in First God's Sanctuary, only Dollar is my idol. The whole Steel Armor Shelter became a hit. Although everyone knew Dollar was there, they were still pleasantly surprised to see Dollar making his appearance. Han Sen did not speak, but walked toward the Marshal Hall. Soon, behind him gathered a lot of people. Some that had already participated in the contest returned to the Marshal Hall following Han's senator. They all wanted to see Dollar fighting in person. The preliminary round was almost finished, and there were just a few people on the stands. However, the Marshal Hall became full again soon after Han Sen had arrived. Han Sen checked the Marshal Steel, and there were two more groups before him. He then found a front seat to sit down. It didn't take long for Son of Heaven, Fist Guy, and Qin Xian to arrive. Watching Han Sen closely, Son of Heaven would have killed him if they were alone. Dollar, can we talk? Qin Xian approached Han Sen and asked, what is it? Han Sen replied in a hoarse voice. I want to invite you to join Steel Armor Gang, and you can put forward any condition. Qin Xian said. Yang Monli said on the side. If you are willing to join Bullseye, I'll concede the position of team leader to you. You would make such a perfect archer. Sorry, I am not interested in joining Steel Armor Gang or being an archer, replied Han Sr. Dollar, I think we should be talking about nothing but business. If you had beast souls or meat of mutant or sacred blood creatures, I would gladly pay for them. For example, the beast soul of the Bloody Slayer. Fist Guy also approached Han Sr. I do have some mutant creature meat to sell, Han Sen said to Fist Guy. Fist Guy's eyes lit up. What creatures? How much? Some mutant hornet. The meat was all cleaned up. There are 20 to 30 hornets. Han Sen said casually, but people surrounding him were shocked. 20 to 30? You did not destroy an entire mutant hornet nest, did you? Where did you find them? Fist Guy asked hurriedly. Don't you mind where I got them. Just tell me if you are interested, said Han Sr. Yes, of course I'm interested. If you really have them, give me a quote, and I'll take them all. Fist Guy quickly said. Fist Guy, what do you mean by taking them all? You think Qin Xian and I are dead? Son of Heaven scowled and said to Han Sen, 1 million each. I'll buy however many you have. 1 million? Son of Heaven, don't look down on others. I'll bid 1.2 million each, cried Fist Guy. Son of Heaven gave Fist Guy a stare. 1.5 million. Do you think you could keep up with me? Being rich does not mean you'd be willing to bid. 1.6 million, replied Fist Guy, not to be outdone. Don't bid yet. I don't intend to sell these separately, nor will I trade them for money, Han Sen said. Name your price. Although Son of Heaven wanted to kill Han Sen right now, seeing a large amount of mutant creature meat of rare hornets, he would not let others beat him to it. I want to exchange these mutant creatures for an S-class license for St. Hall, Han-san said quietly. Hearing Han-sen's words, both Son of Heaven and Fist Guy looked reluctant. St. Hall was a research institution of martial arts. Most of the popular hyper-geno arts were developed by St. Hall. St. Hall also sold some advanced hyper-geno arts, but there were restrictions on the purchase, especially for the most advanced S-class hyper-geno arts. Ordinary people were not eligible to purchase even if they had money. Han-san wanted to buy an advanced hyper-geno art for his mother and sister to practice, as he didn't dare to show jade skin to anyone before he knew where this hyper-geno art came from. Your price is too high. I'll buy all your mutant creatures at 2 million each. Plus, I will let go of our previous grievances, said Son of Heaven, staring at Han Sr. Sorry, I want nothing but the S-class license for St. Hall. You can think about it. Hansen rose and walked onto the stage. It was his group's turn. Watching Hansen coming, others in the group felt bitter, as they knew it was impossible for them to pass the preliminary round now that Dollar was here. Do not be afraid. Dollar is on his own, and we can join forces to get rid of him first, a young man geared up and said. Exactly. Let's get rid of the little angel first. Someone looked at Hans-san greedily, as if he were looking at a naked woman. Haha, Dollar. I am a big fan, so I'll try to be gentle with you. Dollar, do not run. Take my punch. Suddenly, nearly 100 people on the stage all threw themselves at Han-san while yelling frantically. #T. What the heck? Shouldn't my fans be protecting me rather than beating me up? Thought Hansen bitterly. Although these people looked menacing, they weren't using any weapon. No one was trying to get involved in a desperate fight with Han Sr. Basically, the stronger persons had all registered relatively early. Those who had waited until this time to register were most likely relatively weak or new to God's sanctuary. Han-san did not use any weapon either. Seeing the first person's fist almost in his face, Han-san moved slightly and dodged the blow. Using his hand as a knife, Han-san attacked back with Blade Storm. The man did not have time to react before he was cut on the back of his neck and fell directly to the ground. Han-san moved like the wind, flashing his hand knife. He could almost always get rid of an opponent with just one blow. Wherever he went, people were thrown off their feet, and it was like the scene after a tornado. The best thing about learning Ghost Haunt was that Han-san now knew the various aspects of the human body very well. Although he didn't use Ghost Haunt, he was still able to use Blade Storm appropriately so that no one got seriously hurt when they were defeated. Watching nearly 100 opponents knocked out by Han-san, many smiled and chose to quit after they got back on their feet. Dollar is out of this world. Dollar, my angel, you are so handsome. I want to bear your children, Dollar. On the stands, the audience was roaring in excitement. When the last opponent got off the stage, Han-san was pleased with himself while waving at the audience. He thought, it seems I also have the potential of being a star. Should I say give me 10 more now? Never mind, what's 10 to me? I've already defeated 100. Han-san automatically got into the next round. Just when he walked out of the martial hall, he saw a few young girls running to him, offering him a pen. They asked in slightly trembling voices, Dollar, can we have your signature? Han-san paused as he didn't expect this. Fortunately, it took him only a second before he took the pen and said yes. But the next second, Han-san was embarrassed. These little girls only gave him a pen, but did not give him any kind of paper. Where should he sign? Where do I sign? Hansen asked in a hoarse voice. Dollar, can you please sign here? A plump girl stuck out her breasts, stretching out her blouse. Han-san was just a young man, and his nose almost bled from the view. Practicing jade skin secretly, he calmed himself down and signed Dollar on the girl's tight outfit. Dollar, Dollar, sign here. More and more girls squeezed over, scrambling. Some even stuck out their butts for him to sign. After signing for a few, Han-san turned around and saw himself surrounded by a crowd. A man nearly 6 feet tall raised an arm and flexed his muscles at Han-san, crying in a muffled voice, Dollar, sign here please. Hansen finally got out of the martial hall and was surprised to see Son of Heaven, Fist Guy, and Qin Xian waiting for him there. Dollar, other than the license to purchase at S-Class section, would you consider other options? I can trade mutant beast souls and some money with you, Fist Guy said. Sorry, I won't consider anything else, Hansen said. Son of Heaven stood aside and did not speak. Although he had what Han-san wanted, he was not willing to trade it for mutant creature meat. If it was sacred blood creature, it might be different. Dollar, if you have 30 mutant creatures, I will make the deal with you. How do you like to proceed? asked Qin Xian. If you trust me, you can first transfer to me the license, and I will send the goods to you later. If not, we could schedule a time privately to trade in person, replied Han Sr. Okay, let's schedule a time then. I need some time to get you the S-Class purchase license, Qin Xian said. Great, Han Sun nodded. Then let's talk about it on our way back. Qin Xian was thoughtful to ask her gang clear the path for Han Sr. After making the appointment with Qin Xian, Han Sun was already outside Steel Armor Shelter. He thanked Qin Xian, summoned the wings to fly into the mountains, and soon disappeared. Han Sun did not doubt Qin Xian's ability to come up with an S-Class license. After all, St. Hall was semi-military. With her profound military background, it should be easy for her to get a license. After walking around in the mountains for a while, Han Sun used his own identity to go back in the shelter. He went back to his room and repackaged the meat of 30 mutant black stingers in a bag, ready to trade with Qin Xian tomorrow. The rest of the black stinger meat was dried by Han's senator. He did not plan to sell it, as he will keep it for Meowth. The transaction was very smooth. Han Sun got the S-Class license and teleported out of God's sanctuary. He wanted to buy an advanced hyper-geno art for his mother and sister to practice. Back home, Han Sun logged in on the Skynet and entered the site of St. Hall. Using the S-Class license, Han Sun entered the official online community of St. Hall, which was inaccessible to most. He then entered the most advanced section, S-Class section. There were many hyper-geno arts in the S-Class section. Although their content couldn't be browsed, there was a detailed description of each. Han Sun carefully read the descriptions. Each license could only be used to purchase one hyper-geno art, so he had to think carefully. Mutant black stingers could only be sold this once, as the value would decrease if there were too many on the market. Even if Han Sun hunted more mutant black stingers, no one would be willing to use an S-Class license to trade for them again. Just by reading the descriptions, Han Sun was already feeling excited. Except for the ones that had high prerequisites and could only be practiced by those with Evolver or higher status, Han Sun wanted every hyper-geno art listed in there. Unfortunately, one license could only be used to purchase one hyper-geno art. Han Sun wanted to choose one that laid the foundation for better fitness for his sister. With such a hyper-geno art, Han Yin wouldn't be inferior to those posh school students. She would even be better than them, because even posh schools didn't offer such advanced hyper-geno arts to students. Finally, Han Sun carefully selected and bought a hyper-geno art named Holy Angel. According to its description, this hyper-geno art would help improve all types of genes and had been tested for a long time. Its practice was smooth and didn't involve much risk, so it's excellent for laying the foundation. Many who had practiced it had seen great effects. This hyper-geno art fulfilled all the requirements of Han's senator. It was easy to practice and had low risk. There were many who had practiced it too. So even if people noticed that his mother and sister were practicing Holy Angel, they wouldn't be surprised. Han Sun downloaded the tutorial of Holy Angel and checked it out. He was surprised to see that this S-Class hyper-geno art was still not as good as his jade skin. Who was that Xuanhuan? How come he had such an outstanding hyper-geno art? Han Sun felt glad that he didn't let anyone see jade skin. Holy Angel and jade skin were similar, so that there was no need for Han Sun to practice Holy Angel as well. If someone asked him which hyper-geno art he was practicing, he could just answer Holy Angel, which was another reason why he had bought it. It would be very hard for one to tell jade skin from Holy Angel indeed. Han Sun put away the tutorial of Holy Angel and went to St. Paul to pick Han Yin up. He wanted her to come home to practice Holy Angel, so she would have to stop living on campus for a while. Han Yin's teacher was a 27-year-old woman in a professional suit. Under her knee-length skirt, the flesh-colored stockings really showed off her long legs. She had her hair pulled back and was wearing a pair of wire-rimmed glasses. Although she looked demure and full of mature women's charm, Han Sun knew well that she was definitely already in Second God's Sanctuary, which was the minimum standard for teachers at St. Paul. You are Han Yan's brother? Chu Wanga slightly frowned at Han Sr. Yes, Miss Chu. I want you to give Yin a few days off, Han Sun said. Chu Wanga was displeased and said with some disgust, Where are your parents? Why haven't they come? They are very busy. I have come of age and can be considered one of Yan's guardians. You could tell me if you have something to say, Han Sun said. Chu Wanga said bluntly, What do your parents take education for? Do they think everything will simply work out if they spend the money and send their daughter to an expensive school? The school has started for quite a while now, yet your parents haven't been here or asked about her study once. Do they know what Han Yin needs? I'm so sorry, Miss Chu. We have a lot going on in the family. It's our fault. Did anything happen to Yin? Han's son asked worriedly. Shaking her head, Xuanhuan said with some bitterness, Han Yin is fine. She is a talented girl and would do so much better if she could use advanced nutrient solutions and care. Now, she's only using an ordinary nutrient solution package and does not have a physician assigned to her, which has affected her grades. Since your parents have sent her to St. Paul, are they going to allow this to happen just to save some money? The families that could afford tuition of St. Paul must have tens or hundreds of millions in their accounts. Xuanhuan didn't realize that Hansen's family might be short of money. Hansen knew what she was saying. Nutrient solutions couldn't improve one's genes like the meat of creatures in God's sanctuary did, but it could offer all the nutrients needed by the human body. In this sense, it could also improve one's fitness, though not as greatly as the meat would. The more advanced the nutrient solution was, the more benefits it could bring to one's study and body. Hansen had used some when he was a kid, but as his family went down, he had to stop. A physician was someone responsible for conditioning a student's body. If there was any accident in the process of studying, the physician would timely condition the student's body and use scientific methods to keep the student always at his or her best. Both purchasing nutrient solutions and hiring a physician would cost a lot of money. The several million Hansen gave to Luo Sulan were just enough to send Han Yin to St. Paul, so the nutrient solution package they bought for her was the cheapest type, which only cost 100,000 per month. Hence the result was not ideal. The physician and conditioning equipment Han Yin had been using were shared ones at school. Miss Chu, you are right. We will buy Han Yin the premium nutrient solution package next month, and please assign a good physician to her as well, Hansen said. Fairly satisfied with Hansen's reply, she nodded and said, that's more like it. Although it costs more, Yin is an outstanding girl, so it would be a waste if you don't cultivate her well. Now what she uses is worse than all her classmates, but she still has good grades, which goes to prove her talent. Xuanhuan paused and said, if possible, think of a way to buy her an advanced hyper-geno art. The one provided here is too basic, so the result might not be limited. Okay, Miss Chu, I will think of a way. Hansen now started to believe that Xuanhuan did think Han Yin was special. Encouraging Yin to practice advanced hyper-geno art wouldn't do the teacher any good, while she could probably earn a referral fee from recommending nutrient solutions and physicians. The most expensive nutrient solution package cost $1 million per month. A senior physician plus professional equipment would cost a few $100,000 per month. Hansen had no money before, but now he could earn a lot. Of course he would want the best for his sister. Xuanhuan put away her things and rose to feet. Let's go. Yin should be out of class soon. Let's pick her up, and I'll give you a ride home. Hansen said no need, but Xuanhuan clearly saw him as a teenager. Han Yin was ecstatic to see Hansen, but she remembered to greet her teacher politely before she ran into her brother's arms. Holding Han Yin in his arms, Hansen followed Xuanhuan out of the school. At the school gate, he saw two familiar persons waving at them. One of the familiar faces was Fang Jingqi. Hansen had never seen him again since playing Red Hands with him and was surprised to see him here today. As for the other person, Hansen felt like having seen him somewhere, but the guy was in a high-collar windbreaker, a hat, and a pair of oversized sunglasses, which made it difficult for Hansen to tell who he was. The man wearing sunglasses was waving at them, but Hansen soon found out that the man was not waving at him, but at Xuanhuan. As soon as Hansen and Xuanhuan were out of the school gate, Fang Jingqi and his friend came over. The man wearing sunglasses started to talk to Xuanhuan immediately. They seemed by know each other well. Fang Jingqi was reluctant to smile at Han Sr. Hansen, I did not expect to meet you here. Who is this beautiful little girl? This is my sister Han Yin. I came to pick her up. I'll let you guys talk, Hansen said. You did not come in an aircraft? Let me give you a ride, said Xuanhuan when she saw Hansen leaving from Maglev Station with Han Yin in his arms. The man in sunglasses said reluctantly, since you all know each other, let's go to dinner together. I will not bother you. I have some errands to do, so I'll go back first. Miss Chu, we will just use the train, Hansen said. No way, your parents are outrageous. Xuanhuan did not see Hansen as an adult. Indeed, he was just about 17 and was young and comely, which made him look more like a teenager than a man. You and Yin can come with us to eat first, and I will give you a ride home after. As a teacher, Xuanhuan was an authority figure, not taking no for an answer. Han-san, since Ms. Chu has put it this way, just join us for dinner. We are all friends, right? Fong Jingqi smiled and advised. It seemed that he suddenly had an idea. In fact, Han-san was not going to refuse as Chu Wanga had already picked Yin up and walked toward her aircraft. The man in sunglasses seemed a bit unhappy, but he did not dare to show it in front of Chu. Han-sun and Han Yin were on Chu's aircraft, while the man in sunglasses was on Fong's aircraft. Just when he sat down, the man in sunglasses asked Fong Jingqi, "Jingqi, who is that kid? Why did Wanga care about him so much? That kid is a boy toy liked by many women. Probably Wanga is into him as well," Fong Jingqi said with a straight face. "Jingqi, Roka is basically your planet. You are just going to watch Wanga falling into his lap," said the man in sunglasses. Thinking about Han Sen's look, he agreed that he had nicer skin than many girls and believed what Fong Jingqi told him. In fact, Han Sen just had nice skin because he was practicing jade skin. What can I do about it? They are both consensual adults, so I can't really beat the kid up for that. I am afraid that Wanga wouldn't let me either, Fong Jingqi shrugged and said. You are so weak, man. Just wait and see how I scare him off without really hurting him. The man in sunglasses curled his lip and said. He took his sunglasses off, and it chanced that he was Tang Jinliu, the 5th among the 10 chosen last year. Great, I'll see how you do it, Fong Jingqi said with suspicious sparkles in his eyes. He thought, Brat, you've given me a lot of troubles these days. I'll let you suffer a bit to ease my anger. Han Sun is a formidable opponent, and I'll see how you are scared off by him. Since Fong Jingqi suffered in Han Sen's hand last time, he had been afraid of Han's senator this time. However, he could use Han's son to make Tang Jinliu suffer. Tang Jinliu was quite something, but Fong Jingqi could still make correct predictions about him. However, he really lost his confidence when playing red hands with Han Sr. If Tang Jinliu and Han's son were in a fight, Fong Jingqi did not think that Han's son would win. But if it was just games played at dinner table, Fong Jingqi believed Tang Jinliu would be miserable. Fong Jingqi also wanted to see Tang Jinliu completely defeated by Han's son, so that Tang wouldn't brag about himself all day, as if everyone should worship him because he was the chosen. The place they were heading to was a club exclusive to the distinguished and aristocrats. Han Sun and Yin weren't qualified to enter, but since the rest of the party were all VIPs there, they could be the plus ones. Inside the private room, Tang Jinliu took off his sunglasses and hat, smiled and reached out a hand to Han Sr. Haven't introduced myself. My name is Tang Jinliu. Tang thought to himself while smiling. Tang Jinliu, the star is here. You must be stunned by my name. It would be great if you and your sister happened to be my fans and asked for my signature. My name is Han Sr. Han Sen shook his hand and said, unimpressed. He did recognize Tang Jinliu, but he wasn't really interested in stars. He was always busy making a living and had no time to gather information about the stars. That was why he wasn't starstruck at all. Tang Jinliu felt at loss. Even if Han Sen wasn't a fan, he should still have a bigger reaction than that. But he acted as if he had just seen a passerby. Is he an alien? He does not know me. Me, Tang Jinliu. Tang wanted to grab Han's son and tell the kid his name again. The only reason he wasn't doing it was Chu Wanga, who was sitting at the table. Fong Jingqi almost laughed out loud. He naturally knew what Tang was thinking. Soon the waiter brought them a variety of food and drinks that looked expensive. Han's son and Han Yin had never had any of these before. Since it was someone else's treat, Han Sen ate without manners and was putting nice food into Yan's plate from time to time. Yin did not engorge like her brother did, but also enjoyed the food quite a lot. Chu Wanga was displeased with Han Sen's rudeness, but liked Han Yin more and more. Fortunately, Han Yin was sent to St. Paul and made my student. Where such a good girl as her would be ruined by her family. Chu Wanga was secretly determined to teach Yin well and keep her away from her brother. Drinking without a drinking game is always a little boring. How about we play a little game? It only took a short while before Tang Jinliu suggested a game. Drinking game? We have a kid here. Chu Wanga rolled her eyes at Tang. Tang winked at Fong Jingqi, and the latter smiled and said, Wanga, no worries. Nothing over the line. We are kid-friendly here. Fong Jingqi turned to ask Tang, how about red hands? When Fong Jingqi said these words, Han's son was slightly startled. He thought that Fong was trying to set him up, but in fact, it seemed that he was setting Tang Jinliu up. Tang frowned. Red hands is too easy to play and not good for drinking. Let's play pouring the wine. Pouring the wine, suggested by Tang Jinliu, was a game where two players sat across a table with a cup of wine and a plate on it. The two would play rock, paper, scissors first, and the winner should grab the wine and pour it at the loser's face. The loser needed to grab the plate and block the wine with it. Is this game appropriate? Fang Jingqi only knew Han's son was good at red hands, but wasn't sure if he'd be good at this game. Well, you three play. I'll take you into the gym. Xuanhuan was afraid that this would be a bad influence on the little girl and led her away. With the ladies gone, Tang felt more at ease and challenged Han's son. We are all men here, so don't be afraid of losing face. Do you dare to play or not? Of course, but a game's no fun without a bet, Hansen said. Hearing Hansen's reply, Fang Jingqi was thrilled. He thought to himself, it seems Han's son is confident. Tang, you're going to make a fool of yourself. I will record how miserable you are and show it to you if you dare to brag about yourself again. Tang rejoiced over Hansen's reply as well. He thought, fortunately this kid does not know who I am, or he wouldn't even dare to play with me, let alone to suggest a bet. What's the stake? Tang Jinliu pretended to be reserved. 100,000 per round. Hansen was just concerned about the money to pay for Yan's nutrition solutions and physician. More than 1 million per month was simply beyond an average household's means. He didn't even have the number for the first month in his account and had to sell mutant creature meat back in God's sanctuary to come up with it. But all he had left was mutant black stingers, and he didn't really want to sell more after the 30 he sold to Qin Xian. If the same creature appeared too often, its value would drop, and people might think it was easy to hunt that creature. So, Hansen did not intend to sell mutant black stingers anymore unless he had to. Good. I really like playing with a straightforward guy like you. 100,000 per round it is. Tang was overjoyed inwardly. He was just thinking it wouldn't be satisfactory enough just to pour wine on Hansen's face, and it chanced that the kid had offered money as well. You will have to wait 10,000 years before you could win money from me. I am the king of rock, paper, scissors, and I can win 9 of 10 rounds. I will wait to see you cry. Tang wanted to give Hansen a banner for being a great citizen. He was just so nice to offer Tang both his face and wallet. The three soon decided on the rules. To win rock, paper, scissors didn't count as winning the round. A winner must also successfully pour the wine on the opponent's face. You guys can start. I'm terrible at rock, paper, scissors, so I'll first observe. When they were deciding which two were to play first, Fang threw his hands up. He had no intention to play and just wanted to record the game. All right, you can play when we get tired. Tang was pleased by Fang Jingqi's quitting as it gave him more time to kick Hansen's ass. Tang laid the plate and a glass of wine on the table. The glass was an ordinary one and could hold about 5 ounces of wine. Shall we use water instead? Proposed Han Senator. He was afraid that Tang would be soaked in wine and it wouldn't be safe if Tang caught on fire. Water is boring. Wine it is. Tang wouldn't miss an opportunity to humiliate Hansen more. Hansen did not speak. Tang Jinliu said to Fang Jingqi, Fang, you call it so that it is fair. I am afraid someone may challenge the result otherwise. Okay. Fang Jingqi agreed, stood between the two, cleared his throat, and called, rock, paper, scissors. When Fang Jingqi said scissors, Hansen and Tang Jinliu almost reached out their hand at the same time. Hansen used scissors, while Tang used rock. Excited that he had won, Tang grabbed the glass of wine and poured it at Han Sr. Unfortunately, Hansen had put up the plate with some panic and blocked the wine. Could Hansen actually be bad at this game? Fang Jingqi hesitated as he did not expect Hansen to lose. Looking at Hansen's smiling eyes, Fang could not help but wince. No, Hansen is ruthless. He is just trying to get more from Tang. Having understood what was going on, Fang Jingqi grinned and thought, Tang, you are doomed tonight. I will try to record everything. Hansen was of course setting Tang up, since he had asked for it himself anyway. And Tang was rich enough as well. Others might not be able to come up with the stake, but since Tang could earn more than 10 million with one performance match, he probably would feel nothing from losing a few million. The game itself was a test of reflexes and timing. Both rock, paper, scissors, and fetching the object one should choose was highly demanding for one's reflexes. The one who could respond fast had a great advantage in the game. However, what was more important was the ability to predict the opponent's next move, which was the essence of rock, paper, scissors. Hansen was no master at rock, paper, scissors, but he had made an effort to improve his ability to make more accurate predictions. It wasn't for games, but for knowing in advance a creature's habits and movements. For an archer, It was undoubtedly a very important ability. Almost anyone could shoot at a target, and there were numerous people who could hit the bullseye from 150 feet away. However, creatures wouldn't stand still all the time, so it was important to be able to predict their movements. To grasp the fleeting opportunity, prejudge the enemy's action, and shoot to kill were Han Sen's specialties, or he wouldn't have chosen archery to practice. When he first entered God's Sanctuary, he didn't have a nice bow and arrows, so he practiced sneak attacks, which had even higher demands for one's prejudgment and reflexes. A little mistake would leave him unable to kill a creature with one blow, which would result in the most terrible counterattack. After his first month in God's Sanctuary, Han Sen never missed in a single attack, which proved his outstanding skills of prejudgment and timing. Now, with so many Geno points gained, Han Sen had improved greatly in his reflexes as well. It would be difficult for one to win against him in a game like this one. Rock, paper, scissors. The moment when Fang Jingqi said scissors, Han Sen and Fang Jingqi reached their hands out again. Han Sen had struck with scissors, while Fang went with paper. Tang didn't expect to lose, and when it hit him that he should grab the plate, his face was covered in wine, and some even got into his nostrils, leaving a burning sensation. Tang lost a point. Fang Jingqi wrote it down on a notepad seriously. Tang, of course, didn't take the loss well. After wiping his face with a towel, he stared at Han Sen and said, "Again." Han Sen was certainly happy to oblige. The two were at it again. Claiming to be the king of rock, paper, scissors, Tang won less than 40% of the rounds, in which Han Sen was able to block the wine he poured every single time. In the rounds where Tang lost rock, paper, scissors, Han Sen was faster than him and got him every time, leaving Tang soaked in wine. In the beginning, Tang would wipe it away, but later he was so focused on beating his opponent that he would just let it be. "No, let's play finger guessing instead. It's easy to cheat in rock, paper, scissors." Tang Jinliu could not help but yell after losing 7, and then 8 rounds in a row. "Okay, but please tell me the rules, as I've never played finger guessing before," Han Sen said. "The rules are simple." Tang explained the rules. Finger guessing was the same type of game as rock, paper, scissors, but in finger guessing, the two players' hands had to be placed in front of their body at all times, so the other party could see more clearly, and there was less a chance of cheating and changing one's mind. Han Sen had not played this one before, so he lost the first 4 rounds of finger guessing, but Tang wasn't really cheered by this fact as he was still unable to get any wine on Han Sen's face. After 4 rounds, Han Sen had mastered the essence of finger guessing, and his excellent skills in prejudgment and quick reflexes gave him the upper hand again. Wine constantly hit Tang's face, which made him even more eager to win. In a while, he was so wet that it was as if he had just climbed out of a wine bucket. Even his trousers were dripping with wine. Tang thought to himself, "How could this be? I should be invincible. Something must be wrong." Fang Jingqi saw that Tang was miserable and tried to stop him twice. But Tang was completely amok, and all he wanted was to get his money back. "I need revenge. I have to soak him in wine as well. No, I will definitely win the next rounds. 1 win, I need 1 win at least. Let me have 1 win. Just 1, and then I'll stop." Tang's expectations shrunk lower and lower, but he didn't win a single round in the end. In the last few rounds, Tang was a mess and couldn't even win finger guessing anymore, so Han Sen was in complete control. Xuanhuan saw it was late and took Yin back to the private room. She thought Han Sen was probably miserable now, playing drinking games with Tang Jinliu and Fang Jingqi. When she approached the room, she couldn't hear anything, so she was wondering if Han Sen was already dead drunk by then. Pushing the door open, she was surprised. Han Sen and Fang Jingqi were sitting at the table, drinking tea while chatting. Han Sen looked sober and clean, as if nothing had happened. However, Tang was sitting on the sofa alone, soaking wet and haggard. Xuanhuan thought Tang looked almost like an assault victim, with his eyes full of tears. "Tang, what happened to you?" Xuanhuan was shocked. By no means could she believe that Tang Jinliu was the one getting bullied. Tang just understood what had happened. Without answering her, he fiercely threw himself at Fang Jingqi, shouting, "Damn you, Jingqi! How dare you set me up?" Not quite sure what was going on, Xuanhuan saw Han Sen smiling at her. He asked, "Miss Chu, what's the price of the advanced nutrition solution packages?" Now Yin is on the package that's $100,000 per month, the effect of which is very limited. The course intensity at St. Paul would probably call for the package costing $300,000 per month, or her grades and fitness would both suffer, Xuanhuan explained. If she were to use the top package, plus senior physician service, how much would that cost annually? Hansen asked again. If that's the case, you can choose the school's S-level package, which includes the best of everything and costs 15 million per year. Xuanhuan regarded Hansen curiously. Great, please get Yin the S-level package when you get a chance, said Hansen after he saw the newly transferred $16.7 million in his account. After returning home, Hansen showed Yin the tutorial of Holy Angel and asked her to memorize it. With the holographic demonstration, it was not difficult to learn. Being intelligent, Yin memorized Holy Angel after watching just a few times. On the next day, the Geno solution compatible with Holy Angel was delivered to their home by the staff of St. Hall. Hansen asked Yin to drink it in accordance with the instructions. Because practicing hypergeno arts could generate a burden on one's body and each hypergeno art had different effects, most hypergeno arts would have to be practiced along with the using of its correspondent Geno solution. An S-class hypergeno art usually came with 3 bottles of Geno solution, so it could be practiced by up to 3 persons. If the matching Geno solution was not used, St. Hall would be exempt from any obligations and medical bills if there was an accident during the practice. Before this, Hansen did not know how advanced hypergeno arts worked, so he felt lucky that he had successfully practiced Jade Skin. Yin, this hypergeno art is the secret of our family. Do not let others know about it, okay? Hansen did not even tell Yin the name Holy Angel. Han Yin nodded seriously. Yin will not tell anyone that I practiced a hypergeno art my brother gave me. Good girl. If you encounter some danger and someone asks you which hypergeno art you are practicing, tell him you do not know and it's taught to you by your brother, Hansen said. Yin understands, Han Yin said solemnly. Excellent. Hansen patted Han Yan's head, feeling pity for his sister. Children who grew up in poor families were better prepared to deal with problems. Hansen had spent some carefree years when he was a child. When Han Yin was born, however, their family had been declining, so she had never lived a good life. For this, she was more mature than her peers. Luo Sulan was in Second God Sanctuary these days and just returned home on the 4th day since Hansen came back. Hansen also showed Luo Sulan Holy Angel, which shocked her. Although she didn't know too much about hypergeno arts, she could tell that this was no ordinary stuff as the tutorial was very carefully arranged. Son, where did this hypergeno art come from? Asked Luo Sulan, worried. Mom, don't worry. I bought this, Hansen said. How is possible that you have this kind of money? She asked again. Mom, I am much stronger than before and have joined a military gang in Steel Armor Shelter. This hypergeno art is just a start. We will live better in the future. Hansen explained how he joined Qin Xian's Steel Armor gang, reassuring his mother. Son, you have gone far. Luo Sulan's eyes were wet from happiness. She had endured so many hardships to see this day. Mom, don't get emotional. It's a good thing. Hansen had more than $1 million left in his account after paying for the S-level package for Yin. He gave it to his mother and said, This is what I earned in God's sanctuary recently. Mom, you can use it to pay for the daily expenses. You take it yourself. You need the money. Luo Sulan refused to take it. It's fine. I am now with a military organization and my boss is generous. There will be more in the future. Hansen was trying to prepare Luo Sulan for more good news. Son, keep in mind that you shall never be aggressive. Don't get involved in any trouble. Luo Sulan said earnestly. Mom, I understand. You know your son. I have always been low-key. Hansen quickly said. Good, good. As for the hypergeno art, you've got Yin started, right? Tell her never to show it off, in case people would be envious. Since father's accident, Hansen's mother had changed a lot and was constantly afraid that her children would be in danger. Mom, do not worry. I have told Yin, and she promised me she would never tell. No, I have to personally tell her again. Luo Sulan got up and went to find Yin. Watching Luo Sulan leaving, Hansen felt very upset. If it were not for Dad's accident, Luo Sulan wouldn't have become so cautious and live in panic all day long. What happened? Hansen regretted that he was so young and didn't understand anything. All he knew was that Dad had an accident. He had asked Mom and Mr. Zhang, but they were both hesitant to say anything. Hansen knew it was not just an accident. In the station master's office at the teleport station, Yang Monli placed a capsule in front of Qin Xian. Station master, you are sure you want to use this? Yang Monli looked at Qin Xian, who had picked up the capsule. I have to know why he is not willing to go to Blackhawk, and whether he wants to join my squad, Qin Xian said. There are so many guys like him. Cowardly, greedy, and lecherous. There is no need to win him over. I think we should make every effort to get Dollar on our side instead, who can become the best archer possible, Yang Monli said. Qin Xian just smiled. Dollar is of course amazing, but a man like him would not give us any chance to control him. Han Sun is still very talented, and I think he can do well. But the person I need must have a clean slate and be willing to join my squad, which takes me some effort to confirm. Yang Monli wanted to say more, but Qin Xian stopped her. Unless you can get Dollar to join our squad, Han Sun is my choice. Yang Monli did not reply, but was secretly determined to find Dollar and persuade him. Han Sun did not know what Qin Xian saw in him that she wanted him to join her squad so bad. Before he entered the teleport station, he made sure that he wasn't in Qin Xian's sight. Unfortunately, nothing could go unnoticed under her nose. Looking at Qin Xian standing in front of him with a faint smile on her face, Han Sun had to step forward. It's been a long time since we fought. Show me your progress. Noticing Qin Xian did not mention other matters, Han Sun was secretly relieved. Han Sun was now much better, but he did not dare to show her all he got. Even if he did, she would probably still beat him. Drink some water. Qin Xian took off her helmet and fetched 2 bottles of water. She unscrewed a bottle for herself and handed another to Han Sr. Han Sun had no suspicion and drank from the sealed bottle of water. Han Sun, do you think I'm pretty? Qin Xian suddenly asked. Pretty, of course you are. Han Sun was surprised and looked up at her, not understanding why she was asking this question. It was not her style. Do you think my lips are prettier or my eyes? Qin Xian asked again. Han Sun felt dizzy. He could not help but look to the mouth of Qin Xian, and gradually his sight moved up and fell on her bright eyes. The scripture of Jade Skin opened with these words, Jade Skin and flawless body, evils away and spells vain. When he sipped the water, Han Sun knew something was wrong, but he still drank it without hesitation. Hearing a humming, Han Sun felt like his mind and eyes were sucked into Qin Xian's eyes, and that he almost lost his consciousness. Almost at the same time, a coolness welled from his limbs. Jade Skin started to run in his body automatically, and the coolness restored his senses. This woman wants to hypnotize me. What's she trying to do? Han Sun sneered inwardly, but didn't show anything on his face. He maintained that confused look. Han Sun, are my eyes not pretty? Qin Xian asked. They are pretty, Han Sun answered in a low voice. Which part of my body do you like best? Qin Xian asked again. Your boobs. Han Sun did not hesitate to answer. Why? Qin Xian asked again. They are big, soft and bouncy, Han Sun replied. Nasty, Qin Xian whispered. When they were in the combat room, Han Sun must have touched her boobs when they fought. Come and touch them, Qin Xian said, lifting her chest. Han Sun did not hesitate to reach out his hands, and Qin Xian suddenly pushed his hands aside. Now she could confirm that Han Sun had been completely hypnotized by her, as any normal person would hesitate when hearing such an odd request, which Han Sun did not. Are you Dollar? Qin Xian's first question scared the hell out of him. Han Sun didn't realize Qin Xian had connected some dots. Without time to think any further, he answered, No. Qin Xian nodded, apparently not believing the two were the same person herself. She continued to ask, Why are you unwilling to go to Blackhawk? Because it was too far away from home, Han Sun replied. How is that relevant? Qin Xian did not understand his logic. I wouldn't be able to take care of my mom and my sister if it is too far away from home, Han Sun replied slowly. Qin Xian was a bit surprised, and then her look softened. She asked, Have you ever considered to join my squad? No. Why? Qin Xian was slightly angry. I'm afraid of danger. I cannot die, replied Han Sr. Why can't you die? Qin Xian looked at Han Sun, finding his reply curious. If I die, my mom and my sister will be bullied by my relatives, and I cannot let them be bullied, Han Sun continued to answer. Qin Xian's expression became more and more gentle, and she continued to ask, Why did you agree to join Bullseye? Because of you. Me? Qin Xian was confused. Because I like you. Han Sun still had a dull face on. Qin Xian blushed a little. Why do you like me? Because you are beautiful. Is there any other reason? Yes. What reason? Surprisingly, Qin Xian was slightly excited to hear the answer. Because you are beautiful. Isn't this the same reason? Qin Xian frowned. No. Why not? Qin Xian looked at Han Sun, puzzled. Because the first time I saw you, I thought you were beautiful. The second time I saw you, you are more beautiful. I can't move away my eyes and want to look at you forever. Qin Xian's cheeks turned crimson. She raised her arm and wanted to slap Han Sun out of it, but eventually didn't have the heart to do that and just gave him a pinch swiftly. Han Sun fell to the ground suddenly with an ouch, acting as if he had fallen under the bed in sleep. Qin Xian subconsciously reached out her hand, but took it back and let Han Sun fall to the ground as she blushed at certain thoughts. What did you do to me? Han Sun suddenly climbed up from the ground and pretended to be frightened. You do not have to worry. I just wanted to know why you do not want to go to Black Hawk. Qin Xian said softly. You hypnotized me. Han Sun was raged. One must go through this process to join the squad. The people we serve are special, so we must guarantee that every member had a clean slate. I myself had to go through the same thing. Qin Xian looked at Han Sun and said gently, You can rest assured that your family will be protected by the military once you go to Black Hawk and join my squad. No one could hurt them. Han Sun looked uncertain and remained silent. Also, I can tell you that each shelter has the same kind of squad, providing service for special clients. This job wouldn't put you in great danger. And that's everything I can tell you. You can think about it yourself. Not hearing an answer, Qin Xian had to ask, What do you think? Do you want to join my squad? Do I still have an option? Han Sun said with a wry smile. Try to be admitted to the Black Hawk. After joining my squad, you will be glad about your decision today. Qin Xian patted Han Sun's shoulder, pleased. Oh, if you need anything, just let me know. I'll try to assist you so that you could prepare for the entrance exam of Black Hawk, Qin Xian said. I just want to know one thing. When I was hypnotized, did you ask me any other question other than why I wasn't interested in Black Hawk? Han Sun asked. No, I am a well-behaved soldier, and I am not interested in your private matters, Qin Xian said categorically, with her heart pounding as if there were a cat scratching at it. Really? Han Sun seemed to be worried still. Of course not. Let me know if you need anything. As long as it doesn't cost too much, I will help you prepare for the exam, which is in less than 2 months, Qin Xian said and left, her face burning. After Qin Xian left, Han Sun let out a long sigh of relief. From now on, Qin Xian probably wouldn't suspect him again. This is an excellent opportunity. Qin Xian would completely trust me after this, so she can become my cover. Others would think I got stronger and better because of her help and wouldn't suspect that I am Dollar. Then, I could gradually show my real ability using my own identity and abandon the guise of Dollar altogether, Han Sun thought to himself. This was why he had agreed to Qin Xian's ask. Also, his family could indeed use the protection of the military. Han Sun then teleported into God's sanctuary as it was Dollar's time to participate in the second round of the martial arts contest. Han Sun not evolved. Status, none. Lifespan, 200 years. Requirements for evolution, 100 Geno points. Geno points gained, 100 ordinary Geno points, 100 primitive Geno points, 47 mutant Geno points, 29 sacred Geno points. Beast souls gained, Sacred Blood Black Beetle, Sacred Blood Bloody Slayer, Sacred Blood Purple-Winged Dragon, Mutant Three-Eyed Cat, Mutant Black Barracuda, Mutant Black Stinger, Mutant Sawfish. Han Sun looked at his current data and felt satisfied. Now he had as many as 3 Sacred Blood Beast souls and several Mutant Beast souls. Only 2 of the Mutant Beast souls were less than satisfactory, and they were both from someone else. The Mutant Three-Eyed Cat was a pet that was useless at the moment, and the Mutant Black Barracuda Lu Weinan gave him was an aquatic mount, which was completely useless on the land. At a grove near Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sun was meeting with Lin Beifeng. Han Sun was deliberately giving Lin the mutant creature meat he promised a few days later than when Dollar sold mutant black stingers. This is for you. Han Sun took 2 dried sawfish out of his bag and gave them to Lin. Black stingers were no longer an option, so he had to give the fish to Lin. 2. Lin was overjoyed. Yes, it was a good trip. Han Sun gave him back the rest of the arrows, which were not really put into use. It's fine. Keep them. Son, can I join you next time? Lin Beifeng looked at Han Sun expectantly. I will if there is an opportunity. Please take the arrows back. Han Sun insisted. Lin had to take the arrows back, and the 2 returned to the shelter as they were talking. At the gate of Steel Armor Shelter, they ran into Son of Heaven's gang. Luo Tianyong stared at Han's son as if he were to devour the guy. Son of Heaven, long time no see, Lin said. Lin, why are you with him? Son of Heaven gave Han's son an unkind glance. Son is my friend, and there seems to be nothing that can't be forgiven between you two. How about we let Han's son buy us drinks and you can just let it go? Lin asked Son of Heaven. Let it go? Who do you think you are? Luo Tianyong looked at Lin contemptuously. Shut up. Son of Heaven stopped Luo Tianyong and said to Lin, Lin, it's not that I don't respect you, but it is not that simple. If it is not settled properly, it will never be over. Settle how? I will pay however much you think he owes you, said Lin. It's not about money. You can ask him yourself, Son of Heaven said, and entered the shelter with his gang. Son, what was that about? Lin looked at Hansen puzzled. He thought their conflict was only the ass freak incident. Hansen told him about the purple-winged dragon and Lin smiled wryly. It was indeed a big deal for Son of Heaven. Lin paused and laughed. But it does not matter. You did not get the beast soul anyway. I will try to mediate between you two. It's not a good idea to have Son of Heaven as an enemy. Just between us, you could offend a gentleman, but never a villain. The two also entered steel armor shelter. Everyone inside the shelter seemed to be talking about some news. Han's son listened carefully, and it turned out that Dollar was against Luo Tianyong in the second round. Dollar against Luo Tianyong. It must be an excellent fight. Son of Heaven must still be bitter from Dollar, seizing his bloody slayer beast soul. Luo Tianyong would probably try to kill Dollar for him. Kill Dollar? I don't think he can even last longer than 10 minutes. That's not fair. Dollar is strong, but so is Luo Tianyong. With the support from Son of Heaven, Luo probably has as many beast souls as he wishes. I think the result is hard to tell. I say it's easy to tell. Dollar will win. Haha, I agree. Does Luo Tianyong have wings? Can he fight a golden-horned Shura? Exactly. How can Luo Tianyong even compare? I think it will take 3 minutes for Dollar to get rid of him. Han's son did not expect to meet Luo Tianyong in the second round. He sneered inwardly. The mills of God grind slowly. This bastard is now in my hand. Lin Beifeng's eyes lit up. Last time I missed Dollar's fight. Let's go watch this one. I will not go. There is some family business I need to take care of. Of course Han's son couldn't watch. If he went, then Dollar would be missing. You won't come? It's Dollar. Lin was shocked. What's so special about him? He is just a person. Hansen shrugged. He is special. I never admired anyone, but Dollar is an exception. Just because he fought that Shura, Lin said. Okay, but I really need to go home, so maybe next time. Hansen chuckled inwardly. Unfortunately, video cameras don't work in God's sanctuary, or we can record it and post it on the Skynet. It will go viral for sure. Lin Beifeng bemoaned and left for the martial hall. Han's son took a detour and reappeared in the shelter after he put on the black beetle armor. This time he was prepared and wore a cape over the armor, covering almost everything. Although he looked strange, he wasn't recognized like last time. Hansen found a corner seat in the stands and sat down, watching others fight as he waited for his turn. Before long, a group of people sat down close to him. Hansen was shocked to see they were the Bullseye members, with Yang Monli leading the team. They were a big group and Hansen had picked a sparsely seated corner, so they all came here. Su Xiaoqiao was seated next to Han Senator Yang Monli, and Lu Hongtao were only 2 seats away. I say, buddy, why are you covered all over in such hot weather? Are you dressing as a witch? Su Xiaoqiao always liked joking and threw a comment at Han Sr. Brat, I'll deal with you later, thought Han San, not saying anything. Monli, who do you think will win, Dollar or Luo Tianyong? Several members of Bullseye started a heated discussion. Dollar, of course. Right, Monli? Su Xiaoqiao asked. Yang Monli nodded, apparently agreeing with Su Xiaoqiao. Lu Hongtao commented on the side. Even Dollar is strong. He is just one person, without anyone behind his back, while Luo Tianyong was supported by Son of Heaven. It is still hard to tell who will win. One person is enough. Dollar fought a golden-horned Shura alone. Even with a gang behind him, I don't think Luo Tianyong could do that, Su Xiaoqiao said with disdain. Young man, you are too young to understand. Lu Hongtao acted as an elder. What don't I understand? Su did not take that comment well. Think about it. If Son of Heaven and his whole gang all let Luo Tianyong use their beast souls, who do you think will win? Don't forget that Son of Heaven has a sacred blood shape-shifting ape beast soul, and God knows how many mutant beast souls he has. If Luo Tianyang used them all, do you still think Dollar will win? Lu Hongtao said confidently. It's just an ape beast soul. Dollar has a bloody slayer beast soul, wings, and sacred blood armor. It would be easy for him to win Luo Tianyang. I don't think Luo Tianyang could last a minute. Su Xiaoqiao said disapprovingly. This kid sure knows how to speak. Han Sun was pleased with Su Xiaoqiao's words. Well, you just said Luo Tianyang couldn't last a minute, so let's make a bet. If Luo lasts less than a minute, you can have my mutant beast soul of red-hoofed beast. If he lasts longer than that, your mutant nocturnal wolf beast soul will be mine. Do you dare to bet against me? Lu Hongtao looked at Su Xiaoqiao and said. Su Xiaoqiao suddenly got nervous. 1 minute was just a figure of speech. How was it possible for one to end the match in a minute after all? Like Lu Hongtao had said, Son of Heaven had Luo's back. With some beast souls here and there, Luo Tianyang could definitely stay on the stage longer than a minute. The Nocturnal Wolf Beast Soul was a lucky gain of Su Zhao's when he shot an arrow at the Nocturnal Wolf King in a recent campaign. He had been bragging to everyone about it. Yet Lu Hongtao had proposed to use this beast soul as the stake in a bet that was less than fair. Lu, we were just chatting. No need to get serious. Yes, Lu, Xiaoqiao was just saying. Yeah, figure of speech. Several Bullseye members tried to smooth things over, but being unreasonable, Lu Hongtao said with a mean tone, I'm trying to teach him not to comment on things he doesn't understand. He could say whatever he wishes at home, but in the society, a wrong comment could get him killed. *T. You insist? A bet is a bet. I'm game. Don't be a deadbeat when you lose. Although Su Xiaoqiao was usually joking and messing around, he still had his pride as he was from a wealthy family. Even at the cost of a beast soul, he wouldn't be a doormat. Xiaoqiao, just suck it up. The teammates next to him all tried to stop Su Xiaoqiao from getting involved in this unfair bet. He would be basically giving the beast soul away. Lu Hongtao didn't have the best personality and not many liked him except for a few henchmen of his. Almost everyone was on Su's side. Well, I appreciate a young man that can stick to what he believes in. If you don't trust me, we can both transfer our beast souls to Manli and let her be our witness, so that we could both reassured. Lu Hongtao said and gave his beast soul of red-hoofed beast to Yang Manli. Lu, it's just a small difference. We all are in Bullseye, and there is no need to do this. Yang Manli frowned. Manli, I'm doing this for his own good. If he keeps being insolent like this, he might get into bigger troubles elsewhere in the future. Lu Hongtao gave Su a contemptuous glance and said to him, If you apologize to me right now, I'll let this go. And remember to watch it in the future. Everyone thought Lu Hongtao was just shameless. If these words came from another person, Su Xiaoqiao might apologize. But Lu saying this himself made an apology an impossible option for any guy with dignity. Everyone knew there was no going back at this point. Su gritted his teeth and raged. Lu Hongtao, cut the crap. I'm down. Su Xiaoqiao then transferred his mutant nocturnal wolf beast soul to Yang Manli. Manli, keep this for me. When I win, I'll treat everyone to barbecue. I like a young man who doesn't know any better. Lu Hongtao was overjoyed. A mutant beast soul was very rare, and he had just gained one with a few words. Also, the mutant nocturnal wolf was a shape-shifting beast soul, which was worth even more than his mount beast soul, red-hoofed beast. Yang Manli frowned. She had wanted to mediate the dispute with a few words, but Lu Hongtao said those words first, so that Su Xiaoqiao had to bet against him now. The young man is too impulsive. Maybe a loss could be considered a lesson for him. Yang Manli sighed. Things had come so far that there was nothing she could say to turn it around. Su Xiaoqiao felt upset after accepting the bet. Although he was confident in Dollar and believed he could win, 1 minute was simply too short. Even the exchange of pleasantries could last that long. Not to mention Luo Tianyang did have many resources. If he had really borrowed the ape beast soul from Son of Heaven, the match could easily last longer than 10 minutes. The match between Luo Tianyang soon began, and Su Xiaoqiao murmured his prayers. Dollar, it was me who spread your name. Please help me. I haven't had the nocturnal wolf beast for long and don't want to give it to Lu. Sitting next to Su and hearing everything, Han Sun was mad. Help you. In the beginning, everyone was calling me doll, and it was all because of you. Editor, Nioibo Studio. Finally, Dollar and Luo Tianyang's codes were displayed on the martial steel. Each digit in Han Sen's code was an 8, so everyone knew that was him. Luo Tianyang went on the stage first. From his leisurely look, It seems that he was confident about the upcoming match, which made Su Xiaoqiao quite nervous. Where is Dollar? The match is about to begin, but we don't see him yet. If he is not here in 3 minutes, he will automatically be considered the losing side. The stands were filled with people eager to see Dollar's match, but the familiar golden figure was missing. Su Xiaoqiao became even more tense. Lu Hongtao smiled unkindly. Su Xiaoqiao, it seems that you are in a bad place. If Dollar doesn't show up at all, you wouldn't be convinced even if I won the bet, right? What is this nonsense? It is still very early, and the boss always comes late. Don't you understand that? Su Xiaoqiao retorted, but felt unsure as Dollar didn't show up. He thought, could Dollar be delayed by something? Then my mutant nocturnal wolf would be gone. Great, I'll see how long you could keep that thought, Lu Hongtao ridiculed. Suddenly, the guy in cape sitting next to Su Xiaoqiao, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly stood up and walked toward the stage, leaving Su Xiaoqiao and others dumbfounded. The guy took off the cape while walking, revealing the golden armor underneath, leading to an uproar in the stands. Dollar! Dollar! Haha, the angel came. I know there's no way he would miss this. Su Xiaoqiao was so happy that he jumped up. My God, Dollar, you are truly amazing. Kick Luo's ass for my sake, please. And remember, keep it under a minute. 1 minute. Su Xiaoqiao was now certain that Dollar has heard the dialogue about the bet. That was to say, Dollar knew he should defeat Luo within a minute, which was undoubtedly good news for Su. Other Bullseye members were also very excited. Dollar was just sitting here, and we failed to recognize him. Indeed, we should have asked for his autograph. I hear you could sell that for a good price now. Xiaoqiao, you didn't say what you said because you knew it was him, did you? Su Xiaoqiao laughed. God helps those who help themselves. How could I know it was Dollar? He wrapped himself like a rice dumpling on such a hot day, and I was just wondering about that myself. Lu Hongtao's face was grim. He sneered and said, don't be happy now. Even if he wants to help you, it is impossible to defeat Luo in a minute. Nothing is impossible with Dollar. As long as he wants to do it, it will be done. Su Xiaoqiao immediately retorted, with all his faith in Dollar. Although Yang Manli was surprised that Dollar was sitting beside them, she was not as optimistic as Su Xiaoqiao. Rationally speaking, what Lu Hongtao said made sense. Luo Tianyong might not be Dollar's match, but he had Son of Heaven behind him, so he must have plenty of beast souls on him. Despite that, Luo's fitness wasn't the best in Son of Heaven's gang. His fitness index should still be over 10. With strong beast souls, it would be difficult to beat him. If Dollar is an archer with advanced beast soul bow and arrows, he might be able to get rid of Luo fast. Unfortunately, it seems that he never uses arrows. Yang Manli sighed inwardly. Son of Heaven shot a harsh stare at Han Sun and eyed Luo Tianyong on the stage. Luo nodded knowingly. Son of Heaven had prepared well for this match. Knowing Luo wouldn't be Dollar's match, he didn't count on Luo to defeat Dollar. Still, he lent Luo his sacred blood ape beast soul and many powerful mutant beast souls. All he wanted to see was Dollar injured. Even if Dollar could not be injured, he must show his real skills in this match. Son of Heaven saw Dollar as a fierce rival, which was why he was using Luo as a pawn to weaken Dollar before he ran into Dollar himself and to find out how strong Dollar was. Luo Tianyong was both cunning and ruthless. He didn't take Dollar lightly and summoned the ape beast soul and a mutant suit of armor as soon as the steel lit up and the match started. Suddenly, standing on stage was a giant age more than 9 feet tall in a suit of bone armor with a long mace in its hands. The look alone was terrifying. A wisp of a smile crossed Son of Heaven's face. That was why he liked Luo. Luo's ability was less than impressive in his gang, but Luo had always been careful and decisive. Son of Heaven had always believed that one must know one's limits, which Luo did. Being meek towards the brutal and brutal towards the meek might be viewed as a bad thing. But the way Son of Heaven saw it, it was also a wise attitude. Luo Tianyong's decision now was much to Son of Heaven's satisfaction, playing it safe and trying to survive. Of course, Luo Tianyong's life was not very important to him. But if Luo died, the ape beast soul would be ruined as well. So Luo must not die. That's it. Just do whatever you can and try to force Dollar to show all he got. If anything went wrong, just go off the stage and throw in the towel. Son of Heaven looked at the two on the stage and thought with a smile, Dollar, let me see what you've got. Lu Hongtao was amused by what Luo Tianyong did. I told you Son of Heaven would definitely give the ape beast soul to Luo. You see? With that mutant bone armor, It would take Dollar at least an hour to beat Luo. What are you talking about? Can someone like Luo Tianyang even shapeshift for an hour? Su Xiaoqiao disagreed. His heart did freeze a little, as he didn't think Luo would really have the ape beast soul on him. Anyway, it would be easy for him to last 10 minutes, which means I could win 10 times, so it's a pity that you don't have 10 mutant beast souls, Lu Hongtao laughed. But soon, Lu Hongtao's smile disappeared. The moment the martial steel lit up, Dollar summoned the Bloody Slayer and ran toward the ape called Luo like a hurricane, a golden spear in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Dollar was in Luo's face, his spear stabbing Luo's stomach. Luo Tianyang roared and hacked his mace madly at the mutant sawfish spear, making the spear fly out of Han Sen's hand. Lu Hongtao was ready to applaud, but then he saw that Dollar calmly reached for a golden katana at his waist and slashed it toward Luo Tianyang, who was only inches away. The ape did possess great strength, but it was also clumsy. When fighting from afar, this disadvantage wouldn't show. But at such a short distance, there was no time for the ape to dodge. Crack! The 9-foot-tall ape was cut in half. Luo only gave a whimper before he turned into his own body and died. Blood flowed like a river. Everyone was blankly watching Han San, who put the katana back into its sheath and took back the spear calmly. Dollar killed Luo, who had shapeshifted into a sacred blood creature, in less than 10 seconds. After the moment of silence, cheers broke out like a tsunami. Everyone was calling Dollar's name, bringing the whole martial hall to a boil. Su Xiaoqiao was the happiest person among all. Twerking on the stands, he shouted, "Dollar, Dollar, I love you," like a mouse loves rice. Lu Hongtao was dumbfounded. He sat there like a deflated balloon, not accepting the fact that Luo had died. Red-hoofed beast. My red-hoofed beast. How could this be? Lu Hongtao almost spilled out blood. Son of Heaven gritted his teeth very hard. He didn't care that Luo was killed, but his ape beast soul was one of the few sacred blood beast souls he had. It, along with all the mutant beast souls, was ruined with the death of Luo. Son of Heaven's heart was bleeding. Dollar, I'll make you regret you were born. Son of Heaven cursed inwardly. He very badly wanted to kill Dollar, but felt somewhat helpless about it. Before, there had been a chance to besiege Dollar with his gang. Now that Dollar had wings, that plan would no longer work. Now Son of Heaven regretted very much that he had used his one-use sacred blood wasp arrow. If he still had it, he would be able to kill Dollar, even if Dollar could fly. He thought more about it and realized that if he had never used that arrow, Dollar wouldn't have the Bloody Slayer beast soul. Without that shape-shifting beast soul, Dollar couldn't have killed Luo so easily. Thinking of this, Son of Heaven wanted to eat Dollar alive. There was something stuck in his chest which he could neither swallow nor spit out. I must find out who Dollar is. If I couldn't kill him in God's sanctuary, I will kill him in the Alliance. Son of Heaven was determined to have Dollar killed, or he could never let this go. His loss was indeed huge. Luo was dead, and he had lost many beast souls, including a sacred blood one, while Dollar walked free. Han San did not dare to get stuck in the crowd, and simply flew away with his wings, not giving the audience any chance to approach him. Dollar killing Luo Tianyang was the headline in Steel Armor Shelter. People had posted the story on the Skynet, but without a way to record images in God's sanctuary, words alone didn't attract much attention. In addition, Luo Tianyang was a nobody, so no one cared. After all, this was only the martial arts contest within Steel Armor Shelter. If Dollar became the champion of Steel Armor Shelter and entered the contest among champions from all the shelters, then his match could be seen by the entire First God Sanctuary. If he became the chosen, it would truly be something amazing throughout the entire Alliance. But people in Steel Armor Shelter were clearly scared of Dollar. His opponents in the next few rounds all quit before they fought and simply didn't show up. Killing someone in seconds was a brutal thing to do, and that someone had even shape-shifted into a sacred blood beast soul. No one had the courage to put their life on the line. Some people even accused Dollar of being a murderer and posted articles describing how cruel he was. Su Xiaoqiao and other Bullseye members were pissed off by those articles and wrote about the bet between Su and Lu, leading to compliments from Dollar's fans. But it had not changed the fact that Dollar had killed someone. Later, someone posted anonymously that Luo Tianyang had mutilated and raped many victims using Son of Heaven's gang when he was alive. Many people from Steel Armor Shelter echoed the post and said it was a great thing that Dollar had done. Luo Tianyang was an animal. If I were Dollar, I would have killed him long before the martial arts contest. Well done. 32 likes. An animal who deserved it. Ignorant, all of you. Murder is murder, regardless of who was killed. Dollar is a murderer. Dollar is a piece of #T. Don't comment on something you don't understand. Everyone in Steel Armor Shelter knows it was justice well served. Exactly. I hate those who follow the herd. There was quite a debate on the Skynet, but then the posts criticizing Dollar became overwhelming, and many posts that supported Dollar got deleted. People in Steel Armor Shelter knew that Son of Heaven was behind it. However, no one had the nerve to antagonize Son of Heaven. After all, there weren't many who dared to be the enemy of Starry Group. No one was willing to do that for a stranger anyway. Son, check out my new mount. Su Xiaoqiao was riding his newly gained mutant red-hoofed beast in the yard of the Bullseye team, bragging. The mutant red-hoofed beast looked somewhat like an antelope with a pair of buffalo horns on its head. It had the size of a camel and was satin black all over, except for its 4 blood-red hooves. Han Sun was very depressed to see this gorgeous mount. He wasted so much effort in helping this brat win a mutant mount, while he himself ended up with nothing. Although he did have a mutant mount beast soul, it was aquatic and was useless on the land. After the martial arts contest, I have to find a way to gain a beast soul mount. It was too much trouble going everywhere on foot, and it was bad for my image as well, Han Sun thought to himself. Dark Swamp was out of the question. Even if he gained a mount beast soul there, it would be something ugly like a toad. Han Sun, come to my office. Yang Monli called from on the 2nd floor. Son, you offended her again. Su Xiaoqiao ran over and asked, grinning. Why would I do that? Han Sun said, touching his nose. That was not a kind look she had. You have to be careful, Su Xiaoqiao laughed. You know about looks? Why don't you say you are psychic as well? Han Sun laughed and went to the 2nd floor. Monli, you asked for me. Han Sun asked. I do not know what Qin Xin saw in you, but since she asked me to help you prepare for the entrance exam, I'll do my best. Starting from today, you will report to me at the teleport station every day, and I will train you hard. You better be prepared, as you will suffer. Blackhawk isn't just any school. Yang Monli paused and said casually, if you cannot bear it, you better ask Qin Xin to allow you to quit. I will not stop you. When do I start? Han Sun asked. Now, said Yang Monli before she got up and teleported to planet Roka with Han Sr. Yang Monli took Han Sun to the test hall at the teleport station, which was a military standard test hall that provided more accurate tests. You will do a detailed test first, and let me see what's the difference between your fitness level and the lowest standard for Blackhawk, Yang Monli said with no expression. No need for that. I think I could definitely pass that bar. Han Sun did not dare to do the test, afraid he might scare Yang with his data. The last time he took the test, he had approached 10 in all his numbers. Having gained lots of mutant and sacred geno points after that, his fitness index should be well beyond 10 now. Do the test. Yang Monli commanded coldly. If you insist. Han Sun muttered and slowly walked toward the entrance of the test hall. Han Sun had made up his mind not to use his full strength, in case Yang could tell something was wrong. Fortunately, Han Sun was very confident in his control of his own body. The more he practiced Jade Skin, the more he was amazed by this hyper-geno art. He hadn't practiced it for long, but he already felt that he could adjust each bone and each muscle in his body. With Jade Skin, he could even change his heart rate, blood pressure, and body temperature to a certain extent. The more he understood Jade Skin, the more scared he felt. Fortunately, Xuanhuan had already been seriously injured when they met, or else it would have been Han Sun who got killed. It was precisely because of this that Han Sun wouldn't let anyone know that he was practicing Jade Skin, for fear that people might know Xuanhuan was killed by him. The test items here were similar to those in the test center, but were more sophisticated in general. Hence Han Sun knew what each item was for. Soon, Han Sun completed all the test items and came out of the test hall covered with sweat. Yang Monli had no idea that Han Sun looked so tired mainly because he was trying to control the test result. To control one's reflexes and heartbeat was extremely difficult in such sophisticated test items. If Han Sun hadn't practiced Jade Skin, he wouldn't have been able to hide his real physical condition at all. Yang Monli looked through Han Sun's test results and said, less than 10 in all items, but close. 10 is just the standard of ordinary military schools. For Blackhawk, even for specially recruited students, 10 was just a narrow pass. After reading something on a smart machine, she said, "During the time we have left, which is little more than a month, I will make all your fitness index past 10. Meanwhile, I will train you in archery. Only with proper archery skills will you be specially recruited. Monli, may I ask, without special enrollment, what kind of score is Blackhawk looking for?" Hansen asked curiously. "When you are able to beat me, you could be admitted to Blackhawk on your own." Young Monli went to the gym, not even glancing at Han Sr. Hansen followed her to the gym and looked at all sorts of training equipment in the gym curiously. Many of the equipment he had never seen before. Many soldiers were training in the gym. The teleport station was part of the military, so everything here followed military standard. The only difference was that most soldiers here were new to the army and had never been to the battlefield. Those who could be assigned here typically had certain connections, or else they would have been sent to the front. Yang Monli led Han Sun in front of a sealed device the size of a train compartment. The device was around 150 feet long. She turned it on and entered some data before she took off her jacket, revealing a black professional training suit underneath. The suit was made of a material unknown to Han Sun, which had a form-fitting effect. Hansen noticed that Yang Monli had a great body. Her legs were especially long and straight, seducing one to touch them. "Look carefully. I will only show you once. For today, you need to finish this training every day before you go anywhere else," Yang Monli said and went into the device. The moment Yang Monli entered the device, all soldiers who were exercising came around and drooled over the holographic image displayed. "Yang's body is getting more and more perfect. I could play with those legs for 3 years. 3 years? I can play with them for 30 years. Check out her ass." These animals stared at the holographic image almost with their eyeballs popped out. Inside the device, Yang Monli had started. There are many exercise items in the device, and she finished them one by one effortlessly. The items didn't look very difficult either. "Brother, what is this device? Looks like it is not that difficult." Hansen asked a soldier curiously. "Not difficult? Kiddo, you are too naive. Yang seems effortless because she's got great fitness index. If you were to do it, you would be too tired to finish 3 items. This is called Gravity Trainer. There are such devices on all interstellar aircrafts and warships, and they are used to adjust the internal gravity. With the parameters set by Yang, one would need at least 10 in fitness index to train. Or else walking in the device alone would be a torture, even worse than screwing 7 times in one night. Son, all you could do is pray." These soldiers knew Han Senator. They were all aware that Qin Xian had often called him into the combat room. Yang Monli stepped out of the gravity trainer in a little while, and the soldiers quickly scattered back to do their training as if nothing had happened. Yang Monli had some sweat on her forehead. She put on her jacket and said, "Now you complete the exercise and then come to find me." She left with no intention of watching Han Sun do the exercise. Yang Monli knew very well that Han Sen's physical fitness index was only close to 10, and it was impossible for him to finish such intense training. She just wanted to humble him so that he would follow her orders better. A soldier ran toward Han Sun when the latter was about to enter the gravity trainer to start training. Putting his hand over Han Sen's shoulder, the soldier smiled and said, "Buddy, if you can bring us some R-rated holographic resources when you come here in the future, I'll let you in on a secret. And make the gravity trainer a piece of cake for you." "Deal. What's the secret?" Hansen agreed, knowing he was asking for porns. "Great." The soldier patted Hansen's shoulder and whispered to his ear. Once the parameters were set up, Yang could tell if you have modified them after. However, the device has a protective mechanism, which is designed mainly to prevent dangers to your body. My method allows you to change the parameters through this mechanism so that the result doesn't show the modification. So, you can easily complete the test without being found out by Yang. "Fantastic. What should I do?" Hansen asked. "I can tell you the secret, but a deal is a deal. You need to get me those R-rated holographic resources or you will regret it," said the soldier. "Brother, rest assured. I'll get you those," Han-san patted his own chest and guaranteed. The soldier nodded with satisfaction and told Han-san the method to change the parameters. He repeatedly told Han-san to bring him the porns and designated a few actresses. "Parameters set up, please confirm." Han-san went into the gravity trainer and heard the AI. "Okay," Han-san replied. "Confirmation completed. Start testing in 10 seconds. Countdown starts. 10, 9, 8. When the countdown was over, Han-san felt his body sank, as if he had suddenly gained a few hundred pounds. Han-san did not use the soldier's method. He wanted to see if he could finish the exercise like Yang Manli did. Han Sun was not used to the added gravity and warmed up a little before he started. When Yang Manli was back from her office, it was already in the afternoon. She thought Han Sun should be worn out like a dead dog by now and would probably be more obedient in the future. When Yang Manli returned to the gym, she was surprised to see Han Sun chatting with the soldiers there. The soldiers were even showing him how to play with all sorts of devices. He looked rather lively and not tired at all. Han Sun, I asked you to train. What are you doing? Annoyed, Yang Manli asked coldly. The soldiers were scared away like mice met a cat, leaving Han Sun standing there alone in front of Yang Manli. Captain, I've completed the training. Han Sun saluted the way the soldiers had just taught him. Completed? Yang Manli frowned and walked quickly toward the gravity trainer. She pulled out the data, and as she checked each item, her face became darker and darker. There was no doubt that Yang Manli did not think the data was real. Only those who with more than 12 in fitness index could achieve this. She had just tested Han Sun's fitness, and he wasn't even a 10. So, this could not be his real performance. Who told you about the protection mechanism? Yang Manli stared at Han Sun madly. Of course, she knew about this trick. What protection mechanism? I do not understand what you are talking about. Han Sun looked innocent. You won't tell? Go get a 7.0 practice bow and some arrows. Yang Manli calmed down and said coldly. Han Sun did not know what she wanted to do and did what she asked. You know the standard stance to draw the string? Yang Manli looked at Han Sun and asked. Yes. Han Sun nodded. Very good. Pull the string to the fullest on standard stance, Yang Manli said quietly. Han Sun had worked hard on archery, so his stance was perfect, and he easily pulled the string to the fullest. Good stance. Han Sun was surprised to hear Yang Manli's compliment. Thank you, Captain. Still, Han Sun knew he was in trouble. Hold this position until midnight. If you move during this period and I do not get the answer I want, you do not need to show up here again. Even if the station master came here herself, one of us must go. Yang Manli turned to leave. Seeing Yang going away, the soldiers ran back, and the one who told Han Sun about the protection mechanism felt guilty and said, Sorry, buddy, I did not expect Yang to be onto you. I did you harm instead of good. It's just a few hours. I'll be fine, Han Sun said casually. Do not underestimate the standard stance. 20 minutes was all right, but 2 hours is just torture. A 7.0 bow is not a joke. Usually we can't even last 2 hours with a 6.0 bow. It's 4 hours until midnight. Yang is really brutal this time. I say let's go apologize. Just tell her we all told him about the loophole, or else he would probably not be able to use his arms ever again. If we have to, judging from her look, we would suffer as well. The soldiers complained and sighed. No need. I'll give it a shot. My endurance has always been good. For hours, I think there should be no problem. Han Sun called the soldiers who were going to apologize back. It doesn't matter how good your endurance is. It's torture. Han Sun smiled. I've seen worse. Don't go yet. If I can't do it, you could go then. Maybe by then Yang Manli will see how miserable I am and lessen the punishment. That is also true. Buddy, you hang in there first. Let us know when it gets bad. We will go and confess. The soldiers were loyal. Han Sun nodded and did not speak. Remaining motionless was sometimes even worse than violent movement, especially when he was also drawing a 7.0 bow. In the beginning he didn't feel much, but after half an hour, his arm muscles began to feel numb, and with the passage of time, this numb feeling was more and more intense. In just an hour, Han Sun was sweating like rain, his arms burning and whole body trembling. Han Sun gritted his teeth and started to practice jade skin. A spring-like coolness flowed through all his veins, where the numb feeling was gradually relieved. Through the monitor, Yang Manli would glance at Han Sun from time to time. She saw him keeping the stance, but started to tremble when it was approaching an hour. His endurance was already beyond her expectation. Even the soldiers can only last this long. Yang Manli predicted he could last about at most 1.5 hours, certainly less than 2 hours. Cheating in your first training session. I have to put you through hell. Yang Manli did not really want a name from Han Senator. His silence was a quality she could appreciate, and if he had confessed about the person who had told him, she would have looked down on him. After working for a while, Yang Manli checked on him again when it was 1.5 hours, and found he was still standing there. Yang Manli could not help but frown, as Han Sun looked better now than half an hour ago. He had stopped trembling and was sweating less. In general, he looked more relaxed. He moved. Yang Manli was not sure and played the footage backward, noticing Han Sun had not moved in the last 30 minutes. Odd, Yang Manli did not go back to work, but paid full attention to Han Sen's image. Han Sun had been standing for 2 hours. Buddy, you're awesome. Can you keep going? Your endurance is out of this world. If you are this good in every aspect, you could definitely go to the Alliance Central Military Academy. Brother, you a real man. A soldier gave him a thumbs up. Let us know if you can't keep going. Don't risk hurting your own body. It's not worth it. Keeping his body motionless, Han Sun smiled and said, I feel okay. I can definitely hold until midnight. No need to check on me. Brother, if you can really hold until midnight, you will be under my protection in the future. Your protection? Do you dare to fight Yang or Qin Xian? Ahem, I was just saying. Do not be so serious. The soldiers took a shower and went to the cafeteria, leaving Han Sun alone in the gym. He was practicing Jade Skin secretly and felt its power welling from every body cell, eliminating his fatigue. When Han Sun had insisted for 3 hours, even Yang Manli was shocked. She even doubted if the soldiers had hacked the monitor, and all she saw was a loop. Soon she ruled out that possibility and left the office for the gym. Now, do you have something to say to me? Yang Manli approached Han Sun, who was standing like a statue. Han Sun hadn't reached a certain level in Jade Skin, so his fatigue wasn't cleared away completely. Having stood there for over 3 hours, he was drenched in sweat. Even so, his stance was still firm as ever and his hands holding the bow didn't even tremble. Yang Manli for the first time felt that maybe Han Sun was somewhat talented. He had been standing like that for more than 3 hours and his hands were still steady, which was a great quality for an archer. Captain, I really have nothing to say, Han Sun said. Well, since you are so tough, you could keep standing here. Yang Manli went away without looking back. She was a little angry, but also respected Han Sun for what he did. That was a difficult task for a 16-year-old. She herself could only last 2 hours with a 6.0 bow at his age. After Yang Manli had closely observed Han Sun's situation and made sure he was fine, she was surprised to see that he did have the energy to continue. Although this was a test of endurance and didn't have much to do with his other qualities, it still showed that Han Sun was outstanding in something, as someone with a fitness index less than 10 wasn't likely to last this long. How can he have such strong endurance? Yang Manli thought she probably couldn't even accomplish this herself, while Han Sun, someone with much worse fitness than she, could pull through. After Yang Manli went back to the office, she continued to monitor Han Senator on one hand. She wanted to find out how long Han Sun could last in the end. On the other hand, she was afraid his arms would be damaged. She did not want Han Sun on her team, but she did not mean to harm him either. That was why she couldn't let anything happen to him. Not to mention she had started to appreciate his endurance and perseverance. As for Han Sun's answer, in fact, Yang Manli did not really want to hear it. If Han Sun had really confessed, Yang Manli would have thought he was a snitch. Before long, the soldiers took some water and food and sneaked back into the gym. Brother, great job. Come and drink some nutrition solution to get some strength. A soldier opened a bottle of nutrient solution and lifted it to Han Sun's lips. Eat something. Although this meat is as good as the meat from God's sanctuary, it was cooked by a chef here and the taste is good. Another soldier held a large piece of barbecue on a fork and put it up to Han Sun's mouth. It's fine. I only have 1 hour left and must satisfy Yang's demand. I am afraid she would say it doesn't count if you help me, Han Sun said. Brother, you are really a tough guy. I don't admire anyone but you. Right, what is your name? Han Sr. You are just over 16, right? Haven't had my 17th birthday. Are all kids so tough these days? I do not know about others, but I'm definitely the toughest. Do not talk to him anymore. It consumes his energy. The soldiers saw Han Sun was fine and set up a table next to him to play cards. Han Sun was upset and thought, you animals. Are you trying to help or piss me off? Han Sun had been standing there for more than 4 hours. The soldiers watched the clock turning to 1 second past midnight, put the cards down, took the bow over and raised Han Sun up, ready to throw him into the hydro massage machine. Don't. I do not need the massage. It's too late now. I have to go home. Han Sun quickly waved his hands. He had seen this kind of machine before, and it would take at least an hour before he could get out. He did not want to waste his time here. That is not okay. You have been stretching your muscles for too long, which could severely harm your body. You must fully relax through the massage so that your veins and muscles could be revitalized. You have to stay in it for at least 3 hours with the strongest mode on, said a soldier seriously. I'm all right. Hansen couldn't really wait 3 hours. As the soldiers insisted, he used a technique from Ghost Haunt and grabbed a soldier's neck. With a twist, he wiggled free like a snake. Brothers, I'm really okay. I have to go home now. If you don't believe me, I will show you that I still have the energy to perform military boxing, Hansen said, and performed the complete set of military boxing. Military boxing was something taught at the integrated compulsory education, and was something as simple as gymnastics. But all the soldiers were dumbfounded by it. They watched Hansen as if they had seen a ghost. #T. Kid, you must be a monster under the human skin. The soldiers suddenly shouted when Hansen finished the military boxing. Ashura under the human skin. A perpetual motion machine under the human skin. When Hansen left the teleport station, it was 1 o'clock in the morning. His mother and sister weren't home, so he cooked himself something to fill his stomach and went to bed. Although Hansen's body was fine, he did feel rather tired and almost fell asleep immediately. He didn't get up until it was noon. Hansen stretched and felt very good all over. It was as if all his cells and pores were revitalized. He discovered that he had made great progress in jade skin. Although it was still just a little, it was about the effect of 10 days practice. So jade skin is practiced more efficiently under extreme conditions. Hansen was surprised. It was worth a shot anyway. If it was true, it would be great for his practice of jade skin. Hansen was not in a hurry. He had lots of time to train in the gravity trainer in the future. If he didn't do it, Xuanhuan would make him anyway. Hansen had carefully thought about his current situation. It would still be a while until he could become an aristocrat, and it was not a bad thing to join Qin Xian's squad to gain protection for his family. As Qin Xian had said, if Son of Heaven wanted to harm his family, there wasn't really much he could do even if he was home. The military's protection was more reliable. Son of Heaven was careful with Qin Xian in God's sanctuary, so Hansen believed that Qin Xian's background would deter Son of Heaven. As long as Son of Heaven didn't know he was Dollar, Hansen didn't think the guy would risk offending the military force for some small conflict. On the next day, Hansen brought porns to the soldier who had asked him for them. The soldier was so happy that he wanted to become sworn brothers with Hansen and said Hansen would be responsible for his happiness from now on. Hansen was covered in sweat. Fortunately, Xuanhuan came fast enough so that Hansen got rid of the soldier successfully. Xuanhuan spent half an hour to explain some archery knowledge and gave Hansen a few tasks to finish on his own. Hansen had learned basic archery knowledge at school, and what Yang taught him was more practical, which benefited him a lot. Yang was indeed an expert. There were a lot of tasks for him to complete, which included the gravity trainer. Hansen wanted to use the gravity trainer himself. This time he used the protection mechanism to adjust the parameters, not to reduce the gravity, but to increase the gravity a notch so that it suited his real fitness level better. The gym did not seem to be the place where ordinary soldiers trained. Hansen had never seen other soldiers here than the ones he talked to. During lunch break, Hansen was chatting with the soldiers he knew. The soldier who asked Hansen for porns regarded Hansen and asked, Son, in addition to bow and arrows, what other weapons do you use? Dagger. Hansen showed him the Z-Steel dagger. Hansen only knew the nicknames of these soldiers. This guy's name was Gambler. Hansen learned from others that he was greedy and lewd. Gambler took over Hansen's dagger and played with it. The dagger seemed like a living thing in his hand, making dazzling moves like a snake. Watch this. Gambler held the dagger an inch away from Hansen's eyes. With a simple wave of his hand, the dagger disappeared in front of Hansen, and Gambler's hand was empty. *T. Your nickname should be Magician. Hansen looked everywhere and didn't see the dagger. Gambler laughed and shook his hands in front of Hansen. He curled his fingers, and the dagger returned to his hands magically. How did you do that? Hansen widened his eyes. Pretty cool, huh? Gambler asked proudly. Yep. Hansen quickly nodded. Dazzling, no? Gambler played with the dagger. For sure. Hansen nodded again. Want to learn? Gambler looked at Hansen with a faint smile. I do. Do you want to teach me? Hansen asked. If you can bring me all my girls' new movies, I will teach you. Gambler said with a smile. No problem. Hansen agreed. Knowing the girls Gambler referred to were certain porn stars. Although it cost some money to buy new movies, Hansen really wanted to learn these tricks. Come, we will find a place so that I can show you. Gambler took Hansen aside and told him the key to it. Hansen then found out that it was not really magic but finger tricks. Although it was taking advantage of the blind spots, The most important part was one's control of the muscles on the arm. Yes, it was the entire arm instead of just the hand. Gambler told him that this trick was called Heaven in Sleeves, also known as sleeve blade. It was passed down in his family as the foundation of their family business. The dirk Gambler used was specially made. Thin and sharp, it had a crescent-like double-edged blade, but no hilt. Gambler was playing with one dirk in each hand, and it looked like there were two butterflies dancing around his hands, which was amazing to watch. How long will it take for me to become a master like you? Hansen looked at Gambler enviously. Gambler smiled. I started at the age of 3 and became better at 7. I'm now intermediate and still far from being a master. He gave the dagger back to Hansen and said, do not underestimate this trick. Although it is just lays the foundation, but it is fundamental and will benefit you for the rest of your life. Gambler, what does your family do? Hansen could not help but ask. You will never be in our business, and I do not intend to let you. I'm just showing you a trick. You could practice it if you think it is fun. Never mind other issues. Gambler walked away and turned back to ask Hansen, have you ever played games on the Skynet? Rarely. Hansen had spent all his time trying to survive and had no time for games. Go play Hand of God. It will help you learn this trick. If you can level up in that game, you will be getting somewhere with this trick. Gambler pointed to the holographic training machine. Hansen was very interested in Sleeve Blade, so he went to check out Hand of God on the holographic training machine. Soon he understood why Gambler asked him to play this game. This was a holographic game. Its idea was like whack-a-mole, but instead of using fingers alone, the spots to touch could appear everywhere around one's arms. One must use all muscles rationally to hit all the spots to pass a level. It was highly demanding for one's dexterity and accuracy. In addition to the beginner level, the game was divided into 3 levels: Evolver, Surpass, and Demigod. The intention of the classification was obviously to correspond with the 3 phases of God's Sanctuary and to guide players to choose the right level. Hansen first chose the beginner level. Actually, when Gambler said level up, he meant to clear the beginner level. As for which level Gambler himself was in, Hansen had no way of knowing. Soon, Hansen was hooked. He was not that smooth in the beginning, but was soon addicted to the satisfaction gained from hitting rapidly as he got familiar with the game. Faster, faster, faster. Once started, the game would push one to pursue the exhilaration in speeding up. But Hansen did not have much time to play this game. After a few rounds in the martial arts contest, Hansen reached the final match as expected. Not sure it was good luck or bad luck, Hansen didn't encounter either Fist Guy or Son of Heaven. Son of Heaven had eliminated Fist Guy, and Qin Xian had eliminated Son of Heaven. The final match was between Qin Xian and Han Sr. In fact, Hansen wanted to fight Son of Heaven more, so that he would have the opportunity to kill Son of Heaven on the stage. Usually the young master was surrounded by many strong men, and there was almost no chance for Hansen to approach him. On the day of the final match between Dollar and Qin Xian, the stands were packed with at least 100,000 audience. Even many of those who didn't register came. In addition to it being the final match, it was popular also thanks to the fame of Dollar and Qin Xian. Qin Xian was undoubtedly the legend of Steel Armor Shelter. As a woman, she had been the champion of the martial arts contest for several years now, although she was never among the chosen. There was no doubt that she was the #1 in Steel Armor Shelter. In addition, she was also beautiful. All of these made her the goddess of Steel Armor Shelter. People loved, feared, and respected her. Dollar's recent rise was even more legendary. He came from nowhere, but there had been so many headlines and controversies about him. Both seizing Son of Heaven's sacred blood beast soul and killing Luo Tianyang made Dollar a somewhat negative figure. But smashing through the robot channel and fighting Goldenhorn Shura made him an idol. When one legend met the other, everyone wanted to know about the outcome. Will Qin Xian continue to be the invincible goddess? Or will Dollar become the new champion? Everyone was looking forward to this match. When Qin Xian and Dollar almost arrived at the same time, all expectations peaked and the cheers were deafening. Dollar a bet. Qin Xian didn't move, but looked at Hansen with a smile. The audience heard Qin Xian's words and quieted down, wanting to know what bet she was proposing. What bet? Though looking calm, Hansen was puzzled. Did she want to buy the victory from him? If you lose this one, join my Steel Armor gang and be my deputy. When I evolve and go to Second God's Sanctuary, you will be the head of the gang. Qin Xian had a sweet smile on. There was an uproar among the audience. No one thought Qin Xian would say something like this. Steel Armor Gang was far more than just a gang. It also represented the presence of military and the alliance in God's sanctuary. Qin Xian was asking Dollar to become the official spokesman of the alliance at Steel Armor Shelter. It was a great honor. Sorry, I cannot accept this condition. But unexpectedly, Dollar refused Qin Xian's offer. Why? Qin Xian looked at Han Sun, stunned. The head of Steel Armor Gang was a position pursued by many. It was a ladder toward the power center of the alliance. But Dollar turned it down without considering. The audience also thought Dollar was crazy. How can he turn down such a great offer? There are two reasons, Han Sun smiled and said. First, you cannot beat me. The answer left many slightly shocked, while Qin Xian asked, what is the second reason? I will go to second God's sanctuary earlier than you. So although I appreciate your kindness, I can't take your offer, Han Sun calmly said. His reply was arrogant. With her gang, Qin Xian could gain Geno points a lot more easily than most people. While Dollar was on his own, he said he could evolve earlier than her. But no one felt that Dollar was mistaken. It seemed that everything was likely with Dollar, and he shouldn't be questioned. Qin Xian smiled. Well, then I would like to propose something else. If you lose, tell me who you really are. Qin Xian's words had led to a burst of cheers on the stands. All the audience were dying to know who Dollar was. Qin Xian's proposal was embraced by all. And if you lose? Han Sun grinned and asked. You can propose something as well. Smiling, Qin Xian looked full of confidence. It was as if she would never lose. An S-class license at St. Hall. Han Sun was obsessed with the hyper-Geno arts in St. Hall. He had neither the money nor the license. Deal. Qin Xian did not even lift her eyes before she agreed, as if an S-class license was nothing to her. Then let's begin. Han Sun drew the Shura katana. He didn't dare to slack when fighting Qin Xian, who had the most Geno points among all in the shelter. She was probably 10 sacred Geno points away from maxing out on everything. Han Sun had never seen Qin Xian using her full strength, but he still thought he stood a chance. Han Sun's biggest advantage was his understanding of Qin Xian. She would never thought that Dollar was in fact Han Sun, whom she had fought 1,000,000 times. Although she was always kicking his ass, he had learned a lot of her fighting habits. Qin Xian, on the other hand, knew nothing about Dollar. Qin Xian stretched her hand, and a beautiful purple butterfly started to dance in her palm, which turned into a purple dagger. Elegant and demure, she stood there like a goddess. Han Sun had seen her using this sacred blood poisonous butterfly dagger once, but it was on the purple-winged dragon. The dagger wasn't really effective as the dragon was gigantic. However, it would be different for a person. Han Sun didn't know if he could stand the toxin if stabbed with the dagger. So, Han Sun wasn't going to give Qin Xian any opportunity to attack. He wielded the katana using Blade Storm, and the strike was so fast, as if it could break the wind. It was a similar strike as this one that had ended Luo Tianyang's life. Qin Xian smiled, and moved away like a butterfly, dodging the fierce strike, and stabbed her dagger at Han Sun's throat. Han Sun stepped forward and ignored the dagger. The katana was wielded at Qin Xian again. That was a move that put both their lives at stake. If Qin Xian did not dodge again, she would be cut in half. Since Han Sun was in sacred blood armor, he had a bigger chance at survival even cut by her sacred blood dagger. Scoundrel! Qin Xian scowled, gracefully moved sideways and avoided Han Sun's attack. Han Sun was thrilled to see Qin Xian moving away. A storm of katana strikes poured on the lady as Blade Storm was fully brought into play. Each strike was faster than the last. Qin Xian was forced to defend herself and had no chance to attack. Han Sun knew well that Qin Xian was nimble. He had been practicing Ghost Taunt for a long time now and had improved a lot on his footwork. However, he had never been able to get close to her in any combat except for the first time when she had underestimated him. Sure enough, Qin calmly dodged all the strikes Han Sun made calmly, as if she were dancing. Meanwhile, she fought back from time to time with grace. None of it mattered to Han Senator. He hacked the katana at her regardless and worked both Blade Storm and Jade Skin to the maximum. A coolness gushed in his veins like a spring and activated every cell in his body. Qin Xian quietly warded off all attacks from Han Senator. She was very confident in herself. It took her a few years to finally get to the first stage of atomic fission. With her current Geno points and beast souls, Qin Xian believed that she could become the chosen this year, and even the first place was not impossible. Atomic fission was an advanced hyper-Geno art, which could fortify all body parts. As suggested by its name, It was close to the root of all hypergeno arts and could produce long-lasting power that improved one's physique significantly. It would be the perfect hypergeno art if it wasn't so difficult to get started. Qin Xian had started to practice atomic fission under her family members' guidance since she was a toddler, but her progress had been slow. Now she had practiced it for 2 decades, and she just got to the first stage a few months ago. Yes, just the first stage. But she had made a leap in her strength already with the first stage. 20 years of practice did not go wasted. Once she got somewhere, her improvement was skyrocketing. Even Son of Heaven, who was on the same level as she, was easily defeated by her this year. It wasn't that Son of Heaven was weak, but that she had become too strong after getting to the first stage of atomic fission. Qin Xian believed that she could definitely reach the top this year, and dollar wouldn't be an issue. Qin Xian wasn't even thinking about winning or losing, but how to win dollar to better impress him. Qin Xian did not care about the storm of blades. As fierce as it looked, it couldn't hurt her. She only felt it was a bit troublesome as she didn't want to kill dollar. If you like driving, I'll let you drive. I will wait until you are so completely exhausted that you can't even move your arm. By then I will still be calm and appreciate your despair. Qin Xian smiled and dodged another strike, thinking, as long as you lose to me this way, you will think I am invincible and never dare to fight me again. Qin Xian intended to burn Han Sun out. The way Han Sun wielded his katana would consume his strength fast. Each strike brought all his potentials out at the cost of his stamina. For Qin Xian's atomic fission, stamina was one of its key strengths. A metaphor would be that a nuclear power plant was much more efficient than a coal-fired power plant. As Qin Xian kept avoiding Han Sen's attacks, she was patiently waiting for him to be worn down. The blood of the audience were set afire. Han Sen's katana was swift and fierce, and Qin Xian's dancing was ethereal and elegant. Their movements were so fast that they became a blur. It was indeed a great match. And in the eyes of ordinary people, Han Sun was chasing Qin Xian and seemed to have the upper hand. Cheers of dollar could be heard from time to time. It seems that the champion in steel armor shelter would be someone else this year. Of course, dollar is absolutely invincible. Haha, men are the master of this world. Tremble, women. Yang Monli curled her lips with disdain, looking like a goddess who didn't deign to argue with the mortals. Son of Heaven was even more scornful. He had experienced how strong Qin Xian was. He had always known about atomic fission. If he had wanted to learn it, he could have. But as it took at least 2 decades for someone talented to get to the first stage, he chose not to. Indeed, everyone knew that this was a great hypergeno art, but few dared to practice it. No one wanted to put 2 decades into a higher geno art that they didn't know would work or not. If one failed, one would not even have a chance to start over with a different hypergeno art. Son of Heaven hadn't had the courage to practice atomic fission, and regretted it now that he saw how well Qin Xian was doing. Son of Heaven, it looks like Qin Xian was in trouble. She was continuously under attack, a young man in Son of Heaven's gang said nervously. Son of Heaven twitched his mouth and replied, "What do you know? Qin Xian has got to the first stage of atomic fission, and she is basically impossible to beat. Although dollar was attacking, he will soon lose his strength to even lift the katana. His loss would be miserable. So that's what it is. How experienced and knowledgeable you are." The young man quickly kissed up to him. But next to them, another young man commented abruptly, "Keep silent if you don't understand it. Don't you have any common sense? Men are simply stronger than women, and it will be Qin Xian who is worn down first." Son of Heaven was provoked to wrath, but he paused when he saw the young man's face. It was the young master named Qing who had once hired Han Sun as his bodyguard. Yuan and the rest of the group were also there. "Qing," Son of Heaven gave a hollow laugh and explained, "There are differences between men and women, but those differences were negligible. Dollar's stamina is far worse than that of Qin Xian, who had reached the first stage in atomic fission. I believe in half an hour, Dollar wouldn't even be able to wield his katana. How come I can't see that?" Qing was not convinced and said, "My father told me that women are inferior to men. I know that Dollar will win and that woman will definitely lose." Son of Heaven smiled with confidence. "Qing, no need to debate. We will see what happens in half an hour. You will find out who is right at that time." But half an hour later, Son of Heaven's face became a bit stiff as Han Sun was still fiercely brandishing the katana at the same speed. "Son of Heaven, didn't you say that Dollar would be worn out in half an hour? I'm telling you my dad was right. Men are better than women," Qing said proudly. Looking at Son of Heaven's grim face, Yuan smiled and did not speak. Son of Heaven was really upset. According to common sense, Dollar would not last half an hour. With that kind of strikes, few in First God Sanctuary could. Ahem. It seems that Dollar has practiced some special hyper-geno art that improves his stamina. Even so, he couldn't possibly last an hour. In another half an hour, he would be worn down. Son of Heaven wanted to restore some authority of his. Son of Heaven, you are a guy? Why do you keep cheering for a woman? My dad says that men are the best. I think Dollar must be better than that woman. You have no vision. Qing obviously did not agree with Son of Heaven's argument. Son of Heaven almost choked. Pretending to be calm, he said, Qing, if you don't believe me, keep on watching. In half an hour, you will know who is right. I'm just stating the fact here. Is there any need to watch? Dollar will certainly have no problem. He killed a golden horned Shura. Why will he lose to a woman? Qing said with open worship in his eyes. Son of Heaven did not say anything, considering argument with such a kid unnecessary. In a while the kid will see what is good judgment. But another half an hour had passed, and Dollar's spirit was still high. There was no sign of him burning out at all, which made Son of Heaven uncomfortable, as if he had just swallowed a fly. Qing was very pleased and patted Son of Heaven on the shoulder. Son of Heaven, what did I tell you? Men can't be weaker than women. A man that can't beat a woman is not a man. It's been an hour and Dollar is still fierce. I believe that woman will be beat in a while. You need to learn from me so that you can have better judgment. Remember to take men's side instead of women's. Son of Heaven was seething with anger. He pretended not having heard Qing and kept silent. Right, Son of Heaven, why didn't you enter the final? Who did you lose to? Dollar. Qing wasn't even aware of Son of Heaven's emotions and kept asking him, how could I lose to that guy? Son of Heaven immediately said coldly, who did you lose to then? Qing asked. Son of Heaven felt his own face was burning. He lost to the woman on the stage, but it wasn't time to tell Qing that. Knowing that Son of Heaven had lost to Qin Shuang, Yuan almost laughed out loud. He pulled the sleeve of Qing and asked, are you here to talk or to watch the game? It's only fun to discuss the game while we watch, Qing retorted. Fun for you. Son of Heaven was about to be set on fire. Yuan glanced at Son of Heaven's sullen face and thought. Displeased, Son of Heaven felt strange. Dollar has been wielding the weapon so fiercely that it's impossible for him to keep going for such a long time, unless he has also practiced atomic fission. Other than Son of Heaven, Qin Xian felt something was off as well. Attacking at such a high speed, Dollar had sustained way longer than she had expected, making her alarmed and surprised. In such a high-intensity duel, even she had begun to feel a little tired. Dollar, however, seemed to feel nothing and kept attacking with the katana swiftly, as if he could do this forever, giving birth to a trace of powerlessness in Qin Xian's mind. No, I cannot go on like this. He must have also practiced some hyper-geno art that enhances his stamina. Maybe I will be the one who is worn out first. Qin Xian gritted her teeth and dodged another strike. She took back her dagger, and two beast souls appeared in the air. One beast soul was the mutant golden lion that she had always used. She instantaneously shape-shifted into a magnificent golden lion. And the other beast soul was a ball of blue liquid, which poured into the lion and turned its golden body blue. The lion also grew larger and looked fiercer. That is sacred blood water spirit. Qin Xian actually got its beast soul. Son of Heaven was shocked to see that. He knew very well how scary a sacred blood water spirit was. It could coexist with another creature and make that creature exceptionally strong. Qin Xian made the final attack to the water spirit when she was hunting it with Son of Heaven, who did not know she got the beast soul. It seemed that the beast soul had the same power as the creature it once belonged to. With the help of water spirit beast soul, the mutant golden lion had become stronger than normal sacred blood creatures. Qin Xian could then fully display the power of atomic fission. Son of Heaven was surprised. Qin Xian has become so strong. It seems that this year, she could be among top 3 of the chosen. Han Sen knew Qin Xian really well. He glanced at her expression and knew something was off. Just before she summoned the water spirit beast soul, he summoned his wings and flew up high. Everyone was stunned, including Qin Xian. Who could have thought Dollar, who looked like he was going for mutual destruction, had flown away the minute Qin Xian shapeshifted? She chose the moment when Han Sen was making the most powerful strikes to shapeshift, so that he wouldn't disengage himself. She didn't have sacred blood wings, so she wanted to end the match as soon as possible. What she did not think of was that Dollar, who was chasing her, just flew away faster than rabbits. Qin Xian suddenly felt very embarrassed. As fierce as she was right now, she could not fly, and as a lion, she could no longer use weapons, so she couldn't even throw things at Han Sr. Flying in the air, Han Sun summoned the mutant sawfish spear and cast it down at Qin Xian like how a fisherman would use a harpoon. The lion that Qin Xian had turned into reached out a claw and hit the spear hard. The spear, as thick as an arm, bent and bounced off. Fortunately, the spear was tough enough so that it wasn't broken under her claw. Han Sun took back his mutant sawfish spear and watched her from above, not intending to attack again or to land. Everyone suddenly came to understand that Dollar was trying to consume Qin Xian's shape-shifting time. Shape-shifting beast souls required a lot of energy to use. Even Qin Xian couldn't stay like this for very long, or it would hurt her body. So shameless. Do you call yourself a man? What do you know? It's tactics. If she could fly as well, then good for her. There was suddenly a chaos on the stands. Some supported Dollar and some Qin Xian. Qin Xian simply could not reach Han's senator. She quickly dismissed the shape-shifting beast soul. But the moment she did that, Han Sun flew down and slashed his katana at her. Qin Xian had met a lot of strong enemies, but she had never been as depressed as she was at this moment. Once she shape-shifted, Han Sun would immediately fly into the sky. When she turned into herself, Han Sun would then rush down. She became sullen as she couldn't make use of her own strength. Haha, Dollar is just great. He is fighting like a gorilla. He is bullying her. Qin Xian is almost crying. Shameless scum. How can a man be so brazen? Unabashed, Han Sun believed it did not matter how he won as long as he won. If he could go to the contest among the champions of all the shelters and rank top 10, he would be rewarded a sacred blood beast soul. He would definitely try his best for that sake. Qin Xian did not expect that Dollar would sink so low to make her unable to use her power. Now she was only happy that Dollar was not an archer, or she would be even more miserable. Dollar, you are a dignified man. Do you dare to fight me head-on? Qin Xian wanted to prod Dollar into action. Unfortunately, Han Sun ignored her intention and replied, "You are a soldier. Don't you understand that victory is all that matters? Even if I let you win today, what if you encounter champions of other shelters who could fly? Do you expect to persuade them to give up their ability to fly as well?" Qin Xian paused, and people who accused Han Sun of being shameless also lowered their voices. In fact, they should have thought of this. There had been more than one person who could fly among the chosen before. Not being able to fly was a weakness of Qin Xian's, and even if she won today, others might still choose to exploit that in the future. Many people who supported Qin Xian kept silent. Qin Xian smiled wryly. "Well, I give up. We do not have to go on." Qin Xian knew that she had such a fatal weakness, but did not think Dollar would be so brazen to use that to his advantage. Now that she had no way of winning, she chose to throw in the towel instead of staying in this awkward match. Qin Xian now regretted that she did not work hard on archery, or she could have used an advanced beast soul bow and arrow to beat Dollar. "You can pick up the S-Class license of St. Hall at Steel Armor Gang," Qin Xian said and left the martial ring, which made Han Sun this year's champion of Steel Armor Shelter. Dollar's victory was very controversial. A lot of people thought it was not honorary. But Han Sun didn't mind his reputation as long as he could win the sacred blood beast soul given to the chosen. Qin Xian left in good grace, but she had also set Han Sun up. If he went to pick up the S-Class license at Steel Armor Gang, she might be ready to ambush him. Han Sun knew her so well that he didn't dare to pick up the license under her nose, as he knew she must be quite upset with him. The contest in Steel Armor Shelter was officially over. The top 100 all had their names on the martial steel in the martial ring. The first name there was Dollar. Han Sun hoped that no one would call him Doll again. However, many still did. All the shelter champions would start to compete in 10 days. By then, everyone in First God Sanctuary could see the match taking place in the chosen martial ring. The top 10 participants would each gain a random sacred blood beast soul and be named the Chosen. If one had been the Chosen for the second or more time, one would no longer be awarded more sacred blood beast souls, but an upgrade to one's beast soul awarded the first time. Many of the Chosen would just go into the entertainment industry and become a star. Countless agents and companies would try to sign the Chosen with a large chunk of money. Unfortunately, the 10 Chosen were normally the same persons from last year. Fresh faces would only have an opportunity once they evolved and went to Second God Sanctuary. Han's son didn't care for the entertainment industry, but he would spare no effort in gaining the reward of a sacred blood beast soul. Legend has it that as the chosen's reward, someone had once gained a beast soul in the shape of a beauty woman. Some rich guy offered more than $1 billion, and even an interstellar warship for it. No one knew if the deal was made, but no one had seen that beast's soul again. It must be collected by some rich beast soul lover. Han's son naturally wanted to be assigned a beast soul in the shape of a beauty and become rich overnight. But he would first have to become the chosen. Only 10 days to go until he started competing with other champions. There was no time for him to hunt for more Geno points. Han's son decided to use the time to train himself in the teleport station. The gravity trainer was indeed a wonderful training device which had helped Han's son a lot. He could push himself really far in a short amount of time inside it and practice Jadeskin much more efficiently. He would then complete the training tasks assigned by Xuanhuan and use the rest of the time to play Hand of God. Han's son was not sure what Gambler meant by pass. He thought he had to clear all levels, but in fact what Gambler meant was just to pass the beginner level. That was why Han's son felt terrible that he still hadn't been able to pass the beginner level in so long. This game is so demanding on my dexterity of the entire arm and my control of muscles and bones. If I use Jadeskin when I play, I should be able to improve my score greatly. Han's son tried it, and his scores indeed boomed. On the 6th day, he was able to level up for the first time. Han's son was still vexed with the fact that it took him so long to pass the beginner level, and he even had to use Jadeskin. However, if Gambler knew Han's son had already passed beginner level, he would be so shocked that his chin should fall to the ground. Because of the misunderstanding, Han's son continued to challenge the Evolver level of Hand of God, but he was making little progress even when using Jadeskin. Recently, Xuanhuan was satisfied with Han's son's performance. He had finished all the tasks she assigned him, and the data of the gravity trainer became normal again. She thought it was because he had stopped exploiting the loophole, but little did she know that he was actually increasing the difficulty so that his result could look normal. It was almost midnight and Han's son was the only one left in the gym, playing Hand of God. He had discovered that the game was almost designed for him. Since he started practicing Jadeskin, he had gained exceptional control of his bones and muscles, and he had also become much more flexible. This game could help improve his reflexes and agility, which was great for his progress with Sleeve Blade and other skills that required handwork. Xuanhuan teleported out of God's sanctuary to look for Xuanhuan, who chanced not to be in the teleport station. When passing by the gym, Xuanhuan saw the light in the gym was still on and knew someone was still in there. She curiously took a look and saw Han's son was playing Hand of God. Xuanhuan felt nostalgic as she played this game a lot when she was in military school, putting a lot of effort in it as well. Although autonomous vehicles had been the mainstream in the Alliance for a long time, manual control was still needed when one was operating a warframe. In an interstellar war, warframes were fundamental as it would be hardly profitable to destroy a planet with weapons of mass destruction. Warframe, as an individual combat tool, played a vital role in wars these days. All military schools were training their students to operate warframes, which was one of the basic skills of a soldier. Hand of God was one of the best ways to improve one's speed and control, which were relevant to warframe operation. Xuanhuan felt that she should teach Han's son some tricks of the game. As he was handpicked by her, she would like to make him better. Let's see how you are doing first. Xuanhuan approached Han's son and watched carefully. She was a bit far from him just now, so all she could see was that he kept failing, and that was why she wanted to teach him. But when Xuanhuan got closer, she suddenly felt that the holographic spots were disappearing too fast, which was why he kept making mistakes. Which level did he choose? Xuanhuan checked the data on the screen. Evolver 3. Xuanhuan could not help but frown. She thought that Han's son was too ambitious. The Evolver level was designed for Evolvers, as the name suggested. The unevolved could sometimes pass the Evolver level, but that was very rare. Even for Xuanhuan with her current abilities, she could only pass Evolver 2 occasionally, which was already incredible for an unevolved. After all, the unevolved weren't the target players here. But Han's son was challenging Evolver 3, and he was just aiming too high. Biting off more than you can chew will get you nowhere, she thought, while she did not interrupt Han's son, but watched him starting over again and again. She wanted to teach him a lesson when he chose to give up. Having watched for a while, Xuanhuan became serious, then surprised, and eventually shocked. Han's son was failing again and again. But in this process, he was making less and less mistakes and improving at a shocking rate. As someone who had worked hard on this game, Qin Xian knew that once you had reached your limit in the game, you could hardly improve again even with months' effort. A limit is a limit, and no practice could bring you over your limit. Unless your strength had improved significantly, no exercise could raise your score. The purpose of playing Hand of God was to show one's potential, but one couldn't improve one's potential by playing the game over and over again. Now Han Sen's improvement could only mean one thing. Evolver 3 was not yet his limit. That was why he could still reduce his mistakes and get better. Evolver 3 is not his limit. Is his talent in this area so great? Qin Xian did see great things in him, but did not expect he would be so good at this game. When she was in military school, the champion of the Military Academy League was just able to pass Evolver 3. And that guy was top 10 in the Warframe contest of the league. He was known for his swiftness and accuracy, and even had a nickname, Lighting Hand. Han Sen reached the same level without any professional training, which was why she felt shocked. Can he pass Evolver 3? Qin Xian stood aside, watching Han Sen with a complicated expression on her face. Han Sen did not notice the arrival of Qin Xian at all. Now, all his attention was focused on hitting the spots appearing everywhere. Jadeskin was fully employed. Faster, I can go faster. Han Sen's arms kept making swift and odd moves, twisted like serpents from time to time. Using all the muscles in his fingers and arms, he kept hitting all the spots appearing from nowhere. After the completion of Evolver 2, Han Sen had experienced countless failures adapting himself to the difficulty of Evolver 3. He felt easier and easier to keep going and started to feel that he could definitely pass this time. Qin Xian felt suffocated as she almost stopped breathing when she saw Han Sen's hands dancing madly. Halfway through Evolver 3, Han Sen had made no mistake yet. His hands were moving so fast that sometimes all she could see was the afterimage, which amazed her. Although the test had not yet been completed, Qin Xian was able to determine that Han Sen had the ability to pass Evolver 3. Judging from what she saw, he was not just lucky, but making progress constantly. Evolver 3. This is Evolver 3. Qin Xian was suddenly pleased with herself. She was the one who discovered Han Sen and insisted that he join her squad. The potentials he was exhibiting proved her decision extremely wise. An unevolved who could complete Evolver 3 in Hand of God was very likely to be invincible among all the unevolved once he learned how to operate a warframe. This kind of ability seems wasted on a sniper or archer. Qin Xian was swayed for a moment, as he would make a better warframe operator in an open battle than a sniper in the dark. But thinking of Han Sen's cautious character, Qin Xian soon gave up the idea as he was not cut out for close combat. But this discovery still made Qin Xian happy, because Han Sen was the best candidate to operate a warframe equipped with multiple long-range shooting weapons. Ding! A crisp sound interrupted the thoughts of Qin Xian. It was the tone of Han Sen passing Evolver 3. She was no longer surprised, because she had predicted that this was not his limit. But she was now more convinced of Han Sen's amazing potentials and felt more determined about one thing. This person is mine, Qin Xian thought eagerly, as Han Sen started to play Evolver 3 again. Even Qin Xian herself could not have foreseen that she would have such high hopes for this guy who mistook her for a creature and stabbed her in her, but the first time they met. Evolver 3. If he got more Geno points and became an Evolver, how great could he be then? Qin Xian was slightly excited. She quietly watched Han Sen practice for a long time before she went out of the gym. Maybe I could raise the bar for him, Qin Xian thought with a smile that would make Han Sen shudder. 10 days had soon passed. Han Sen was stuck and couldn't pass Evolver 4 in such short time. There were 10 phases in each level and Han Sen's performance had been exceptional for an unevolved. Practicing Hand of God not only benefited his sleeve blade skills, but also helped his speed of blade storm, as his improvement that was comprehensive. The contest of all champions has finally come. I have to be in the top 10. Han Sen had read a lot of information from previous years and felt that he stood a good chance. It was not to say that he was invincible. This year, several powerful chosen had gone to Second God's Sanctuary, which meant he had less competition. Han Sen studied his potential competition for a long time and found that his biggest rivals were likely to be Tang Junliu and Lin Feng. Tang had been the chosen several times. He was the 5th last year, and 3 of the 4 that ranked higher than him had gone to Second God's Sanctuary this year. The only one who didn't go was named Lin Feng, similar to the name of Han Sen's friend Lin Beifeng. Lin Feng was the second place last year. There was no doubt that this year the two men would be the ones to beat. He looked through the description from a lot of people who had watched last year's contest and found the two strong indeed. Great fighting skills, plenty of advanced beast souls plus the sacred blood beast souls awarded to them last time, as well as their growth this year, all meant they shouldn't be taken lightly. Han Sen has met Tang Jinliu before. Although he kicked Tang's ass in the game, it was completely thanks to his reflexes and prejudgment. In a real combat, he needed more to win, and just Tang's beast souls alone were trouble enough. How come these two guys did not go to Second God's Sanctuary? Han Sen was ever more concerned after he read the description. No matter how well they could fight, the beast souls they had would be fearsome enough. I hope I won't run into them too early, or I would probably be in bad shape even if I won, which would be a disadvantage in the following matches, Han Sen thought. He could gain a sacred blood beast soul as long as he was top 10, and the beast soul was assigned randomly. Therefore, Han Sen did not think of the first place, but would be happy as long as he was one of the chosen. When Han Sen was considering all kinds of possibilities, he heard his comlink and saw a strange number on it. Han Sen frowned. He was not sure who it would be and answered the call hesitantly. Beyond Han Sen's expectation, popped up in the holographic image was Tang Jinliu. Surprise. Tang laughed. It sure is. What's up? Han Sen asked. I need a favor from you, Tang said. Let's hear it. I am just a nobody and may not be able to help you, Han Sen said with a smile. You sure can. It has to be you too. But no worries, you could name your price, Tang Jinliu said. What favor exactly? Han Sen cringed. Let's talk about it in person. Are you home now? I'll pick you up, Tang said hurriedly. No need. Tell me the place, and I'll go to see you. Han Sen felt strange. Tomorrow was when the contest would start. What was Tang doing looking for Han Sen rather than preparing himself? Is it about the contest? Han Sen guessed, and felt it necessary to figure out what Tang was up to. When Han Sen arrived at the place Tang Jinliu told him, he saw Fang Jingqi was also there. Tang led Han Sen into the living room. After entering the living room, Han Sen saw that on the sofa sat a young man, who was very quiet and did not speak when he saw Han Sen coming in. Tang, what do you need me for? Han Sen asked directly. Brother, look at this first. Instead of answering Han Sen's question, Tang played a video. The scene was shot in a martial ring. A man in combat suit was surrounded by a group of people wearing masks. The moment Han Sen saw the man, he shuddered, although it was just through the holographic image. Then the video began. Under the siege, the man started a gorgeous murder show. It was a slaughter. In 1 minute and 23 seconds, the man in combat suit was holding nothing but a dagger. He had killed a total of 34 people, each in one strike. No one survived, and no one could stand up again after taking his strike. The man was like death himself, harvesting lives casually. This person is a lot like you. After the video was played, Tang looked at Han Sen and said, That's not me, Han Sen said quietly. Of course it's not you, but you fight in the same style. Before you strike, there is no warning or signs. But the strike itself was fast and fierce, with perfect timing. You are both assassins, Tang concluded. Although Tang had not fought Han Sen, he was a great fighter and discovered many things when he was playing that drinking game with Han Sr. So, Han Sen frowned. This person is called Yi Dongmu, grandson of Senator Yi, who is demigod. This year he is the champion of Czar Shelter. In other words, he is one of my competitors, Tang explained. What do you want me to do? Disable him so that he cannot participate in the contest? I am sorry, but I do not have that kind of skills. Han Sen spread out his hands. Of course not. He is the grandson of Senator Yi. Even we couldn't approach him easily, let alone you. We could never assassinate him. In the Alliance, wherever he goes, he's always closely guarded, Tang said. We have invited you here because we want you to imitate Yi Dongmu's tactics and spar with us. Truth be told, I really have no confidence to block his weird strikes, and you can help us get used to his style. What's in it for me? Han Sen did not decline. Tang pondered, moved his lips, but didn't speak. They were basically asking Han Sen to teach them how to beat himself, so it was very hard to name the price. If Han Sen was someone important, they would not even have asked, as it could be perceived as provocative. We can try our best to accommodate whatever you propose, Fang Jingqi said. An S-class license of St. Hall, Han Sen paused and said, Deal. Tang replied so fast that Han Sun felt that he might have asked for too little. Maybe he should have said 2 S-class licenses. But Han Sun had always been an optimist. 1 S-class license was a great price already, and what they asked him to do helped himself in turn as well, as Yi Dongmu might be his opponent as well. I have to say this before we start. My skills are inferior to Yi's. Even if you could parry my attacks, you might still be stabbed by him, said Han Sr. I know. Here are some videos of him fighting. Watch carefully, and then we will start. We don't have much time left, and we can only hope that our first opponent won't be him, so that we'd have more time to practice. Tang Jinliu sat on the couch and joined Lin Feng, leaving Han Sun to watch the videos himself. Han Sun watched one video after another. None of the videos were shot officially. Han Sun felt this trip was worth it, because if he encountered Yi Dongmu without knowing his style, he might be killed in the match. Indeed, they shared the same style. The difference was that Han Sun had formed the style himself, while Yi clearly had a great mentor. That was why Yi's skills were much better. He seemed to have a better fitness level than Han Sun as well. As for Beast Souls, Han Sun was sure that he had better ones than his as well. As the grandson of a demigod and senator, his grandfather would manage to get him nice stuff no matter which shelter he was in. Although time is limited, none of Tang Jinliu, Fang Jingqi, and Lin Feng asked Han Sun to hurry. They let Han Sun repeatedly watch the footages. Han Sun sometimes would replay some details several times. He had taught him a lot through these videos, which meant more to Han Sun than an S-class license. In just less than 4 hours, Han Sun felt as if he had been through a revolutionary change. However, after full understanding Yi's way of fighting, Han Sun was surprised to find that although Yi's strikes looked terrifying, there were subtle defects to his style. And only those who deeply understood this style would be aware of these defects. Tang was getting impatient and wanted to interrupt Han Sun, but Lin Feng the quiet man stopped him. It was in the evening when Han Sun had finished with the videos. Let's get started. Han Sun got up and said, well, let me see how well you can imitate Yi. Tang took Han Sun into a combat room in the villa. Han Sun grabbed a dagger the same shape of Yi's dagger. Its edge was not sharpened and its blade was retractable, so that no one would get hurt. The way Yi Dongmu and Han Sun fought required them to do their best with each strike. If real weapons were used, Tang was afraid that he would be injured by Han Sr. Let's begin. Tang tightly watched Han Sun and did not step back. They wanted to practice how to parry Yi's strikes after being approached by him. Han Sun approached Tang, holding a dagger backhandedly, a way he had learned from Yi. 2 feet away from Tang, Han Sun suddenly wielded the dagger and stabbed it at him from an unexpected angle. Fang Jingqi was shocked, and the quiet man's eyes lit up. Tang was covered in cold sweat, and it was too late to parry that attack with his broadsword. He abruptly turned sideways, but was still stabbed in the waist. #T. Your strike was not that different from his, Tang called out, staring at Han Sr. Fang Jingqi looked at Han Sun with a strange look, and the quiet man's eyes also fell on Han Sun's hands. Han Sun was surprised himself as well. He was practicing Jadeskin madly these days, and practicing Hand of God had also enhanced his speed. In addition, he just saw Yi's way of fighting and had some new insights. Now his strike was so powerful that he couldn't believe it himself. Haha, God loves me. With you sparring with me, it will be no big deal. Tang laughed out loud. For a whole night, none went to bed, but the only one who was practicing with Han Sun was Tang. Fang Jingqi didn't register in the contest, and the quiet man was just watching and did not meant to join them. Having practiced for a night, Tang could not avoid Han's dagger as long as Han Sun was within a foot from him. Tang didn't develop a way to defend himself, while Han Sun was getting better and better. #T. I give up. There is no way to parry your attacks. Maybe I'm doomed, Tang said sullenly, as he saw it was about time to go to God's sanctuary for the contest, and there was no point in going on. Now you are able to deal with Yi, Lin Feng, who had been watching in silence, suddenly said. Lin, what do you mean? Asked Tang, sitting up straight and staring at Lin Feng. Yi Dongmu is not as good as him. You can't parry his strikes, but with Yi you would be able to avoid being stabbed in fatal parts. If your luck is not too bad and run into Yi in a few days instead of today, you could block Yi's strikes at a very small price. Hearing this remark from Lin Feng, Tang and Feng all looked Han Sun, appalled. They knew Lin Feng well, and was shocked that he would speak so highly of Han Sun by saying that Yi Dongmu was not as good. Han Sun's background was much inferior to Yi, and Yi was probably also older, Yet Lin Feng said Dongmu was not as good as Han Sr. If the remark was from another person, they would certainly have scoffed, but they knew Lin Feng, and he was never wrong. Last year, the only reasons he was not the first place were that he hadn't broken the bottleneck in his hyper-geno art, and that he entered God's sanctuary 2 years later than his opponent. No need to look at him that way. I'm just saying his style is better than Dongmu's, but his fitness was still inferior to E, of course. Lin Feng smiled and reached a hand out to Han Sr. I am Lin Feng. Very pleased to know you. You are an interesting person. Han Senator, a pleasure. Han Sun shook his hand, smiled and said, well, it is late. Let's shower and teleport. Tang interrupted the eye contact between Han Sun and Lin Feng. He turned to ask Han Sun, there is a teleport device here. You want to join us? No, I did not register, so I will not go. Han Sun declined and left. Watching Han Sun leaving the villa, Tang asked Lin Feng, is he really so good? He's better than you think. If he had the same background as E, he would be 100 times more impressive than the latter. He understands the essence of assassination, while he only has some skills. His growth was limited by his background, but he will be well known in a few years, commented Lin Feng. Such high praise from Lin. He must really be something, Fang Jingqi said. In a few years, will he surpass you? Tang was interested. In First God Sanctuary, I am invincible, said Lin Feng casually, exuding confidence. This time Han Sun had gained a lot. Not only did he get an S-class license from Tang, he also enhanced his advantages in sneak attacks. As pointed out by Lin Feng, his strikes were more threatening than Yi's. But no matter how powerful his strikes were, he had to first get close to his opponent, which was not easy. In practice, he started from the proximity of Tang, who would never let him get so close in a real match. After all, the art of assassination was better used in the dark. He had practiced a kind of footwork that allowed him to easily approach others even from the front, but Han Sun had never learned it, so it was hard for him to get close. That footwork was also a hyper-geno art and involved special techniques. Han Sun was never good at footwork and could not imitate from watching the videos. Even if he tried, he couldn't get the essence of it. Therefore, it was essential that he should learn his own footwork. Maybe I should consider using this on my footwork. Han Sun squeezed the S-class license in his pocket. But now he had no time for that. Practicing a new hyper-geno art took time. Han Sun went to the teleport station, entered God's sanctuary, dressed himself as Dollar, and entered the martial ring. In the middle of the martial ring erected a giant sacred steel that was 100 times more magnificent than the martial steel. Under the watch of people from Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sun marched into the sacred steel and was teleported to a huge martial ring chosen martial ring. In all the shelters of God's sanctuary, there was a similar sacred steel from which the image of chosen martial ring was projected. At this moment, champions from all the shelters were entering chosen martial ring from the sacred steel. Han Sun realized how large the population of the Alliance was and how large First God Sanctuary was when he entered chosen martial ring. Every shelter had about 100,000 people like Steel Armor Shelter, and everyone in chosen martial ring now was the champion of their own shelter. The stands were almost filled with at least 100,000 champions, which meant there were at least 100,000 shelters in First God Sanctuary. It was a dizzying figure indeed. After humans entered the interstellar era, they had conquered lots of habitable planets and had been thriving. Now the humankind was so huge that only Shuras could compete. Among the champions of all shelters, Dollar was the most famous one, in addition to the chosen from last year. That video of Dollar fighting Goldenhorn Shura was so viral that all mainstream media had covered it, so Dollar had become a household name in the Alliance. Many people were curiously looking at Han Sun, as they wondered how Dollar really was. But it was mostly just curiosity. They had all watched the video starring Han Senator. Although the storyline was impressive, Dollar didn't really show much strength at that time. His sacred blood beast souls were great, but he himself, not so much. Han Sun at that time would be very far behind among the champions of all shelters. After all, these people were 1 in 100,000 with great physiques and advanced beast souls. It hadn't been long since Han Sun fought the Shura, so no one believed he could have made much progress. People mostly just wondered about him and didn't treat him as a fierce rival. When the channel into chosen martial ring was closed, the match list finally appeared on the sacred steel. The names on the list were the ones the champions left on the martial steels. Han Sun quickly searched the list for Dollar, and he found it very soon. The word stood out to him for some reason, and others had found their own names as well. In this contest among the champions, a one-on-one model was adopted, and the winner of the two would enter the next round. So the list was like a pyramid. Han Sun was relieved to see both Tang Jinliu and Lin Feng were arranged far from him, and there was no chance they would meet before top 10. Han Sun scanned the list again, and another name caught his eye. Yi Dongmu. He used his real name. Han Sun saw the name Yi Dongmu and followed his path. He was suddenly startled. If Yi and he could both win all the way, they would fight for the chance to become the chosen. So in order for Han Sun to gain the sacred blood beast soul, he must beat Yi. Tang Jinliu was afraid of Yi, while I was the one who met him. Yi Dongmu, your luck is no good. If Tang didn't come to me, I might lose to you. But now it's different. Maybe I am chosen, Han Sun thought happily. Perhaps others would be afraid of Yi, but he was confident he could beat Yi after watching the videos. Chosen martial ring was divided into 1,000 stages stacked on top of one another. Each time 1,000 pairs could fight at the same time. Han Sun was in a late match, so he went to see other matches first, especially the one he was in. He had to know how much better he was getting compared to his performance in the videos. Yi Dongmu's match in this round was also rather late. Han Sun watched a few matches and was surprised as no one was to be taken lightly in this contest. He also watched Tang Jinliu's first match. His opponent stood no chance under his fierce broadsword skills. After Tang's shape shifted, his opponent was barely fighting back. Tang's techniques and strength were both outstanding in the contest. Lin Feng, whom Han Sun was paying even more attention to, also won his match, while Han Sun didn't really understand the way he won. His opponent was a nobody, but Lin Feng only won by a narrow margin. Han Sun could even imagine that in the reports next day, Lin Feng's opponent would be described as had a glorious failure. But for some reason, Lin Feng made Han Sun feel more threatened than Tang did. Finally, it was Yi Dongmu's turn. He was not well known at the moment. Although he was the grandson of Senator Yi, only a few people knew he was in the contest. After all, this was his first contest. Dragon Swordsman's match was naturally high profile. A lot of people thought that he had a chance of being top 3 this year, and all the girls were cheering for him. Few paid attention to Yi Dongmu, his opponent. But 10 seconds from the match started, everyone was shocked. Before Dragon Swordsman drew his sword, Yi Dongmu's knife had cut his throat. Watching Dragon Swordsman clutching his own neck in pain and collapsing, the audience were silent. His female fans were covered in tears with hands on their mouths, not accepting what they saw. One of the chosen last year, Dragon Swordsman was killed in his first match. That would sure become the headline next morning. This was all it took for Yi to be known throughout the alliance. Han Sun was calm. Although he had made some progress, the well-born kid still did not understand the essence of assassination. It was Han Sun's turn. His opponent was a guy called Lei Ban. The moment Han Sun got on the stage, Lei Ban summoned a beast soul bow and 3 beast soul arrows and shot all 3 arrows at him. The 3 arrows almost flew to Han Sun at the same time. Han Sun was surprised. Lei Ban was at least as good at archery as him, and even had better techniques than him. Judging from the look of his bow, it was likely a sacred blood beast soul bow, and 2 of the 3 arrows were dark green, so they were probably poisonous like his mutant black stinger. Arrow. The 3rd arrow was made from blue crystal and sounded as if it could tear air apart when it was in the air, which suggested it could be a sacred blood beast soul arrow. Sure enough, there is no one weak here. Han Sun swiftly dodged the strongest blue crystal arrow and summoned his mutant sawfish spear to ward off the other 2 arrows. Han Sun felt a bash as the arrows and his spear collided. The spear almost fell from his hand. Excellent archer and weapons, thought Han Sun in awe. He squeezed the spear and approached Lei Ban. Lei Ban was not only fast, but was also able to shoot while running. The arrows were not affected by his movement at all. Unable to trap Lei Ban with his spear, Han Sun had to run after Lei Ban while dodging his arrows. Han Sun had a lot of respect for this opponent, who had much better footwork than him and could shoot arrows in all positions when moving with both great strength and accuracy. Han Sun had also worked hard on archery, but he was only able to shoot when standing still. His accuracy would suffer a lot if he tried to move. Lei Ban was indeed much stronger than him in archery, so Han Sun was not in a hurry to end the match. Instead, he started to observe his opponent and learn from him. Han Sun's match had also attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, Dollar was popular. But compared with Yi Dongmu, his performance was less than impressive. More than half an hour had passed, and they were still running after each other, rendering the audience drowsy. In First God's Sanctuary, people were quite disappointed in Dollar, except for his hardcore fans. Since a match with an unknown person had cost him so much effort, Dollar didn't seem to have what it took to become the chosen. When the match had been going on for more than an hour, Han Sun shape-shifted into the Bloody Slayer, approached Lei Ban and beat him in a close combat, which Lei was not good at. The same day, all major media in the Alliance had covered the contest. Although there was no image, the reporters managed to depict the matches vividly with words. Their main focus was on Yi Dongmu's match. Yi's background was also published. The grandson of Senator Yi, who had graduated with stellar grades from the best posh school before entering God's Sanctuary. His background and his Sekal of Dragon Swordsman made him a major contender this year. The victory of Tang had also made him a favorite. Another top contestant was Lin Feng. His match, however, benefited his opponent, who was considered to have lost by a narrow margin by the media. There were articles on Han Sun too, but they were rather short in general. The longer ones were all focused on the disappointment in Dollar. Most of the reports were filled with phrases like narrow win, work to be done, hard to live up to the reputation, and to be improved. There was not much description. In fact, those who saw Han Sun's match, including his fans, had to admit Dollar was just average. The team of the TV program, Contest Center, was holding a meeting in their office building. In the conference room, the station director Su Kangyan was tapping his finger on the table. He looked at Fong Mingquan sitting on his right side and suggested with a smile, "Fong, do you think we need to make some alterations to today's show? Which alterations do you have in mind?" Fong Ming frowned, as he could guess what Su Kangyan wanted to say. Since Dollar's video became viral, Fong Mingquan was poached by Huaxing Station's Contest Center team. Because he had taken the place of an old host in the station, he was not the most popular person here. He was targeted here and there, which made it difficult for him to realize his career goals. "Fong, we journalists have to focus on the hot issues. Contest Center was designed for this contest, and we ought to focus on the more outstanding matches." Su Kangyan paused and said, "Shall we put Dollar's content on hold and release it when he had a better match? Let's focus on Yi Dongmu first. What do you think?" The director has a point. Yi is so popular right now, of course we should focus on him. Dollar was just lucky to have killed a badly injured Shura. His weakness was exposed in the contest, and he couldn't even be in the top 100, let alone the chosen. There is little point covering his match. We need to focus on Yi, who could be the first place. Wang Chongqing said with his face stern, giving Fong Mingquan a cold stare. This program used to belong to Wang Chongqing, and he was replaced by Fong Mingquan in the end, which explained why Fong was not his favorite person. "Yes, it's settled then. Fong, let's roll with Yi Dongmu for this one," said Su Kangyan. Fong Mingquan curled his lips and felt suffocated. He suppressed his anger and scanned each onlooker. Shooting Wang Chongqing a cold stare, he looked at Su Kangyan and said calmly, "Director Su, if you still want me to host Contest Center, I will talk about Dollar, not just for this episode, but for all future episodes. I will also tell everyone that Dollar will be the winner of the contest." Everyone in the conference room paused and looked like Fong Mingquan, as if he were crazy.